Chapter 1, The Survival of the Public Bus for All, Start. Dear lucky ones, I am Tian Dao, congratulations for arriving at the survival game on the public bus. Here are the rules for survival, please listen carefully. 1. To prevent players from facing difficulty surviving alone, the number of people in each bus at the start will be controlled to 30 to 50 people. Organized players will be matched with players from their own organization, while players with no organization will be randomly matched. Organization, such as a school class, a company department, a military squad, etc. 2. The bus will turn off at exactly 7 a.m. every day. Once the bus turns off, everyone must get off within 2 minutes. If anyone stays on the bus after 2 minutes, they will immediately die. 3. The time when the bus turns off is unpredictable, it may last from a few seconds to tens of minutes. Players should ensure there are no dangers around when the bus turns off. 4. The bus may pass by bus stops, where there could be danger or supplies. Note, do not let very dangerous passengers board. 5. Players have a 0.1% chance of obtaining a special talent at the start. 6. There are unknown monsters chasing everyone from behind the bus. The monsters will start chasing the bus 24 hours after the bus departs from the starting point, with an initial speed of 10 km per hour. After the beginner protection period, the monster's speed will increase at intervals. Make sure the bus is not caught by the monsters, or something bad may happen. 7. The beginner protection period lasts for 3 days. The prompt ends. Gu Pingsheng sat in the driver's seat, somewhat dazed. Survival on the public bus? Monsters? Where am I? He looked ahead, where there was a driver's console. Besides a worn-out steering wheel, there was also a button to open the door, a screen showing the driving speed, and a fuel gauge. As for the ignition, there was a key, but it had not been started yet. To the right, there was a vertically positioned gear shift, divided into forward, neutral, reverse, and park. The bus was stopped, with a top speed of 20 km per hour. Next to the door opening position in front, there was also a passenger seat beside the driver. On that passenger seat, there was a long-legged woman with her legs crossed, someone he knew, Li Ruoyao, the class monitor and his childhood friend. Li Ruoyao had exquisite and beautiful features, standing tall at 1.73 meters, with a stunning high ponytail. She had a pair of white, long legs and a perky bottom, though her chest was rather flat, giving off a feeling of a budding young woman. Li Ruoyao. The two of them exchanged a glance, both somewhat confused. Pingsheng, how did you end up here? Where is this? What kind of bus is this? Li Ruoyao asked in confusion. According to the rules just now, it seems our whole class has somehow crossed into this bus in a mysterious way. This isn't something normal people can do. Gu Pingsheng analyzed calmly, combining the earlier prompt. It was a bit like the survival novel he had read yesterday on Tomato. Behind them, there was a loud chatter of voices. What the hell, everyone, how did we end up here? I was just sleeping in the dorm. Justin, why are you half undressed? Hurry up and pull up your pants. I'm done for. I was just sitting in the bathroom, peeing, and halfway through, I suddenly ended up in this bus. There's a bathroom in the back. Justin, go quickly. It was the voices of female classmates. Because Gu Pingsheng was studying early childhood education at a university in Deep City, and by chance, all the students in his class, except him, were girls. This survival game seems to be organized by groups, right? As a student, it was natural for Gu Pingsheng to end up on this bus with his classmates. He stood up and looked around. The bus interior was very simple, with seats arranged in a 4x10 grid. 4 seats in a row, 10 seats in a column, all occupied by female students. With him and the class monitor, there were exactly 42 people. At the far back of the bus, there was a sign for a bathroom, which should be the place to go to the restroom. It's quite considerate, the bathroom is here as well. Class president, academic committee, what's going on here? A girl, dressed in a JK uniform, standing at only 1.43 meters tall, shouted towards Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao. She sat in the first row, on the right by the window, and was the class's life committee member, named Luo Xiuxue. It seems like we've all time-traveled. The notification just said that the entire world has time-traveled, each group gets a bus, which means all of us from the 25th grade kindergarten class 2 of Deep City University have come onto this bus. Isn't this a survival game for everyone? In survival games, I've always read about solo or duo players, why are so many of us here? The girl speaking is about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a short dress, with wheat-colored skin and a curvy figure. Judging by her chest size, it's probably a C-cup. She's Zhang Kiki, the class's sports and cultural committee member. You're such a fool, Kiki, we're surviving together as a group, the more people, the more power. Isn't that great? Oh, I guess that's true. The girls chattered on. As the class president, Gu Pingsheng usually counts heads for every outing and internship, but this time it wasn't necessary, because there were exactly 42 students in the class, so he could just count the seats. A quick scan showed all the familiar female classmates. Bus number 15200, please choose a bus driver. The bus driver will manage both the bus and the players. Every player silently thinks of who they want to be the bus driver. After 3 seconds, the bus driver will be selected according to the number of votes. Everyone in the class, including Gu Pingsheng, heard the notification. Soon, after 3 seconds passed. Gu Pingsheng, as the only male student in the class and the responsible class president, was naturally thought of by most of the female students. Gu Pingsheng naturally became the bus driver. Player Gu Pingsheng, congratulations on becoming the bus driver. The following are the privileges or rewards for being the bus driver. 1. Full control over the bus, with access to the bus panel. Only the bus driver can drive the bus, view the bus panel, and upgrade the bus. Class president, you've got to lead us to victory, this is survival. Luo Xiaoxue weakly shouted. Gu Pingsheng rubbed his head, carefully considering the bus driver's privileges and rewards. He managed the class affairs well, able to keep things balanced and earn the favor of both the counselor and most classmates. But being a driver in this cruel survival world. Just as Gu Pingsheng felt uncertain about his future, a prompt sounded in his ears. Driver Gu Pingsheng, congratulations on gaining the S-grade daily sign-in talent. S-grade daily sign-in, every day, 2 to 5 options will be given, and you can automatically sign in and choose one reward. Sign in day 1. Reward 1, 100 bottles of 500 milliliters Ebo mineral water. Reward 2, 2 barrels of 20 liters Ebo bottled water. Without hesitation. After understanding the talent ability, Gu Pingsheng quickly chose reward 1. 150 liters, 140 liters. Even a fool knows which one to pick. Besides, 100 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water are easier to distribute than bottled water. Selected 100 bottles of 500 milliliters Ebo mineral water, added to personal backpack. Personal backpack rules, there are 10 slots in total, each slot can hold up to 100 of the same item. A personal backpack appeared in front of Gu Pingsheng. The personal backpack, like a game interface, had 10 slots. Currently, 3 slots were occupied. Inside, besides the 100 bottles of Ebo mineral water, there was also a compressed biscuit and an extra bottle of mineral water. The compressed biscuit and mineral water should be starting items for everyone. At this moment, some of the female students in the class showed signs of joy, seemingly having obtained a talent. Chapter 2, the female students who got talents. For example, the class committee member Lin Xiaonan. She quickly stood up from the seat by the window in the first row, exclaiming with joy. Everyone, I have obtained an S-level talent, Divine Insight. Divine Insight allows me to see the information of items or players, and it can also sense surrounding resources or danger. Gu Pingsheng was startled. Insight. Sensing? Isn't this the kind of talent that only the protagonists in survival novels get? A bus with 2 S-level talents? Such good luck. Lin Xiaonan was a gentle and intellectual beauty, and she was also the most beautiful girl in the class. She was about 168 centimeters tall, with long black hair reaching her waist, exquisite and beautiful facial features, and a sexy tear mole by the corner of her eye. More importantly, her figure was very alluring, with a slim waist and an ample upper body, size E, and a well-rounded and firm lower body, with a beautifully curvy butt. Not to mention, Lin Xiaonan was wearing a black qipao at this very moment. It wasn't just Lin Xiaonan. Other girls had also gained good talents. Before Gu Pingsheng could even speak about his own talent, the class representative Li Ruoyao shouted. Everyone, my talent is also S-level, super strong physique. The description says that my initial physique is 10 times that of an ordinary person, and if I have the opportunity to improve my physique in the future, it will improve by 10 times each time. Physique? What is physique? It seems like it's the attribute panel. Look, there's a game panel in the top left corner, and after clicking it, you'll see your own attribute panel. It's not just the attribute panel, there are also 2 other functions. Gu Pingsheng didn't have time to feel happy for Li Ruoyao. He quickly opened the game panel in the top left corner. Game panel. Attribute panel, chat channel, trade market, bus panel, personal backpack. Unlike the other girls, Gu Pingsheng's game panel had 2 extra options, the trade market and bus panel. Curiously, Gu Pingsheng clicked on the chat channel. Chat channel, area 6, blue star, 100,000 areas in total, each area has 100,000 people, and the number of buses is between 2,000 and 3,000. Where am I? I was just at work, why am I and my colleagues on a bus now? Upstairs, are you an idiot? Didn't the guy who called himself that Heavenly Tao just say it's a global survival event? Didn't you hear anything about the rules? That's right, this kind of thing isn't something anyone can do, it's a global apocalypse. Our entire military squad, 35 people, all came to the same bus. Unfortunately, our gear and guns are gone, I guess the game's Heavenly Tao took them away. Everyone, just try to survive. We're all familiar people here, staying alive shouldn't be too hard. That's what you say, but sometimes the people around you can be the ones you should be careful about. Why did I choose civil engineering as my college major? It's all rough, man, the bus stinks. My major is finance, lots of girls, the bus smells nice. Gu Pingsheng also noticed that because the bus was cramped and simple, many girls were sitting close to each other, and the bus indeed smelled like a girl's dormitory, fragrant and pleasant. But usually in class, Gu Pingsheng was always sitting next to girls, so he had gotten used to this kind of scent. It's quite comfortable. He then clicked again on the attribute panel. Gu Pingsheng remembered that as a driver, he should also have some physique bonuses, right? Attribute panel. Player, Gu Pingsheng, bus driver. Area 6. Bus number, 15,200. Talent, S-level talent, daily sign-in. Health, 100%, health decreases when injured, thirsty, poisoned, or burned, death occurs when health reaches 0%. Physique, 24, the initial physique of an ordinary adult male is 10 points, physique represents physical strength, attack, defense, etc. Received 100% boost. Agility, 13, the average adult male starts with 10 agility. Stamina, November 11th, the average adult male starts with 10 stamina. Mental strength, 100/100, initial mental strength is 100. Mental strength is reduced by terrifying shocks. When mental strength drops by 50 points, one will feel dazed. When it falls below 20 points, one will go insane. When it reaches 0, the brain will die. Skills, none. Title, none. Status, good. Looking at the attribute panel, it's quite complicated, with life, physique, agility, stamina, and mental strength. Due to his regular fitness routine, Gu Pingsheng's physique is pretty good, at 12 points. After enhancement, it became 24 points. As for agility, it's probably because of running around campus regularly. Gu Pingsheng's agility is higher than average, which makes for a good start. Then, Gu Pingsheng said to everyone, the talent I got is S-level daily sign-in. Every day I can sign in and get material rewards. Does anyone else have a talent? Immediately, the Life Committee member Li Ruoyao raised her hand and shouted, the talent I got is A-level healing magic. If anyone gets hurt, I can heal them. Although she raised her hand, it wasn't as high as Gu Pingsheng's head. Gu Pingsheng and the female classmates were surprised. That's a great talent. So far, there have been 3 S-level talents and 1 A-level talent. Then, another count was done, and 2 more girls had gained talents. The Physical Education Committee member Zhang Kiki got B-level talent giantization, which allows her to turn into a giant about 3 meters tall. The Science and Technology Committee member Chen Tonger got B-level talent puppet creation, which allows her to create puppets and control them for movement. But Chen Tonger needs materials to create puppets, and she can only create 1 puppet at most. The puppet's physique is the same as hers. In total, there are 3 S-level talents, 1 A-level, and 2 B-levels. Although the chance to gain a talent is 1 in 1,000, even with a class of 42 people, having 1 talent is already good luck. Now, 6 people have gained talents, including 3 S-level talents. The luck is absolutely unbelievable. After the count, it's interesting that all the girls who gained talents were class officers. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something else. Or perhaps, people with higher positions in other organizations are more likely to gain talents? For example, department heads and deputy heads in companies, or company commanders in the military, etc. Li Ruoyao shouted, come on, everyone, although many of us have gained talents, this is still a cruel survival world. We can't be careless, understand? Don't worry, study committee member, we're not stupid. Zhang Kiki stood up, patted Li Ruoyao on the shoulder, showing a friendly gesture with a carefree attitude. But honestly, Zhang Kiki was a bit jealous of the talent that Li Ruoyao had received. Why did she, as the Physical Education Committee member, get a lower-level talent than Li Ruoyao? If only she could have received the S-level talent of super strong physique, it would have been amazing. It wasn't just Zhang Kiki who was jealous of Li Ruoyao. Other girls, to some extent, were jealous of the classmates who gained talents, especially those they didn't like. Whispers started to spread below. After all, it's mostly girls in the class, and cliques are still quite strong. We're getting ready to leave, everyone. Gu Pingsheng didn't want to stay where he was any longer. He sat in the driver's seat and glanced at the pedals below, noticing there were 2. This meant it was an automatic transmission. Automatic transmissions are easier to drive than manual ones. Before starting the car, Gu Pingsheng pressed his right foot on the brake to prevent the vehicle from rolling. After starting the car, the bus began to shake because it was so old, and Gu Pingsheng feared the bus might stall. But fortunately, as he pressed the accelerator with his right foot, the bus suddenly started and began moving forward. On both sides of the window, there was a vast expanse of yellow sand, and ahead was a straight road. Perhaps because the speed wasn't fast, the sensation of acceleration wasn't strong. Bus number 15,200 starts. The monster will begin chasing the bus in 24 hours. Gu Pingsheng listened carefully and calculated. The bus is now starting. If it runs for 14 hours a day, it will cover 280 kilometers. The monster, on the other hand, can run 240 kilometers. In one day, they can create a 40-kilometer gap. At first, they can maintain a stable distance from the monster, of course, without staying too long. He doesn't know if his prostate can hold up after sitting for so long. The bus is starting, everyone please be seated. Gu Pingsheng reminded. Li Ruoyao obediently returned to the co-pilot seat upon hearing this. And so, the bus slowly moved forward for about 2 hours. The view outside the windows was still a vast sea of yellow sand, nothing else in sight. To be honest, after only driving for 2 hours, Gu Pingsheng already felt a bit tired, especially since the road was straight, and there were no other buses except his own, which made him somewhat drowsy. At this moment, a prompt sounded in his ear. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the next bus station is called the Peace Convenience Store. Peace Convenience Store? Gu Pingsheng didn't think it was just a normal convenience store. This is the so-called survival world, there could be danger. He quickly stepped on the brake and shifted into neutral. Pingsheng, what's wrong? Li Ruoyao looked at Gu Pingsheng with concern. The first bus station is called Peace Convenience Store. I need to ask Lin Xiaonan for more information. Yes, Xiaonan just said we could get station info through divine hints. Gu Pingsheng quickly turned to Lin Xiaonan and asked for details about the upcoming station. Lin Xiaonan gave him an okay gesture, then quickly closed her eyes to process the information. The other girls eagerly looked at Lin Xiaonan. Soon, Lin Xiaonan opened her eyes, looking a bit scared. What's wrong, Xiaonan? Li Ruoyao asked with concern. Chapter 3, Peace Convenience Store. Station, Peace Convenience Store. Difficulty, low to medium. Resources, food, water, iron ingot resources. Note, there is some danger, 2 low-level zombies are hiding inside the convenience store. Being scratched by a zombie will infect you with the zombie virus. After reading the divine hint, Lin Xiaonan said in fear. This station is dangerous, there are zombies like the ones in movies. And there are 2 of them. Gu Pingsheng's heart sank when he heard this. It was just as he had expected. How could this survival game be so easy? Ah, zombies? Are they the kind that bite people and spread the virus? It seems so, but this shouldn't be possible, it doesn't make sense scientifically. Justin, are you stupid? We all got transported to the train, does that fit the laws of science? Well, that's true. The girls chattered nervously, their eyes filled with fear. Gu Pingsheng quickly said, everyone, since Lin Xiaonan's talent is the S-level divine hint, we can't take it lightly. But we also can't avoid it, because we need the supplies inside the convenience store. We have 42 people, and we need a lot of food and water every day. Gu Pingsheng, you say it like it's easy. Why don't you go? You can deal with those 2 zombies, then we'll go down and collect the supplies, how about that? At this moment, a girl with a plain appearance and freckles on her face pointed at Gu Pingsheng and shouted. You're a boy, we're girls, aren't you supposed to protect us? Gu Pingsheng's mouth twitched. No, why are we talking about fighting right now? And he's the only guy here, anyway? This girl is Huang Ting, one of the lowest scorers in the class, and she often skips classes. She skips the easy classes, and even the professional ones. Sometimes, when the teacher takes attendance in the professional class, she would make Gu Pingsheng bring the class roster and check each name. Gu Pingsheng couldn't cover for Huang Ting in front of the teacher, so he had to check her name too. To be honest, if the teacher let it slide and asked Gu Pingsheng if any students were absent, Gu Pingsheng could have covered up for them, or just said he didn't know, he wouldn't have been the one to expose that someone hadn't come. But when it comes to directly calling names, and the number of people in the class is fixed, how could Gu Pingsheng cover up for those who skipped class? Unless he didn't want to be the class president anymore. So, a group of girls led by Huang Ting, who often skipped class, mostly disliked Gu Pingsheng. Although Gu Pingsheng was the class president and handled things diligently, he couldn't make every single classmate like him, he could only make most of them like him. Just as Gu Pingsheng was about to argue, Li Ruoyao angrily pointed at Huang Ting's nose and said. What nonsense are you talking, Huang Ting? Do you want Gu Pingsheng to go fight 2 zombies alone? Do you want to get him killed? Do you expect us, a group of fragile girls, to go fight zombies? If someone has to go, you go, class representative. I'm not like you, I have a talent. Huang Ting mocked sarcastically. Of course I'll go. Li Ruoyao glared at Huang Ting with fury and shouted. Looting the shop's supplies is an important matter for the entire class. I have a talent, and I can't not go. Right now, Li Ruoyao's combat power was very high, with a tenfold physical enhancement. She felt like she could punch a cow to death with one hit. Besides, She didn't want to see Gu Pingsheng get scratched by a zombie. Zhang Kiki glanced at the two girls, her gaze firm, and then slowly said, "I'll go too. After all, I have a talent, and I can't waste it. Besides, I won't just sit back and enjoy the benefits. After all, you have to put in effort to get rewards." Zhang Kiki's sarcastic tone made Huang Ting very uncomfortable. Luo Xiaoxue jumped up and patted Gu Pingsheng's shoulder. "Add me to the list, class president. If any of you get bitten by a zombie, I might be able to heal you with my healing skill." Seeing so many good-looking female classmates speaking up for Gu Pingsheng, Huang Ting's face twisted with anger. "Fine, you all go. I'll go down when it's safe." Around Huang Ting, many other female classmates also showed slight signs of movement in their eyes. They had the same thought as Huang Ting, there was no way they were going down. What if they got bitten by a zombie? Although Luo Xiaoxue had some healing skills, what if the healing skill didn't work on the zombie virus? However, they also didn't want to support Huang Ting's argument. They weren't stupid, there was no way they would let Gu Pingsheng go down alone. If there were more boys, it would be fine, but there was only one boy. Wasn't this treating Gu Pingsheng like a little target? At the moment when the atmosphere felt a little off, Gu Pingsheng slowly said, "As the class president, and also the bus driver, I will definitely lead the way. There should be supplies we need for survival at that station. As for those classmates who are afraid of danger, you can stay on the train. I have no objection. But the supplies must be looted by those who go down first. Once the ones who went down have gathered enough, the others can go down to loot. Do you have any objections? Pingsheng is right. Those who want to go down, stand up now. The supplies in the shop may not be much. There are 42 of us here, and as you've seen, each person can carry at least 10 slots in their backpack, which is 1,000 items." Li Ruoyao, the class representative, chimed in. Upon hearing Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao's words, Huang Ting fell silent. She wanted to refute, but it seemed like most of the girls had already accepted it. Then, one by one, a small number of girls stood up. Gu Pingsheng counted, and apart from himself, the class representative, the sports committee, and the student committee, there were also the league secretary and 4 other girls. "Lin Xiaonan, you don't need to go." Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment and said, "After all, you just provided the station information and made a contribution. Wait until we've dealt with the zombies, then you can come down. And you're an important intelligence source for our class. If something happens to you, it would be a huge loss." Lin Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, then sat down with a thud. "Then I'll leave it to you guys, Gu Pingsheng." Although she felt a little embarrassed, she also felt repelled by the idea of getting off the bus. If she got bitten by a zombie, it would be the end. She had just stood up because she was the class monitor and felt responsible for the classmates. But seeing Gu Pingsheng say that, Lin Xiaonan felt at ease and sat back down. Except for Huang Ting and her group, the other girls didn't seem upset. After all, the information Lin Xiaonan provided was indeed very important. They would still need Lin Xiaonan's information later. A total of 8 people got off the bus, and with the addition of Li Ruoyao, who had 10 times the physical strength, surely they could handle 2 zombies, right? Gu Pingsheng returned to the driver's seat and continued driving the bus. To the right front of the bus, a sign soon appeared. "Class monitor, study committee member, look quickly, isn't that the bus stop?" Luo Xiaoxue jumped up, quickly pointing to the left front of the bus. Following Luo Xiaoxue's finger, Gu Pingsheng noticed a platform about 10 centimeters high suddenly appear in front of the bus. Above the platform was a small shop-like building, with a sign next to it reading Hepping Small Shop. Soon, the bus slowly stopped beside the small shop. "Players, please note, the bus has arrived at the station. This is a regular station." "Regular station? Does that mean there will be special stations later?" Gu Pingsheng slowly said, "Everyone, those who want to get off, come down together. Pingsheng, I'll protect you." Li Ruoyao stood beside Gu Pingsheng and said seriously. The two could be considered childhood sweethearts, having been in the same school and class since middle school and high school. They were quite fated. Among the class, all the female students had the best relationship with Li Ruoyao and Gu Pingsheng. Earlier, she was also the first to stand up for Gu Pingsheng. Besides them, there were other class committee members. After all, they had to work with Gu Pingsheng, so they were relatively familiar with each other. "Let's go." Gu Pingsheng pressed the door button. Soon, the large door beside the co-pilot's seat and the right side of the bus opened suddenly. Gu Pingsheng swallowed his saliva. It would be impossible to say he wasn't afraid, but now he had no choice but to bite the bullet. He led the way down first, followed by Li Ruoyao and the others. As soon as they got off, they felt a strong wind, and a lot of sand blew into their eyes. Many female classmates looked at Gu Pingsheng and the others with concern. Huang Ting, on the other hand, glared at them with resentment. These so-called class committee members had just spoken up for Gu Pingsheng, causing her to lose face. Those damn class monitors, what are they pretending to be? They just got lucky with their abilities. I really wish you guys would die along with the zombies. Chapter 4, An Awkward Confession. The station above was very simple, with nothing but a sign and a small shop. Gu Pingsheng gritted his teeth, planning to lead the girls inside. However, at this moment, he was stopped by Li Ruoyao. Pingsheng, let me take the lead. My physical strength is 90 points, I'm the strongest. Li Ruoyao said. That means Li Ruoyao's initial physical strength was 9 points, right? Gu Pingsheng thought to himself. At that moment, a frail female classmate came up to Gu Pingsheng. Let me take the lead. Her name was Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng quickly explained, study committee member, class monitor, you both have S-level abilities, if you get bitten by a zombie, it would be bad. If you two die, it would be a huge loss for our entire class. You are the hope for our class's survival in this apocalypse. Although Xiaoxua has a healing ability, it doesn't mean she can cure the zombie virus, right? Xiaofeng. Li Ruoyao looked at Lu Xiaofeng, who was just over 1.6 meters tall, with a slightly reluctant expression. Lu Xiaofeng could be considered the class's little beauty. His features were well proportioned, single eyelids, and his looks could rank in the top 10, but he was usually quiet, very composed, and hardly spoke. Lu Xiaofeng's meaning was clear. She came to the Pathfinder. Since there were zombies inside and no weapons, the risk of being scratched or bitten by a zombie in a fight was high. Lu Xiaofeng stood at the front, which increased the chances of being scratched or bitten. Don't refuse anymore. If I die, squad leader, class committee, I hope you can take good care of my twin sister. For now, this is definitely the best solution. Lu Xiaofeng said sincerely. She and another girl in the class, Lu Xiaoying, were twins. Xiaofeng was the older sister, and Xiaoying was the younger sister. Xiaoying wasn't in the team at this moment. She had wanted to go too, but Lu Xiaofeng stopped her. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Lu Xiaofeng. Gu Pingsheng looked at Lu Xiaofeng seriously, feeling a discomfort in his heart. If only today's sign and reward had been weapons. Lu Xiaofeng nodded, slowly walked to the front of the crowd, and knocked hard on the small shop's door. Gu Pingsheng also tentatively stomped his foot. There were zombies inside. If they could use sound or any other noise to lure the zombies out, that would be the best. Otherwise, the zombies would remain in the dark, which would be troublesome. However, the zombies seemed to be smarter than expected. They didn't come out because no one went in. It was completely quiet inside, as if nothing was there. Staring at this deadlock was useless, and no noise or movement could attract the zombies. Helpless, Lu Xiaofeng had no choice but to cautiously walk inside. Li Ruoyao, Gu Pingsheng followed, and behind them were Zhang Kiki, Luo Xiaoxua, and the other girls. The small shop was just an ordinary little shop, with metal shelves filled with snacks, mostly food. Bread, instant noodles, spicy strips, chips, and so on. The shop's counter was empty, and above the shop, there was a light bulb emitting yellow light. However, as soon as Lu Xiaofeng entered, two inhuman roars suddenly erupted from beside the shelves. Roar! Two twisted figures knocked over several items, rushing out with a stench of rotten flesh. They were zombies. Gu Pingsheng saw clearly. The zombies' features were terrifying, their eyeballs cloudy and rolling back, thick saliva dripping from their wide-open mouths, and their skin was rotting, extremely disgusting. The two zombies lunged towards the unprepared figure at the front of the group, Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng didn't even have time to turn around before being knocked down to the ground. Ah! Lu Xiaofeng's scream rang out. Immediately, Gu Pingsheng and the others froze in place, their faces draining of color, and their brains instinctively went blank. Quickly, Gu Pingsheng snapped out of it. Go, everyone! Kill these two zombies. Li Ruoyao also reacted. She kicked the zombie's head, and in the next moment, the rotten head was instantly crushed. Gu Pingsheng didn't have time to be shocked by Li Ruoyao's strength. He quickly kicked the other zombie's neck, as the zombie's head and neck seemed to be the weak points. Zhang Kiki immediately used her talent to enlarge herself. Her overall size changed from 1.6 meters to that of a small giant. She quickly kicked the zombie that was still biting Lu Xiaofeng away, then pushed it into a shelf, causing the shelf to collapse and crush the lower half of the zombie's body. After enlarging, Zhang Kiki's physique reached about 30 points. Her powerful kick didn't have the same high damage as Li Ruoyao's, and the zombie wasn't killed instantly. The zombie, crushed by the shelf, kept twitching. Gu Pingsheng and the other girls rushed forward, continually stomping on the zombie's head and other body parts. Soon, the zombie was stomped to death. Everyone was panting heavily. Quickly, Gu Pingsheng helped Lu Xiaofeng up. At this moment, Lu Xiaofeng was barely breathing, with more exhaling than inhaling. Her head was propped up by Gu Pingsheng's legs. Let me do it. Luo Xiaoxue also kneeled on the ground, placing her hands on Lu Xiaofang's body, with green light enveloping Lu Xiaofang's entire body. Monitor, am I going to die? Lu Xiaofang's face was pale, and she weakly said. Don't joke around, Xiaoxue's talent is A-level, you'll be fine. Gu Pingsheng quickly comforted her. The other girls quietly watched Lu Xiaofang. Even Li Ruoyao felt heartbroken because she knew that if it were her, even with a strong physique, she wouldn't necessarily be able to react in time. Those two zombies were so disgusting, hiding in the dark and ambushing people. Moreover, earlier, they couldn't attract their attention at the door, someone had to go in for them to come out. Even Li Ruoyao might not be able to react in time. Monitor, I've always wanted to tell you, actually, I like you. At that moment, Lu Xiaofang suddenly confessed to Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng was stunned, and the other girls were also surprised. Wait, is this the time to confess? Well, thank you for your feelings, Xiaofang. Gu Pingsheng didn't expect that the quiet little beauty in the class liked him. No wonder, during class, besides Li Ruoyao, he often saw Lu Xiaofang sitting on the other side or in front or behind him. Li Ruoyao lightly bit her lip, not knowing what she was thinking. Luo Xiaoxue's lips twitched. She already had a clue. The zombie virus and everything had been cleaned up by her. There were only some minor skin injuries and bite marks on the neck. Lu Xiaofang couldn't die. Soon, Lu Xiaofang, believing her confession was successful and without regrets, slightly closed her eyes and contentedly laid on Gu Pingsheng's thigh. Dying in the arms of the boy she liked wasn't so bad, at least, she had protected him. But soon, Lu Xiaofang realized she wasn't dead. Her wounds no longer hurt, and the dizziness from the zombie virus had disappeared. Lu Xiaofang. She was extremely embarrassed. Luo Xiaoxue's healing skills were so powerful? Damn, if she had known, she wouldn't have confessed. It should be healed by now, why isn't Xiaofang awake yet? Luo Xiaoxue scratched her head and said. Lu Xiaofang could only awkwardly open her eyes. Let me help you up, Xiaofang. As if nothing had happened, Gu Pingsheng helped Lu Xiaofang up. Lu Xiaofang's slightly red face looked like a ripe peach. Everyone, quickly loot the supplies, the shop has quite a bit of stock. Take as much water as possible, and high-energy foods, like bread, cakes, and Snickers. Gu Pingsheng quickly shouted. Chapter 5, Monitor, don't take my chips. Hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, the other girls finally woke up from their daze and hurried to loot supplies. Lu Xiaofang also blushed and shyly ran off to get supplies. She didn't expect to be so bold. After all, she had never dared to speak to Gu Pingsheng. She might as well have died. Help! Damn! Lu Xiaofang's hand, holding the bread, was trembling. Li Ruoyao, standing nearby, glanced at Lu Xiaofang, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhang Kiki and Luo Xiaoxue exchanged looks, both showing strange expressions. In the class, who didn't know that Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao, the class president and study monitor, had a good relationship? Although they weren't a couple, it didn't stop other girls from shipping them. Now, there was even a confession. This was getting interesting. Lin Xiaonan's talent, the divine hint, reminded herself that after knowing the zombie crisis had been solved, she also arrived at the convenience store. No one had any objections, since they would still need Lin Xiaonan's talent in the future. Gu Pingsheng's first stop was the drink cabinet. Without a doubt, what was the most important thing? It was water resources. A person can live without food, but they absolutely can't live without water. Gu Pingsheng obviously needed to take the highest value items. The drink cabinet had double doors, and inside there were about 200 bottles of water, many of which were 1 or 2 liters. Gu Pingsheng was quick and nimble, taking one bottle after another. After seeing Gu Ping's actions, many girls came to get water. Because there were many people at the beverage fridge, Li Ruoyao didn't join in. She was looking at the shelves with bread, cakes, instant noodles, and self-heating rice boxes. It wasn't a big deal if she didn't get any water. Worst case, she could just ask Gu Ping to exchange it later. However, at that moment, a sneaky figure suddenly sneaked in. Zhang Kiki, who was closest, immediately froze upon seeing her. She quickly grabbed the person's arm. Huang Ting, the class monitor, said that the first ones down can search first. When their spots are full, then it's your turn. The girl getting off the bus was Huang Ting. Huang Ting shouted loudly, Zhang Kiki, why are you so petty? There's so much stuff here. What's wrong with me getting some? This is a small convenience store. Others also stopped searching. Gu Ping stared at Huang Ting coldly. Please leave. Go back to the bus. Wait for us to finish, and then you can come. By then, there won't be enough. Class monitor, are you going to watch me starve to death? That's your problem. Li Ruoyao scolded, get out of here. She pushed Huang Ting out. Huang Ting glared viciously at everyone and went back to the bus. On the bus, many girls looked at Huang Ting like she was a clown. Most of them were a little timid, but they followed the rules. At worst, they'd just get a little less stuff. Soon, all 5 beverage fridges were emptied. Each fridge contained about 200 bottles of drinks, and there were various kinds. Gu Ping specifically picked water, cola, Sprite, and iced tea. In short, Gu Ping tried to choose the more popular drinks. Each compartment could only hold one type of item. Now, Gu Ping had filled 200 bottles of 500 ml Ibo mineral water, 100 bottles of 500 ml Nongfu Spring, 100 bottles of 500 ml cola, 30 bottles of 1.5-liter cola, 100 bottles of Sprite, 100 bottles of iced tea, and 56 bottles of 2-liter Nongfu Spring. These filled up 8 compartments. Although the 1-liter and 2-liter bottles couldn't fill the compartments completely, Gu Ping knew they were more valuable. There was also a compressed biscuit. Gu Ping put it directly into his pocket. Now, there were 2 more compartments he needed to fill with food. Quickly, he went to select bucket-sized instant noodles and picked 100 buckets of braised beef noodles. Unfortunately, Gu Ping had originally thought about whether he could fill the compartments by boxes. Each compartment could hold 100 boxes. But that didn't work. Inside, the braised beef noodles counted as 1 unit. But thinking about it, if that were the case, he could just fill all 5 fridges with boxes. As for the last compartment, traditional old-fashioned bread? It was big, so it should fit, but there wasn't much of it. Once he filled one type of bread, he couldn't fit another. What about Weilong spicy strips? No, although there were many spicy strips, they were too small. Potato chips were also not suitable, as they didn't fill you up enough. In the end, Gu Ping chose canned food. He saw that on the shelf in the corner, there were many cans of Ganju brand classic black bean sardines. Not only did they have a long shelf life, but they also tasted good and provided protein. They were just a bit salty if eaten alone without rice. But a little salt was good. It could replenish salt. Gu Ping quickly grabbed the cans. The convenience store mostly had bread, cakes, chips, spicy strips, biscuits, and other snacks. There were no compressed biscuits at all. Otherwise, Gu Ping wouldn't have thrown away the compressed biscuit to make space. Soon, Gu Ping filled 100 cans of fish. He should have filled it up completely. But there were still quite a few cans left. Gu Ping looked around and saw Luo Xiaoxue, who was constantly grabbing small bags of chips and had a little look of fear in her eyes, afraid that someone might notice and steal them. Gu Ping was speechless. "Sister, you were one of the first to search, and this is all you got?" "Xiaoxue." Gu Ping called out. Luo Xiaoxue shrank her neck. "Class monitor, don't take my chips. You take the cans, there are still plenty of cans here." "No. I like chips." Luo Xiaoxue retorted. "I'll take it, if she won't eat, I will." Zhang Kiki quickly rushed over to grab the cans. Li Ruoyao also ran over to take some. There were still many cans of luncheon meat. Gu Pingsheng didn't care much about the little one. Anyway, she had healing skills. She definitely wouldn't let her starve. If she wanted chips, then let her have them. After rummaging through her backpack, Gu Pingsheng went to the front desk. There were quite a few things at the front desk, including many packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, yellow crane tower cigarettes, and some small umbrellas, lighters, etc. Gu Pingsheng grabbed several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and over a dozen lighters. After everyone had finished scavenging, the backpack compartments were full, so they still had big and small bags in their hands. For example, Gu Pingsheng was holding 3 boxes of old-style bread, 2 bags of salt, and 3 bags of sugar in her arms. Her pockets were filled with the lighters and a few packs of cigarettes she grabbed from the front desk. Li Ruoyao had many cans she couldn't fit into her backpack, and her pockets were bulging, unsure of what they were filled with. Zhang Qi's pockets were full of Snickers, and some she had secretly stuffed into her bra or other parts of her clothes. Lu Xiaofang was holding 2 3-liter bottles of water, and there were 2 bottles of soda water in the hat on her back. Luo Xiaoxue's pockets and hands were full of dry noodles, crispy snacks, and small bags of chips. Everyone looked at Luo Xiaoxue with strange eyes. What a good opportunity, really wasted. What she just grabbed seemed like all puff snacks that weren't very filling and could easily cause heat, right? Gu Pingsheng shouted towards the train. "We've finished scavenging, the shop is no longer dangerous, there should still be half of the supplies left inside, you can come down now." The small shop was still quite large. Apart from the drinks fridge being emptied, there were still many snacks left. Upon hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, Huang Ting and the others, standing at the bus door, immediately rushed out and ran into the shop. The other girls also quickly ran out. After all the girls had come down, Gu Pingsheng and the others returned to the bus. The driver's seat on the bus was quite spacious. Gu Pingsheng placed the 3 boxes of old-style bread that couldn't fit into her backpack, along with the salt and sugar, in front of the driver's seat, where her feet were. Li Ruoyao couldn't place anything in front of her since it was the door, so she planned to put the items she was holding under Gu Pingsheng's driver's seat. Ruoyao, what supplies did you pick? Gu Pingsheng asked. He had seen her browsing the bread and cake section for a long time, so he guessed she had taken quite a few supplies. Poof. Li Ruoyao turned her head away, not very happy. Gu Pingsheng. He didn't understand why Li Ruoyao was upset. What's wrong, Ruoyao? Gu Pingsheng asked. Just now, Xiaofang confessed to you, and you seemed pretty happy about it. Li Ruoyao turned her head, her eyes sharp, and whispered. Gu Pingsheng secretly glanced at the second row of seats. Lu Xiaofang was still in a dazed state. Upon noticing Gu Pingsheng's gaze, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to speak, and her body even trembled slightly. Well, I didn't expect Xiaofang to like me. We don't really interact much. Gu Pingsheng scratched his nose and said. Li Ruoyao's mood brightened a little. By the way, why do you care about this? She didn't confess to you. Gu Pingsheng asked curiously. Who cares? Li Ruoyao's mood improved, but now it worsened again. What do you mean she didn't confess to me? Such a straight man. Oh, okay then. Gu Pingsheng said flatly. Li Ruoyao choked and almost died from anger. But then she thought, maybe she really didn't have the right to be angry. Before the crossing, she could throw a little tantrum and make Gu Pingsheng guess. But now. 41 girls, 1 boy. There are more wolves than meat. What if Gu Pingsheng really gets taken by another girl first? Did it explode? She shook her head. Why think about these things now? I have 5 grid breads, 2 grid cans, 1 grid instant noodles, 1 grid self-heating rice, and 1 grid pork jerky. Li Ruoyao hesitated for a moment. Can I trade some water with you later? Of course, no problem. I mainly took water, you took food, we can complement each other. Gu Pingsheng naturally agreed. He and Li Ruoyao had a good relationship because Gu Pingsheng's parents were often abroad for business, so since middle school, Li Ruoyao's aunt, Lin Zi, had helped take care of him. Gu Pingsheng had also received a lot of kindness from Aunt Lin and Ruoyao. Okay, thank you, Pingsheng. Class monitor. Lin Xiaonan leaned over and said. Those shelves are quite useful. According to the instructions, I see the composition is made of ordinary quality iron ingots. Maybe after the students finish grabbing food, we can dismantle the shelves to get the iron ingots. Dismantle? Gu Pingsheng quickly opened the bus panel. Bus panel. Name, none. Bus number, 15200. Level 1. Quality, ordinary low quality. Upgrading the level or modifying the bus can improve its quality. Number of members, 42. Speed, 20 km per hour. Durability, 10 out of 10. Upgrade conditions, 100 ordinary quality wood, 20 ordinary quality leather, 10 ordinary quality iron ingots, 1 energy core. Upgrade rewards. 1. Speed increased to 40 km per hour. 2. Durability increased to 20. 3. Defense slightly increased. 4. Gain any blueprint times 1. 5. Gain a function. Current bus function, dismantle. Note, level 1 bus provides dismantling function. Dismantling can break down large items into basic materials, like an ordinary desk can be dismantled into wood. Gu Pingsheng was dazzled by the information. Ordinary quality. Upgrade. Dismantle. Lin Xiaonan, what is the quality of the zombies? I remember it's probably ordinary low quality, right? Lin Xiaonan said. Got it, thanks for the reminder. Gu Pingsheng of course would not miss the iron ingots. He knew the importance of the bus level. The higher the level, the higher the safety factor. Soon, the female students gradually returned with supplies. Some were excited, others were downcast, not getting the supplies they wanted. Sigh, there's not even a bottle of water left, I'm so thirsty. So annoying, those class committee members who searched for supplies first didn't leave even a bottle of water. Complaining doesn't help, we should have gone down earlier, it was just 2 zombies, sigh, I should have gone, regret it. We'll trade other supplies for water later, there's no way now. Don't say, those 2 zombies were pretty scary, blood everywhere, oh no, I stepped on my shoes, really disgusting. Gu Pingsheng naturally heard the complaints. But he believed he had been fair enough. If someone like Huang Ting was dissatisfied with him, there was nothing he could do. Still, as always, Gu Pingsheng could not please everyone. Soon, after everyone returned to the bus one by one, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao didn't rest. They went back to the shop to move the iron racks. Gu Pingsheng struggled, barely able to hold one with both hands, and that was after a double bonus. Yet Li Ruoyao picked it up with one hand, carrying it on her shoulder. The contrast. It's no wonder, she had 10 times the physical strength. Class monitor, study committee member, what are you two doing? Luo Xiaoxue asked curiously. Seeing some classmates confused, Gu Pingsheng briefly explained the importance of the bus. Soon, some girls heard and ran down to help move the racks. Among them were Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying. The first batch of girls came down voluntarily to help move the iron racks. There were also some new ones who came to help. Luo Xiaoxue also wanted to run down excitedly, but was stopped by Gu Pingsheng. This little one, she had no strength at all. After asking, her physical strength seemed to be only 3. How could she possibly move it? After dismantling all the iron racks, they got a total of 210 iron ingots. They placed 10 iron ingots on the upgrade panel, and then there were still 200 iron ingots, just enough for 2 slots. Which classmate still has an empty slot? 2 slots. Can anyone help put the iron ingots in? It's not free, at least 2 500 milliliters bottles of water as a reward. Many girls were about to make a move, but Shen Tonger looked at Gu Pingsheng as if she wanted to say something. Then Lu Xiaofang slapped Lu Xiaoying's bottom. Lu Xiaoying immediately understood what her sister meant. She blushed, leaned over, but was too shy to look at Gu Pingsheng, softly saying, I still have 2 empty slots, you can put the iron ingots in my slots. Thank you, Lu Xiaoying. No need to thank me. I should do it. After Xiaoying filled the slots, Gu Pingsheng handed her 2 bottles of water. She took the water, blushed, and returned to her seat. Looking at Lu Xiaoying, who looked strikingly similar to Xiaofang, Gu Pingsheng subconsciously lowered his head and thought, could Lu Xiaoying like me too? Forget it, maybe Lu Xiaoying is just more shy. And why would I overthink whether others like me? Would I just ask directly in front of everyone? That would be too embarrassing. Gu Pingsheng opened the trading market. The trading market is also divided by regions, and only drivers can trade in the market. Ordinary players do not have this permission. The 6th region's trading market probably only has about 2,000 drivers. Gu Pingsheng posted 3 purchase messages, seeking regular quality wood, leather, and energy cores. As for the resources he had, they were iron ingots, food resources, and water resources. After posting, he waited for other drivers to contact him. Soon, after handling everything, Gu Pingsheng closed the door, and all the girls were back in their seats. Gu Pingsheng glanced at the time, it was now 11 a.m. The bus started moving, and behind, the sound of tearing snack bags could be heard. It was almost noon, and many of the girls were hungry, starting to eat. The whole bus was filled with the smell of snacks. Gu Pingsheng also felt his appetite being stirred. Li Ruoyao saw this and got up to come to Gu Pingsheng's side. Pingsheng, do you need my help? Gu Pingsheng was about to stop the bus. But did Li Ruoyao mean to feed him? Chapter 7, The Principals Inside the Bus. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment. He wasn't unaware of Li Ruoyao's feelings for him. But they were just too familiar with each other. If they did something, Gu Pingsheng always felt a bit guilty. But it would also be hard to refuse Li Ruoyao's kindness. Gu Pingsheng nodded, holding the steering wheel with one hand. With the other hand, he took out an old bread from his bag, opened a can of fermented bean fish, and placed a bottle of cola on the dashboard. There was still plenty of space to put things. Gu Pingsheng also remembered the transaction idea he had just discussed with Li Ruoyao. He also handed Li Ruoyao 3 bottles of water. Li Ruoyao gave him 5 packs of self-heating rice as a reward for the trade. Isn't this a bit much? Gu Pingsheng said. Water resources are more valuable than food, just accept it. I can't take advantage of you, just take it. Gu Pingsheng could only accept. Indeed, water resources were more valuable than food. But this was rice, and it was self-heating rice, that could be hot and ready with just water. Maybe he could give something better to Ruoyao later. What do you want to eat? I'll feed you now. Li Ruoyao said. Then open a self-heating rice for me, and help me open a can of fish, with a bottle of cola. I won't eat the bread, Gu Pingsheng replied. He was also starving now. After the self-heating rice was ready, Li Ruoyao quickly fed Gu Pingsheng a spoonful of rice, then a bite of fish, and a sip of cola. She carefully fed him, being careful not to spill food or cola on him. The self-heating rice came with a spoon, which was very convenient. Watching Gu Pingsheng eat the food she fed him, Li Ruoyao didn't know what she was thinking, and her delicate face turned slightly red. Yo, the class monitor and the study committee head are so sweet. Luo Xiaoxue just happened to see the scene and teased. She sat in the front row, eating chips, her small feet swinging, unable to touch the floor. After eating a chip, Luo Xiaoxue didn't forget to lick her finger. With Luo Xiaoxue's teasing, the other girls in the first and second rows also started teasing. TSK, no wonder they're the class monitor and study committee head, they sit together in class already, and now they're feeding each other. Look, the study committee head's face is red. Doesn't it feel like the study committee head is like the class monitor's mom? Hearing the teasing voices behind, Li Ruoyao quickly shouted. I'm driving, I can't eat, I can only feed him. Then why not just stop the bus? Luo Xiaoxue tilted her head and shouted. Oh right. Li Ruoyao awkwardly rubbed the insole with her toes. But since she's already feeding him, then just keep feeding him. And this way it's better, no time is wasted, the bus can keep moving. Gu Pingsheng is really something, he doesn't even refuse me. Lu Xiaofang saw the scene and felt uncomfortable inside, a sour feeling. She also brought quite a bit of self-heating rice. If she had known earlier, she would have asked if anyone wanted to share, but with her courage, she definitely wouldn't have dared to take the initiative. Behind the seat, there was a shelf for placing things, similar to those on high-speed trains. She could only lower the shelf, put the self-heating rice on it, and open it, the smell of rice wafting out. Xiaoying, we have small appetites, let's just share one, save a bit. Lu Xiaoying nodded, thank you, sister. Behind the two girls, a slightly more robust girl was eating dry bread, her eyes full of jealousy, staring at Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying. Her name was Li Zhen. Li Zhen regretted not going down earlier. If she had gone down right away, she probably could have gotten better supplies, right? Li Zhen slapped Lu Xiaofang's shoulder hard. Lu Xiaofang turned around, seeing it was Li Zhen, quickly shrank her neck, very scared. Xiaofang, can you lend me a bowl of self-heating rice? Li Zhen asked without hesitation. Lu Xiaofang and Li Zhen were roommates, and Li Zhen was a very bad and shameless person. She often bullied Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying, either intentionally or unintentionally. It was common for her to use their laundry detergent, tissue, shower gel, and so on. She also often borrowed money from them, sometimes tens, sometimes hundreds, and never paid it back. The amount had accumulated to thousands by now. Even worse, Li Zhen smoked in the dorm and blew smoke rings at them, but they were too scared to report her to the counselor, so they had been bullied all this time. But now, Lu Xiaofang had just experienced death. She felt that, for the boy she liked, she wasn't afraid of death, so why should she be afraid of a bully? I won't lend it. What did you say? Li Zhen stared at Lu Xiaofang in shock. You have to know, Lu Xiaofang never dared to look Li Zhen in the eye or refuse any of her requests. Now she was refusing to lend her a self-heating rice? I said, I won't lend it. I don't want to lend you anything, don't come looking for me again. Lu Xiaofang gathered her courage and shouted. Soon, the other girls all curiously looked at the two. Li Zhen felt deeply humiliated, completely losing face. You damn girl, I'll tear your face apart. Li Zhen grabbed Lu Xiaofang's hair. Don't hit my sister. Lu Xiaoying scratched at Li Zhen with her hands. I see you're itching for a fight. The bus suddenly came to a stop. Li Ruoyao put down the self-heating rice in her hand, her expression changing unpredictably. She hadn't expected that there would be a bullying incident in the class. All along, she had thought that although there were cliques in the class and the atmosphere wasn't particularly good, this kind of bullying wouldn't happen, especially not among college students. Gu Pingsheng stood up from the driver's seat. The expression on his face was dark as he stepped up to the two girls. Gu Pingsheng, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lu Xiaofang still owes me money, and I want her to return it, but she refuses. You are lying. You owe me and my sister money, and you want to rob me of my food. Lu Xiaofang rubbed her scalp and said angrily. Slap. Gu Pingsheng slapped Li Zhen with a fair amount of force. Li Zhen was stunned from the hit, her face quickly swelling up as she stared at Gu Pingsheng in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me. If you have the guts, hit me again. Smack. 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 Gu Pingsheng slapped Li Zhen 3 times. The scene was quiet, no one dared to say anything. In fact, quite a few girls looked at Li Zhen with glee. They had also been bullied by Li Zhen before. I have slapped you 4 times in total, what do you want now? Li Ruoyao stood next to Gu Pingsheng, looking at Li Zhen with eyes full of disdain. In school, poor grades could be criticized, and bad tests could be commented on, but there should be no bullying. Li Zhen was still dazed from the blows. Why are you standing up for these 2 country bumpkins? They are my classmates and also my passengers. Gu Pingsheng said coldly. I emphasize 2 principles, first, no harming classmates, second, fairness. On the bus, you are not allowed to attack or harm classmates, nor are you allowed to use any means to seize classmates' belongings. If you want any resources, go to the bus stop yourself to find them, or trade with resources of equal value. If I discover anyone violating these principles, then what? Li Zhen raised her head defiantly. Then you get kicked off the bus. That is the driver's right. Do you want to try moving even a hair on her head? Gu Pingsheng's tone was icy. Li Zhen met Gu Pingsheng's cold, piercing gaze and felt inexplicably scared. I see. She said through gritted teeth, unwillingly. Apologize to her. Gu Pingsheng said coldly. A few seconds later, Li Jun reluctantly apologized to Lu Xiaofang. I'm sorry, Lu Xiaofang, I should not have taken your belongings. I forgive you, but you cannot bully me and my sister again. Lu Xiaofang said, relieved. Then she turned and looked at Gu Pingsheng with admiration in her eyes. If it weren't for the class monitor, I would probably have always been bullied by Li Jun, right? Feeling Lu Xiaofang's somewhat fiery gaze, Gu Pingsheng felt a bit shy to meet her eyes. Doing this, she wouldn't like me even more, would she? Chapter 8, Upgrade the Bus. Blueprints and Skill Rewards. All was silent on the road. After lunch, Gu Pingsheng drove the bus steadily along the straight highway. Occasionally, Li Ruoyao would chat with Gu Pingsheng to keep him awake and alert. Many female classmates leaned on their seats for a nap, lying on the back of the front seat, or softly chatting. But at this moment, news came from the trading market. Gu Pingsheng looked at the notification and quickly opened the trading market. Upon opening, he saw a reply from a driver in the same area under the purchase post. Huang Xiaoya, hello, I have ordinary quality wood here and want to buy some water resources or iron ingots. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment. He had plenty of water, but it didn't mean other buses passed by resourceful stops. Gu Pingsheng replied, 1 bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water, or an iron ingot for 10 pieces of wood. Huang Xiaoya, that's so expensive? Gu Pingsheng, just look at the bus upgrade panel, 100 pieces of wood and 10 iron ingots are the same value. Huang Xiaoya, I'm a female college student, can you lower the price a bit? Gu Pingsheng, even if you're a big livestock, I wouldn't. A female college student? He was a bus driver for a female college student. Huang Xiaoya. After a long time, the other party replied, I have 120 pieces of wood, can I trade for 8 bottles of mineral water and 4 iron ingots? Sounds good. Driver Huang Xiaoya requests a trade. Ordinary quality wood times 1 2500 milliliters mineral water times 8 plus ordinary quality iron ingots times 4, do you want to trade? Trade. After clicking trade, Gu Pingsheng received 120 pieces of wood. Although it has already exceeded the demand for wood for one upgrade, perhaps there will be a need for wood for future upgrades or other requirements. Huang Xiaoya, I want to ask how you guys obtained the resources? Gu Pingsheng, I got it from a small shop station I passed by. There's nothing to hide about this resource, because besides him, there are also plenty of buses passing by stations that resemble grocery stores or supermarkets. Huang Xiaoya, okay, thank you. I got this from opening a treasure chest, a total of 700 pieces of ordinary quality wood. You guys are really lucky. 700 pieces of ordinary quality wood may seem like a lot, but in reality, it is not enough to trade for food and water for even a bus for a day. But no one knows why Huang Xiaoya is exchanging for iron blocks. Gu Pingsheng thinks that it's best to solve the problem of food and water for a bus first before considering whether to upgrade the bus. After ending the chat, Gu Pingsheng put 100 pieces of wood on the trading panel, and casually stuffed 20 pieces into a female classmate's bag to trade with some supplies. Next, perhaps because they had been traveling for half a day, many drivers were hungry, and one after another began trading with Gu Pingsheng. Soon, besides the energy core, he also collected enough leather. Gu Pingsheng knew the rarity of the energy core and continuously posted purchase notices. At around 4 in the afternoon, a player finally contacted Gu Pingsheng. After all, it was a trading market with 2,000 to 3,000 people. Li Ming, bro, I have an energy core. How much do you want for it? Gu Pingsheng, you name your price. Li Ming, 300 bottles of 500 milliliters water, or 500 portions of food. Gu Pingsheng's mouth twitched when he saw the message. Gu Pingsheng, are you joking? Li Ming, I looked at the posts in our area, and besides me, there are no other players selling energy cores. This is key to upgrading the bus. I see you plan to trade for food and water, so you must have collected enough supplies in the bus, right? Gu Pingsheng, that's impossible, too expensive. Other buses have also collected food and water supplies, you should trade with them. Naturally, Li Ming also talked to players from other buses. But they all thought the price was too high. Helpless, the two kept haggling. Half an hour later, Gu Pingsheng finally traded 30 bottles of 500 milliliters water for the energy core. My god, Pingsheng, you really managed to cut from 300 bottles down to 30. Beside him, Li Ruoyao exclaimed. Don't say, even 30 bottles of water still pains my heart, but the resources gained from upgrading the bus are more significant, and the earlier it's upgraded, the better we can keep distance from the monsters. Overall, it's worth it. Besides, this item must not be very rare, I think the other party should realize this too. After all, almost every bus will need to upgrade to avoid being chased by monsters later on. If this item were really hard to find, wouldn't it be a sure death? So, many buses must have found it, but they don't plan to sell, they intend to keep it for upgrades. Gu Pingsheng said with a smile. At this moment, he happened to be holding something similar to a crystal. Energy core. Quality, ordinary premium. A must-have item for upgrading the bus and other tools. Evaluation, you cannot do without it. In this cruel world, the energy core is very important. Gu Pingsheng stopped the bus, then placed the last needed item, the energy core, on the bus upgrade panel. However, before upgrading, Gu Pingsheng needed to emphasize one thing. He turned to his classmates and slowly said, "Everyone, I plan to upgrade the bus now. The bus is the vehicle that we all rely on to survive. So, when upgrading the bus, I need each of you to contribute one item. Like I said before, the principle inside the bus is fairness, everyone contributes the resources. It could be a bottle of water or a portion of food. Now, everyone please place a supply in the empty spot on my driver's seat." Of course, so many resources are also for better future upgrades of the bus and transactions with other bus drivers. Gu Pingsheng's words received much agreement from many classmates. Li Ruoyao chimed in, "That's right, the bus belongs to everyone. It can't be that all upgrades rely on the resources of the class leader alone, right?" Lin Xiaonan and other class committee members quickly responded, placing a supply beside Gu Pingsheng's driver's seat. Huang Ting and others were the last to hand in their supplies. They looked quite unwilling, but at Li Ruoyao's warning glare, they finally gritted their teeth and complied. Gu Pingsheng put the supplies that could fit into his backpack into it. Those that couldn't fit were temporarily placed in the empty spaces of the bus, and later he would trade with another driver for other supplies. He felt this approach was quite good. Every time they upgraded the bus, they could gather fellow students' resources, which could encourage everyone to face each station more actively. Then Gu Pingsheng clicked to upgrade the bus. In the next moment, the entire bus suddenly began to shake, startling most of the female classmates. Immediately, the bus, which was originally small, about 10 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, suddenly became much bigger, with more space between the seats. 2 more rows of seats appeared in the back, adding 8 seats. Now with the drivers and co-drivers' seats, there were a total of 50 seats. Not only that, but the entire space inside the bus also became significantly larger. Wow, is this upgrading the bus? It's so magical, it's grown quite a bit. Not only that, there are many more seats. Upgrading is good, otherwise, the space inside the bus would be too small, and it wouldn't be comfortable. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Gu Pingsheng's ear. Congratulations to player Gu Pingsheng for upgrading the bus to level 2, obtaining blueprint, large water condenser blueprint. Gained function, module mall. Large water condenser blueprint? Gu Pingsheng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Continually producing water resources? This is a good thing. Gu Pingsheng glanced at the introduction of the blueprint. Large water condenser blueprint. Quality, good ordinary. Synthesis requirements, stone times 100, iron ingot times 100, energy core times 1. It can condense 20 liters of pure water from atmospheric water vapor in a day. Evaluation, if everyone drinks a little less, it should barely be enough for a bus full of people to survive, right? This large water condenser also needs an energy core. This thing seems really important, just as the evaluation suggests. Gu Pingsheng scratched his head. Whatever, I'll trade some water when the time comes. Currently, the price of water resources in the trading market is the highest. If this large water condenser is built, the basic guarantee should be in place. There are quite a few people on the bus. Even if everyone drinks only 500 milliliters a day, they would need at least 15 to 20 liters of water resources daily, and just enough for this large water condenser to suffice. Of course, a person needs 1 to 2 liters of water a day. If they want to live well, at least 3 large water condensers would be enough for the survival of a bus full of people. Then, Gu Pingsheng put away the blueprint and continued to check the bus panel. He casually gave the bus a name, calling it the Pinyin number, hoping that he and all the female classmates on the bus could be safe and sound. Bus panel. Name, Pinyin number. Bus number, 15200. Level 2. Quality, ordinary low, upgrading level or making modifications can improve bus quality. Member count, 42. Speed, 40 km per hour. Durability, 20/20ths. Upgrade requirements, ordinary quality wood times 200, ordinary quality leather times 50, ordinary quality iron ingot times 20, energy core times 2. Upgrade rewards. 1. Speed increases to 60 km per hour. 2. Durability increases to 30. 3. Slightly increases defense. 4. Obtain any blueprint times 1. 5. Gain 1 function. Current bus functions, decompose, module mall. Decompose, can decompose large supplies into basic materials. Just like an ordinary table can be disassembled into wood. Module store, you can buy bus modules in the module store, the bus module can be modified. At that moment, a prompt sound appeared. District announcement, player Gu Pingsheng is the first driver in Area 6 to upgrade a bus. Rewards include a random skill times 1 and any attribute points times 5 for player Gu Pingsheng. Player Gu Pingsheng, you have obtained the skill, Sky Slash. Skill, Sky Slash. Quality, ordinary middle grade. Make a swift slash that deals damage. It can effectively harm creatures of ordinary middle grade and below, and the higher the physique, the greater the damage dealt. Cooldown, 2 minutes. It seems that skill damage is related to two aspects, the quality of the skill and my own physique. Gu Pingsheng unhesitatingly allocated all attribute points to physique. As a bus driver, Gu Pingsheng's physique bonus is also doubled. After adding, his base physique reached 17 points. After the bonus, it becomes 34 points. Feeling great, this is more than 3 times the physique of an ordinary man. With this physique, using Sky Slash could deal decent damage even to ordinary upper-grade monsters. Gu Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had a means of attack. Chapter 9, Night Crisis. Gu Pingsheng carefully pondered about today's gains. Firstly, a large amount of supplies from the convenience store. Though mostly snacks, it was enough for his classmates to munch on for a few days. And with his class committee, the supplies were even richer. With careful use, it felt like they could last for a month. Especially Li Ruoyao's self-heating rice, nearly 100 portions. Secondly, the blueprints and skills gained from upgrading the bus. As for the module store, Gu Pingsheng curiously clicked on the bus module store. Bus module store. Toilet. Quality, ordinary grade. Price, 10 bus coins. Can install a toilet in the spare space inside the bus. Bedroom. Quality, ordinary grade. Price, 20 bus coins. Can install a bedroom in the spare space inside the bus. Seat. Quality, ordinary grade. Price, 5 bus coins. Install an additional seat. Basic wear-resistant car cover. Quality, black iron grade. Price, 50 bus coins. Gu Pingsheng didn't expect the module store to be like this. It could install bedrooms, toilets, and car covers, etc. After looking around, the modules inside dazzled him. They were all tools to enhance the bus. But importantly, Gu Pingsheng had no bus coins. This should be the currency used in this world. At that moment, the technology committee member Chen Tonger suddenly walked to the front. Chen Tonger was slightly taller than the life committee member Luo Xiaoxua, about 1 meter 50 something, but her chest seemed a bit full, giving off a little girl appearance with a mature touch. However, her temper matched her size. She was not easy to provoke. Because of her bad temper, she had few friends in class. Poke poke. Chen Tonger poked Gu Pingsheng's shoulder with her finger. What's wrong, Chen Tonger? Gu Pingsheng asked. Turning around, perhaps due to his natural aim, he accidentally glanced at Chen Tonger's chest. Wow, this size could rival Lin Xiaonan, Gu Pingsheng thought instinctively. Class leader, can you lend me 20 wood and 50 iron ingots? Chen Tonger asked a bit shyly. Because 20 wood and 50 iron ingots held considerable value. Are you going to use it to make a puppet? Gu Pingsheng inquired curiously. Chen Tonger nodded, yes, class leader. What will you exchange for it? Gu Pingsheng asked. 3 packs of self-heating hot pot, 13 compressed biscuits, and 7 small umbrellas. Gu Pingsheng fell silent. What did Chen Tonger need small umbrellas for? Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyao instinctively looked into her pocket, her fair long legs twisting a bit. I don't lack these resources. I can lend you resources, but the puppets you make must be used to help scout. Can you do it? Of course, class leader. My idea for creating puppets is just that. If there had been a puppet in front at the convenience store back then, perhaps we wouldn't have suffered so much. Chen Tonger patted her chest, looking confident. Her gaze shook again. There was no way to control it. Chen Tonger's lowly face and mature figure created a striking contrast. Gu Pingsheng asked Chen Tonger to go ask Lu Xiaofang and another girl for resources. According to Chen Tonger, the puppet she created is an iron puppet, with a physical constitution the same as her own, which is 8 points. By evening, the sky gradually darkened, and the sunset slowly descended in front of the bus. If we were following common knowledge from Blue Star, the bus was headed west. However, this is another world, and it might not conform to Blue Star's knowledge. Just now, Gu Pingsheng had also eaten dinner. It was still Li Ruoyao who fed him. Night is falling, drivers please be cautious. A prompt sounded in his ears. Gu Pingsheng felt a bit worried. What does cautious driving mean? Suddenly, he saw a silhouette blocking the bus's path. As the bus got closer, he realized it was a zombie. Its bloody body and pale wrinkled skin. It was similar to those seen earlier in the convenience store. There are actually zombies on the road. Gu Pingsheng's heart sank as he steered clear of the zombie, but upon seeing the bus, the zombie let out a roar and lunged at them. With a loud bang, it was hit by the bus and then crushed. From behind came a few girls' screams. It's a zombie. Help, how could such scary things appear at night? So terrifying. I miss my mom. Yeah, I wonder how my parents are doing, boo-hoo. Many girls felt very low and even started to sob. At the same time, as night fell, many zombies appeared around the bus as if they had respawned. Upon seeing the bus, they all chased after it. Roar! Roar! They shouted and tried to block the bus's path. At night, danger lurked everywhere. Right now, not to mention getting off, the bus couldn't stop for even a moment. These zombies are all of ordinary low quality. Lin Xiaonan said seriously. And there are quite a few of them, continuously respawning. Class leader, you might have to drive at night too. Gu Pingsheng's mouth twitched. He had already driven all day, now he had to drive at night? How about I take over for a while? Li Ruoyao looked at Gu Pingsheng with concern. I thought I heard that only the designated driver could operate the bus. Gu Pingsheng wasn't sure if that was possible. Drivers can share driving privileges. Players who share driving privileges can temporarily drive the bus. Players without shared driving privileges cannot drive the bus. Seeing he could drive, Gu Pingsheng's eyes lit up. Add me in. Lin Xiaonan said, after all, I'm also the group secretary. Then, Luo Xiaoxue curiously leaned over, class leader, study committee member, I want to drive too, add me in. Li Ruoyao glanced at Luo Xiaoxue's height. Gu Pingsheng looked at the seat height. Lin Xiaonan glanced at the height of the bus's windshield. The three exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Hey, why aren't you talking? I'm also a class committee member, I need to contribute. Zhang Kiki walked behind Luo Xiaoxue and gave her a light tap. Luo Xiaoxue quickly turned around, covering her back, pervert, sexual maniac. Zhang Kiki jokingly remarked. Xiaoxue, it's fine. You're just a little one, your feet can't reach the pedals, and you can't see the driver's line of sight. Sitting in the driver's seat just means automated driving, right? Luo Xiaoxue felt deeply humiliated, angrily returning to her seat and pulling out a bag of crispy noodles to munch on. Xiaoxue, it's okay, you have the talent for healing. Let's leave the driving to the other class committee members. From now on, the task of treating injuries will be handed over to you. Gu Pingsheng comforted Luo Xiaoxue. After hearing this, Luo Xiaoxue's mood improved. The group discussed for a while. Gu Pingsheng transferred the driving rights of the bus to Li Ruoyao, Lin Xiaonan, Zhang Kiki, and also Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying. Indeed, Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying volunteered to help Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng did not mind. As for the other two class committee members, Luo Xiaoxue and Chen Tonner were not tall enough to drive. There were a total of 6 people, each driving for 4 hours a day. Li Ruoyao quickly took over the driver's seat. Gu Pingsheng thought of something. Everyone, make sure to keep the engine running while you drive. Upon hearing the words, turn off the engine, the other girls fell silent. They remembered the rule from this morning when they first crossed over. If the engine was turned off, and they didn't get out of the bus within 2 minutes, they would definitely die. There was no doubt that terrible things would happen inside the bus after turning off the engine. Every morning at 7 o'clock was the exact time for the bus to shut down. There were still a little over 12 hours until 7 in the morning. On the way, Li Ruoyao drove the bus, continuously crashing into the zombies blocking the road. Gu Pingsheng sat in the driver's seat to take a good rest. Driver Gu Pingsheng, bus durability decreased to 19 points, current status 19/20. You can use ordinary iron ingots or wood, leather to repair the bus. 1 iron ingot or 10 wood or 5 leather repairs 1 point of durability. The resources needed for bus repair are related to the basic resources required for upgrading the bus. A serious look flashed in Gu Pingsheng's eyes. He truly didn't expect the value of basic resources to have this use. It seemed that 1 iron ingot might be worth more than 1 bottle of water. He quickly used 1 iron ingot to repair the bus. Then he reminded the girls driving the bus to be careful, emphasizing the importance of durability. However, if they absolutely couldn't avoid a collision, they could just crash right into it. The importance of upgrading the bus increased again. Chapter 10, Fun Events on the second day of roll call. Late at night, Li Ruoyao was driving the bus, constantly crashing into the zombies on the road. The sounds of crashing echoed continuously. Durability didn't decrease easily. After all, most buses were only level 1. If durability decreased so easily, those with only 10 points of durability might not even survive a single night. This was a survival game, not a death game. Gu Pingsheng opened the chat channel to see how everyone was doing. Zombies, it's all zombies, it's really terrifying. So far, we've lost 2 points of durability, and I don't know how much will be left by tomorrow morning. It probably drops about 1 point every 3 hours. By tomorrow morning, we should have around 5.6 points left. We need to collect materials tomorrow. If we don't gather materials to repair the bus, we'll definitely die tomorrow night. Surrounded by yellow sand, how should we collect materials? I guess there's only stuff at the station. We passed through an abandoned factory and dismantled at least 600 iron ingots. If anyone needs iron ingots, we can trade with my driver. Everyone, make sure to be awake by 7 a.m. tomorrow. Don't forget the rule about shutting off the engine. If the engine shuts off, we must get off within 120 seconds. Let's just get off at 6:50. Luckily, the engine shutting off time is fixed. I don't know when the zombies will disappear. We must ensure to get off after they vanish, otherwise, getting off is like delivering takeout to the zombies, right? That's reasonable. I guess after 6 in the morning, when the sun comes out, the zombies will disappear. After all, this is just a night activity. Crashing into these zombies is quite fun, driving the bus and hitting zombies is entertaining. Hey, be careful upstairs. Watch out for the durability dropping too fast. No problem, my talent is B-level durability repair. You can repair the durability of the bus. He turned off the chat channel and felt a bit tired, deciding to take a short nap in the passenger seat. Although the passenger seat was hard and there wasn't a board to lie on in front, he can only sleep like this, right? According to the bus driving schedule, it would soon be Lu Xiaofang, Zhang Kiki, Lu Xiaoyin, and Lin Xiunan's turn. At 1 in the morning, it would be Lu Xiaofang's turn. Then at 5, it would be Zhang Kiki's turn. Gu Pingsheng reminded Zhang Kiki to remember to stop at 6:50. Then he reminded everyone to get off early, but don't turn off the engine, just keep it in neutral. Of course, it was important to drive to a safe place. One more thing, that was the fuel. There was currently about 70% fuel left. It was quite durable, having been used the whole day. At this rate, a tank of gas could last about 2 days. He must find a gas station tomorrow. Soon, Gu Pingsheng dozed off heavily. At 6 in the morning, Gu Pingsheng was awakened by his own talent. Check-in day 2. Reward 1, backpack slots increased from 10 to 50. Reward 2, 3 random ordinary quality weapons. Reward 3, 100 bottles of 680 milliliters of sugar-free cola. Reward 4, a roast goose. Gu Pingsheng had a restless sleep last night. Now it was Zhang Kiki's turn to drive. Zhang Kiki drove relatively steadily, aiming to avoid any zombies along the way. After all, at this time, many classmates were resting. Zhang Kiki's eyes had quite a few bloodshot lines, given that her sleeping schedule before the crossing was generally good. Now, staying up for the whole night made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. You awake? Class monitor. Zhang Kiki noticed Gu Pingsheng's movement. Gu Pingsheng nodded, yawned, and then prepared to receive his rewards. First, he ruled out rewards 3 and 4. Reward 3's sugar-free cola was less desirable than water. Perhaps before crossing, sugar-free cola had a larger audience, especially among those managing weight, but in this survival world, sugar was very important. Reward 4, a roast goose, wasn't necessary. Although Gu Pingsheng liked roast goose, it could only last for 2 or 3 meals, far less valuable than 10 bottles of water. As for the first 2 rewards, they really made Gu Pingsheng somewhat conflicted. An extra 40 backpack slots or 3 ordinary quality weapons. After thinking for a moment, backpack slots should count as a rare reward. At the very least, if there had been so many slots yesterday, he could definitely have collected more resources. Gu Pingsheng no longer hesitated. Finally, he chose reward 1, the backpack slots. After successfully selecting, Gu Pingsheng's personal backpack reached 50. Then, he collected a large pile of supplies that had been placed in the driver's compartment. After about half an hour passed, Gu Pingsheng woke up his classmates one by one. It was almost time to turn off the bus. The girls in the front row were all awakened by Gu Pingsheng. However, it was now Lu Xiaofang's turn. Lu Xiaofang had just finished driving for 4 hours and was now sweetly asleep, mumbling. Woo! Class monitor, could you give me a kiss? He. Gu Pingsheng was taken aback. Just woken up, Lu Xiaoyin's eyes widened. Sister was talking in her sleep. And the class monitor heard it. What to do? Forget it, anyway, it's the awkward sister, not me. Gu Pingsheng knocked on the board, waking Lu Xiaofang. Lu Xiaofang woke up in a daze, looking at Gu Pingsheng's strange expression, wanting to say something but stopped. Class monitor, good morning. She hurriedly greeted Gu Pingsheng. Thinking of the scene in her dream, Lu Xiaofang couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. She was interrupted at a critical moment. But since it was the class monitor who interrupted, she would let it go. You too, good morning. Gu Pingsheng awkwardly replied, then had the classmates wake up those beside them. Once everyone was awake, the sun began to rise. The zombies on the road disappeared one by one under the sunlight. I don't know if it was refreshed or for some other reason. At 6:50, Zhang Kiki parked the bus by the roadside. Gu Pingsheng called all the classmates to get off the bus. The morning breeze was still quite cold. Since they traveled during summer, apart from a few cold girls wearing coats, everyone else wore light clothing. Even Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 11, The Bus Stalls for the First Time. Lu Xiaofeng never expected that she actually spoke in her sleep just now. And it was such embarrassing words. Damn, I really should have died to protect Gu Pingsheng. Thinking about the awkward things that happened yesterday and this morning made Lu Xiaofeng want to crash her head against a tofu block. Sister, it's fine, why not bravely confess? I see the study committee member and class leader seem like just ordinary friends. Besides, there are so many girls now. If you don't confess, you'll have even less chance. Lu Xiaofeng shook her head repeatedly. She didn't have that kind of courage. So cold, good best friend, can you lend me your coat? No way, you mocked me before saying I'm the cold girl, now you know you were wrong, right? Sand got in my eyes, woo woo. Gu Pingsheng sighed, it really was a bit cold this early morning. The temperature difference was just too great. He didn't know what the climate of this place was like, it seemed a little like a temperate continental climate. Fortunately, it was already early morning and there were no zombies around. Otherwise, with the density of zombies at night, a lot of people in their group would definitely die. Soon, at 7 o'clock, it arrived punctually. A buzzing sound rang out. The entire bus suddenly shook violently. The sound of the engine shutting down echoed. This was the sound of the engine completely malfunctioning. Following that, the bus windows gradually darkened. Everyone, who had just been chatting, now held their breath, fearfully looking at the bus. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has stalled, please ensure there are no passengers in the bus within 2 minutes of the stall. 2 minutes later, the darkness increased. It was as if the entire bus had been filled with ink. The outside of the windows and the inside of the bus were cut off. No one knew what had just happened in the bus. Is this what it means to stall? Gu Pingsheng murmured. Stall time, 35 minutes. The stall time was very long. Everyone could only continue to be blown by the cold wind. Then, many female students had already gathered together, their bodies pressed against each other. But they didn't dare to get too close to the bus, afraid that the terrifying scenes inside would affect them. Gu Pingsheng actually felt a bit envious. He also wanted to squeeze in. Pingsheng, you come too, let's keep warm together. Li Ruoyao shouted. Li Ruoyao, are you crazy? He's a boy. Huang Ting shouted, her eyes looking at Gu Pingsheng full of disdain. So what if he's a boy? Li Ruoyao glanced at Huang Ting. If you dislike Gu Pingsheng, then just don't get close, I don't dislike him. Lu Xiaofeng said, I don't mind the class leader either, the class leader can't be alone in the cold wind, or he'll catch a cold. Class leader, hurry up, let's keep warm together, surrounding you. Luo Xiaoxue waved to Gu Pingsheng. At this moment, Gu Pingsheng could no longer make excuses and quickly moved towards Li Ruoyao and the Lu twins, as well as the little lowly Luo Xiaoxue. Soon, the 4 girls surrounded Gu Pingsheng, their shoulders pressed together. And especially Lu Xiaofeng and Li Ruoyao were very close. Their bodies were almost pressed against Gu Pingsheng. Huang Ting saw this scene and was simply furious. What a bunch of cheap women. Huang Ting cursed in her heart. Let's eat something during this time. Li Ruoyao took out a cream bread from her backpack. Other female classmates also took out something to eat, but breakfast shouldn't be too much. Gu Pingsheng also followed Li Ruoyao's example, eating a piece of bread. Just then, a creaking sound echoed. Gu Pingsheng and the nearby girls looked down. Seeing Luo Xiaoxue munching on cucumber-flavored chips, Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but laugh at her puffy cheeks. This little girl ate chips just like a squirrel. Xiaoxue, if you just eat chips, won't you become malnourished? Lu Xiaofeng asked with concern. Right now, having some chips is good enough, why are you nitpicking? Luo Xiaoxue retorted. But you can't just eat chips, you should have some bread or something to fill your stomach. Lu Xiaofeng said with care. Look at you, so short. It must be because you eat chips all the time and are malnourished. Luo Xiaoxue got anxious and replied, Xiaofeng, why are you so nosy, just like my mom? It's ridiculous. Hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng glanced at Gu Pingsheng with a hint of guilt. She hadn't meant to be like Luo Xiaoxue's mother. Alright, Xiaoxue, Xiaofeng means well. Don't tell me you also eat chips at school? Li Ruoyao shook her head and said. Soon, 35 minutes passed. Most of the students in the class finished their breakfast, while a small portion who weren't used to having breakfast planned to save their food. Time to turn off the engine is over. As soon as the words fell, the darkness in the bus disappeared without a trace. Gu Pingsheng cautiously stepped forward, but at that moment, Lu Xiaofeng ran to the front. Class monitor, let me go first. Are you trying to be the guinea pig again? Gu Pingsheng looked at the cute Lu Xiaofeng, who admired him, and reached out to pat her head. Forget it, how can I let a girl do this for the second time? Gu Pingsheng quickly returned to the bus. Once the engine was off, the bus was safe, this game system couldn't deceive him. Before long, everyone gradually returned to the bus. It was Lu Xiaoying's turn to drive. After the bus started, Gu Pingsheng sat in Lu Xiaoying's spot. Beside him was Lu Xiaofang. Right now, Lu Xiaofang was so shy because of Gu Pingsheng's earlier action. Li Ruoyao frequently turned back to glance at the two of them. Gu Pingsheng didn't pay much attention, he was more concerned about the situation with other buses, so he opened the chat channel. Soon, everyone was discussing the darkness that fell inside the bus after 7 o'clock. What on earth is this? It feels very strange. That shadow may be very dangerous. Everyone, don't you think this rule is a bit unnecessary? The engine off time is fixed, and there were no scary zombies around in the morning. Getting off and getting back on should not affect us, right? That's true, but still, everyone be careful, it's best to get off early around 7. You all are thinking too optimistically. Have you considered that after the beginner protection period ends, monsters might refresh in the morning, or that the engine off time could become unpredictable? Ugh, don't scare me, that's terrifying. Everyone, make sure to get off on time. Just a moment ago, someone in our bus was left in the bathroom and didn't come out. After the engine off time was over, there were only a pile of human bones left in the bathroom. That shadow will devour all of a person's flesh and blood. Wow, that's so scary. Why didn't you guys call him? Who knows why someone would hide in the bathroom and not come out? I don't know what he was thinking. And one more thing, everyone, never let the engine turn off in normal times. If you instinctively turn it off, make sure to get out within 2 minutes. We experienced this yesterday. We thought we'd stop to eat, and our driver accidentally turned off the engine, and we only realized it later and ran out in a hurry. Fortunately, I experienced a gas station yesterday. There were more than 20 barrels of fuel at the gas station, so we don't need to worry about fuel for now. Upstairs, I'll trade food for fuel with you. Looking at the chat channel, Gu Pingsheng finally understood the horror of turning off the engine. The bus must not run out of fuel. We still have some oil, and we cannot run out of that either. Let's see if we can find some oil in the morning. If we can't, we will have to trade with other drivers at the market. Just when Gu Pingsheng began to feel anxious, 3 forks in the road suddenly appeared ahead. This was the first time encountering such a situation. Lu Xiaoying stopped the bus. Class leader, youth league secretary, which way should we go? Lin Qiunan stood up. It was time for her to work. Don't worry, let me use my gift. About 3 minutes later, Lin Qiunan's eyes lit up. Take the right path, there's a gas station on the right, with a low danger level. The middle one leads to a convenience store, also low danger, while the left is a so-called ghost car station, with a medium danger level and no resources. We should head to the gas station next. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying quickly got Gu Pingsheng's consent and steered the bus towards the right path. Then, Lin Qiunan explained the dangers inside the gas station in detail. There were 4 zombies at the gas station, along with 2 zombie dogs. The quality of the zombie dogs was ordinary, while the other 4 zombies were of lower ordinary quality. Zombie dogs, dogs that turned into zombies? Gu Pingsheng frowned slightly. But since Lin Qiunan said the danger level was low, he should be able to handle it with his skills, right? Gu Pingsheng stood up. Everyone, we will arrive at the gas station soon. As always, those who are willing to get off, please stand up. Class leader, last time it was food resources, this time it's oil resources, isn't it? Can oil resources be personal too? A girl asked curiously. Of course, the girls who get off will face risks, so I will reasonably distribute some oil to each of those who get off. And if the bus runs low on oil, I will prioritize using mine. If I run out, then we will need to use yours. So all the oil will be yours. What's the difference? Are you joking, class leader? Huang Ting teased. Gu Pingsheng frowned slightly. For the first time in his life, he started to dislike Huang Ting. He really wanted to throw her out. Gu Pingsheng quickly calmed himself and continued explaining. The principle inside the bus is fairness and equivalent exchange. If I need to use the oil in your possession, I will trade with food or water of equal value, meaning the girls who get off can exchange the oil they get for supplies. Gu Pingsheng didn't necessarily need the girls to get off and help. He was actually trying to encourage the girls inside the bus to be more active in exploring the station. It was also to tell them that they couldn't expect something for nothing. Chapter 12, The Girls Step on Zombies. Otherwise, would Gu Pingsheng and the other talented girls in the class act as babysitters for the other girls? They might manage it in the short term, but it would absolutely hinder long-term development. Hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, the girls fell into contemplation. Yang Jiaxin shouted, I think what the class leader said makes sense. We can't just avoid danger all the time, can we? Indeed, we shouldn't always cower on the bus. If danger comes, the class committee can protect us for a while, but can they protect us for a lifetime? Class leader, I will get off and fight alongside you. Me too, even though I don't have a gift, I have practiced taekwondo. Jia Qi, you didn't practice taekwondo, you practiced thug excitement fist, heh heh. Shut up. Class leader, I can send an iron puppet to the front to scout the way for you. Chen Tong'er raised her hand and said. At this moment, almost all the girls agreed with Gu Pingsheng's idea. Even Huang Ting didn't oppose, she just sat there feeling somewhat displeased. Since Gu Pingsheng had said it, even if she felt annoyed, she could not say anything. Then one by one, they stood up. Familiar classmates included Li Ruoyao, Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, and Luo Xiaoshui. As for Zhang Coco, she was napping, and others didn't want to wake her up. Youth League Secretary Lin Xiaonan then provided the information. Temporarily in the car. Chen Tong'er is controlling the puppet inside the car. In addition, there are 8 new classmates, and Gu Pingsheng even saw Li Jin among them. Li Jin met Gu Pingsheng's gaze, slightly lowering her head, seemingly a bit guilty. However, just at that moment, Lu Xiaoying exclaimed, "Everyone, there's a bus ahead." Everyone was stunned. Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao, and others ran to the front. They saw a bus smaller than theirs swaying along the road. Gu Pingsheng's eyes focused, this was his first encounter with another bus since arriving here. At this moment, a prompt appeared in Gu Pingsheng's ear. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the station you are about to head to is Linqi gas station. Since the message prompt appeared, it meant the journey was roughly another 10 minutes, about 7 kilometers away. What do you say, class leader? Should we overtake them? Gu Pingsheng nodded, let's overtake them, there's a gas station ahead. Let's explore and grab all the resources, we have a reason. Okay, class leader. Lu Xiaoying pressed the gas pedal, and the bus sped up, overtaking the nearby bus. Clearly, the bus ahead was level 1, with a speed of only 20 kilometers. As they passed the bus, Gu Pingsheng saw students in high school uniforms looking at them with curious eyes. At that moment, inside the other bus, a guy with yellow hair staggered over to a classmate sitting in the driver's seat. Bro, wow, the bus that's catching up is full of girls. Is that true? The so-called bro turned his head and saw the beautiful scenery inside Gu Pingsheng's bus. He was stunned for a moment. In Gu Pingsheng's class, besides a few chubby ones, there were hardly any ugly girls. Most of them could be considered pretty, even the class flower in a boy-dominated class. TSK, they must be female college students. I wonder what major they are in, and they're all girls. His name is Zhang Qining, the class leader of the 3rd high school in Deep City, class 7 of the senior year. As for the guy with yellow hair, his name is Zhang Zihao, a delinquent in the class. They are brothers and the only 2 who have obtained talents. All the students on this bus are from class 7 of the senior year. Because it's a science class, there are only 7 girls in the class, the rest are boys. How can they be so fast? Someone asked curiously. Maybe they leveled up, I saw players upgrading their buses in the chat channel, there was even a broadcast yesterday. A female student responded. If all these female college students were ours, that would be great, hee hee hee. Zhang Hao chuckled mischievously. Many female students showed looks of disgust. However, the guy with yellow hair didn't care at all, he closely examined the most beautiful girl among the 7. As the yellow-haired guy approached, the beautiful girl's eyes showed fear. Zhang Zihao, what do you want to do? What do you want? Didn't you experience it yesterday? No, Zhang Zihao, you can't do this to me. Zhao, brother Zhao, please let my girlfriend go, don't force her anymore. Soon, a skinny, pale male student stood in front of the beautiful female student, begging for mercy. Get lost, who do you think you are? Zhang Zihao's right hand was instantly covered in black substance, and he slapped the pale male student on the face, the latter fell to the ground, spitting blood, while screams from other girls filled the air. Gu Pingsheng and the others were unaware of this scene. The bus had long left them behind. 10 minutes later, suddenly, a red and white gas station appeared on the right side of their view, with a sign next to it that said Linqi gas station. The metal roof of the gas station formed a neat triangular shape, the silver body gleaming with a cold metallic light, while a few spotlights hung down from the ceiling, illuminating the oil stains on the ground. Next to it was a convenience store, where the snack packages on the shelves were faintly visible. At that moment, the entire Linqi gas station felt like a lonely coordinate, embedded on the edge of the wide highway. However, what made everyone's heart sink was the 4 broken figures swaying next to the gas station. There were also 2 dogs beside these 4 figures. These 2 dogs were unsurprisingly characterized by blood-red pupils, sharp and pointed teeth, and their overall appearance resembled that of zombies. These were zombie dogs. These zombie dogs possessed ordinary mid-level strength, it was unclear how their physique had been changed. Everyone, get out of the car. Gu Pingsheng opened the bus door and was about to step down when the puppet next to him hurried out first. The puppet first stepped down from the bus. Class monitor, you guys go down now, there's a puppet blocking your way. Chen Tong'er explained. Gu Pingsheng nodded, following the group as they trailed behind the puppet. Immediately, the 4 zombies and the 2 zombie dogs smelled the scent of humans and rushed over. This scene made many of the newly arrived female classmates take several steps back, feeling somewhat anxious. The puppet stood in front, spread its arms wide to block the 2 zombies, then tightly hugged them and fell to the ground, while Chen Tong'er did her best to share the burden of the enemies with the team. Gu Pingsheng snorted coldly, sky slash. As soon as the words left his mouth, a crescent-shaped white slash appeared, piercing into the body of the closest zombie dog. Then, a thin line of blood extended straight down from its forehead. The next second, its torso cleanly split in half. Dark blood and shattered intestines splattered like spilled ink, and the intense stench of decay instantly filled the air. Gu Pingsheng had instantly killed an ordinary quality monster with a single skill. Cool down 2 minutes. The other zombie dog was also kicked in the belly by Li Ruoyao. The sheer force sent the zombie dog flying several meters, it howled and fell to the ground. Li Ruoyao ran over and delivered another kick, fully crushing the zombie dog's head. However, just then, a light appeared, and a coin-like object emerged from the zombie dog's body. Li Ruoyao curiously picked it up. Bus coin. Killing monsters has a certain chance of earning bus coins. The higher the quality of the monster, the greater the chance and the more coins you get. Opening treasure chests also has a chance to obtain bus coins. So this is what Pingsheng meant by bus coins. Li Ruoyao pocketed it, planning to give it to Gu Pingsheng later. At this moment, another zombie lunged into the crowd, and in the chaos, it bit a girl. Gu Pingsheng kicked it in the belly, sending it crashing to the ground. Lu Xiaofang, Lu Xiaoying, and Luo Xiuxue also rushed over, constantly kicking at the zombie. Although their efforts were not very effective, many people together provided significant strength. Gu Pingsheng didn't know why, but he felt a bit envious of this zombie. Before long, other girls reacted, and Li Jin jumped up, her size 42 high heels landing on the zombie's chest. With more than 10 delicate feet stomping, the zombie finally met its end. This zombie has one of the most satisfying deaths. Gu Pingsheng muttered. Luo Xiuxue looked at Gu Pingsheng with a strange gaze, then took a few steps back. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so into McDonald's, class monitor. Lu Xiaofang looked down at her feet, seemingly lost in thought. The other girls also had puzzled expressions. Next, the 2 zombies blocked by the puppet were also crushed to death by Li Ruoyao's kicks. As for the injured girl, she was soon healed by Luo Xiuxue, with no signs of scratches left. Alright, everyone, go check the fuel and the supplies in the convenience store. Whoever gets the supplies from the convenience store keeps them. For the fuel, hand it over to me first. Wait, Pingsheng, take a look at this. Li Ruoyao handed Gu Pingsheng the bus token that the zombie dog had just dropped after dying. Gu Pingsheng glanced at it, holding it in his hand and discovering it was a bus token. He exclaimed, Ruoyao, where did you get this? It dropped after killing the zombie dog. I analyzed that killing these monsters, zombies, or something like that, has a chance to drop bus tokens. This is one way to acquire bus tokens. Well done. Gu Pingsheng was not polite and pocketed it. I'll give you a few bottles of water later. No need, Pingsheng, we don't need to talk so much. You can use my supplies as you wish. Li Ruoyao waved her hand as she spoke. Gu Pingsheng did not argue, he knew Li Ruoyao treated him well. As long as he didn't let her down and treated her better in return, it would be fine. Gu Pingsheng glanced at the time. It had only been about 4 minutes since they finished off all the zombies. Now there were still over 6 minutes left. The reason for checking the time was simple. The bus they had just passed would be coming through here soon. At that time, they would definitely be thinking of taking a share. So after searching for about 6 minutes, he would go with Li Ruoyao to block those people from the bus. Gu Pingsheng was selfish, not allowing other buses to snatch their resources. In this survival world, being selfish was essential. Every resource was extremely important. Especially since Gu Pingsheng was the class leader and driver, he had to ensure the safety of all 42 students in class. Gasoline was a very important resource. In any team, if they got to this gas station first, they would definitely not choose to share this important fuel resource with other teams. Ruoyao. Gu Pingsheng called out to Li Ruoyao and then explained the importance of the matter to her. Li Ruoyao said seriously, don't worry, Pingsheng, if they dare to come and steal our supplies, they'll have to see if my fists are willing. Then, Li Ruoyao waved her small fists. Gu Pingsheng nodded, he felt very reassured about Li Ruoyao. Her talent was S-level with 10 times the physical strength. Gu Pingsheng felt that even if he used his skill air slash against Li Ruoyao, he might not be able to harm her. Li Ruoyao was now the top fighter in the entire class. The convenience store was small, and compared to the peaceful shop they encountered before, there were much fewer resources. It still focused on food and drinks and had quite a few daily necessities. After rummaging through some water resources, Gu Pingsheng turned his gaze to non-food resources. For example, some daily necessities. It turned out that the daily necessities here were much more complete than those in the previous shop. He grabbed 100 packs of tissue, about 20 towels, more than 10 rain umbrellas, and some toiletries. However, Gu Pingsheng did not feel that toiletries held much value, but since he had a lot of space, he took them anyway. And he didn't know what collecting umbrellas would be useful for. But since they were there and this gas station's convenience store had them, he naturally couldn't miss out. In addition, there were cigarettes and alcohol. No matter the brand, Gu Pingsheng pillaged them all and stuffed them into his backpack. Beside him, Li Ruoyao frowned slightly. "Pingsheng, when did you learn to smoke?" Gu Pingsheng replied, "I don't smoke, but that doesn't mean others don't. These things are essentials." Hearing Gu Pingsheng say this, Li Ruoyao felt it seemed to make some sense. There are many people in Huaxia, and many smokers. Statistics show that the number of smokers in Huaxia is close to 400 million. For them, these things were spiritual food. The same goes for alcohol. I understand, but you can't smoke or drink, especially since you are the driver. Smoking and drinking are bad for your health. Got it. Why are you so nagging like an old woman? Have you seen me smoke? Gu Pingsheng patted Li Ruoyao's head and laughed lightly. Li Ruoyao? Gu Pingsheng, you're so shameless. He. Gu Pingsheng smiled and playfully pinched Li Ruoyao's cheek. So soft, it feels nice to pinch, he thought instinctively. However, then Gu Pingsheng saw a fire axe in a corner. Li Ruoyao didn't need to remove the hand off her face. She was glaring at Gu Pingsheng in annoyance, clearly upset. Why did she have to be Gu Pingsheng's old woman? Wait, there's a weapon over there. Gu Pingsheng went to the corner of the convenience store and spotted the fire axe, picking it up. Li Ruoyao curiously followed him. After Gu Pingsheng picked it up, he saw the information. Fire axe, quality, ordinary medium. Sharper than an ordinary iron axe, it might be able to chop zombies. If your physical strength is enough, it could have the effect of chopping vegetables. Ruoyao, this fire axe is for you. Without saying a word, Gu Pingsheng handed it to Li Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao was a bit confused. You're giving this to me? What about you? Your physical strength is the highest, so it's clearly the most suitable for you to use this fire axe. I have skills, so don't worry about me. Oh, all right then. Li Ruoyao could only accept Gu Pingsheng's kindness. With a weapon, she could better protect Pingsheng, right? Not far away, Lu Xiaofang was putting away 2 packs of sanitary napkins, looking for other items she needed, while also eavesdropping on Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao's flirting. Hearing Gu Pingsheng jokingly call her an old woman, Lu Xiaofang suddenly shivered for some reason. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. It seemed she could have a good dream again tonight. Because they had already scavenged for supplies, Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofang didn't have much they could take since their personal backpacks were already full. But fortunately, the convenience store provided plastic bags. After they took most of the necessary supplies, they used plastic bags to carry them back, in big and small bundles. Many girls took sanitary napkins. Gu Pingsheng's grid had collected about 30 or so. He didn't collect items he didn't need, leaving those for later searches. Next was oil. Gu Pingsheng saw that there were quite a few oil tanks in the convenience store. As for the oil tanks from the gas station, they seemed to be in a nearby warehouse. Many female students in the warehouse helped find about 15 tanks of oil. Together with the oil tanks in the convenience store, there were a total of 30 tanks of oil. One tank was about 50 liters. And this oil was not from Blue Star, it was unique to this world. Bus exclusive oil tank, quality, ordinary level. 1 to 5 level bus exclusive oil tank. Capacity, 50-50 liters. Usage method, hold the oil tank close to the bus and click use to automatically fill the bus's oil. The usage method was simple. Gu Pingsheng was a bit suspicious that the gas station equipment was merely decor. Only these oil tanks could refuel. How about we try bringing the bus close to those gas machines? Lu Xiaofang suggested. I think that's a good idea. Gu Pingsheng thought it made sense. The method probably wasn't difficult. He returned to the bus and let Lu Xiaoying drive the bus closer to the gas machine. Sure enough, he received a prompt. The bus has approached an ordinary level gas machine. Do you want to refuel? Using the ordinary level gas machine is free. Now, Gu Pingsheng still had a small half tank of oil. Of course, he would refuel. Why not take advantage of it for free? However, according to this pattern, perhaps later buses above level 5 would require higher grade oil, and by then. Do we need to spend money to use the gas station? If we spend money then, it's likely we'll be using bus tokens. After clicking, the fuel tank is instantly full. Once all the supplies are gathered, Gu Pingsheng intended to give some fuel to the female students who had just helped and then let the girls in the car scavenge the remaining resources. Suddenly, the bus that had just passed drove into the gas station and stopped. Then, the bus door opened, and male high school students dressed in uniforms came down. These male students were all stunned when they saw the pure and beautiful female college students around Gu Pingsheng. "They're here," Gu Pingsheng said with a solemn look. "Class monitor, I'm going to wake Zhang Kiki," Luo Xiuxue said a bit nervously. Chapter 14, Instantly Defeating Zhang Zihao. "There's a gas station here. But it looks like this bus got here first. So many women, TSK, I kind of envy that pretty boy among them, that's infuriating. These women are really beautiful, all of them so fair." The male high school students kept whispering to each other. Gu Pingsheng's expression darkened as he slowly said, "First come, first served, this gas station is already occupied by us." Seeing this situation, many girls from the class also came down. Zhang Kiki was dreaming when she was suddenly awakened. Upon hearing there might be a conflict, she hurried down with a group of girls. In addition, Lin Xiaonan also came down. Then she leaned close to Gu Pingsheng's ear and said, "Class monitor, there are two players opposite, one has talent. That sleazy blonde guy in front has B-grade skin hardening and decent attack power. And another guy is the driver standing next to the blonde, he also has B-grade talent with spiky skin that can be covered in sharp spikes like a mace. But with you and the class committee here, it should be easy to deal with them." "Alright, I understand. Thank you," Gu Pingsheng replied. "No problem, class monitor. If they act recklessly, don't hold back. This is no longer Blue Star, there's no law or moral constraint, many girls in our class might face peeking from the opposite side," Lin Xiaonan reminded. "Don't worry, I understand that," Gu Pingsheng replied. Just as Lin Xiaonan predicted, after hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, the opponents showed strange expressions and burst into laughter. "I'm dying of laughter, first come, first served? Do they think they can drive us away? A boy with a group of girls, where do they get the guts to chase us off? I say, Zihao, why not grab a few girls over there and take out that guy? So many women, it'd be great if they were all ours." Zhang Zihao sneered. "You pretty boy, do you even know what you're saying?" He kept looking at the girls beside Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao, Lu Xiaofang, with a mocking gaze. "So beautiful, not like those yellow-faced girls in our class." In the class, only one girl was barely good-looking, while all the female college students from the other side were basically enough to excite Zhang Zihao. The atmosphere on site was already tense. "Zihao, what do you think?" Zhang Qining pushed his glasses with a glint of excitement in his eyes. He had already pictured how he and his brother Zhang Zihao would ravage the female college students across the way. With the pressure of being third-year students, some even suffered sexual repression. Now, it's good, coming into this survival world, no need to study, and they have great talents. Shouldn't they vent this properly? Zhang Zihao lewdly grinned. "Let's show these girls some colors, take some pretty ones to be our brother's girls, everyone, kill the guy, and let's have a party at this gas station." "Wow, brother how is mighty." Zhang Zihao, Zhang Qining, and many male classmates rushed over. On their bus, some girls closed their eyes, unable to bear to look. "It's over, these sisters are going to be miserable," one girl said sadly. "Zhang Zihao is simply a devil." Another girl thought of how Zhang Zihao had hugged her in public last night. "He really deserves to die." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Zihao's head was suddenly severed by a sharp, crescent-shaped white blade. His vision spun a few times before finally settling at his own feet. Then, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Gu Pingsheng had used a sky-slicing strike. Zhang Qining's pupils contracted as he watched this scene in shock. "Zihao." He hurriedly used skin spikes, covering the spikes with his palm, then slapped towards Gu Pingsheng. Immediately, Li Ruoyao drew a fire axe and struck Zhang Qining's head. A terrifying force instantly split Zhang Qining's head open. Red and yellow splashed everywhere, some landing on the backs of the male classmates behind them. Not only that, Zhang Qining's upper body was also split apart by the axe's impact. He was cut in half, dying even more miserably than Zhang Zihao. A physique of 90 points is no joke. However, this was the first time for Li Ruoyao and Gu Pingsheng to kill someone. Their faces were somewhat pale, not quite adapting to it. We killed someone." A male classmate shouted loudly, constantly retreating. "Quick, run. Don't run, let's take revenge for Brother Hao." "You go take revenge, damn you." Lin Xiaonan shouted urgently. "Class rep, study committee, sports committee, don't be soft-hearted, don't let any male classmates who just came down get away, if we can't beat them, it'll be disastrous. Don't let the tiger return to the mountain." Gu Pingsheng nodded, gritting his teeth, "Let's go together." Zhang Kiki also used her talent, growing huge, instantly transforming from over 1.6 meters tall to a 3-meter tall giant. She quickly grabbed a male classmate as if he were a chick and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Then, she stomped on him forcefully. This male classmate howled a few times, twitching like a dead cockroach before finally going still. Gu Pingsheng caught up with some male students on the other side, delivering powerful punches to their heads. After all, with double physique, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. A few punches were enough to kill a boy with a physique around 10. Li Ruoyao needed no mention, as she could take down her opponents in almost one move after catching up with these boys. Soon, all the male classmates who had just come down were dealt with by the three of them. Many female classmates on Gu Pingsheng's side dared not make a sound, most closed their eyes while a few looked on in terror, and many girls were scared into vomiting their breakfast from this bloody scene. Next, Gu Pingsheng turned his gaze towards the remaining students inside the bus. He hesitated over whether or not to attack them. Suddenly, a pale, thin male classmate trembled as he stepped down. Upon seeing Gu Pingsheng and the others, his face was actually filled with gratitude. Then he knelt in front of Gu Pingsheng, bowing his head. "Thank you all for helping kill my enemies." Gu Pingsheng frowned slightly, not quite understanding, but it seemed like he wouldn't need to take action anymore. Perhaps seeing they didn't understand him, this male classmate hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry to have troubled you all. The ones who planned to attack you were the class rep and his brother. They're called Zhang Qining and Zhang Zihao, and that Zhang Zihao has a group of thugs who raped my girlfriend. If it weren't for you all dealing with them, perhaps my girlfriend and I would have continued to be bullied by them." "Are there no Zhang Zihao's people left among the remaining students?" Gu Pingsheng glanced at the students in the bus. About 20 were left. 7 of them were girls, and the other 13 were boys. "There's still one left, I'll point him out to you." Immediately, this male classmate called down the other classmates. They had no choice but to get off the bus, feeling very nervous, not knowing how Gu Pingsheng would treat them. "And there's one more, this one, Zhang Zihao. He has a very good relationship with him, and he is also a troublemaker in the class." He pointed to a tall and thin man and shouted, "Huang Tian, IF *****ing can't." He was extremely terrified, just thanking his luck for not getting off and escaping a disaster. In the end, this turtle guy pointed him out. "You beast, you were just inside the bus, saying you would deal with the benefactors, and you wanted to capture all their girls, now you want to escape? Dream on." Gu Pingsheng nodded, asking Lin Xiaonan, "Lin Xiaonan, can you investigate these people's relationships with Zhang Zihao and Zhang Qining?" He didn't know if the divine hint could achieve this. "I'll try." Lin Xiaonan closed her eyes and quickly said, "The male classmate being pointed at has a relationship with Zhang Zihao. Besides that, the others only have a regular student relationship with Zhang Zihao, and they are also victims." "I understand." Gu Pingsheng looked at Lin Xiaonan in surprise. Lin Xiaonan's divine hint turned out to be so useful. Just then, 2 minutes had passed, and Gu Pingsheng used a mid-air slash to behead him. "Anyone who dares to have ideas about the girls in my class must die," Gu Pingsheng said coldly. After this statement, many girls behind him looked at Gu Pingsheng with sparkling eyes, filled with a sense of safety. "That's pretty cool." Lin Xiaonan looked at Gu Pingsheng's side profile and chuckled softly. Benefactor big brother, can we leave?" Huang Tian, seeing Gu Pingsheng's method, quickly spoke in a humble tone. "Let's go." Gu Pingsheng said slowly, "I hope you all know, it was you who moved first against us. The people we killed were also your own doing. Of course, we know, it's all Zhang Zihao and his group of troublemakers who deserve to die. If they don't die, they will definitely be a threat to the other students in our class. Benefactor boss, I, Huang Tian, owe you a favor, and I will repay it in the future." Huang Tian said, his tone filled with anger. But he was also sincerely grateful to Gu Pingsheng. Then he and the remaining students returned to the bus. Huang Tian became the new driver. After bidding farewell to Gu Pingsheng, they quickly drove away from this gas station. Gu Pingsheng didn't remind them that this gas station offered free gas. Ugh. Li Ruoyao finally couldn't hold on anymore, her face pale, squatting on the ground, vomiting all over. She glanced at the strangers she had just killed, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. In fact, Gu Pingsheng didn't feel good either. This was not a novel, but reality. Perhaps at that moment, he had acted in anger, with adrenaline surging, killing. But after it was over, it was still hard to adjust. Zhang Kiki also looked dazed. "Class leader, academic committee member, and sports committee member, thank you for protecting us." Lin Xiaonan said gently, "I know you all feel really bad, but thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have all been captured and turned into slaves by those scum." "Academic committee member, you've worked hard." Luo Xiaoxua ran over and patted Li Ruoyao's head. "Class leader, thank you for protecting me and my sister." Lu Xiaofang came over, looking at Gu Pingsheng with gratitude. Gu Pingsheng smiled, "That's what I should do." Then, many other girls also got off the bus to thank Gu Pingsheng and the others. They all knew that if it weren't for Gu Pingsheng and the others' strength to protect them, the outcome would definitely have been tragic. Especially since they had explored the convenience store, which was rich in supplies. A group of fair-skinned women plus countless supplies was simply a treasure for any bus. What surprised Gu Pingsheng was that Li Jin actually thanked him as well. However, just at this warm moment, Huang Ting coldly said, "In the end, aren't they still murderers? Just drive them away, why do they have to be killed so cruelly? Huang Ting, are you crazy? These people have bad intentions towards us, the class leader and the others protected us, what do you mean?" Yang Jessen shouted, pointing her finger at Huang Ting's nose. "So what? A murderer is still a murderer. Did I ask them to protect us? Sisters, don't you want to be with murderers every day?" Huang Ting said sarcastically. If she had the chance to go back, she would definitely report the class committee for murder. Especially that Li Ruoyao, chopping off heads with an axe as easily as cutting a watermelon, so cruel. However, this time, even the roommates who had gotten along well with Huang Ting looked at her with disdain, and gradually, many female classmates left her. They only felt that staying near Huang Ting was bad luck, leaving her standing alone in place. Hey, what do you mean by this?" Huang Ting shouted. "Did I say something wrong? Why are you isolating me?" Her eyes were red, and she was very confused. "Huang Ting, your actions have really disappointed the class committee. I think you don't deserve to be our classmate." "That's right, the class leader and the others risked their lives to protect us, fighting zombies and bad people, and you still blame them? If you ask me, just kick Huang Ting out. She doesn't deserve to be our classmate, she doesn't deserve to be on this bus." Many girls criticized Huang Ting. Even Gu Pingsheng was very disappointed. Maybe they should just expel Huang Ting from the bus? He always felt that leaving Huang Ting on the bus was a disaster. "Fine, so you bitches who love men are isolating me, huh? You just see that Gu Pingsheng is a man, so you help him." Huang Ting was so angry she lost her mind. She looked at Yang Shangnan, who usually played with her the most, but Yang Shangnan turned her head away. Even the friends she usually chatted with on Little Red Potato ignored her. "Get lost, what do you mean by us loving men? We love normal people, what does it have to do with gender? Huang Ting, you don't deserve to be our classmate, why don't you go die? Huang Ting, your mother is dead." The surrounding insults made Huang Ting finally lose control. "Fine, if I leave, I leave. After I leave, don't ask me to come back. Get lost, you bitch. Don't beg to come back, just don't." Gu Pingsheng saw the situation and didn't hesitate. He really didn't want to see Huang Ting causing trouble again. "Huang Ting, this is what you said. Now, as the driver of bus 15200, I will expel Huang Ting from the bus." As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt sound echoed in everyone's ears. Huang Ting has been permanently expelled from bus 15,200 and cannot board bus 15,200 again. As soon as the sound finished, Huang Ting was left stunned. She didn't react immediately. The other girls in the class were also stunned. What just happened? Why did Huang Ting get expelled from the bus as soon as Gu Pingsheng said something? This is one of my rights as a driver. I didn't want to use this power on any of my classmates, but Huang Ting, this is all your own doing. Chapter 16, Huang Ting has no chance to regret it. Then, Gu Pingsheng instructed the remaining classmates to continue exploring this station and collect useful resources from the convenience store. He also distributed the 30 barrels of oil they had collected. First, to the 8 new classmates who had just arrived at the station, such as Xiao Feng, Xiaoying, Li Jin, and others. The 9 of them each got 1 barrel of oil, which belonged to them. When Gu Pingsheng needed to use their oil, he would trade supplies with them. Next, to Lin Xiaonan, who provided information about the station's dangers and the talent players in the previous group of students. Li Ruoyao, who killed a zombie dog, 2 zombies tied up by puppets, and that guy named Zhang Qining, along with several other enemies. Each of them received 4 barrels of oil. As for Gu Pingsheng himself, he killed a zombie dog. Killed Zhang Zihao and many enemies, dividing 3 barrels of oil. So far, there have been 20 barrels of oil. Next is treating female classmate Luo Xiuxue, who came down without hesitation during the crisis, as well as Zhang Kiki, who quickly blocked 2 zombies, and Chen Tonger, who explored the way, each received 2 barrels of oil. So far, there are 26 barrels of oil. Class monitor, what should we do with these 4 barrels of oil? Luo Xiuxue asked. These 4 barrels of oil, let me temporarily hold them, confiscate them for now, and later find an opportunity to reward the female classmates who explored the bus station. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment and said. Lin Xiaonan pondered for a while and smiled, saying, Class monitor, I'll leave my 4 barrels of oil with you for now, I don't have enough space. I heard from Kiki that your personal backpack has a lot of space. Me too, class monitor. Luo Xiuxue said. In this way, most of the female students asked Gu Pingsheng to help manage them for now, except for Li Jin, Lu Xiaoying, and others whose personal backpacks still had space. Soon, after exploring the entire bus station, the students boarded the bus one after another. Gu Pingsheng also returned to the bus and continued with Lu Xiaoying driving. After many female students got on the bus, they occasionally glanced at Huang Ting, who was dazed and motionless beside the bus. Did Huang Ting really get kicked out? It seems so. The game system voice doesn't lie. Huang Ting is done for. Indeed, who told her to anger the class monitor, constantly going against her. Speaking of which, the class monitor's power is a bit terrifying. She can casually expel us. Don't worry, the class monitor definitely won't do that. As long as we don't go too far, we just need to be obedient. Many female students whispered. Gu Pingsheng also heard their discussions about him. Many female students looked at him with a hint of awe. This was not what Gu Pingsheng wanted to see. Simply put, everyone was classmates, educated well. Everyone is equal, and the concept of fairness still runs deep in Gu Pingsheng's heart, but there's nothing to be done now. One good thing is that there probably won't be similar incidents happening in the future. Soon, after the 41st female student boarded, Huang Ting suddenly realized something as if waking from a dream. She hurriedly followed that girl onto the bus, but was blocked by a transparent wall. Huang Ting's face turned pale with terror as she touched the transparent wall with her hands. Gu Pingsheng's expression was calm as he looked at Huang Ting outside the bus door. Lu Xiaoying turned her head and looked at Gu Pingsheng with an expression of reluctance. Close the door, Lu Xiaoying. Gu Pingsheng said coldly. Lu Xiaoying gritted her teeth and pressed the door close button. Immediately, the bus door shut. Huang Ting's face was filled with fear as she hoarsely cried, Don't abandon me. No. At that moment, Lin Xiaonan suddenly said something in Li Ruoyao's ear. Li Ruoyao hesitated for a moment but still gritted her teeth and nodded. Drive, Lu Xiaoying. Gu Pingsheng shouted. Wait. Lin Xiaonan's face was calm. Gu Pingsheng was a bit surprised. Could it be that Lin Xiaonan had softened her heart? It didn't feel like that. I have something to say to Huang Ting, give me 2 minutes. Lin Xiaonan said. Gu Pingsheng nodded. Then, the bus door reopened. A glimmer of hope appeared on Huang Ting's desperate face, but soon her expression turned from hope to resentment as she angrily said, What's wrong? Weren't you going to kick me off the bus? Why are you regretting it? Asking me to come back? If I get the chance, I will definitely kill you, Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao. Huang Ting thought resentfully. However, to her surprise, it was only Lin Xiaonan who got off. It was quite different from what Huang Ting had imagined. Gu Pingsheng was not asking her to come back. Why is it this woman? Huang Ting, can you come with me? I have something to discuss with you. Lin Xiaonan said slowly and then walked towards the convenience store on her own. Weren't you trying to kick me out just now? Did you regret it? And what did I say wrong just now? You are clearly murderers, and you even want to abandon me, truly a group of heartless, cold-blooded creatures. Huang Ting said angrily as she walked into the convenience store with Lin Xiaonan. Maybe Lin Xiaonan is going to criticize me again? None of the class committee members are good people. Huang Ting believed she was absolutely right. The class committee members even do such a terrible thing as murder, truly a group of demons. Tell me, what exactly do you want to say to me? I say, you class committee members, all of you are putting on airs, it's really disgusting. Lin Xiaonan took out the fire axe that Li Ruoyao had just given her from her personal backpack. Huang Ting was still chattering on, but soon her pupils shrank. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiaonan's expression remained calm as she walked out of the convenience store alone. She returned to the bus and then handed the fire axe back to Li Ruoyao. She also shoved a large pile of bread from under the seat back into her personal backpack. This was the space that had just been cleared for the fire axe. Li Ruoyao looked at Lin Xiaonan, wanting to say something but ultimately said nothing. The bus started again, leaving the station. Luo Xiaoxue swayed her little feet that couldn't reach the ground. Sister Xiaonan, what were you going to say to Huang Ting just now? It seemed so mysterious. Nothing. Lin Xiaonan smiled softly. You don't need to know, little one. Go to hell, I'm not a little one, I'm already an adult. Yes, Xiaoxue is an adult, Xiaoxue has grown up. A girl, slightly taller than Luo Xiaoxue but not as tall as Chen Tonger, immediately hugged Luo Xiaoxue and shouted. Her name was Su Yuer, she was Luo Xiaoxue's best friend, and the second shortest girl in the class, only 1.48 meters. Normally, Su Yuer liked to tease Luo Xiaoxue in a mischievous way. Before going to university, she was the shortest, but after meeting girls even shorter than her in university, she felt quite pleased and enjoyed playing with Luo Xiaoxue. Get lost. The bus started again. Gu Pingsheng glanced at Lin Xiaonan, whose expression was gentle, and felt a heavy heart. If he guessed correctly, Huang Ting must have. Class monitor, what do you think the league secretary said to Huang Ting? Why hasn't Huang Ting come out? Lu Xiaofang, who was sitting next to Gu Pingsheng, asked curiously. Maybe she tried to persuade her to stay, but Huang Ting refused. Lu Xiaofeng thought for a moment, and it seemed possible. The league secretary was usually so kind and eager to help. Huang Ting just said that even if they begged her to come back, she wouldn't. So Lin Xiaonan went to persuade Huang Ting, but in the end, she insisted on staying at the gas station out of spite. It was a waste of the league secretary's good intentions. Huang Ting will definitely regret it. Maybe she regretted it just now. But there's no chance to regret it anymore. Gu Pingsheng thought quietly. Lu Xiaofeng was quite cute, quite pure. Some classmates might have guessed what Lin Xiaonan did, but they all remained silent. Xiaofeng didn't notice at all. Gu Pingsheng suddenly wanted to tease this innocent little girl, so he whispered in Lu Xiaofeng's ear. Xiaofeng, was it true when you confessed to me and said you liked me? As soon as these words were said, Lu Xiaofeng's face turned instantly red. She stammered for a while, and then quickly leaned down on the desk, ignoring Gu Pingsheng, who was trying to tease her. Gu Pingsheng scratched his head. This girl really couldn't take a joke. He was also curious about what Lu Xiaofeng had dreamed about this morning, but never mind. After 9 a.m., it was Lin Xiaonan's turn to drive. Gu Pingsheng came to Lin Xiaonan's seat. Lu Xiaoying returned to her seat, the one that Gu Pingsheng had been sitting in earlier. Seeing her sister looking like a startled deer, she couldn't understand at all. At noon, Lin Xiaonan stopped the bus at the roadside, leaving the engine running. Everyone had lunch, and many students got off to get some fresh air. Basking in the sun, the weather at noon was still very hot. Many girls caught a cold early in the morning, and soaking up the sun could also warm up their bodies. Many people were curious about what Lin Xiaonan had just said. Gu Pingsheng also got out of the car and walked to a place far from the bus. Immediately, Lin Xiaonan followed him. Class monitor, you don't blame me, right? Lin Xiaonan hesitated and said. What would I blame you for? Gu Pingsheng asked. I believe you can guess. Lin Xiaonan's tone was heavy. Clearly, we have been classmates for a long time, yet I personally. As she said this, Lin Xiaonan's voice became softer and softer. Xiaonan, we can only say it's thanks to you for handling it afterward. Gu Pingsheng said. What if Huang Ting encounters some fortune later and seeks revenge on us? Novels write it that way, but I didn't take that step because I am the class monitor. Gu Pingsheng certainly knew the risk. But if he had killed Huang Ting in front of the other classmates, although Huang Ting deserved it, it would still look bad. Besides, the two of them were classmates after all, and Gu Pingsheng might not be able to go through with it. Lin Xiaonan made up for this point, and it was clear at this moment that she was sufficiently ruthless. If you can understand, my psychological pressure will be much less. Thank you, Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng's mouth twitched. He didn't think Lin Xiaonan would have much psychological pressure. He felt that the most ruthless and smartest one in the class was Lin Xiaonan. He heard she scored 680 points to enter Deep City University, and she chose a low-scoring early childhood education major. Clearly, she was a high IQ talent. What are you two talking about? Li Ruoyao walked over, looking at them with bright, beautiful eyes. Nothing, I won't interrupt your little chat. I just had something to ask the class monitor. Lin Xiaonan left, giving Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao some space. Don't talk nonsense. Li Ruoyao glared angrily at Lin Xiaonan's back, but her heart was racing. When she met Gu Pingsheng's gaze, she felt a bit guilty. Let's have lunch together, Pingsheng. She glanced back at a group of female students not far away. There was some distance, perhaps a good opportunity. Now was a collective life, and she didn't know when she would get a chance to be alone with Gu Pingsheng again. After the two had lunch together, Li Ruoyao caught Gu Pingsheng, who was preparing to head back. What's wrong, Ruoyao? I like you, Pingsheng. Li Ruoyao, taking advantage of the fewer numbers, directly expressed her feelings to Gu Pingsheng. I know, I sensed it. Gu Pingsheng looked at his childhood friend, who had confessed to him. He was surprised, but not particularly unexpected. How about you? Li Ruoyao looked at Gu Pingsheng with expectation. I also like myself. Seeing Li Ruoyao's bewildered and somewhat hurt expression, Gu Pingsheng smiled, just kidding. Noticing Li Ruoyao still looking a bit dazed, Gu Pingsheng took her hand. So, Gu Pingsheng, do you really have feelings for me? Li Ruoyao asked with her hands on her hips. She felt some urgency inside her. If she didn't express her feelings soon, and there were many girls around who liked Gu Pingsheng, it was only a matter of time before he became someone else's boyfriend. Of course. Like what? Looking at Li Ruoyao's expectant gaze, Gu Pingsheng said seriously, You're beautiful, your legs are very fair and long. Li Ruoyao's mouth twitched. If you like, I can let you touch. She mumbled softly. I can't pretend I didn't hear that, my dear study committee member. Though whispered, it was impossible for Gu Pingsheng, whose body had doubled in strength and was close to her, not to hear. There's a condition. Li Ruoyao shot Gu Pingsheng a look and gently pushed away his mischievous hand. What? I want to be your girlfriend. If that's not possible, at least I want to. Seeing Gu Pingsheng's dumbfounded expression, Li Ruoyao quietly explained. This is not Blue Star, there are no laws here. Many girls like you, like Xiaofang and Xiaoying. It's unrealistic to only choose myself. You say that, making me sound like a scumbag. However, as he continued, Gu Pingsheng suddenly remembered the similar-looking twins, Xiaofang and Xiaoying. And there was Luo Xiaoshua's delicate face, her petite body, and Chen Tonger's height and stunning figure. Zhang Qiqi's clean, wheat-colored skin. Sexy and charming Lin Xiaonan. Gu Pingsheng also felt hypocritical, saying he had no thought seemed impossible. Seeing Gu Pingsheng's hesitant expression. I told you, you really like Xiaofang and the others. You big flirt. Li Ruoyao didn't care anymore, she wanted to take the initiative. She directly hugged Gu Pingsheng and pressed her lips against his. The two began to kiss. Gu Pingsheng yielded to Li Ruoyao's initiative, his hands also wrapped around her slender waist. Her delicate body trembled, but she let Gu Pingsheng do as he pleased. Soon, Li Ruoyao breathlessly pulled away from Gu Pingsheng, her tongue tingling. Damn Gu Pingsheng, so forceful. Xiaofang's heart shattered. She had long noticed Gu Pingsheng and Lin Xiaonan sneaking around not far away. She hadn't thought much of it until Li Ruoyao actually went over. Then, she witnessed this heartbreaking scene. Sister, you need to be bolder. Look, even the study committee is kissing. If you aren't bold, how can you chase the boy you like? You've liked the class monitor for a long time, haven't you? Lu Xiaoying persuaded from the side. But, they already. Maybe the class monitor and the study committee are just friends. And it's not in our home country. Even if something does happen, what's the big deal? You can just join them. Xiaoying, you're talking nonsense again. The bus had stalled for almost half an hour. Gu Pingsheng decided to continue, there were monsters chasing them, and they couldn't delay any longer. What they did earlier was just a touch, not really anything serious. The current environment didn't really allow for that anyway. Even though Gu Pingsheng felt quite uncomfortable about it. But Ruoyao really is flat-chested. I wonder if she can eat well when there are babies in the future. Pingsheng, I will take good care of you. Li Ruoyao said earnestly. So will I, Ruoyao. Gu Pingsheng felt warmth in his heart as he reached out and touched her thigh again. Li Ruoyao didn't resist anymore, after all, she had to fulfill her promise. But not to say, she actually enjoyed Gu Pingsheng being so bold with her. In fact, before they confirmed their relationship, Li Ruoyao liked all kinds of physical contact with Gu Pingsheng, whether it was ruffling hair, pinching cheeks, or holding hands. Now it was Gu Pingsheng's turn to drive. Next would be Li Ruoyao, then Lu Xiaofang. However, Gu Pingsheng felt they couldn't keep making Lu Xiaofang and Zhang Qiqi drive late at night. So he discussed with a few drivers and decided to adjust the schedule so that not everyone had to stay up late. Thus, the bus continued until evening to prevent eating difficulties after dark. So they had a meal around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. For the next while, they prepared to eat before it got dark. Unfortunately, they hadn't encountered any bus stops all afternoon. At the trading market, Gu Pingsheng exchanged some words with a few players who had energy cores. In the end, Gu Pingsheng traded 2 barrels of oil, 10 bottles of cola, and 3 packs of cigarettes for an energy core. As for stones, Gu Pingsheng picked up some he saw by the roadside without needing to trade at the market. Just like that, Gu Pingsheng finally collected the materials for the large water condenser blueprint. He took out the materials. Player Gu Pingsheng, you have gathered the materials for the large water condenser blueprint. Would you like to craft it? Yes. Immediately, all the materials emitted a glow, ascending above the blueprint, under the astonished gazes of the girls. A rectangular container was formed. Chapter 18, leaning on Li Ruoyao's thigh. The container is not small, about the size of a large water bucket. In addition, there are some transparent pipes above, which can condense steam and channel it into the container, condensing 20 liters of water daily. Then there is something like a faucet, which, when there is water inside the container, can be turned on to get water. How magical! Luo Xiaoshua blinked her eyes. This is a large water condenser, though it seems a bit primitive. Zhang Qiqi grumbled. Next, under the expectant gazes of the girls, Gu Pingsheng slowly said, the large water condenser produces 20 liters of water daily, and I certainly can't drink it all by myself. So, I plan to nationalize the water condenser. If any classmates run out of their water resources, they can temporarily drink from the water condenser. Oh yeah, the class leader is so powerful. Luo Xiaoshua was the first to show support. Immediately, many girls became excited because their water supplies were running low. With the large water condenser, it is a guarantee. Of course, this is not free drinking. Gu Pingsheng slowly said. The principle on the bus is fairness and equal exchange. If you drink my water, you have to pay it back later. The class leader is not powerful at all. Luo Xiaoxue stuck out her tongue to undermine him. After dark. As Gu Pingsheng expected, zombies began to refresh again. The entire road was already crawling with densely packed zombies, even more than the ones from last night. At a glance, it was all contorted bodies moving. As the headlights cut through the darkness, the newly refreshed zombies turned their heads, and countless hollow or scarlet eyes turned toward them. In the next second, the horde lunged forward like hyenas smelling blood, staggering but crazily surging toward the bus from all directions. They crashed against the front and side of the bus in waves, followed by a series of muffled thuds as the tires crushed them. That was the sound of flesh and bones being mercilessly crushed. Thick dark fluid splattered continuously on the windshield and the bus body, leaving dirty marks. The bus shook slightly under the continued impacts, and undoubtedly, by the end of tonight's journey, it would lose much durability by tomorrow morning. However, the horde had no reason or fear, they just persistently and continuously surrounded the bus. It was as if they were moths drawn to the only light, blindly and resolutely. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the bus was somewhat oppressive, and the girls' voices unintentionally became quieter. Facing the terror outside the bus, fear filled their eyes. How scary, will they crash into here? I miss my mom and dad, I don't know how they are. Don't worry, the class leader will definitely protect us, we will be safe. Deep into the night, Lu Xiaofang was driving. Originally, Gu Pingsheng wanted Lu Xiaofang to rest and let others drive, but Lu Xiaofang insisted she could handle it. Gu Pingsheng helplessly planned to go to Lu Xiaofang's seat to rest. However, he was pulled back by Li Ruoyao. Pingsheng, let's sit in the back, there are many empty seats there. She held Gu Pingsheng's hand and led him to the back seats. It was late at night, and although the sounds of crashing zombies continued, most of the girls were slumped on the benches, half asleep, as they were tired after sitting in the bus all day. But there were still a small number of night owls awake, and many of the awake night owls curiously looked at the two. The class leader and the class representative are so sweet, are they dating? It looks a bit like it. What are they going to do in the back? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let them hear. Hearing the gossip around her, Li Ruoyao's cheeks flushed slightly. But she quickly straightened her unremarkable chest. She is now Gu Pingsheng's girlfriend. What is there to be afraid of? After upgrading the bus, there were 2 more rows of seats, which means an extra 8 seats. None of the classmates went to take those 8 seats. As for placing supplies, that's impossible, everyone guards their supplies closely. Even though they are familiar classmates, stealing cannot be completely avoided. You brought me here too? Gu Pingsheng asked curiously. Then, Li Ruoyao sat at the far right of the last row. Pingsheng, lie on my lap, maybe it will be more comfortable for you to sleep. Ruoyao, are you serious? Otherwise you won't sleep well, the chair is hard. Come on, my lap is your pillow, aren't you happy about that? Li Ruoyao blinked her eyes. Then tomorrow, my lap will be your pillow. Gu Pingsheng said with a smile. Li Ruoyao nodded. Found another chance for intimate contact with Pingsheng? Lu Xiaofang was driving while eavesdropping, but unfortunately, the distance was too far to hear their conversation. Gu Pingsheng lay on Li Ruoyao's lap, closing his eyes to rest. However, soon, because Li Ruoyao smelled good, especially at the base of her thigh. Along with some unavoidable thoughts, a warmth spread in his lower abdomen. Li Ruoyao inevitably noticed this and hesitated for a moment. Since she was already Gu Pingsheng's girlfriend, helping him with troubles shouldn't be a problem, right? Unfortunately, the bathroom had no sink, just a toilet that barely flushed, so to wash her hands, she could only use a little bit of water. The next morning, 6 o'clock arrived. The prompt sound for signing in on the 3rd day appeared. Sign in day 3. Reward 1, Random Weapons X20. Reward 2, 200 Chicken McNuggets. Reward 3, Water Condensation Device Blueprints X2. The prompt sound woke Gu Pingsheng. With this talent, he would probably have to wake up at this time every morning. But why did it feel like something was weighing down on him? Gu Pingsheng opened his eyes and realized that Li Ruoyao's upper body was already lying on him, sleeping while hugging him. Looking at the girl so close to him, Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but laugh. He poked Li Ruoyao's face, then pinched it, and then started touching other parts. Li Ruoyao quickly woke up, hurriedly letting go of Gu Pingsheng, looking quite timid. Seeing this scene, Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but find it amusing. Yesterday, Li Ruoyao was so bold, even in such a public setting. But thankfully, he also silently refrained from making a sound. Then, Gu Pingsheng thought about the 3 rewards. Reward 2 was eliminated, 200 Chicken McNuggets weren't worth as much as the 1st and 3rd rewards, he wasn't the Chicken McNugget hero. After thinking for a while, Gu Pingsheng still chose Reward 1. This was 20 weapons, enough to equip half of the girls in his class. As for the water condensation device blueprints, although valuable, he already had one, and it was a large one. This ordinary water condensation device probably wouldn't match the capacity of the large one. After choosing Reward 1, the prompt sound continued in Gu Pingsheng's ear. Player Gu Pingsheng received 5 fire axes, 3 long swords, 4 sticks, 5 daggers, 2 machetes, and 1 infinite chainsaw. Among them, the long swords, sticks, and daggers are of ordinary low quality. The fire axes are of ordinary medium quality. The machetes are of ordinary high quality. The infinite chainsaw is of ordinary superb quality. Chapter 19, Distributing Weapons to the Girls. Random 20 weapons. And among them, 2 are ordinary high quality, and 1 is ordinary superb. A look of joy flashed in Gu Pingsheng's eyes. At this moment, the 20 weapons lay in his backpack. Then, he took out the infinite chainsaw first. Just from the name, it sounds impressive. In Li Ruoyao's astonished gaze, Gu Pingsheng held a chainsaw that was about half his height. Infinite chainsaw. Quality, ordinary excellent. Possessing a chainsaw with unlimited power, which can automatically restore power over time, can use it for about 2 hours, and takes 5 hours to restore power. The damage is very high, but since it's an electric system, the damage is not much related to physical condition. Damage is not much related to physical condition? Gu Pingsheng thought about it and understood why. The chainsaw mainly relies on speed and materials. As for the swinging force, while it matters, it doesn't matter much. This is not like a fire axe or a big machete that purely relies on brute force. This chainsaw is so cool, is it your reward today? Li Ruoyao asked. Gu Pingsheng nodded, yes, besides this, there are 19 weapons. Wake everyone up, I am preparing to distribute the weapons. Soon, the two woke up the sleeping female classmates. Lu Xiaofang was drooling in her sleep. When Gu Pingsheng woke her up, she hurriedly wiped her mouth in embarrassment. Lu Xiaoying laughed secretly beside her. After waking everyone up, Gu Pingsheng slowly said, everyone, the reward I got today is weapons, a total of 20 pieces, including knives, daggers, sticks, axes, and so on. Hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, everyone was excited. Most of the female classmates realized the importance of weapons. With a handy weapon, ordinary girls can at least have a chance to resist facing zombies. I decided to temporarily distribute them to everyone. Ruoyao, please give me the previous fire axe. Li Ruoyao did as instructed. First is the ordinary high-quality big machete. I decided to give it to Ruoyao and Zhang Kuku. Their talents are both related to combat, so giving them the machete can better utilize their strength. After finishing, Gu Pingsheng took out 2 big machetes and handed them to Li Ruoyao and Zhang Kuku. The machetes were about half a meter long and very sharp, no doubt they were ordinary quality weapons. Zhang Kuku received them with excitement, thank you, class leader. I will definitely protect everyone. Next is Lin Xiaonan, Chen Tong'er, Luo Xiaoshui, Lu Xiaofang, and Lu Xiaoying. You will take the ordinary medium quality fire axes. Gu Pingsheng handed out the fire axes one by one to them. Lu Xiaofang didn't expect to get such a high-quality weapon. For a moment, she was a bit overwhelmed. Wait, class leader, I understand that Xiao Shui and Xiaonan have axes, but what about Xiaofang and Xiaoying? They are not class committee members. A curious girl asked. But both of them help me drive every day, and they bravely fight against zombies, so I think they can take them. Gu Pingsheng explained. It seems so. Both times at the platform, Xiaofang went down. The first time, she even acted as a shield and faced the crisis of zombies directly. If it weren't for Luo Xiaoshui's treatment, she would have been in danger. Yeah, thinking about it, I believe Lu Xiaofang can handle this fire axe. And this is the reward obtained by the class leader, it's his freedom who to give it to. I believe in Xiaofang, she has always been a strong and helpful girl. The female classmates began to chatter and discuss. There was still one fire axe. Gu Pingsheng glanced at Li Jin. Li Jin, the bad woman who used to bully classmates. She was quite sturdy and had seen her at the gym during Gu Pingsheng's previous crossing. Thinking for a moment, Gu Pingsheng ultimately decided not to give the axe to Li Jin. Although she performed well yesterday, he still needed to observe her. In the end, Gu Pingsheng kept an axe for himself. Just in case the chainsaw ran out of power and the skill was used, he could temporarily use the axe to fight. There are still long knives, sticks, and daggers. I plan to distribute them to the female classmates who got off the car earlier. Gu Pingsheng asked one by one about the 7 female classmates who got off yesterday. The reason for 7 was that one was Xiaoying, thanks to her sister's blessing. Obtained a fire axe. Li Jin chose a long knife, and the other girls each took their desired weapons. All the long knives were handed out. Besides Li Jin, Yang Jiasin and Wang Jiaqing also received long knives. They were the 2 girls who explored the gas station yesterday. Gu Pingsheng vaguely remembered that when Yang Jiasin crossed over the day before yesterday, she was in a state of half-pulled-down pants. There were 2 sticks and 3 daggers left. There are still 5 weapons. Next, the new girl who explored the bus station will get these 5 weapons. Gu Pingsheng stated. Upon hearing this, most of the girls hesitated. I'll go. Su Yuer gathered her courage and stood up. She was a good friend of Luo Xiaoxue. And she was the second shortest girl in the class. In the class, she and Luo Xiaoxue were called the 2 little ones. Su Yuer hesitated twice. The third time, she could no longer hesitate. Yuer, you're so short, do you really want to go down? Luo Xiaoxue asked with some reluctance. Shut up, you're even shorter than me. But I have healing talents. Having talents is amazing, I can protect you if I go down. You don't have to worry about me, the key is I don't have any water to drink now, and I can't just keep drinking yours. Right now, besides the class committee, most of the girls had run out of water. They could only trade for water by getting other supplies from the committee. But this way, their own food supplies would be decreasing more and more. Alright, what weapon do you want? We still have sticks and daggers. Give me a stick, dear class president. The stick was the longest weapon, even longer than Su Yuer and Luo Xiaoxue. Besides Su Yuer, 4 other girls also chose weapons and planned to explore on the next station. The enthusiasm of the whole class was boosted. Many girls also regretted not being bold enough to ask Gu Pingsheng for weapons earlier. By around 6:40 in the morning, the number of zombies gradually decreased. Lin Xiaonan said solemnly, Class President, did you notice that there were already no zombies at this time yesterday, but now, there are still zombies? Gu Pingsheng glanced around. Although the sun had clearly risen, there were still a few scattered zombies, which was not good news. What if there are zombies in broad daylight in the future? Gu Pingsheng looked at the durability, which was only 13 points left. He used 7 iron ingots to make some repairs. Soon, at 6:50, the zombies around the bus finally disappeared. Gu Pingsheng let out a slight sigh of relief. It was time to get off the bus was about to shut down for the second time. Chapter 20 Huanggang Village and Huanggang Station. Get off, everyone, the second shutdown is coming soon. Gu Pingsheng called out. As the bus stopped by the road, all the girls in the class followed Gu Pingsheng off. Just then, Gu Pingsheng opened a bottle of Coca-Cola and took out a bread, planning to have lunch. He had no idea how long this shutdown would last. Fortunately, there were no zombies around anymore. However, a cool breeze blew, making Gu Pingsheng shiver. Why does it feel colder today than yesterday? Luo Xiaoxue also got goosebumps, following Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao. Class president, you and the study committee are tall, can you block the wind for me? So cold, really so cold, and a lot of sand got into my eyes and mouth. I'm also so cold, Meng, can I borrow your coat? Lin Xiaonan squinted her eyes slightly, and soon she said slowly, everyone, today's temperature is only 11 degrees, this temperature is not right. Yesterday at this time, it was still 15 degrees, but today, it's 4 degrees lower than yesterday. It might be a discrepancy or coincidence, but we cannot ignore it. Lin Xiaonan's words left everyone in silence. Zhang Kiki joked, everyone, this can't be a cold wave coming, right? Gu Pingsheng said seriously, this world is not Blue Star. In the land of Huaxia on Blue Star, this climate might still be guessed to be due to the arrival of the winter wind. Regardless, we need to find food and water, and we also need to look for clothes. If the temperature drops by 4 degrees every day. He couldn't bear to think about it. Li Ruoyao, with her strong physique, along with himself and Zhang Kiki, was still okay. But the other girls would definitely struggle. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has turned off. Please ensure there is no one on the bus within 2 minutes after it turns off. Turn off time, 7 minutes. The time for the second turn off had come. But fortunately, this time it only needed to be turned off for 7 minutes. Gu Pingsheng had also finished his breakfast, which he didn't eat much of, so it was quickly done. However, at that moment, Li Jin came up to Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng frowned slightly, is there something? Li Ruoyao stood in front of Gu Pingsheng, looking at Li Jin with displeasure. The news of Li Jin bullying classmates had already spread in the class. Many girls dislike Li Jin. Class monitor, I have no water to drink, can I borrow a bottle from you? Gu Pingsheng fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't want to lend water to Li Jin, who had bullied Lu Xiaofang. This was the protective instinct of a boy, especially since Lu Xiaofang was a weak girl who liked him. This made Gu Pingsheng, like the other girls in the class, dislike Li Jin. I understand, sorry, class monitor. Li Jin's eyes dimmed, and she was about to leave when Gu Pingsheng stopped her. You can borrow it, but you have to return it later, understood? Li Jin's eyes lit up, gratitude in her gaze, and she quickly nodded, I understand, class monitor, I will definitely repay you. When searching at the bus stop, I hope you can pay more attention and protect Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying more. This is your chance to make it up to them. Li Jin nodded. Okay, class monitor, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied them before. Li Jin bowed to Gu Pingsheng again and then ran away. Li Ruoyao wanted to say something but glanced at Li Jin and then at Gu Pingsheng. The turn-off time was short, and soon they returned to the bus. Although the temperature inside the bus was not high, it was good because there were many people and it was an enclosed space, so it quickly didn't feel so cold. When it was Zhang Keke's turn to drive, she hadn't stayed up late last night, and after Lu Xiaofang drove, it was Lin Xiaonan who took over. Gradually, many girls came to Gu Pingsheng to borrow water. There was no choice, the number of people lacking water was increasing. Gu Pingsheng gained another 100 bottles of water on the first day, plus he looted the drink cabinet, so he had the most water resources, along with a large water condenser that could condense 20 liters daily. By last evening until now, nearly 10 liters had been condensed. This can't go on. Li Ruoyao said. Most of the girls have no water to drink. I know. Gu Pingsheng's gaze hardened. And if he remembered correctly, today was the third day, right? The beginner protection period is only 3 days. What changes would happen after today? At this moment, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the station you are about to head to is called Huanggang Station, near a village named Huanggang Village. A village? Gu Pingsheng asked Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan slightly closed her eyes, beginning to use her divine hint ability. Station, Huanggang Station. Difficulty, medium-low. Resources, treasure box resources. Note, Huanggang Station is not far from Huanggang Village. There is a black treasure box on the platform, which is of black iron mid-grade quality. Black iron quality is above ordinary quality, and it might yield more supplies than an ordinary quality treasure box. However, be cautious, there are 3 corpses at Huanggang Station whose goal is to pass through Huanggang Station to get to Huangshan Village. If you can help them reach Huanggang Village, you can earn an extra 6 bus coins. Of course, you can also choose to lead your classmates to kill the 3 corpses, but killing the corpses does not necessarily guarantee bus coins. 3 rotting corpses had different qualities: ordinary high-grade, ordinary mid-grade, and ordinary mid-grade. Seeing this long message, Lin Xiaonan finally opened her serious eyes. It turned out to be rotting corpses. I don't even know if there is any difference from zombies. How is it, Xiaonan? Luo Xiaoxue asked curiously. Chapter 21 Luo Xiaoxue's sneer. The difficulty of Huanggang Station is low to medium because there are 2 ordinary high-grade rotting corpses and 1 ordinary mid-grade rotting corpse on the station. Rotting corpses? What the hell is that? How is it different from zombies? The difference might not be big, anyway, they are not living people. I don't know if zombies will appear in the future. Don't worry, the class leader and the study committee have great strength. We don't have to worry about these 3 rotting corpses, and we have so many female classmates with weapons. However, Lin Xiaonan shook her head and refuted the other girls. No, class leader, study committee, you cannot kill these 3 rotting corpses. Immediately, Lin Xiaonan shared the hint she had just seen. Upon learning that they could let the rotting corpses board the bus, everyone was taken aback. That's right, I remember the initial rules also mentioned not to let dangerous passengers on board. Does this mean that some scary passengers will come on board? Chen Tonger said with a serious look, remembering the previous rules. So the question arises, do those 3 rotting corpses count as dangerous passengers? Li Ruoyao asked curiously. Lin Xiaonan shared her thoughts. The divine hint talent suggests we should pick up those 3 passengers because we can earn 6 bus coins. I personally think they are not dangerous passengers. Gu Pingsheng listened to the girls' discussion and said, in that case, let's trust Xiaonan and bring that treasure chest along with the 3 rotting corpses, then head to Huanggang Village. Luo Xiaoxue's delicate little face showed a hint of fear. Hey, those are rotting corpses. Isn't the class leader too bold? Don't worry, all dangers and responsibilities will be borne by me and the group secretary Lin Xiaonan. Gu Pingsheng glanced at the classmates who seemed a bit scared and slowly said. Lin Xiaonan agreed, that's right, if any problems arise, I am willing to take responsibility. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The bus arrived at a station. Unlike the small convenience store and gas station they encountered before, this time it was a simply lonely station. Above the station, there were 3 ragged, decomposing corpses. Unlike zombies, the eyes of the rotting corpses did not glow red, nor did they twist their bodies, but just stood quietly at the platform, blankly staring at the approaching bus. In addition, there was a black treasure chest in the center of the platform, and next to it was a roadside sign, showing that Huanggang Village was still 10 kilometers away. Huanggang Station. Zhang Kiki was very nervous. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao stood beside her. She opened the bus door, and immediately, the 3 rotting corpses lined up, swaying as they entered, one after another, following the rules quite well. However, the strong smell of decay coming from them caused many female classmates to pinch their noses and open the windows. Gu Pingsheng tightly held the chainsaw in his hand, staring seriously at the incoming rotting corpses. If the rotting corpses showed any signs of movement, he would definitely kill them without hesitation. Li Ruoyao also tightly held a cleaver, her expression grave. The 3 rotting corpses did not pay attention to the nervous crowd. They lined up and obediently went to the empty seats at the back and sat together. At this moment, Gu Pingsheng finally understood why upgrading the bus provided extra empty seats. It turned out to be for this reason. Gu Pingsheng got off the bus and held the treasure chest in his arms. Resource treasure chest. Quality, black iron mid-grade. It can produce resources of ordinary quality, black iron quality, and bronze quality, but the probability of producing black iron quality is higher. Black iron medium quality resource chest. Gu Pingsheng did not hesitate and directly opened it. Immediately, a flash of light appeared, dropping some items. A book, 2 cards, 3 crystals, and a blueprint. Player Gu Pingsheng opened the black iron medium quality chest and received the following resources. Skill book, strength and strike, attribute point card ×2, energy core ×3, water condenser blueprint ×1. Skill book, strength and strike. Quality, ordinary premium. Learning time, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Use strength and strike, the next hit will deal high damage. Evaluation, take my strike, you despicable enemy. Stamina attribute point card. Quality, ordinary medium quality. After use, it can add 1 point to stamina. Agility attribute point card. Quality, black iron low quality. After use, it can add 10 points to agility. Water condenser blueprint. Quality, ordinary medium quality. Synthesis requirements, stones ×20, iron ingots ×2, energy core ×1. It can obtain 5 liters of water per day through condensing water vapor. Evaluation, normally, it meets the daily drinking needs of 3 people, but in extreme situations, it can be used for a whole bus of people. So many resources, no wonder it's a black iron chest. Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed. Actually, the class monitor's luck isn't that great. Lin Xiaonan retorted. These resources are all ordinary level, the chest is for black iron medium quality, and there's not even one black iron medium quality item, only a black iron low quality agility attribute card. Thinking about it like that seems reasonable. So how should we distribute these rewards? Zhang Kiki asked while starting the bus, turning her head slightly. All the girls turned their eyes toward Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng knew that if he didn't handle this well, it might not turn out well. All to Ruoyao. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Li Ruoyao was taken aback. Pingsheng, this isn't very good. She truly didn't expect Gu Pingsheng wanted to give all these rewards to her. For a moment, Li Ruoyao felt a little touched. Perhaps she could find an opportunity later to repay Gu Pingsheng, reward him somehow. I think it's feasible. Lin Xiaonan said calmly. Currently, the strongest combat power among us is the class monitor. Enhancing her strength is also beneficial for us, and the skill strength and strike can allow the class monitor to deal extremely high damage while having a stamina boost. According to my speculation, perhaps even monsters of black iron quality can sustain effective damage. Not bad, I was thinking the same. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. However, if there are other suitable chests in the future, we will definitely distribute them equally to the others. Zhang Kiki turned back and agreed, that sounds good. Soon, Li Ruoyao first used the 2 attribute cards. Her original attributes were stamina 90, agility 11, stamina 10, and mental power 100. After using the 2 attribute cards, agility rose to 21, and stamina rose to 11. Next, Li Ruoyao started to learn skills. The skill book flashed light. Li Ruoyao felt like she was getting smarter. The bus drove at full speed. At 40 kilometers per hour, it would take only 15 minutes to reach Huanggang village. Li Ruoyao could finish learning the skill before the bus arrived at Huanggang village. 3 corpses sat in the back, staring blankly ahead. Many girls couldn't stand the smell emanating from them and ran to the front one by one. Lin Xiaonan used a divine hint on one of the corpses. Corpse. Quality, ordinary superior. Health, 100%. Stamina, 43. Agility, 7. Stamina, 75 out of 75. Mental power, 0. The rotting corpse has gained mobility. They generally do not actively attack humans unless others attack them first. Their mission is to return to their former hometown, Huanggang village. If not sent back, it might anger them. Time limit, deliver to Huanggang village within 25 minutes. Delivery reward, 2 bus coins. Lin Xiaonan quietly informed Gu Pingsheng and the others about the corpse's information. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue's eyes twinkled. Everyone, I have an idea. When everyone looked at her, Luo Xiaoxue said, student representative, didn't you kill a zombie dog before and got a bus token? This means that killing a decent monster gives a chance to obtain a bus token. Yes, I told you about this yesterday. Li Ruoyao said. Then, since that's the case, why don't we take those 3 corpses to the entrance of Huanggang village, get the bus tokens they give us, and then kill them? Luo Xiaoxue smiled slyly. Chapter 22, Kill After Use. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoxue's words, everyone instantly fell silent. No, isn't this too cruel? Kill after use? Gu Pingsheng glanced at Luo Xiaoxue, his mouth twitching. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue raised her little head, her delicate face full of praising expressions. This girl seems proud of her statement. However, it wasn't unreasonable. Lin Qiunan's eyes lit up. I think this idea is fine. We can get 2 rewards from these 3 corpses for free. The first is 6 bus tokens, and the second is from killing the corpses. But if that's the case, why can't we just kill the corpses directly and get the 6 bus tokens, as well as the tokens from killing the corpses themselves? Zhang Kiki questioned her confusion. I don't know either, but the system prompt says so. If we deal with them in advance and don't take them to the village, they might not drop bus tokens. I suspect this bus token is provided by the so-called Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is the game system. It pulled everyone into this other world to survive, being the culprit behind it all. Then it's settled, we'll get rid of the corpses later. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. At this point, he felt a little guilty. Sorry, brother corpse. Soon, 15 minutes passed. A fork appeared in front of the bus. On the left side of the fork, there was a sign. The sign showed that the leftmost fork leads to Huangjia village, just about 200 meters away. The other 2 forks did not provide information. They didn't know what was on the other side of the fork. This was normal because when they passed the first fork, it was the same, needing Lin Qiunan's talent. Don't rush, everyone, let me use the system prompt. Lin Qiunan volunteered. Fork 1. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Ahead is Huanggang village, where the corpses reside. But be careful, do not step into the interior of Huanggang village, unless you want you and your classmates to die inside. Seeing the Huanggang village at Fork 1, Lin Qiunan's face changed. Extremely dangerous? Quickly, she steadied her mind and continued to check Fork 2 and Fork 3. Fork 2. Danger level, low. Approximately 300 kilometers ahead, there's a bus station. Fork 3. Danger level, medium. At night, there will be a zombie tide. If mishandled, level 1 buses may lead to disaster, but fortunately, you are level 2. Soon, Lin Qiunan shared the information about the 3 forks with everyone. The extremely dangerous Huanggang village. Gu Pingsheng's eyes flickered with a serious look. No one knows what's inside. We must not enter the village, delivering to the entrance should be enough. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Then, Zhang Kiki drove the bus toward Fork 1. Quickly, before long, the scene ahead appeared, somewhat like the entrance to a desolate village. An old wooden sign hung crookedly on a weathered post, with the 3 fading characters Huanggang village faintly discernible, the strokes twisted. Behind the sign, thick fog surged, swallowing the outlines of the houses in the village, leaving them shadowy. The surroundings were silent, even the sound of the wind through the branches seemed to be sucked into that fog. It felt very eerie. Player Gu Pingsheng, you see an eerie scene, your mental strength decreases by 20 points. Player Li Ruoyao, you see an eerie scene, your mental strength decreases by 40 points. Player Lin Qiunan, mental power decreased by 30 points. Not only the 3 of them, but also the classmates watching at the village entrance had, more or less, experienced a decline in their mental power. What on earth is this strange place? Gu Pingsheng did not expect that just a glance at the entrance of this place called Huanggang village would result in such a significant drop in mental power. I lost 40 points of mental power. Everyone, let's quickly drop off the corpses and leave. Li Ruoyao looked a bit worried. Lin Qiunan wanted to inspect Huanggang village alone, but she found her head feeling a bit tired, and she was dizzy. It seemed her stamina was running out. She glanced at her attribute panel. Player, Lin Qiunan. Region, Area 6. Bus number, 15200. Talent, S-grade talent divine hint. Health, 100%. Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Stamina, 3 out of 9. Mental power, 70/100. Skills, none. Title, none. Status, exhausted, fatigued. Everyone, using my talent continuously consumes quite a bit of stamina, and I can no longer see the scenes inside the village. I only know from what I sensed earlier that it is very dangerous in there. Soon, Zhang Kiki opened the door of the second bus. The 3 corpses stood up in unison and slowly left. After the 3 corpses exited the bus, a prompt appeared by Gu Pingsheng's ear. Driver Gu Pingsheng, you have delivered 3 corpses to Huanggang village, passenger delivery completed, earning 6 bus coins, which have been added to your personal backpack. District broadcast, player Gu Pingsheng is the first bus driver to complete passenger delivery in Area 6, earning the title, Model Driver, any attribute points times 20. Title, Model Driver. Quality, Special. Passengers who get on the bus will naturally like you, reducing the chance of causing trouble on the bus. No time to allocate attribute points. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao exchanged glances, then came to the bottom of the bus. Perhaps because of the title of Model Driver. Among the three swaying corpses preparing to enter the village, one corpse surprisingly turned its head and nodded at Gu Pingsheng as a greeting. Gu Pingsheng held his infinite chainsaw, then turned on the switch. The chainsaw emitted a sharp, piercing sound, and then swung towards this corpse. Corpse? Chapter 23. Yes, Little Snow is really good. Facing the sudden attack, the corpse was bewildered. Under the cut of the ordinary superior chainsaw, it was quickly severed at the waist, falling to the ground, twitching a few times, and its upper body kept crawling towards Gu Pingsheng, seemingly still not dead. Gu Pingsheng used the chainsaw again to cut off its head. Immediately, a bus coin appeared nearby. Li Ruoyao also rushed forward, her body moved like the wind, and with her big knife, she cleanly sliced off another ordinary mid-grade corpse's head in a silver arc. Unfortunately, no bus coin dropped. Only the last corpse remained. The last corpse roared in anger and charged over. Li Ruoyao just happened to be able to use her skill's intensity. She snorted coldly and used a powerful strike. Immediately, Li Ruoyao felt a rush of strength filling her body. Holding the big knife, she struck down directly from the top of the corpse's head. This strike felt as though a swift knife was cutting through a ripe watermelon due to the terrifying force. Then, the corpse was neatly sliced in half, falling to the sides. Organs and filthy blood splattered everywhere, a foul smell filled the air. Shortly after, another bus coin appeared beside her. In total, 2 bus coins. So satisfying. Gu Pingsheng collected the bus coins. Up to now, he already had 9 bus coins. The 2 returned to the bus. So, do you have any bus coins? Luo Xiaoxue ran over with eager anticipation. Yes, I killed those 2 ordinary superior corpses and got 2 bus coins. Gu Pingsheng replied. Hee, I knew my method was great. At that time, you even said I was wasting it. Now it's really great, right? Yes, Little Snow is really good. Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but rub Luo Xiaoxue's head with his big hand. Luo Xiaoxue did not dodge and allowed him to pat her head. Her beautiful big eyes were slightly squinted, like a little cat that was being affectionately stroked. It's unclear if it triggered some kind of preference in this girl. Li Ruoyao reached out, slipping her hand into Gu Pingsheng's clothes, then pinched his waist. Facing Li Ruoyao's mournful expression, Gu Pingsheng swallowed hard. He quickly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Are you jealous? Then I'll make sure to touch you well tonight, that should be fine, right?" Li Ruoyao remembered the affair from last night and shot Gu Pingsheng a delicate glare. Luo Xiaoxue noticed something was off in the atmosphere. She stuck out her tongue at Gu Pingsheng and softly scolded, "Pervert," her little face slightly flushed, then she hurriedly ran away. Lu Xiaofang watched Luo Xiaoxue with envy from a distance. She also wished someone would pat her head. Soon, the bus turned around, leaving Huanggang village. Next, Gu Pingsheng chose to head towards intersection 2. At intersection 3, there would be a zombie tide at night. While it might not cause too much trouble, it would consume a lot of iron ingots. Iron ingots are essential props for repairing the bus in the early stages. There aren't many left now, so he needed to keep a stock. And Gu Pingsheng also planned to add some points to himself, 20 attribute points. He didn't intend to put all into health. Using his talent consumes stamina, and he and Li Ruoyao discovered that using skills also consumes 1 bar of stamina. Restoring stamina requires sitting down to have a good rest or just sleeping. If you keep standing, you can't restore stamina. So, stamina is an important attribute as well. Agility goes without saying, it relates to running speed. If agility isn't good, you'll be in trouble when facing danger. As for mental strength and vitality, they cannot be increased with attribute points. The former may be fixed, or perhaps it needs special attribute points to increase. Regular attribute points can't enhance them. The latter is a percentage. In fact, based on Gu Pingsheng's guess, increasing health could increase vitality, but vitality is expressed as a percentage, not a value. Thinking about it, this also makes sense. For example, the same attack on limbs, the torso, or the head, different parts result in different final damages. Using a percentage is easier to express. Previously, when Gu Pingsheng executed a sky slash, directly cutting off Zhang Ziheo's head, it probably emptied his vitality instantly. If he attacked limbs, it might just be a loss of about 30%. In the end, Gu Pingsheng decided to add 10 points to health, 5 points to agility, and 5 points to stamina. In fact, because health has a double bonus, his health increased a total of 20 points. He opened the attribute panel to see the changes. Attribute panel. Player, Gu Pingsheng, bus driver. Region, Area 6. Bus number 15200. Talent, S-level talent daily check-in. Vitality, 100%. Health, 54, original 27 points, additional increase 100%. Agility, 18. Stamina, 10 out of 16. Mental strength, 80/100. Skill, Sky/. Title, benchmark for bus drivers. Status, good. Seeing the title benchmark for bus drivers, Gu Pingsheng scratched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Now he has reached 54 points in health, over 5 times that of an ordinary person. It seems he's gradually catching up to Li Ruoyao. But Gu Pingsheng also understands that for Li Ruoyao, increasing health is as easy as pie. With a tenfold bonus, she only needs one card that provides a 10-point health boost to reach 190 points. He opened the chat channel. Without a doubt, the chat channel was filled with discussions about the so-called passenger load. Hey guys, what is this passenger load about? Can the bus still carry passengers? It seems like it can. After all, buses are meant to carry passengers. No, I mean in this ghostly place where everywhere is filled with zombies, are you suggesting we can load zombies? Everyone, I get it now. Have you passed by a bus stop? At the stop, are there bodies that look like zombies but aren't quite the same? I feel like these are the so-called passengers. They stood obediently at the bus station, and when they didn't see the bus, they ran over with excitement. You put it that way, it's true. I also encountered something similar yesterday, but who would have thought they would actually be passengers? Yeah, and what if they came onto the bus and hurt someone? This guy named Gu Pingsheng is incredible. He is broadcasted twice across the whole server. I really admire this big shot. It's as if he's gambling with the lives of everyone on the bus. Gambling? Gu Pingsheng smiled slightly. It was all thanks to Lin Xiaonan on the bus. If it weren't for Lin Xiaonan providing information, he probably would have driven the bus away like other drivers. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment. This bus station was all about Lin Xiaonan's information. It was all her credit. Lin Xiaonan, what do you want? Gu Pingsheng asked. Just now, the Huanggang station was your achievement. I received many rewards. If you need it, I can give you those 9 bus coins to spend. Lin Xiaonan suddenly became interested, leaning in to take a look at the bus module shop. Hiss. Let me spend the bus coins, even though it's something I should have done. Lin Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gu Pingsheng with curiosity, turned to Li Ruoyao, and a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. If we can gather 20 bus coins, buy me a bedroom. A bedroom? Gu Pingsheng was somewhat surprised. Yeah, a bedroom for the 6 of us drivers to share, how about that? I've been sleeping on a chair these past few days, and it's not been a comfortable sleep. Lin Xiaonan yawned. If we have a bedroom, it would indeed be good to rest well. Gu Pingsheng slowly said. And it would give you and the class leader a private space too. Hearing this, Li Ruoyao's eyes widened, stuttering, Xiaonan, what are you talking about? Gu Pingsheng was also dumbfounded. Chapter 24, The Ruler of the Class. Oh? I thought you two had something going on, but it seems not. Since that's the case, class leader, you're the only boy in our class right now, and you're so excellent, can I pursue you? Lin Xiaonan said with a smile. That's not allowed. Li Ruoyao shouted quickly, glaring angrily at Lin Xiaonan. It's not just about what you say. It ultimately depends on the class leader's wishes, right, class leader? Lin Xiaonan winked at Gu Pingsheng. At this moment, Gu Pingsheng was totally at a loss for words. If Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofan liked him, he could still believe it. But someone like Lin Xiaonan. Gu Pingsheng didn't think she would have feelings for him. Lin Xiaonan was too rational and shrewd. Of course, Gu Pingsheng didn't mean to say Lin Xiaonan was bad. These qualities make for excellent partners in an apocalyptic world. Lin Xiaonan smiled gracefully. Alright, just kidding. Look at how anxious the class representative is. It's settled, if we gather enough 20 bus coins, we'll get a bedroom. Okay, let's do that. Without a bed, I haven't slept very comfortably these past few days. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Li Ruoyao could only agree, although she seemed to blush slightly, possibly having thought of some private space. She also wanted a private space with Gu Pingsheng. Lin Xiaonan returned to her seat. At noon, the bus stopped by the roadside, and many people got off to bask in the sun. Stretch a bit, sitting on the bus for too long isn't good. Everyone had lunch. Gu Pingsheng kept searching for supplies in the trading market. He and Li Ruoyao still had a lot of food and water resources, but considering that other classmates didn't have much, he had to save some for use. The energy cores were enough for a short time. Raising the bus to level 3 required 2 energy cores. Building a new condenser needed 1 energy core. And now he just happened to have 3 energy cores. Have you decided? To trade a large amount of food for iron ingots, leather, and other resources. Li Ruoyao asked curiously from the side. Yes, I have a feeling that upgrading the bus is more important than anything else, and tomorrow the newbie protection period will end. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. I don't even know what will happen then. He glanced slightly at the sky. It was clearly midday, but the warmth of the sun was noticeably less than yesterday. Could it be that a cold wave is really coming? Other players had discovered this point in the chat channel as well. Soon, Gu Pingsheng finished his lunch and traded for enough resources. Although their bus had not encountered the resource stations, he obtained food, oil, energy cores, and more. However, other buses were bound to obtain various resources. Gu Pingsheng traded a lot of food and tobacco for iron ingots, wood, and leather. Not to mention, as a hard currency, the value of tobacco was considerable, the supplies exchanged were very useful, and a pack of cigarettes was even worth more than a bottle of water. Before upgrading the bus, Gu Pingsheng instructed all the girls to place one share of supplies next to the driver's platform, and each person scavenged one portion of food. Soon, he placed the iron ingots, leather, and other materials he had just traded onto the upgrade panel, then clicked to upgrade the bus. In the next moment, the bus emitted a glow and began to shake violently. Then, compared to the previous upgrade, it became significantly larger again. Gu Pingsheng estimated the length to be nearly 20 meters, and the width had reached about 5 meters. To know that the width of an ordinary urban single-lane road is only about 3 to 3.5 meters. The entire bus was wider than the entire single lane. The girls gasped, still finding it magical even after seeing it for the second time. At the same time, the bloodstains and remnants of zombie bodies that had originally covered the bus had disappeared, replaced by smooth, clean metal. Congratulations, player Gu Pingsheng's bus has upgraded to level 3, and you have obtained a blueprint, Furnace Blueprint. You have gained the function, Acceleration. Furnace Blueprint. Quality, Superior Black Iron. Synthesis requirements, stone times 100, iron ingot times 100, fire energy stone times 1, energy core times 1. Can burn and cook food, can smelt metal, and is eco-friendly, emitting no pollutants in a closed space. Evaluation, this is a magical furnace, but fuel needs to be added with wood. You can also smelt various metals using the furnace. Acceleration, an acceleration button appears. When faced with danger, you can press the acceleration button. After pressing, the speed will double for 5 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. This bus upgrade granted a furnace blueprint. In addition, it also gave an acceleration function. Perhaps it would be used for saving one's life when being chased by monsters or in other dangerous situations. Unfortunately, it can only be used once a day. Gu Pingsheng opened the bus panel. Bus panel. Name, safety number. Bus number, 15200. Level 3. Quality, ordinary medium. Member count, 41. Speed, 60 km per hour. Durability, 30/30ths. Upgrade conditions, ordinary quality iron ingots times 100, ordinary quality steel times 10, energy core times 3, bus coins times 10. Upgrade rewards. 1. Speed increases to 80 km per hour. 2. Durability increases to 40. 3. Defense slightly increases. 4. Gain any blueprint times 1. 5. Gain a function. Current bus functions, decomposition, module mole, acceleration. Decomposition can decompose large resources into basic resources, such as an ordinary table can be decomposed into wood. Module mole can purchase bus modules in the module mall. Bus modules can modify the bus. Acceleration can double the speed for a short period, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. In addition, Gu Pingsheng returned to the bus and took a look at the rear seats. 2 more rows had been added. Originally 50 seats, now there were 58 seats. And there were many more empty seats. The empty places should be used for new bedrooms. In the restroom, Gu Pingsheng was still very satisfied. Unfortunately, it was a bit difficult to upgrade to level 4 in a short time. Upgrading not only required 3 energy cores, it also needed 10 bus coins. As for steel and whatnot, Gu Pingsheng just saw someone selling it in the trading market, so there was no need to worry too much. At that moment, a girl with short yellow hair came to Gu Pingsheng's side. Hey monitor. The girl with yellow hair patted Gu Pingsheng's shoulder. She had a carefree demeanor, her looks above average, and her figure was very good, almost similar to Lin Xiaonan, but her clothing was a bit revealing, often wearing low-cut tops and tight skirts. It was said that she had dated several boyfriends before. Before the crossing, several female students led by Huang Ting in class had spread many rumors about her. However, this girl with yellow hair did not refute anything and acted quite carefree, not caring at all. In Gu Pingsheng's eyes, this yellow-haired girl was just a lively little sister. But this lively little sister had decent grades, ranking among the best in the class, and rarely skipped classes. Gu Pingsheng's stereotype of her was quite deep. Zhao Yuding? Do you have something? Gu Pingsheng was a bit curious. The two had no interactions in class and had rarely spoken. Monitor, I heard from others that you seem to have cigarettes and a lighter. I'm craving a smoke, can you lend me a pack of cigarettes and a lighter? What will you give me in return? Gu Pingsheng asked. Oh, Monitor, I can definitely compensate you well. What do you want as compensation? Zhao Yuding leaned closer to Gu Pingsheng, her chest almost touching his arm. Suddenly, Gu Pingsheng caught a strong scent of perfume. Even though 3 days had passed since the crossing, the perfume smell on Zhao Yuding hadn't faded. He didn't know if she was just wearing a lot of makeup. At that moment, Zhao Yuding, with her charming eyes, stared closely at Gu Pingsheng, calculating in her heart. If possible, if she became Gu Pingsheng's girlfriend, life in this survival world would be enjoyable. Zhao Yuding wasn't stupid. She had long noticed that the class committee had control of the bus rights, and they all centered around Gu Pingsheng. In fact, during this period, she had seen many girls in class admired Gu Pingsheng and had feelings for him. The entire class's power center was Gu Pingsheng. Moreover, Gu Pingsheng had the authority to expel other classmates. If the class were compared to a small country, then Gu Pingsheng was the king. Sorry. Gu Pingsheng discreetly pulled back his hand. This won't do. Zhao Yuding was stunned. Monitor, do you find me dirty? It's my first time. Don't make me laugh, Tingjie. Gu Pingsheng said with a smile. But after thinking it over, he still gave her a pack of cigarettes. He currently had dozens of packs of cigarettes and didn't lack this one. Make sure to return it when there are sufficient supplies later, understood? And return items of equal value. Gu Pingsheng emphasized the principle of fairness. Zhao Yuding was delighted, quickly accepting them. Thank you, Monitor. Don't worry, Monitor, I'll get off at every stop to explore, and I still have the weapon you gave me. Once I find resources, I'll definitely return it to you. Just then, Li Ruoyao sensed something wrong and walked over. Seeing this, Zhao Yuding quickly left, shouting as she went. Monitor, if you want, I can keep you company, it's really my first time, believe me. Chapter 25, The Terrifying Evil Spirit at Yin Village Station. Pingsheng, what were you just talking about? Li Ruoyao asked casually, her heart racing after hearing Zhao Yuding mention her first time. What's wrong? My Ruoyao is such a jealous one, getting jealous at the slightest thing. Gu Pingsheng took the initiative to pull her into his arms, reaching back to give her a gentle squeeze. Hoof. Li Ruoyao said. You flirt with other girls, and I can't get jealous? In this environment, can't one flirt a little? It's all girls. Gu Pingsheng complained. Just now, Zhao Yuting borrowed a cigarette from me. Don't worry, there's really nothing between us. Humph, that's more like it. Li Ruoyao also knew that it was impossible to monopolize Gu Pingsheng for a lifetime. But if she could monopolize Gu Pingsheng for a little longer, that would be something. The two embraced intimately for a while, like a young couple in love. Gu Pingsheng felt the softness of Li Ruoyao, smelling her body fragrance, and he sensed his desire growing stronger. It seemed necessary to gather enough bus tokens to build a room. Since they were not far apart, their close embrace caught the attention of many girls. Lin Xiaonan's eyes twinkled as she shouted. Quick, look, go see the class monitor and the study committee member. With this shout, many girls gathered around, but they didn't come too close, curious from a distance. Wow, this is so sweet, I'm dead from cuteness. I said there was something between them, and it turns out to be true. The class monitor and the study committee member are really getting intimate, it's making me blush. Jia Xin, you little hothead. Go away, I'm not burning. The girls were quite bold when they started teasing. Especially after just having lunch, basking in the sun, feeling warm and flirty. By the way, do you think our presence might be a bit of an obstacle for the class monitor and the study committee member? Li Ruoyao was immersed in her embrace with Gu Pingsheng. Suddenly, hearing the gossip not far away, her body tensed up, wanting to pull away, but Gu Pingsheng caught her. It's okay, they gossip about their own business. We hug our own, they envy you. Li Ruoyao thought for a moment. It seems that's true, after all, they are all girls, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Li Ruoyao proudly puffed out her chest. Just like yesterday, after staying for about half an hour, the bus set off again at noon. In the afternoon, Gu Pingsheng received a new station alert. The bus stop at intersection 2. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the station you are about to arrive at is called Yin Village Station. After the lunch break, everyone's physical and mental strength had recovered quite a bit. Lin Xiaonan quickly closed her eyes, using her divine hint. Station, Yin Village Station. Difficulty, extremely high. A terrifying ghost of bronze mid-grade level stands above Yin Village Station. Its intention is not to take the bus to Yin Village, as there is no Yin Village nearby. The ghost's true purpose is to trick the stopped bus into opening the door, then come inside the bus to feast. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, as long as you ignore this ghost and don't stop to open the door, there should be no major problems. But if you have the ability to kill the ghost, you can do so to earn 50 bus tokens. So, are there passengers getting on? Gu Pingsheng asked. There are passengers, but they are not getting on the bus. Lin Xiaonan said with a serious tone about the horror of this station. When explaining how this ghost tricks the bus to open the door and then devours all the players inside the bus. At this moment, the girls around were dumbfounded. Luo Xiaoshui pouted, this ghost is so mean, actually using the kindness of passing buses to trick them into opening the door. I wonder how strong the bronze ghost is. According to the level order, it seems to be above black iron quality. Su Yu said. Now the driver is Li Ruoyao. Ruoyao, remember not to stop, drive along the left side of the road. Gu Pingsheng reminded. He also didn't expect a station like this, where there are passengers, would be so eerie. Thankfully, Lin Xiaonan is here. If it weren't for Lin Xiaonan, nobody would know whether there were traps or not. Don't worry, Pingsheng. After 10 minutes, the bus passed Yin Village Station. A large, pitch-black humanoid monster stood above the platform steps, exuding a terrifying aura, its crimson eyes fixed tightly on the bus. Player Gu Pingsheng, seeing the fearsome ghost, mental power decreases by 3 points. Seeing that just looking at the ghost would drain mental strength. Gu Pingsheng was startled. It seemed this evil spirit was indeed not simple. However, when the evil spirit saw Gu Pingsheng's bus, it quickly waved its hand to signal. Not only Gu Pingsheng, but the other girls also lost quite a bit of their spirit upon seeing the evil spirit. Is this the evil spirit? It can even wave its hand, so clever, so scary, and we lost spirit just by seeing it. Zhang Kuko murmured to herself. This bus stop has a high level of difficulty, which means our entire bus's fighting power combined finds it somewhat hard to deal with a mid-level bronze creature. Lin Xiaonan analyzed. Right now, we can only handle a top-tier black iron creature, and that's still because we have Ruoyao here. After all, ordinary and bronze are 2 levels apart. Gu Pingsheng added. It's okay, as long as there's a chance to boost Ruoyao's physique later, we might just be able to deal with bronze-level monsters. And one more thing, Pingsheng. Lin Xiaonan said. I just observed the evil spirit's physique again, its physique is at 320 points. Gu Pingsheng's eyelids jumped. Now, he only had 54 points. No wonder it was so hard to deal with it, even with a whole bus of people. This made Gu Pingsheng curious. In that Huanggang village, what kind of monsters must there be to ensure a certain death? An hour later. A new bus passed by the Yin City station. Manager, this monster at the station seems to be one of the so-called passengers in the chat channel, what do you think? This bus belonged to a department of a company in Xinjiang, the sales department. The bus driver was the sales department's manager, Chen Jianxing. At this moment, in his arms was a naked woman silently crying. The one who just spoke was Chen Jianxing's assistant, and the crying woman was the most beautiful female employee in the entire department. Since crossing into this other world for bus survival, Chen Jianxing had begun to reveal his true colors, occupying many of the attractive female employees on the bus, right in front of everyone. He even shared them. If any employees resisted, they would be expelled from the bus by Chen Jianxing. What's your thought? Chen Jianxing asked. The assistant said, perhaps we can take it to a certain place to gain considerable rewards. Quite a few buses have already started taking passengers in the chat channel since the big boss Gu Pingsheng's experiment. Just then, the evil spirit at the station waved at this bus. Chen Jianxing fell into hesitation. He didn't know whether to let it on or not. In the end, Chen Jianxing decided to take a gamble. There was only one monster. His bus had over 40 people. Even if this monster went wild, Chen Jianxing felt that subduing it wouldn't be a big issue. The stations encountered during this time had many monsters, but they weren't very strong. 20 or so men with weapons handled them easily. Let it come aboard, if anything seems off, we'll just take it down. Chen Jianxing said. The assistant approached the station and opened the bus doors. Soon, the evil spirit boarded, a cruel smile curling on its lips. It used its sharp claws to instantly tear apart the woman sitting on Chen Jianxing's lap. Warm blood splattered across Chen Jianxing's face. Chapter 26, The First Total Annihilation of a Bus Driver. District announcement, player Chen Jianxing is the first bus driver to face total annihilation in Area 6. Please note, carrying passengers is risky, ensure that passengers are not dangerous or can be dealt with. The first total annihilation bus. Gu Pingsheng was astonished. The girls who had been whispering and chatting suddenly fell silent, sufficiently frightened. This was not just a matter of 1 or 2 people dying. It was a total annihilation of the entire bus. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Gu Pingsheng was somewhat startled as well, but he quickly calmed down. Everyone, based on my deduction, this might be due to a dangerous passenger. Just like the train station in the shadowy village just now, the entire area announced that taking passengers carries risks. I think the same. Luckily we have Shonan's talent, so we don't need to worry about this when carrying passengers in the future. Li Ruoyao said thankfully. So tragic, dozens of people on the bus, so terrifying. A girl couldn't handle the pressure and began to sob quietly. Sadness spreads easily. Many girls started crying one after another. Will we become like this in the future? I'm so scared. This world is too scary. I miss our previous campus life. Lu Xiaofang shouted, everyone, don't worry, we have the class monitor and the class committee with us, we'll definitely be safe along the way. Lu Xiaofang's words were filled with hope. Because she was always a cheerful girl, full of hope for life, and confident in Gu Pingsheng. Zhao Yuding said. That's right, everyone, cheer up. With our class monitor around, as long as we listen well, we can definitely survive in this cruel world. Their talents are so amazing. When she made eye contact with Gu Pingsheng, Zhao Yuding even threw him a flirtatious glance. I wonder how my parents are doing. Do they have any good talents on their side? A girl suddenly said sadly. The atmosphere of sorrow began again. I hope nothing happens to my parents and that they stay safe. Me too, and my older sister and brother. And our counselor, Teacher Jiang, I don't know which group Teacher Jiang is mixed in. Maybe with the faculty group. Their class counselor is named Zhang Ningyue. Zhang Ningyue is beautiful, with a curvy figure, even larger than Lin Xionan's, probably around 28 years old. However, there has never been any news of her having a boyfriend, and she usually has a cold expression. Although Zhang Ningyue seems aloof, she is actually warm and caring for her classmates. Gu Pingsheng, as the class monitor, also helps Zhang Ningyue with errands and privately calls her Zhang Jia. Every time he runs errands for Zhang Ningyue, she gives him 100 or 2 as a fee. I wonder if I will run into Zhang Jia in Zone 6. Gu Pingsheng sighed slightly. And his parents, who have been on a business trip abroad. And Lin Yi. Gu Pingsheng also had worrying family members. Lin Xionan said slowly, everyone, worrying too much is pointless. Maybe they are even more worried about us. As long as we live well now, that's enough. Time quickly passed, and night fell. As soon as it got dark, familiar scenes returned. Zombies began to spawn around the bus. Gu Pingsheng drove the bus skillfully on the road, trying to avoid the dense zombie hordes to save durability. After the earlier announcement of the total wipeout, the atmosphere in the class wasn't very good, it was quiet, plus these 3 days were still in the newbie protection period. Nobody knew what would happen next. However, not half an hour passed, and suddenly a gigantic zombie, over 2 meters tall, appeared in front of the bus. The huge zombie, after hearing the movement of the bus, suddenly turned around, its blood-red eyes fixed tightly on the bus. This zombie was huge, with a right arm abnormally thick, almost as wide as its entire body. However, the left arm was sadly atrophied, drooping by its side like a dry branch. A mutated zombie? Gu Pingsheng was slightly startled. Then it let out a deafening roar, swinging its right arm and charging forward with heavy steps. Roar! Even the ground trembled from the impact of this gigantic zombie. Gu Pingsheng's heart sank. There was no time to hide. The bus was too big a target, and the zombie's charge was both fast and fierce, clearly aimed to crash. Such high-level zombies had never appeared in the past few days. Could it be because the newbie protection period was about to end? Is the difficulty of survival quietly increasing? Gu Pingsheng, be careful! Lin Xionan shouted immediately, her voice carrying a hint of tension. It's called Impact Zombie, it will actively crash into vehicles and living people. Quality is low black iron, with a physique of 63 points. 63 points physique? Gu Pingsheng's eyes narrowed, then he snorted coldly. This physique is not even as good as Ruoyao. I want to see if this guy is tougher or if my level 3 bus is tougher. Without hesitation, he pressed the new feature acceleration button. In an instant, the engine roared low and violently, the speed shot up from 60 km per hour to 120 km. The entire bus seemed to transform into a steel beast, charging head-on toward the zombie. The wind howled outside the window, the air inside the compartment felt almost solid. All the girls held their breath. Gu Pingsheng's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze locked onto that terrifying figure ahead. Closer, closer. Bang boom. A violent crash sound echoed. The bus jolted, and the windshield cracked like a spider's web. At the moment of contact, the impact zombie was violently knocked away, rolling under the bus with a series of painful wails. The wheels crushed over it, the bus shook and swayed, screams filled the cabin. A few seconds later, everything gradually calmed down. Gu Pingsheng released the accelerator and exhaled slowly. Though the windshield had cracked, it had not shattered and was still within an acceptable range. Gu Pingsheng looked through the rearview mirror, far behind the bus. The impact zombie lay on the ground, trembling slightly, unable to rise again, with 2 bus coins and a black treasure chest dropped beside it. Gu Pingsheng's eyes sparkled with desire, but there were many zombies nearby, he certainly couldn't get out to pick it up now. Following that, he checked the durability, it dropped from 30 points to 27 points. Just from this crash, 3 points of durability were gone. This meant that if he encountered 10 impact zombies in one night without repairing, he would undoubtedly die. Gu Pingsheng took out an iron ingot to repair the 3 points of durability. Generally speaking, crashing into ordinary zombies could cost 1 durability after hitting dozens or even hundreds. Let alone now that he was at level 3, his defense would definitely be better than at level 2. Fortunately, this was a rare occurrence. Later, while Gu Pingsheng drove the bus, he did not encounter such terrifying zombies. Phew, that scared me to death. Luo Xiaoxue patted her chest, looking still in shock. It's good that the squad leader upgraded the bus these days, I wonder if a level 1 bus could withstand it. Next to her was Su Yuer, also pale-faced. At midnight, many female students had fallen asleep, some lightly snoring. The bus temporarily stopped by the roadside, it was now Lu Xiaofeng's turn to drive. The two switched positions. Gu Pingsheng casually found a seat in the back to rest. Next to him was Li Ruoyao, who kept Gu Pingsheng company. Seeing this, Gu Pingsheng gently pulled Li Ruoyao into his arms. Li Ruoyao rested her head on Gu Pingsheng's shoulder. Ruoyao, according to our agreement, it's my turn to be your pillow today. Please rest well. Gu Pingsheng said. Pingsheng, thank you. Li Ruoyao felt sweet in her heart, enjoying this atmosphere, she liked this ambiguous feeling very much. However, just as she laid down, Li Ruoyao felt a jolt against her head. Li Ruoyao. Chapter 27, The Beginner Protection Period Ends. Heavenly Dao Rewards, Rule Changes. Li Ruoyao still sat up. You like this, I can't sleep well. She looked down and spoke softly. Gu Pingsheng chuckled. Who told my baby to be so charming? This is only natural. Who is your baby? You shameless. Li Ruoyao's words were tough, but her heart was blooming with joy. As the two flirted, exchanging teasing remarks, night was the perfect time to express their feelings for each other. However, a prompt sound from the Heavenly Dao appeared in their ears. Hello everyone, I am the Heavenly Dao, the one who brought you to the bus world. Gu Pingsheng and the others stopped playing around. All the sleeping female classmates were awakened. I have good news for you, the beginner protection period is over. How do you feel? Excited? I'm excited, your mom. You shameless heaven's path. Luo Xiaoxue shouted angrily, hands on her hips. Xiaoxue, be careful, don't let heaven's path hear you. What if it strikes you down directly? Beside her, Su Yuer pulled Luo Xiaoxue with concern. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoxue also became worried, looking left and right, appearing timid. I believe many players are cursing me, after all, I brought you to this cruel world. Now, after 3 days, the beginner protection period is over, and the world will only become more brutal. However, you must know one thing, I sincerely hope you can survive. Next, let's summarize the death situation over these 3 days. Out of 10 billion players, 500 million have died, and there were 90,000 total wipeouts of buses. In fact, among them, 400 million players may be elderly who are about to die, helpless infants, or patients and disabled people who cannot endure the long journey, or others who were killed by other players. Your death rate was originally 1%. It's the weakness of your humanity and the vile character that has led to the soaring death rate. Upon seeing the death rate, Gu Pingsheng sighed. Heaven's path was right. Most of the deaths were due to infighting. Previously with Zhang Zihao and others, plus Huang Ting. According to the chat channel, many bus drivers have begun to rule dictatorially. Many beautiful women on the buses have become playthings of the powerful. In order to establish authority, it is very likely that drivers will expel certain troublemakers. Heaven's path continue to speak. Next is the ranking situation of buses in each region. According to several parts, the average strength of players in the bus, the strength of the top player in the bus, the average living standards of players in the bus level, the number of monsters killed, passenger capacity, etc., to conduct a comprehensive ranking for rewards. Rewards are divided into 5 tiers. First place, second to 10th place, 11th to 100th place, 101st to 1000th place, and the remaining rankings. According to the ranking, I wonder how our ranking is in the 6th region. Gu Pingsheng felt a bit nervous. But their bus indeed had 3 S-level talents. Driver Gu Pingsheng, based on the comprehensive evaluation, your bus ranks first in the 6th region. Please keep up the good work. Here are the rewards for all players on your bus. Each player receives 15 attribute points, and each player gains 10 backpack slots. Here are the rewards for driver Gu Pingsheng: energy core times 5, any skill book times 3, compressed biscuit times 100, 500 ml Zibo mineral water times 100. Gu Pingsheng listened to the notification, his face showing surprise. This reward is too generous. First of all, it's the rewards for all bus players. Every player can actually receive attribute points and backpack slots, which greatly improves the overall level of players and their ability to search for supplies. As long as they hit a few supply-rich stations, they could potentially gather twice the amount of resources. Next comes the precious energy cores and 3 skill books. Gu Pingsheng opened his personal backpack and took out the 3 skill books. Skill book: Mysterious Chi Shield. Quality: Black Iron Superior. Learning time: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Using this skill, you can create shields that can withstand damage below Black Iron Superior for yourself and everyone around you, lasting for 5 seconds. Seeing the description of the skill book, Gu Pingsheng's eyes lit up. This skill is powerful, it actually provides a shield for everyone. No wonder it has the quality of Black Iron Superior. In addition to Mysterious Chi Shield, there are also Willow Vine Entanglement and Farmer's 3 Fists. Willow Vine Entanglement is of ordinary superior quality, capable of wrapping willow vines around enemies for control. Farmer's 3 Fists is of ordinary middle quality. The next 3 punches will cause a high amount of damage. Of course, no matter how high, it can't compare to a powerful strike. The quality of a powerful strike is higher than that of the farmer's 3 punches. Gu Pingsheng had no time to think about allocating points or distributing skills, because the Heavenly Dao's announcement continued to broadcast. After obtaining the rewards, the protection period ends, and of course, the difficulty of survival will increase. No more talking, here are the new rule changes. 1. I'm sure you all experienced a bus that is stalled, right? But if it stalls at the same fixed time every morning at 7, it makes no sense. From now on, the stalling time will no longer be fixed at 7 in the morning, but can happen at any time. Of course, it's still safe to leave the bus within 2 minutes without facing any terrifying dangers. 2. The night zombies haven't been easy on you, have they? From now on, zombies will also appear during the day. Of course, the number of zombies in the daytime will be far less than at night, but they will still appear. Alright, every monster chasing behind the bus has increased speed, by 20 km per hour, they won't rest and will continue to chase you. The buses that haven't leveled up to level 2 must be trembling. 3. Starting tomorrow, every week's last night will be Blood Moon Night, and the moon will turn a terrifying crimson color. Under the light of the blood moon, the number of zombies and other monsters will increase several times, and their quality will also improve several times. Enjoy the disasters brought by Blood Moon Day. I have a feeling that in 7 days, many people will definitely die. For, there are currently too few bus stations, and the stations will undergo a major update, with category names and more stations, like forced special stations. Normal resource stations have resources, and the danger level is not high. Passenger stations, there will be passengers waiting at the station, and you can choose to pick them up or not. Forced stations, the passing bus will definitely stall and must forcibly explore the station for a certain time. More stations will require you to explore on your own. Good luck! 5. Apart from the stations, the map will also undergo a major update, with service areas and more villages and towns appearing. The climate will also become diverse, there may be cold waves, heat waves, etc. In order to help you cope with the more difficult game rules, the resources in the map will also be greatly increased. On the roads, you may come across treasure chests everywhere. So, how about it? Are you moved? Level up quickly, players. Alright, the update ends here. I hope you are still alive when the next major update comes. The prompt sound of the Heavenly Dao ended. At this moment, everyone had a pale expression on their faces. This is just like giving a sweet date, then hitting with a stick. From now on the bus will stall irregularly? What if the bus suddenly stalls when we are attacked by a horde of zombies? Zheng Kiki said with a pale face. At that time, we can only fight back. Li Ruoyao said calmly as possible, fight the zombies, wait for the stalling time to end, then return to the bus and continue driving. Now there are zombies during the day too, doesn't that mean we can't go out normally during the day? Luo Xiaoxue sighed. The pressure of survival is great, if we feel this way, let alone others. Su Yuer sighed from the side. There's even a Blood Moon Day similar to the rules of 7 days to die. At least there's one good thing, the resources at the stations will become abundant, and there will be more treasure chests. Perhaps we can obtain more weapon skills and increase our strength. Gu Pingsheng noticed the last rule message, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Let's try our best to increase our strength, everyone. This survival game can't possibly have no way out, keep exploring the stations and growing stronger. Then he took out 3 skill books. The moment he took them out, he attracted the attention of the girls around him. I'm ready to distribute these 3 skill books. Under the eager gazes of the girls, Gu Pingsheng gave Farmer's 3 punches to Zhang Kuku, Cuckoo, this skill is for you. Your giant form works well with this farmer's 3 punches. Okay, thank you, Captain. Zhang Kuku smiled sweetly and accepted it. Li Ruoyao felt fine, she had already received a more powerful strike, which was enough. Then, Gu Pingsheng turned his gaze to Luo Xiaoxue and Lin Xiaonan. 2 support roles? One is for healing, and the other is for intelligence. This Xuanqi shield, of black iron high quality, I plan to give to Xiaonan. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Xiaonan's talent is divine hint. She can better grasp the situation and know when to add the shield. Thank you, Captain. Lin Xiaonan accepted it. Finally, Gu Pingsheng looked at Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue's lovely big eyes lit up with surprise upon meeting Gu Pingsheng's gaze. Could it be that the captain wants to give me the skill? She thought to herself. Xiaoxue, this control skill, Willow Bind, is unrelated to constitution but tied to stamina. Continuous control will consume stamina. This skill is for you, but you need to pay attention to improving your stamina. And your healing talent is also related to stamina. Okay, Captain, I absolutely will not disgrace the mission. Please urge updates, everyone. If you have any good suggestions or spot any mistakes, feel free to contact me. I hope readers can interact with me more. Chapter 28, Reward Golden Module. Most of the class committee members have learned skills. Now the only one without skills is Chen Tonger. When a suitable skill is found next time, it can be given to Chen Tonger for use. After the prompt from the Way of Heaven ended, the zombies at night grew more numerous, continuously and suicidally crashing into the bus. Now it was truly a terrifying survival world. Lin Xiaonan said slowly. Everyone, we can't sleep too deeply, no one knows when the bus might suddenly shut down. So someone must stay awake, and more importantly, there shouldn't be too few people keeping watch. That's true. Gu Pingsheng understood Lin Xiaonan's thoughts. If only the driver or a few people are awake while most are asleep, if the bus shuts down for 2 minutes and it's too late, it could very well leave some classmates on the bus. Hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, everyone fell silent. Because they all knew that what Gu Pingsheng said made sense. Soon, someone suggested. How about this, we split into 8 groups, with 5 people each, taking turns to keep watch. If the bus shuts down, the one on watch will wake the other 4 in the group. This way, we can cooperate better. That's a good plan. Our class should have 41 people in total, we can split into 8 groups, one with 5 and another with 6. At least 1/5 of the people will be awake to keep watch, which is safer. Li Ruoyao's eyes brightened. Quickly, everyone began to form groups, as this was a matter of life and death. Although the chance of the bus shutting down is low, there will always be times when it happens. Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao, Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, Lin Xiaonan, and Zhang Kuku formed one group. This group of 6 also happened to be the driver group taking turns driving the bus. Luo Xiaoxue, Su Yuer, Chen Tonger, Yang Jiasen, and Wang Jiaqi formed another group. These 5 girls were all not tall, averaging only 1.5 meters, and they got along quite well usually. Then it was time to allocate attribute points. Li Ruoyao poured all 15 attribute points into stamina, as her stamina points were too appealing. This 15 would make it 150. Originally at 90, this boost increased it to 240. I wonder if black iron quality creatures can withstand Li Ruoyao's strike, perhaps even bronze creatures can't take it. Gu Pingsheng allocated 9 points to stamina, 3 to agility, and 3 to endurance. His stamina rose to 72, agility to 21, and endurance to 19. Meanwhile, the girls were chattering away. Let's start discussing how to add attribute points. In the end, most girls decided to prioritize physical strength. However, Luo Xiaoxue prioritized stamina, adding all 15 points to it. If stamina is sufficient, the healing duration will also last longer, as long as someone can protect Luo Xiaoxue. She is a support character, not a fighter. At that moment, another charger zombie appeared in front of the bus. Lu Xiaofeng felt a bit nervous. Xiaofeng, just crash into it, it's no big deal. Gu Pingsheng's voice gave Lu Xiaofeng some courage. She pressed the accelerator, and the bus crashed into the charger zombie. However, since this time there was no acceleration, it wasn't as brutal as before. Throughout the night, this situation happened many times. The charger zombies that were hit dropped some bus coins, more or less. But because there were many zombies below, they didn't go down to pick them up. And Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao weren't thinking about that at midnight. Li Ruoyao lay peacefully asleep on Gu Pingsheng's lap. Gu Pingsheng also held Li Ruoyao, drowsily asleep. At 6 in the morning, the punctual sign-in sound rang out. Sign-in Day 4. Reward 1, Random Black Iron Level Skill times 1. Reward 2, 500 milliliters Nongfu Spring Mineral Water times 300. Reward 3, Bus Coins times 50. Reward 4, Bus Module, Magnetic Coin Collector. Magnetic Coin Collector. Quality, golden level. When the bus passes, there is a 20% chance to absorb bus coins on the ground within a 50-meter range. Evaluation, with it, there is no need to worry about getting off the bus to collect coins at night. Today, there are 4 rewards. After Gu Pingsheng woke up and saw these 4 rewards, he was quite pleasantly surprised. All 4 rewards were plentiful. Especially the first and fourth ones. A black iron level skill and a bus module item. Gu Pingsheng quickly checked the price of the magnetic coin collector in the bus module mall. The module mall had various items, like barrier-breaking spikes, bulletproof vests, etc., but Gu Pingsheng only looked at the expensive modules. Looking at the price of the magnetic coin collector, it surprisingly cost 1,000 bus coins. However, thinking about it, that makes sense. After all, it is a golden level item with strong capabilities. Once you have the coin collector, you will have an endless supply of bus coins. The quality of the modules is not subdivided, only divided into big categories: ordinary level, black iron level, bronze level, and so on. Moreover, Gu Pingsheng cannot purchase golden quality modules due to the quality restriction of the bus. An ordinary quality bus can only purchase ordinary and black iron quality modules. Only when the bus's quality reaches silver level can one purchase the golden quality magnetic coin collector. The way to upgrade the bus's quality is to either raise the bus's level or purchase various modules to modify the bus. Without hesitation, Gu Pingsheng quickly chose reward 4, which is worth 1,000 bus coins. Last night, it wasn't just the Charger zombies, there were also other higher quality zombies that dropped bus coins. Counting, over about 10 hours, at least dozens of bus coins could have been collected. With the magnetic coin collector, at least over 10 bus coins could be collected in one night. On a blood moon day, they would surely earn even more. After selecting reward 4, suddenly, a U-shaped magnet-like object appeared at the back of the bus. Then, an internal box appeared, where the bus coins absorbed by the U-shaped magnet could be stored. Afterward, Gu Pingsheng clicked on this box, and he was surprised to find that the magnetic coin collector could even be upgraded. Magnetic coin collector. Quality, golden level. Upgrade conditions, 5,000 bus coins. Upgrade effect, probability increased from 20% to 50%, and quality upgraded to platinum level. Note, all modules installed on the bus can consume bus coins for upgrades. So this is the effect that comes with the module. So, the modules purchased in the module mall can be upgraded now? Gu Pingsheng murmured to himself. Soon, several girls gradually woke up. They yawned, looking tired. At this moment, the driver was Zhang Kuku, and the bus was driving smoothly on the highway. There were few zombies on the road, only a few scattered ones could be seen. Just then, a notification sound appeared in his ear. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the station you are about to reach is a regular station, named Original Iron Factory. Original Iron Factory? Gu Pingsheng was delighted. Could it be a platform related to iron ingot resources? Lin Xiaonan used her talent to gain insight and then said. The difficulty level of this platform is mid-low, and there are quite a few iron puppets guarding it, at least 15 of them, with the strongest iron puppet reaching the quality of black iron, but it shouldn't be a match for Ruoyao. There are a large number of iron products inside, some made from raw iron, and some made from high-density iron ingots. We can take them on the bus to dismantle them, gaining raw iron and iron ingots. Raw iron, is that the kind that needs to be smelted in a furnace? Li Ruoyao asked curiously from the side. It should be, but we have to see the raw iron to get clear information. Lin Xiaonan said. Gu Pingsheng nodded. Everyone, it's decided then, search the station, loot the iron resources, and those willing to fight with me, stand up. In no time, with a whoosh, many female classmates stood up one by one. Compared to the few people who explored the station at first, there were many more now. And all the girls who had obtained weapons stood up, along with several others who hadn't gotten weapons yet. Gu Pingsheng counted, a total of 28 people. He felt gratified, 28 people were already more than he expected. 10 minutes later. Zhang Kuku parked the bus near the station. The station was quite large, with a factory-like building above the platform, and at the entrance, there were 2 iron puppets. According to the insight, they were both ordinary high-quality iron puppets. The black iron quality iron puppet should be inside the station. According to Gu Pingsheng's analysis, he should be able to handle a black iron quality iron puppet, and Zhang Kuku should barely manage. As for Li Ruoyao, given her current physique and enhanced strike, dealing with a black iron quality iron puppet should definitely be no problem. Moreover, the station's difficulty was only mid-low under the divine prompt, which already proved Li Ruoyao's strength. Chapter 29, So many iron puppets. I don't know if it's because of some mechanism. There were no zombies near the station. So there was no need to worry about the girls in the bus being harmed by zombies. Also, the bus was level 3, as long as the doors were shut well, ordinary zombies couldn't break through its defenses in a short time. One by one, everyone got off the bus, 28 people, plus 1 iron puppet. Chen Tong'er stayed on the bus, dispatching her iron puppet to help the others. The iron puppets guarding the original iron factory posed in a combat stance upon seeing Gu Pingsheng and the others. Li Ruoyao rushed forward holding a large machete, her powerful physique giving her absolute strength. Her slender little hand gripped the large machete and slashed down. In an instant, one of the ordinary high-quality iron puppets was split in half. But puppets, after all, were puppets. The other puppet showed no sign of fear and swung its fist at Li Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao slashed again, cutting it in half at the waist. It was as easy as cutting tofu. The class rep is so cool. Luo Xiaoshui's little eyes sparkled with admiration. Then, she kicked the iron door of the factory open again. With a bang. The iron door was smashed open. Gu Pingsheng's eyelids jumped. If that kick had landed on him, he might have some bruises. Hearing the noise outside, a large number of iron puppets rushed over. There was an iron puppet that was 3 meters tall, holding a giant broad knife, and every step it took shook the ground. Everyone be careful, this large iron puppet is of the black iron best quality. Its physical strength has a total of 195 points. Lin Xiaonan shouted. So it's 195 points of physique, huh? Looking at this scene, you'd think it was 1,000 points. Li Ruoyao sneered. Everyone, come on, help the study committee share the burden. Gu Pingsheng shouted, charging forward with an endless chainsaw, and slashed directly at the iron puppet. The girls rushed forward with various weapons. Zhang Kiki immediately grew gigantic. She had assigned 10 points to physique and 5 points to stamina yesterday. After becoming giant, her physique had tripled, bringing her strength to just over 60. She grabbed one puppet in each hand and smashed them hard to the ground. Lin Xiaonan was constantly observing the situation from the back, ready to use the vital shield skill at any moment. Luo Xiaoshui was at the back, seeing a girl get injured, immediately called for others to replace her, and then went to heal. In less than 10 minutes, many iron puppets were taken care of by the crowd. Except for Li Ruoyao, Gu Pingsheng and Zhang Kiki had eliminated the most. Besides them, there was Li Jin. To be honest, Li Jin fought fiercely. Gu Pingsheng noticed out of the corner of his eye that she had taken down at least 2 iron puppets. Although they were all of ordinary low quality, it was still impressive. It seemed she had allocated all her points to physique. Lu Xiaofang had taken a few hits from the iron puppet, bleeding from her mouth, but fortunately Luo Xiaoshua noticed and quickly pulled her in for treatment. At that moment, Li Ruoyao was continuously slashing at the black iron best quality iron puppet with her big knife. The puppet kept retreating, defending with its broad knife. However, perhaps due to the low quality of Li Ruoyao's big knife, it was constantly chipping away. At this rate, the big knife might snap completely. Ha! She shouted, not intending to drag it out any longer, activating her skill to enhance her strike. Immediately after, Li Ruoyao jumped up, swinging her big knife aimed at the iron puppet's head. Bang! In an instant, the iron puppet's head exploded, and the entire puppet fell to the ground. Then, next to the iron puppet's body, a skill book and 5 bus tokens dropped. The broad knife it held also fell to the ground. Li Ruoyao picked everything up one by one. Skill book, Iron Armor Summon. Quality, Black Iron Best. Learning time, 20 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Summon a black iron best quality iron puppet to fight for you for 10 minutes. Exquisite broad knife. Quality, black iron medium. A broad knife made from black iron ingots and a small amount of black iron quality steel, causing decent damage, but due to its heaviness, its attack speed is rather slow. Li Ruoyao had just killed the black iron best quality iron puppet with one strike, precisely because her attacking speed was too fast. The iron puppet couldn't react in time to block. This skill can be saved for Tonger, Li Ruoyao said. At that moment, Gu Pingsheng had also used an aerial slash to kill a black iron low-quality iron puppet. Li Ruoyao gave these 5 bus tokens to Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng put them away. He had now saved up to 14 bus tokens, which was not bad. Pingsheng, can I use this broad knife? Look at how worn out my big knife is. Sure, this is definitely yours, Gu Pingsheng said without hesitation. This broad knife was undoubtedly suitable for Li Ruoyao, a black iron medium quality weapon. Combined with her physique exceeding black iron quality and her powerful strike skill, the maximum damage Li Ruoyao could cause would definitely be terrifying. The study committee is really amazing. That big guy was taken out in one hit. Is this the power of S-class talent? Many girls admired. Zhao Yuding's eyes turned. The class leader is also strong. Some of the taller iron puppets were taken down by the class leader. Yes, the class committee and the class leader are our salvation. It would be great to be the class leader's girlfriend, hee hee. Don't talk nonsense, our class leader belongs to the class committee. The girls started chattering. Gu Pingsheng walked into the factory and found many large lumps of iron inside, along with various iron tools and products. Like iron axes, iron swords, iron pots, and so on. It was dazzling to behold. Alright everyone, gather resources. There are plenty of iron products here that may be useful to us. After we're done collecting, let the remaining girl students on the bus come to scavenge. So many iron swords and iron axes. They can be used as weapons. Luo Xiaoxue sighed as she picked up an iron sword that was about her height. Xiaoxue, look at this iron sword, it's taller than you. Hurry up and grow. Su Yuer began to tease. Get lost. Gu Pingsheng first collected a set of weapons or useful tools, iron swords, iron picks, iron spades, shovels, and frying pans, etc. Who knows, they might come in handy, and any excess iron tools could be sold in the trading market later. Although the quality of these iron swords was not high, they were just ordinary low-grade ones. But with so many of them, they were definitely a necessity for everyone on the bus. Gu Pingsheng even found 100 iron swords. Many other iron swords were taken by other female students. As for the unwanted iron lumps, they were moved back to the bus for decomposition. After decomposition, they obtained quite a bit of raw iron stones. Each iron lump gave about 100 to 300 raw iron stones. As for the excess iron tools, unwanted iron items, broken iron doors, and the remains of iron puppets, after decomposition, they turned into iron ingots. Some iron ingots were of ordinary quality, while others were black iron quality. This proved that the iron lumps contained many impurities and had not yet been refined. The iron tools and iron puppets were made from refined iron ingots, and their decomposition naturally yielded iron ingots. As for the skill book that dropped, it was given to Chen Tonger. Besides her own innate talent for creating iron puppets, Chen Tonger could also create more powerful black iron elite iron puppets. This skill suited her well. Moreover, when she summoned black iron quality iron puppets, she wouldn't need people to go out, her controlled innate iron puppets could use the skills mastered by Chen Tonger. About 10 minutes later, everyone finally finished scavenging. After decomposing all the iron lumps, they obtained nearly 3,000 raw iron stones, all of ordinary quality. To store these raw iron stones, at least 30 slots were needed. Gu Pingsheng's personal backpack definitely had no space left. He asked the girls with extra empty slots to store them. Fortunately, everyone was rewarded with 10 extra slots yesterday, so there was still some space. As for the extra unwanted iron tools or those that couldn't fit, they were taken for decomposition, yielding a total of more than 500 iron ingots. Among them, 50 iron ingots were even of black iron quality. 10 raw iron stones can be smelted into 1 iron ingot. Lin Xiaonan gave his suggestion. Li Ruoyao's eyes brightened. In that case, the supplies we've scavenged at this station total more than 800 iron ingots, including 50 black iron quality ingots. Actually, not only that, all the students in our class now have enough weapons, and some even have 2 or 3 weapons. In addition to some iron tools, that's almost 2,000 iron ingots. Zhang Kiki shouted, her tone full of joy. The supplies at the station have really become much more abundant. Gu Pingsheng chuckled. Last night, he had some worries about the future. The bus started again. After leaving the station for a while, zombies began to emerge again. In this regard, Gu Pingsheng speculated that perhaps there were no zombies near the station, it was a mechanism without prompts. Of course, everything that just happened could also be a coincidence. Chapter 30, Third Power Outage. However, after just one morning and 2 more bus stations, Gu Pingsheng realized this was not a coincidence. No zombies appeared near the bus stations, they only showed up after leaving the station for a while. So, getting off at a bus station did not require worrying about zombies on the roads, but only about dangers within the station. Both of these bus stations were ordinary stations. At the first station, there were 200 pieces of leather, but all were of ordinary quality. At the second station, there were 7 bus tokens. The resources gathered in just one morning felt greater than what he had collected over the previous 3 days. During lunch, he opened the chat channel to see if others had the same experience with their buses. Chat channel. Hey everyone, have you noticed that the bus stations are producing more frequently and resources are becoming richer? Yes, I passed 2 small shops this morning and gathered a lot of food and bottled water. Food and water are temporarily in abundance, plus my ranking yesterday was in the top 1,000, giving each player a reward of 1 backpack slot. I collected way more than before. Me too. I passed 4 bus stations and even found a treasure chest on the road, so delightful. Sigh, we also encountered a treasure chest, but it was a black one, black iron quality. However, there was a woman in a white dress kneeling beside the chest. When our driver got off to grab the chest, he discovered that the woman in white was actually a zombie. Perhaps the driver startled her, he was torn apart in an instant. He had even killed ordinary high-tier zombies before. I think I have seen this female zombie too, she was squatting by the roadside crying. At a distance, her pale skin made it clear she was trouble, but unlike other zombies, she didn't mindlessly charge at the bus. The danger level has increased, and resources have become richer. Everyone, hurry and upgrade your buses. The Blood Moon Day in 6 days will be tough. Have you ever seen a big guy with a thick right arm and a thin left arm? That thing is terrifying. I personally witnessed a level 1 bus being smashed by it, and all the people inside were eaten. As expected, most buses encountered resource-rich platforms, but that woman in the white dress. Gu Pingsheng kept that thought to himself. She seemed formidable, but she probably wasn't a match for Li Ruoyao. In the messages of the chat channel, he saw no players stronger than Li Ruoyao. It was important to note that Li Ruoyao's physique was over 20 times that of an ordinary adult male. It's quite enjoyable to occasionally browse the chat channel, it provides a lot of intelligence. After closing the chat for information, Gu Pingsheng glanced at his number of bus tokens, which had reached 25. Among them, there were 4 extra bus tokens obtained from smashing zombies and other ordinary mid-tier and high-tier zombies using the magnetic energy coin collector. According to his agreement with Lin Xiaonan, he planned to purchase a bedroom. Do you wish to spend 20 bus tokens to buy an ordinary bedroom? Yes. However, Gu Pingsheng was also curious about how the bedroom would be installed in the bus. Suddenly, his view transformed into a godlike perspective of the entire bus interior. Now, he could see the female classmates seated in their spots. He could also observe the layout of the entire bus. The first row was the driver's seat and the passenger seat. From the second to the 12th row, there were ordinary seats, 4 seats per row, with the last 2 rows unoccupied. About 7 or 8 meters away was the restroom. There was quite a bit of space between the restroom and the last row. In these areas, Gu Pingsheng could install the bedroom. Soon, he installed a bedroom on the left side. The bedroom is rectangular, perfectly set in the back half of the space. End of God's perspective. Many girls looked in shock at the room that appeared out of thin air behind them. This is the bedroom I built, Gu Pingsheng said slowly. He opened the bedroom door. It was very narrow because the width of the whole bedroom had to match the width of a bus, it couldn't be too wide. Unless in the future the bus is upgraded to be bigger. However, there was a bed about 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long sitting in the center of the bedroom. Besides this, the bedroom could also be upgraded. Gu Pingsheng checked the upgrade panel. Bedroom. Quality, normal level. Current effect, resting in the bedroom increases the speed of stamina and mental recovery by 50%. Upgrade conditions, 50 bus coins. Upgrade effect, lying on the bed further increases the speed of stamina and mental recovery by another 50%, upgraded after becoming black iron level. Sure enough, the bedroom also had special effects. The speed of stamina and mental recovery is faster. These 2 blue bars were very important. The first stamina not only is needed for daily activities, but also for releasing skills. The second mental power, although it seemed useless, could drop when directly facing some terrifying things, and if it dropped too much all at once, even to 0, it could drive one insane. So players' health, stamina, and mental power are very important data. And also, 20 bus coins for a bedroom isn't too expensive. Hee, with a bedroom, Captain, you and the class committee have a private space now. Luo Xiaoxue said with a cunning smile. Stop talking nonsense. Li Ruoyao glared at Luo Xiaoxue. I'm not talking nonsense. You two are always flirting. Do you really think I, Snow King, don't know? Exactly, class committee, if you really have no relation with Captain, then I will go chase after him. Zhao Yuding shouted. Yes, who doesn't know that Captain is the only quality male in our class, a hot commodity. Li Ruoyao no longer dared to argue, she just stopped talking. Gu Pingsheng chuckled, reaching out to wrap his arm around Li Ruoyao's waist. I say, don't tease the class committee, her skin is thin. They're already cozy together, so sweet. Then, just at this warm moment, 2 attackers charged in from both sides. Bang! Bang! The bus shook slightly. Everyone fell silent. The driver, Lin Xiaonan, frowned, ready to steady the steering wheel. However, suddenly, perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps because the collision was too intense, the bus suddenly braked hard, jolted for a while, and then stalled, making a humming sound. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has stalled, please ensure there is no one inside the bus within 2 minutes of stalling. Stall time, 12 minutes. Everyone was stunned for a second, as if not reacting. Get off the bus. Gu Pingsheng's face changed as he shouted. The bus has stalled. Everyone dared not delay, lining up, one by one getting off. Hurry down. Don't push me, I'm going to fall. Even if you push me, don't push my butt. Soon, everyone stumbled down, taking about a minute. When the bus was empty, the doors closed automatically. Then, dark shadows began to surge inside the bus. However, because the attackers struck the bus from the side, plus a lot of noise was made. Immediately, 2 attackers, along with many zombies, rushed over from the surroundings. They continuously howled excitedly, each with crimson eyes. There are zombies, everyone be careful. Gu Pingsheng shouted urgently. All the girls took out weapons, preparing for battle. Gu Pingsheng took out the infinite chainsaw, rushing towards the nearest attacker. Chapter 31, Flaws of the Divine Hint. Swish! Gu Pingsheng swung the infinite chainsaw, piercing through the attacker's body. The attacker started to scream, letting out a roar. However, the quality of the infinite chainsaw is just normal premium. The quality of the attacker is black iron inferior. The attack power of the infinite chainsaw is not much related to physique. So, the infinite chainsaw got slightly stuck. However, Gu Pingsheng's physique is definitely higher than that of the attacker. He frowned slightly, feeling that the infinite chainsaw was already somewhat lagging behind his own strength. But when Gu Pingsheng exerted himself again, the attacker's zombie was completely cut in half by the chainsaw. 2 bus coins fell to the side. Because they were very close to the bus, one of them was quickly absorbed by a magnet. The bus coin flew up, stuck to the magnet, and then disappeared. The magnetic energy collection device would continuously help collect the fallen bus coins. However, there is also a probability, with only a 20% chance of being absorbed, the rest must be picked up by oneself. Yet at this moment, the zombie horde rushed over. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the number was not that many. Li Ruoyao continuously swung the exquisite broadsword in her hands, and with each swing, 1 or 2 zombies were dealt with. At this moment, Li Ruoyao was like a goddess of war. Luo Xiaoxue steadied her expression, then used willow wood to entangle and control another attacker. In that moment of control, Li Ruoyao jumped up and struck down. The heavy blade instantly killed the attacker as if cutting through tofu. Gu Pingsheng clicked his tongue, although he already knew that Li Ruoyao was fierce. But seeing this scene again, he still felt it was incredibly terrifying. As for the other girls, they were not having it easy. Some of them had no experience fighting zombies. Just as Su Yuer was about to be bitten by a zombie, Lin Xiaonan seized the opportunity and quickly used the Xuanqi shield. The effect of the Xuanqi shield was to apply a layer of shield to everyone in the area. The shield could withstand attacks from black iron superior zombies. With the 2 attackers taken care of, the other zombies could not break through the defense of the Xuanqi shield. Moreover, even if these 2 attackers were alive, they could not break the shield. The only downside was that the shield lasted too short a time, only 5 seconds. Immediately after Lin Xiaonan used the skill, a white shield emerged around everyone. The zombie that was about to bite Su Yuer was instantly bounced away by the shield. The shield lasts only 5 seconds. Everyone, kill them, don't be afraid of the zombies. Lin Xiaonan shouted. The surrounding girls, including Gu Pingsheng, fought hard to kill zombies within the 5 seconds. In less than 5 seconds, most of the zombies nearby were dealt with. Everyone panted slightly. They only obtained 3 bus coins in total, but although the other zombies did not drop bus coins, they dropped 2 vials of serum. Gu Pingsheng curiously picked them up. Zombie Virus Serum. Quality, Ordinary Supreme. After use, it can clear the zombie virus from the body. This seems to be dropped by 2 ordinary superior zombies. Li Ruoyao added beside him. It's normal, besides us, there are other buses, and it's possible that no one on those buses has a healing talent, so if they get off and fight zombies and get scratched, they can only use the serum to heal. Lin Xiaonan analyzed. We don't need it. Gu Pingsheng grinned. As long as I protect Xiaoxua every time and collect the dropped serums, we can definitely sell them for a good price. Everyone, please don't let down your guard for now, pay attention to the surroundings. The downtime lasted a total of 12 minutes. After clearing out the surrounding zombies, it is currently safe. But that doesn't mean that there won't be other zombies sniffing out their scent and rushing over. Fortunately, only a few stray zombies came after that. The density of zombies during the day is completely less than at night. This time, there were no girl classmates injured. They also obtained 3 bus coins and 2 vials of serum. As the downtime ended, the bus door slowly opened. Everyone, let's head back. There shouldn't be another downtime for a short while, right? Gu Pingsheng murmured, he wasn't quite sure. After getting back to the bus, Gu Pingsheng suddenly thought of something. Since Lin Xiaonan is a divine prompt, can that divine prompt predict the next time the bus will stall? If it can. Gu Pingsheng quickly asked Lin Xiaonan this question. Even though Lin Xiaonan was very intelligent, she didn't respond at once. Soon, she gently closed her eyes. Everyone eagerly watched her. The probability of stalling again today, 5%. The probability of stalling tomorrow, 22%. However, a few minutes later, Lin Xiaonan shook her head. I tried, but it didn't work well. I can only give a vague hint. The chance of stalling again today is 5%, and tomorrow it's 22%. Ah, that's no different from having no hint at all. Luo Xiaoxue pouted and said. It seems that while the divine prompt is at S level, it still has its limits. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Some things that are hard to achieve can't be prompted. Previously, the heavenly path mentioned that stalling is a probabilistic event. Moreover, based on my analysis, I believe that when the bus is violently hit by monsters, the chance of stalling will suddenly increase. The divine prompt probably can't predict future collision events. Everyone found this reasonable. The bus stalling just now was due to two brain-dead bumpers hitting the bus from left and right. It had lost quite a bit of durability. After spending a bit of iron ingots to repair the bus, Gu Pingsheng began searching for resources in the trading market, then traded with the drivers. He had many energy cores, the one left from before, plus 5 earned as rewards, made a total of 6 energy cores. It took 3 energy cores to upgrade the bus. The 2 blueprints required 2 energy cores. That was enough. These 2 blueprints were what Gu Pingsheng planned to build. One was a regular water condenser blueprint. The other was a furnace. With the furnace, he could smelt over 3,000 raw iron stones into iron ingots. The importance of iron ingots goes without saying. To prepare for the Blood Moon Day in 7 days, iron ingots must be collected. They were key to repairing the bus and surviving that night of the Blood Moon. After posting information about fire energy stones and ordinary quality steel on the trading market, Gu Pingsheng continued to privately chat with other drivers. Finally, after using 10 packs of compressed biscuits and 30 ordinary quality iron ingots, he traded for 10 ordinary quality steel and 1 fire energy stone. Gu Pingsheng first built the water condenser and the furnace. Now he had 1 large water condenser and 1 ordinary water condenser. The ordinary water condenser has a daily condensation capacity of 5 liters. The large water condenser has 20 liters. Together, that's 25 liters. Barely enough for a full bus of people. As for the furnace, to smelt, he only needed to flip a switch and place raw iron stones on top. Below, he could place some wood or other fuels. The price of wood isn't expensive, it has stabilized roughly at a ratio of 10 to 1 with iron ingots in the trading market. 1 iron ingot can be exchanged for 10 pieces of wood, and 1 piece of wood is enough to keep the furnace burning all day, which is very efficient. Can someone help manage the furnace and raw iron stones, and assist with smelting? You'll earn 2 bottles of water for a day's work. Gu Pingsheng called out. Yang Jessen waved her hand upon seeing this. I'll do it. Gu Pingsheng remembered her, she was the girl who had just crossed over and lost her pants, and she had also been very active these days. Then, Gu Pingsheng explained how to use the furnace to Yang Jessen. Yang Jessen nodded, seeming happy to be able to help Gu Pingsheng. However, just as Gu Pingsheng was about to upgrade the bus, there is a treasure chest ahead. Lin Xiaonan, who was driving, shouted. Everyone rushed over. Chapter 32, Ways to Accumulate Bus Coins. In the middle of the straight road, there was indeed an ordinary wooden treasure chest. Surrounding it were a few scattered zombies. This is a low-grade ordinary treasure chest, it contains 5 bottles of water. Lin Xiaonan accurately stated the chest's level and contents. I'll go get it, Li Ruoyao said. Then she got off the bus, easily dealt with the zombies near the bus, and brought back the treasure chest. 2 of the zombies dropped bus tokens, all of which were picked up by Li Ruoyao. These 5 bottles of water. Li Ruoyao didn't know how to distribute them. Temporarily confiscate. Gu Pingsheng also felt that the resource allocation was a bit chaotic now. Mainly because the ways to obtain resources were too many. Station resources, treasure chests on the road, resources obtained by killing monsters, bus tokens earned from transporting passengers. The rewards from the Heavenly Dao system, and materials obtained through talents like Gu Pingsheng. Thinking of this, Gu Pingsheng decided to set up a class fund. Resources that were hard to distribute would be temporarily confiscated and managed by himself. If anyone needed it, whether it was himself or classmates, they could use the materials in the class fund temporarily. However, the frequency and quantity of taking materials shouldn't be too much, to make it as fair as possible. Gu Pingsheng's idea received the agreement of all the girls in the class. Although it couldn't guarantee absolute fairness. But it was better than Gu Pingsheng or the class committee hoarding everything. Soon, Gu Pingsheng began to place various resources on the bus upgrade panel, including energy crystals, bus tokens, iron, ingots, leather, and so on. Originally, Gu Pingsheng's bus tokens were not enough. Just now, after killing the zombies, he gained some, and with the 5 remaining from buying the bedroom, the total reached 10. Before upgrading, Gu Pingsheng still asked each girl to contribute a share of materials, worth about 10 normal-grade iron ingots, because he had just scavenged a lot of ironware, so most girls submitted materials related to ironware, some gave an iron pickaxe, and others gave an iron axe. Then, Gu Pingsheng clicked to upgrade the bus. Immediately, like usual, the bus roared loudly again and kept getting bigger. Originally 20 by 5 in size, it had now reached 30 by 7.5 in size. Not bad, a full 30 meters long and 7.5 meters wide. Currently, the entire road width was just a 2-lane road, about more than 10 meters wide. The level 4 bus had already crossed 2 lanes. If it were before the crossing, this kind of bus on the road would definitely not be allowed. It's becoming more and more like a large transport. Gu Pingsheng sighed. 2 more rows of seats appeared in the back. The entire layout was 2 plus 40 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 is equal to 66, with a total of 66 seats. The first 2 were originally from the level 1 bus, and the back ones were added from upgrading 3 levels. If Huang Ting's seat were excluded, there would be a total of 25 extra seats now. The speed had reached 80 km per hour. Durability improved to 40. The new blueprint obtained was another large water condenser. Gu Pingsheng fell into deep thought. It seemed that the rewards for blueprints were random. In the chat channel, Gu Pingsheng learned that other buses' upgrades did not necessarily yield condensers or furnaces. As for functions, each bus gained a new function when upgraded, and they were the same. This upgrade to level 4 gave the bus a new feature, a defense boost button. Similar to the acceleration button. The defense boost button can instantly double the bus's defense capabilities, which can work well at critical times, with the same cooldown, which is 24 hours. Then, Gu Pingsheng took another look at the conditions for upgrading to level 5. However, this time he felt a bit uneasy. Bus panel. Name, peaceful number. Bus number, 15200. Level 4. Quality, high-grade black iron. Number of members, 41. Speed, 80 km per hour. Durability, 40/40ths. Upgrade conditions, normal grade iron ingots times 500, normal grade steel times 100, black iron ingots times 10, energy core times 4, bus tokens times 100, bus heart times 1. Upgrade rewards. 1. Speed increased to 100 km per hour. 2. Durability increased to 50. 3. Defense slightly increased. 4. Obtain any blueprint times 1. 5. Obtain 1 new function. Current bus functions: decompose, module mole, acceleration, defense boost. Decompose can decompose large materials into basic materials. The ordinary table can be disassembled into wood. Mod shop, you can buy bus modules in the mod shop. The bus module can modify the bus. Speed up, it can double the speed for a short time, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown time, 24 hours. Defense up, it can double the defense for a short time, lasting 10 minutes, cooldown time, 24 hours. Added modules: magnetic energy coin collector, level 1, bedroom, level 1. First, the quality surprisingly improved to black iron good. Not knowing what the bus panel is, when opening it shocked Gu Pingsheng. After thinking carefully, this is probably due to the addition of the magnetic energy coin collector. The magnetic energy coin collector is gold, which raised the overall quality a lot. Reaching black iron good is very normal. Maybe next upgrade, the overall level of the bus will reach bronze level. Aside from that, there are the upgrade conditions. The first 5 resources are fine. They are all familiar resources, should not be too troublesome to collect. The last one, the bus heart, Gu Pingsheng does not understand what it is. Lin Xiaonan also cannot provide hints because she has never seen this thing. But for some reason, Gu Pingsheng always has a bad premonition. It seems that the bus will be stuck at level 4 for a while. Time rushed by, and at dusk, the sun slowly set, casting a brilliant red light on the ground. Everyone just had dinner on the bus. Inside the bus, it was filled with various snacks or the smell of instant noodles. If it wasn't for the survival world, Gu Pingsheng would almost think it was a group picnic. Since upgrading the bus, all the remaining morning and afternoon was spent accumulating bus coins. The bus relied on the magnetic energy coin collector, collecting a lot of bus coins. Moreover, if the number of zombies encountered increased, or if zombies killed dropped many bus coins, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao, along with Zhang Kuko, the 3 powerful fighters, would choose to take risks and get off the bus to kill zombies or pick up more bus coins. After all, the probability of the magnetic energy coin collector is only 20%, not 100%. Of course, getting off to fight should not be too frequent. 1. Stamina may not support long-term fighting. After stamina runs low, the bus must run for a while. Then Gu Pingsheng and others can rest before fighting again. 2. The speed of monsters chasing the bus has increased to 20 km per hour. The bus cannot keep stopping, otherwise, they can't create distance from the monsters. Moreover, if it is night, the dense zombie horde cannot be dealt with like this. They can only rely on the magnetic energy coin collector to collect bus coins. Worth mentioning, in the afternoon they passed by a passenger station and delivered 4 corpses to the village entrance, earning 10 bus coins. The reason it was not 8 coins is mainly because those 4 corpses, like the previous 3, were dealt with by Gu Pingsheng and his team. They delivered them, but did not deliver them completely. So far, the accumulated number of bus coins has reached 60 coins. Without hesitation, Gu Pingsheng purchased a new module. Basic wear-resistant bus cover, quality, black iron level. Selling price, 50 bus coins. Do you want to purchase? Purchase. Adding the bus cover is very necessary. It can enhance the bus's defense, and it can be upgraded later. The moment he made the purchase, Gu Pingsheng, as the driver, briefly entered God's perspective, overlooking the entire bus. Like the previous perspective when he purchased the bedroom, but this time the bus has a ceiling. This time, Gu Pingsheng could clearly see the appearance of the bus. Around the bus is a layer of bus cover primarily in deep gray matte, with lighter gray reflective strips in some areas. The entire surface of the bus cover has a slight granular feel, closely fit to the bus's lines, without excess wrinkles, and the edges are secured with metal buckles. Don't say, it's quite handsome. Soon, Gu Pingsheng withdrew from God's perspective. Then, he checked the requirements for module upgrades. If Gu Pingsheng guessed correctly, this bus module would also be very important in the future. Basic wear-resistant bus coat. Quality, black iron tier. Current effect, increases the bus's defense by 50%, reduces durability consumption. Upgrade conditions, 200 bus coins. Upgrade effect, increases the bus's defense by 100%, reduces durability consumption. Taking a glance at the upgrade price, Gu Pingsheng's mouth twitched. It's really expensive, the upgrade price is a full 200 bus coins. After adding the coat, Gu Pingsheng looked at the bus's upgrade panel and found it had reached the Black Iron Supreme level. However, right after upgrading the bus, 3 more crashers appeared ahead. Now it's Li Ruoyao's turn to drive. She also knew the bus had undergone a big change, so she quickly stepped on the gas. One of the crashers was also of black iron medium quality, was instantly crushed by the massive bus. A total of 4 bus coins dropped. What luck, it seems like adding up in one day. At that moment, before the night fell completely, a notification sound rang in his ears. Driver Gu Pingsheng, you are about to head to the Lindong service area. Since it's your first time heading to the service area, the following will introduce the rules of the service area. Chapter 33, Rules of the Service Area. 1. Except for the night of Blood Moon Day, the service area is an absolutely safe place in the entire bus world, with no zombies and no monsters. All players heading to the service area are not allowed to take action, including molesting others, insulting others, and other touching behaviors. Of course, this also includes the act of stealing from other buses. Once caught, the first offense will result in losing bus coins or supplies, and severe violations will face immediate annihilation. 2. Entering the service area requires paying bus coins, with the price for each trip based on the number of people on the bus. However, for every bus, the first trip to the service area is free. If the service area is full, entry is not allowed. 3. The service area provides free fuel, free food and water, and free lodging, provided there are available rooms. The resting time in the service area does not exceed 12 continuous hours. Exceeding 12 hours will incur additional charges, and continuous charges will double. For example, if a bus has 50 people, the first 12 hours cost 50 bus coins, the second 12 hours cost 100 bus coins, and so on. Do not take any food, water resources, or other supplies out of the service area, violators will face immediate annihilation. 4. Do not dream of staying in the service area to rest on Blood Moon Day, because the service area will be closed on that day, and it will only reopen after Blood Moon Day is over. I didn't expect it to be a service area. Gu Pingsheng's eyes widened in surprise. What service area? Could it be a place to refuel and buy things? Is it a place to rest? Many female students, hearing Gu Pingsheng talking to himself, curiously asked. Soon, Gu Pingsheng explained the rules of the service area. Upon hearing this, the girls cheered. Wow! Free fuel, free meals, free drinks, and it's safe, isn't this heaven? Whoa, I've had enough of the days filled with fear, I want to rest too. Great, class leader, let's go in to rest, I haven't eaten much at night, I want a feast. Class leader, how about we just stay in the service area for a night? We haven't had a good sleep for a long time. Yeah, class leader, our bus runs so fast, the monsters only start coming out the day after tomorrow. In the first 2 days, they only traveled at 10 kilometers per hour, and today the speed rose to 20 kilometers. We have been rushing all day, and now our speed has reached 100 kilometers, we are definitely far ahead of the monsters. Gu Pingsheng hesitated for a moment, looking at the tired expressions of the girls. Some girls suffer from light sleep, even showing big dark circles under their eyes. Indeed, sitting in their seats, they all sleep restlessly. However, Lin Xiaonan said, personally, I think we can rest at the service area, but I don't recommend staying overnight. Team leader, don't you want to get a good night's sleep? Yeah, team leader, there's only one bed in the bedroom, it's not enough for everyone. Many girls were a bit puzzled. Of course I want to. Lin Xiaonan said slowly. But I worry that some people might not want to come back after staying at the service area. As the saying goes, it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The warm big bed at the hotel has free water and food. Once you return to the bus, the contrast will feel huge. Moreover, there are coin collecting devices. The night is the best time to collect bus coins. A quick step means a quick gain. Zhang Kiki countered, I don't think it's a huge problem. If anyone still can't handle the challenges ahead just for temporary comfort, well, they should have died long ago. As for the bus coins, we can collect those every night. Missing one night won't matter. What the PE committee members said makes sense. We are just relaxing for a night, taking a good rest to recuperate our bodies. However, I feel that what the team leader said also makes sense. The Blood Moon Day is coming, do we really want to waste a night? Proper rest is important. It's nearly 6 o'clock now, we leave around 4 or 5 in the morning. I think that's fine. We can still collect bus coins for over an hour. I've been waking up with a stiff neck these days, sometimes sleeping on the board makes my arms numb. I just want to sleep normally. Me too, I haven't mined for a long time, my heart is itching, I need to find a private room. Jason, you're so weird, there are boys here. What's wrong with that? The class monitor isn't an outsider. The girls kept discussing and arguing. Some agreed with Lin Xiaonan's view. Others supported Zhang Kiki's perspective. Gu Pingsheng also fell into deep thought. The girls in the class indeed looked unwell. Especially Luo Xiaoxue and Su Yuer, who had lower endurance. But wasting a night collecting bus coins. However, thinking that this time is free. He also wanted to rest well. Gu Pingsheng sighed. Since that's the case, let the minority obey the majority. Let's plan to rest at the service area for a while. Those who wish to leave, please raise your hands. Lin Xiaonan was the first to raise her hand. Soon, a few more girls raised their hands. Among them was Li Zhen. Counting, there were about 15 people. Those who want to rest overnight and leave around 4 or 5 in the morning, please raise your hands. Most of the girls raised their hands, including Luo Xiaoxue and Su Yuer, who looked at Gu Pingsheng with eager eyes. But Gu Pingsheng didn't expect that Li Ruoyao also raised her hand. Meeting Gu Pingsheng's gaze, Li Ruoyao slightly lowered her head, deep in thought. Okay, since those who agree to stay for 12 hours are in the majority, let's head to the service area to rest overnight. We'll gather and leave at 5 in the morning. We don't have enough bus coins, they've all been used for upgrading the bus. If we exceed 12 hours, unpredictable bad things might happen. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Hearing Gu Pingsheng's words, the girls cheered with delight. Wow! The class monitor is awesome. Luo Xiaoxue shouted, running to Gu Pingsheng, grabbing his hand, filled with excitement. Su Yuer followed closely, raising her small pink fist, shouting, Class monitor Gu is awesome. Then, perhaps due to the atmosphere, or perhaps Gu Pingsheng's accumulated prestige, the other girls also shouted in unison, the class monitor is awesome, and gathered around Gu Pingsheng. There were quite a few pretty girls around. Gu Pingsheng breathed in the fragrance of girls. It wasn't particularly pleasant, it was a bit overwhelming, the scent of hair mingled with sweat, especially since they hadn't showered for 4 days. Lin Xiaonan helplessly followed suit and shouted a sentence. At this moment, Gu Pingsheng felt a bit embarrassed, yet also a little elated. It's a common human feeling. After all, being praised by so many beautiful girls, and being so close to them, any boy would feel a little giddy. Of course, Gu Pingsheng understood their feelings. They had really been so tired lately. Soon, the bus arrived near the service area. Like any highway service area, it needed to go to the right road, called the ramp, to access the service area. What was a bit surprising was that there was also a pole similar to a toll gate on the ramp for entering the service area. The toll pole was long, much wider than Gu Pingsheng's bus. A man in a white uniform sat beside the toll pole, inside the toll booth. As soon as the man saw Gu Pingsheng and the others on the bus, he immediately came out of the toll booth. Starting today, the verification has begun. The full read of the novel and the unit price scores are not doing well, and I hope dear readers can follow along more and urge updates more often. The performance during the new book verification period is very important. If you have any opinions or points of criticism, feel free to let me know. Chapter 34, The Administrator in the Service Area. Seeing this scene, Gu Pingsheng was a bit surprised. Because he did not expect that the service area would have management. Is this a player or an NPC from this bus world? Gu Pingsheng suppressed the doubts in his heart. I am one of the administrators of Lindong service area. The man in the white uniform introduced himself. Gu Pingsheng asked Lin Xiaonan to roll down the window, then negotiated with the administrator. Can you let us enter the service area? The administrator nodded. He took out a special item and scanned the bus. The first time entering the service area is free, you can stay for a maximum of 12 hours. If you exceed 12 hours, there will be a second fee collection. I believe you all know the rules. I know this. Gu Pingsheng replied. Then he took out a pack of Zhenghua cigarettes and handed it to the administrator. The administrator frowned slightly, not accepting it immediately, but from his slightly moving eyes, Gu Pingsheng knew he was tempted. Driver, what do you mean by this? This is the cigarette you dropped with me earlier, I am returning it to you. The administrator hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the pack of Zhanghua, then said, come find me later. He returned to the toll booth and lifted the toll gate for Gu Pingsheng and the others. Soon, Lin Xiaonan drove the bus inside. Class leader, why did you give that guy in white the cigarettes? Luo Xiaoxue asked curiously. It's simple, this administrator might know some things about the bus world. The class leader probably wants to see if he can exchange some information. Lin Xiaonan explained. Gu Pingsheng nodded, exactly, later Xiaonan, come with me to find that administrator, your divine hints should be able to indicate if what he says is right or wrong, right? It should be fine. Lin Xiaonan replied. Upon entering the service area, the first thing that caught the eye was the parking lot, where 6 buses were already present. In addition, there were still 4 vacant spots. This service area could accommodate a total of about 10 buses, which was roughly around 400 people. Lin Xiaonan parked the bus in an empty spot. Everyone get off, remember, we must gather here at the parking lot by 4:55 a.m. tomorrow. Anyone who is late by more than 5 minutes will not be waited for. Gu Pingsheng said seriously. Don't think you can stay here forever, we don't have enough bus coins, and no one knows what will happen if we can't pay the bus coins. Don't worry, class leader. We've all kept it in our hearts. If someone is late, we'll leave them here. Luo Xiaoxue shouted. Gu Pingsheng thought of something else. This is the first time they are disbanding for a long time. It is very necessary to create a small group in the chat channel. This is a new feature in the chat channel that appeared after the beginner protection period ended, similar to WeChat before the crossing. In addition to being able to add friends and send private messages face-to-face with players, we can also create small group chats with players. Many drivers should have created their own bus groups. Gu Pingsheng said, let's create a small group in the chat channel. If anything happens, we can send messages in the small group. Soon, everyone added each other as friends, and then Gu Pingsheng created a new small group, calling the group chat Pinyin number. Before long, everyone got off the bus. A cold wind blew, causing everyone to shiver. Ah Chio. Suyuer sneezed and shivered, saying, it's clearly just evening, but it's even colder than the morning 2 days ago. Yes, could it really be that a cold wave is coming? So cold. Class monitor, could you check if anyone in the trading market is selling coats or cotton jackets? Yes, I feel like even if the other bus drivers know, they probably won't sell, after all, they need clothes too. I will pay attention to this matter. Let's temporarily disperse. Those who need to go to the bathroom can go, and those who want to eat can eat. There seems to be an inn nearby, and the housing should be free. Gu Pingsheng said, as he noticed many unfamiliar players coming in and out of the nearest building. That building is called Lindong Restaurant. That should be the place to eat. I really want to eat steamed white rice. Yes, I've been eating instant noodles soaked in cold water. I really want to eat hot, steaming white rice. To save water resources, I haven't drunk any water all day. I'm so thirsty. The girls began to walk in groups towards the restaurant, forming a beautiful scenery line. Many players unconsciously turned their gaze towards the girls. Some looked with curiosity, while others looked with lewdness. After all, these girls seemed to have all come down from the same bus that just arrived. It seemed like an entire bus was filled with girls. Many players tried to chat up the female classmates, but they were all rejected. For them, after experiencing the Zhang Zihao incident, they only trusted one boy, Gu Pingsheng. The service area was temporarily safe, so Gu Pingsheng didn't have to worry about conflicts occurring. He was planning to go with Lin Xiaonan to negotiate with that administrator. Count me in. Li Ruoyao came to Gu Pingsheng's side and casually put her arm around his. With me here, you don't have to worry about that administrator being unfriendly to you. Lin Xiaonan glanced at Li Ruoyao with silent amusement. With her ability to see hints, she naturally knew Li Ruoyao was lying. Back at the toll booth. At this moment, the administrator in a white uniform was sitting leisurely in the chair, holding a burning Zhanghua cigarette. He half closed his eyes, wearing a look of intoxication and satisfaction, as if immersed in the pleasure brought by tobacco. The smoke slowly rose from the cigarette tip, floating in the air. This numb life of sitting at the toll booth day after day really needed the embellishment of cigarettes. Such things do exist in the service area, but even he needed to spend bus coins to buy them. You guys are here. The administrator glanced at Gu Pingsheng and the three of them. Before Gu Pingsheng could say anything, he slowly said, ask away. If I can answer, I will. Gu Pingsheng did not beat around the bush, he asked, are you a blue star person? The face of the administrator in front of them was quite similar to that of an Asian person. It was as if they belonged to the same ethnicity. I am not from your world. The administrator shook his head and said, call me Wang Kai. As for my background, it's not convenient to disclose, but I was once a bus driver too. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Once, he was also a bus driver? The three glanced at each other. Without a doubt, people from other worlds had appeared in this world before. I can't say too much about the details. If I do, I'll be punished. The administrator had an apologetic expression on his face. What about your previous passengers, the other players? Li Ruoyao asked. They're all dead. Li Ruoyao's face froze, and her expression turned a bit embarrassed. My condolences. That's all just a long time ago. Saying this is useless. He sighed and took a deep drag on his cigarette. What is the purpose of the heavenly way? Why did it transport all the people in our world to this bus world? Lin Xiaonan asked the crucial question, his eyes becoming sharper. Chapter 35, The Troublemaking Biker Gang. Wang Kai listened, his eyes flashing with seriousness. I can't tell you this, either. In fact, I don't know much. I only know that you just need to keep going straight on the road. And one more thing, remember, absolutely do not let the monsters behind catch up, and do not fight the monsters chasing you, because even if you kill one, another will appear the next day, and that one will be faster and stronger. Hearing this, Gu Pingsheng broke out in a cold sweat. It's worth it. Even just for this information, a pack of cigarettes is definitely worth it. He never expected that even if there was a way to kill the monsters chasing the bus, they would just come back again. This was simply endless. Only by constantly driving a bus full of classmates forward, keeping a speed faster than the monsters, could there be a way to survive. This is just too scary. Lin Xiaonan sighed and said. Then the three of them asked many more questions. For example, does this road have an end? What exactly is the heavenly way? And so on. But whenever it involved some secret matters, the other person either didn't know or simply wouldn't answer. Perhaps realizing he couldn't share much information with Gu Pingsheng, Wang Kai felt a bit awkward. He suddenly thought of something. You should have noticed that the weather has turned cooler during this time, right? We suspect it might be a cold wave. Gu Pingsheng said. The temperature is dropping day by day. Generally, the temperature is lowest in the early morning just before the sun rises, but when we just got off the bus, it felt colder than the morning 2 days ago. Scary than this. Wang Kai said seriously. A snowstorm may be coming, perhaps in a few days, or maybe after you experience the first blood moon day, but anyway, you must prepare your clothes. When the snowstorm arrives, it can freeze people to death. Gu Pingsheng's pupils shrank. This simply left no way out for the players. With the appearance of special stations, blood moon days, plus the snowstorm, and the monsters behind the bus. The only comforting thing was that the resources obtained were indeed much richer than before. It seemed that many people would really die. Only with enough talented players inside the bus or high enough talent levels would there be a chance to survive in the dangerous world of survival. At that moment, someone in the newly established small group suddenly sent a message. Luo Xiuxue, at class monitor at class rep, someone has been harassing Lu Xiaofang, wanting to add her as a friend. The other girls are protecting Xiaofang, not giving them friendship. They then insult us and threaten us. Suyuer, these shameless boys are really disgusting. If it weren't for the class monitor not being here, how would they dare? Seeing the message, Gu Pingsheng's eyes darkened. How could someone bully his girls? The other two girls also saw the message and looked at Gu Pingsheng in unison. Let's go, check it out. Our female classmates absolutely will not allow outsiders to bully. Gu Pingsheng's eyes were cold. Seeing this, Wang Kai said. Definitely don't get into conflicts. You can insult and threaten, but there must be no physical contact. Don't worry, brother Wang, we know. Wang Kai thought for a moment, and after Gu Pingsheng left, he slowly followed him. Although temporarily leaving his post felt a bit irresponsible. But at least Gu Pingsheng gave him a pack of cigarettes, so he was somewhat uneasy about Gu Pingsheng. Wang Kai did not recognize the brand of the cigarettes, but he found them quite pleasant to smoke. They must be high-end. At this moment, in the Lindong restaurant, a group of thuggish-looking guys was constantly sizing up Lu Xiaofang and her friends. Besides Lu Xiaofang, there were also Lu Xiaoying, Suiwer, and other girls. Upon discovering that Lu Xiaofang was being bullied, many girls rushed over, glaring angrily at the thugs. And these thugs were none other than a group of motorcycle gangsters, those who loved to tear up the streets on their bikes. Coincidentally, the number of these gangsters was over 30, so they ended up on the same bus. The leader of the gang was named Lu Tian. Lu Tian surveyed the group of high-quality girls, his eyes filled with lewdness. These female college students were simply amazing. They were all beautiful and incredibly pure. There were hardly any unattractive ones, and it seemed like there wasn't a single boy in the group. I say, aren't you being a bit too extreme? I just want to add this beautiful lady as a friend. Why are you so worked up? Lu Tian shrugged, acting indifferent. Sorry, I don't want to add you. Lu Xiaofang saw her classmates gathering around and quickly shouted out. Did you hear that? My sister doesn't want to add you, you better step aside, we're going to eat? Lu Xiaoying echoed, shouting along. Lu Tian and his gang deliberately blocked their way into the restaurant. Their goal was to force Lu Xiaofang into submission. The purpose of adding friends was, of course, to gain Lu Xiaofang or the other girls' trust. They wanted to take them into the bus after leaving the service area. To drag them into a party. But unexpectedly, these girls were as alert as if they were guarding against thieves. A long-haired man with a scar on his face, standing next to Lu Tian, shouted. If you don't want to, when you leave the service area, are you not afraid we'll do bad things to you? You're just defenseless girls, you're really foolish. We're giving you a chance to hang out with our boss Tian, you actually refuse? Tian brother, why don't we just have some fun with them after they leave the service area? These girls look so fresh. Yeah, and there's one girl, not even 1.60 meters, but her chest is bigger than her head, truly a gem. And the shortest one, so cute, I think she'd cry if we pressed her. And those twins, double the fun. Ha. This gang of motorcycle thugs laughed lewdly without restraint. Lu Xiaofang's face turned red, she never expected that even in a safe service area, they would be bullied by other strangers. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. What do you want to do with the girls in my class? Chapter 36, The Restaurant in the Service Area. Gu Pingsheng's voice came from the door. Upon hearing Gu Pingsheng's voice, the girls in the class showed delighted expressions, instantly feeling a strong sense of safety. As long as Gu Pingsheng was there, it meant safety. Gu Pingsheng slowly approached the girls with Li Ruoyao and Lin Xiaonan. Seeing Gu Pingsheng, Lu Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this group of girls actually had a boy. But so what if there was a boy? At a glance, he looked like a weak and useless pretty boy. Lu Tian's eyes were filled with disdain. Where did this pretty boy come from? Kid, listen up, you'd better send the girls from your bus over, including the two hot chicks beside you, otherwise, when we leave the service area, don't blame us for being rude. A motorcycle gang member beside Lu Tian looked at Lin Xiaonan's curvy figure. The tone was filled with corruption. After leaving the service area, it will only be you garbage that dies. Li Ruoyao spoke with deep disgust. She hated the dregs of society the most. Oh, still a hot girl. I don't know if you'll still be so arrogant after leaving the service area. What are you doing here? Want to fight? Wang Kai walked in, his eyes cold as he stared at the bikers. Instantly, the scene fell silent. The onlookers were all shocked. Because the person who came was actually the manager of the service area. But it made sense, when a conflict was about to happen in the service area, the manager had to step in to manage and stop it. And these people were indeed going too far. This group of girls hadn't done anything but directly blocked the way. It's just a pity that this gang looked tough, the outcome for this guy and the girls might be very tragic. Everyone thought secretly. Let's go. Lu Tian glanced deeply at Wang Kai and spoke slowly. I really hope you don't go back on your word when we leave tomorrow, and don't escape at the last moment. Gu Ping was coldly laughing. You brat. Lu Tian felt he had lost all his face, wishing he could teach this arrogant kid a lesson right there. He didn't expect Gu Ping would dare to continue provoking him. Let's go, brother Tian, the manager has come to maintain order, it's best not to provoke the manager here. A younger brother hurried to stop him. After they left, Lu Xiaofang finally sighed in relief. The class monitor helped me again. Lu Xiaofang thought to herself. She didn't know how to repay the class monitor in the future. Gu Ping also asked Lu Xiaofang some details and was already sure that this group came to make trouble for no reason. Actually, it wasn't entirely for no reason. Gu Ping also knew that the bus was full of girls, and they were delicate female college students, very tempting to others. Not just that gang of bikers. Other players sitting nearby eating would also focus their attention on the girls next to Gu Ping. All the girls had angry expressions at that moment. It's really disgusting. If it weren't for being in the service area, this gang would have already been beaten to death by the class monitor and the study committee. Exactly, it's so disgusting, this group of low-class guys. I feel like the class monitor is really reliable, as soon as he came, this group left. Isn't it because the manager arrived? Maybe the manager was brought here by the class monitor. Gu Ping quickly interrupted the girls' chatter. Everyone, there might be a fight tomorrow morning, let's rest early tonight, and tomorrow we will deal with them. Luo Xiaoxue patted her non-existent chest and shouted, don't worry, monitor, we will definitely not let that gang of lowlives go. That's right, and this group will definitely cause us trouble, we must make sure to finish them off. Li Xin's tone was low and filled with killing intent. Li Xin, you used to bully Xiaofang, why are you defending her now? A girl asked. It's not the same thing. I bullied Xiaofang before because I was a beast, now I have realized my mistake. And just now, it wasn't just Xiaofang who was bullied, it was all of us other girls, so I am defending our class as a whole. Lu Xiaofang looked at Li Jun with a complicated expression. What Li Jun said makes sense. We must not hold back at all, we will finish them all off. Chen Tonger's eyes were filled with anger. Gu Ping was about to thank Wang Kai, after all, Wang Kai came over probably to support him, but Wang Kai had already left. Pingsheng, let's go eat. I saw that the first floor window still has free bento sets. Li Ruoyao said. Gu Ping nodded, and then everyone began to disperse. Gu Ping also planned to stroll around the restaurant with Li Ruoyao first. The entire restaurant had 5 floors. It seemed that apart from the food on the first floor, the food on the other 4 floors requires bus tokens. And coming to the 4th floor, you need to pay bus tokens at the entrance, so Gu Pingsheng can't go to the 4th and 5th floors. I don't even know what treasures and delicacies there are. According to the rules, it seems that the higher the floor, the better and more precious the food becomes. The first floor only has ordinary food, like chicken leg rice, fried chicken rice, or egg fried rice, or a bowl of clear soup noodles, and so on. The water dispenser has ordinary Ebo mineral water. And all these can be automatically collected for free at their respective windows, with no limit on the quantity. It's no problem even to eat until you're full, the only thing you can't do is take food outside the service area. On the 2nd floor, there are things like roast duck, pig trotter's rice, fried chicken burgers and other high-calorie foods, along with some bubble tea, fruit tea, and the like. The price for a portion is about single or double-digit bus tokens. However, the 2nd floor is also empty, no fool would exchange precious bus tokens for this food. And most players don't have bus tokens. On the 3rd floor, you can even see steak, lamb chops, black truffle foie gras, or Peking duck, some expensive food and drinks, with a portion costing at least 3-digit bus tokens. It's even less necessary. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao returned to the 1st floor and casually collected a bowl of chicken leg rice, starting their meal on the 1st floor. I haven't eaten hot steaming rice in a long time, I'm digging in, Pingsheng. Li Ruoyao's mouth was watering, and she quickly stuffed a big chicken leg into her mouth. Didn't you just eat self-heating rice? That's different, self-heating rice tastes odd. At that moment, a girl from their class sitting not far away was being flirted with again. Gu Pingsheng had a slight impression of that girl in class. He only knew her name and face but wasn't familiar with her. After all, that's how college classes are, Gu Pingsheng was only familiar with the girls he usually got along well with. Zhou Qingqing, is that really you? A boy in a jacket looked at Zhou Qingqing with surprise. Zhou Qingqing was first shocked, then expressed indifference. Zhang Fan, why are you here? Zhang Fan was a boy from the finance major in Deep City. Zhou Qingqing and Zhang Fan were originally boyfriend and girlfriend before the crossing. However, because Zhang Fan once went to an unregistered massage parlor out of loneliness and got caught by the police, Zhou Qingqing broke up with him upon hearing this. Fortunately, while they were together, Zhou Qingqing had never engaged in that kind of behavior with Zhang Fan. Otherwise, Zhou Qingqing would really worry if she would get sick. Ahem, Qingqing, the past is the past, ha. I was wrong back then. I faintly saw you earlier and wasn't quite sure, now I know it's you. We have quite a fate. Zhang Fan scratched his head. And then? Zhou Qingqing bit into the large chicken steak, her tone flat. Qingqing, the group of thugs I just saw, I know them, they are a gang of motorcycle thieves. The leader, Lu Tian, is a well-known thug with connections on both sides, skilled in fighting and brawling. If you stay in your class, you will definitely be in trouble. And your class is full of weak girls, with only one skinny boy, they will definitely not be their match. Zhang Fan said anxiously. So what? Oh, Qingqing, how can you still not take this seriously? Qingqing, I still have feelings for you. As long as you agree to get back together with me, I can talk to my class leader Shang Qing and let you ride our bus. Zhang Fan revealed his intentions. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing felt as disgusting as being covered in red stones. Zhang Fan, if you came over just to say this, then you can leave. Zhou Qingqing wasn't stupid. Although there were many girls in the class, occasionally there were small groups with scheming against each other. But ever since they crossed over to this survival world, there are 3 S-level talent players in their class, which is much better compared to other buses. In fact, other buses may have lost a talented player due to bad luck. So far, besides Huang Ting, who was actively expelled and may have encountered misfortune, no one has died. Class monitor Gu Pingsheng has not done anything bad to the girls in the class because he holds the power of expulsion. Compared to the chat channel, where many players reveal the environments of other buses, it's much better. In other buses, people have died to varying degrees. Either they were bitten by zombies while searching for supplies and then abandoned by the driver, or they were threatened with expulsion by the driver, and so on. Not to mention that she already broke up with Zhang Fan. Even if she hadn't broken up, Zhou Qingqing would definitely not follow Zhang Fan. Who wouldn't know how to choose between a handsome and powerful class monitor and a weak boyfriend? What are you talking about, Qingqing? Do you want to rely on your weak class monitor and other girls to protect you? Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. He thought he could regain Zhou Qingqing through threats. But he never expected her to refuse without hesitation. The class monitor and the class committee will definitely protect us well, so you don't have to worry about me. Zhou Qingqing said coldly. Fine, fine. You'll regret this. A trace of hatred flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. Regret? You got lucky. Get lost. Even if I sewed it up, I won't give it to you, you garbage. Zhou Qingqing spoke astonishingly. Many players around looked at Zhou Qingqing in shock. Zhang Fan was so angry that he could hardly breathe, but he could only leave in disgrace. Li Ruoyao watched the scene thoughtfully. Pingsheng, it's quite a coincidence to meet classmates from other classes in the same school here. Do you think there's a possibility that most, or even all, of the people in Area 6 are from Deep City? She shared her bold idea. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment, opened the chat channel, and saw that nobody seemed to have mentioned this point. Maybe someone brought it up, but Gu Pingsheng and the others probably didn't see it. After all, they aren't constantly watching the content in the chat channel. Chat channel. Gu Pingsheng, everyone, are you all from Deep City, or did you live in Deep City before crossing over? Gu Pingsheng's words attracted a lot of attention. Wow, I am indeed from Deep City. I was teaching in Deep City before crossing over. Me too, I worked in Deep City. What a coincidence. You are all from Deep City? Me too. Could it be that all the people in Area 6 are from Deep City? It's very possible. I even ran into our homeroom teacher's bus before and thought it was just a coincidence. Someone already analyzed this the day before yesterday. You probably weren't there at the time and don't know about it. It caused quite a stir then. There are millions of floating populations in Deep City. Do you think Area 1 to 100 is all from Deep City? Looking at the chat channel, Gu Pingsheng showed the recent chat records to Li Ruoyao. It seems my guess was indeed correct. Li Ruoyao thought secretly. Could it be possible to see my aunt? But my aunt might not be in Area 6. Li Ruoyao began to feel worried again. Soon, she took a bite of her meal and said seriously. Pingsheng, I think we should mention in the peace number group about the rule that students shouldn't leak information. Zhou Qingqing can contact her ex-boyfriend, and naturally, the other girls in the class might contact other acquaintances. If they accidentally leak information during these contacts, it could cause some trouble. Gu Pingsheng thought it made sense and added this rule to the class. With Gu Pingsheng's regulation, the chat group quickly responded. They are not foolish. Naturally, one knows this importance. Moreover, Gu Pingsheng now has enough prestige, and almost all the classmates acknowledge him. After eating, the two left the cafeteria. Gu Pingsheng reached out and wrapped his arm around Li Ruoyao's waist, and she leaned into his embrace. This is one of the few relaxed moments. Maybe tonight they could. Seeing Li Ruoyao's somewhat timid little eyes, Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but laugh. It seems this little girl is probably thinking about this too. They strolled around the service area. There are 3 buildings in total at the service area. One building is the restaurant, another is the hotel, which provides free accommodation for players. The last building seems to be for offline trading among players, where there are many players selling supplies, a bit like a flea market. Although online trading is possible, that's only for drivers to trade among themselves, while ordinary players must follow the driver's arrangements. Drivers truly have much more power than ordinary players. So a trading place like a flea market is very necessary. At this time, a female administrator in a white uniform seems to be maintaining order at the flea market. Next is the parking lot. Above the parking lot, the buses are already full, and many new players have arrived, all preparing to rest in this service area. Because the buses are full, the service area will not accept new players until a new bus arrives. It's worth mentioning that the parking spaces are very wide, notably wider than Gu Pingsheng's level 4 bus. The two plan to check out the flea market, hoping to find some good supplies. The flea market is in a huge indoor space, filled with temporarily staying players, who lay down their sleeping bags and display their supplies for others to choose from. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao wandered a bit and soon spotted Luo Xiaoxue trading with a girl not far ahead. Sister, how much are you selling those lemon-flavored and cucumber-flavored Lay's chips for? Luo Xiaoxue looked at the large bag of chips with greedy eyes. She had already eaten more than half of her stock on the way and was hoping to replenish her chips. The girl selling the chips was taken aback. It had been about half an hour since she arrived, and no one had asked her for chips. After all, chips really don't fill you up. Their only appeal is the high calories in this survival environment. Just when she was about to pack up, unexpectedly a little student came over. Little friend, why is there only you? Where are the other kids in your class? The girl selling chips asked. After all, if they were organized for survival, logically, there should be a group of elementary or middle school students on a bus together. Luo Xiaoxue. She originally wanted to rebut that she was already an adult and a university student, but then she remembered the class leader's advice not to leak any information, so she thought better of explaining. In the end, Luo Xiaoxue exchanged some water for quite a few bags of chips. Seeing this, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao felt a headache coming on. However, Luo Xiaoxue didn't seem to be at a total loss. After all, the priority of water resources was definitely higher than food. Chapter 38, Night Rest. Not just Luo Xiaoxue. Many classmates, after finishing their meals, were trading with other players here. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao wandered a bit more and saw a man in black wearing a mask. On the towel in front of him, there was actually a chest radiating purple light. Many players approached and negotiated with the masked man in black, but they left in disappointment. "Hello, what's the situation with your box?" The man in black said hoarsely, "You'll know if you take a look. Special chest. Quality, special. It can open all kinds of chests, which may be divine artifacts, but of course, it could also be a terrifying evil spirit of golden quality. It might be a precious talent. This is what we saw on the side of the road with our bus. As you can see, the risk is too great. I want to trade it for something useful, instead of uncertain risk." Gu Pingsheng's expression did not change, but his heart was filled with excitement. In this situation, it must be handed over to Lin Xiaonan. With Lin Xiaonan's divine hint, she would surely be able to see what was in the treasure chest. But right now, Lin Xiaonan was not present. Gu Pingsheng signaled to Li Ruoyao with his eyes. The latter understood immediately and quickly found an excuse to go to the bathroom. Li Ruoyao sent a message to Lin Xiaonan, asking her to come to the trading area in the service zone to take a look. As for Gu Pingsheng, he steadied his emotions and continued to communicate with the masked man. "So what price do you plan to sell it for?" 100 bus coins, the masked man said slowly. "That's impossible. No one would use 100 bus coins to trade for unknown risks." Gu Pingsheng replied slowly. "But this box might contain a divine artifact." The masked man responded, somewhat unwilling to budge. Many people passing by his stall chose to leave, worrying about the risk. "Just some daily necessities. If you are willing to trade, I can exchange with you," Gu Pingsheng said slowly. He had plenty of food, water resources, and even cigarettes and alcohol that could serve as trade goods. These were all essentials. Of course, there were also iron tools that could be used for trade. They still had quite a few iron swords. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Ruoyao was examining the treasure chest with Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan spoke slowly. "This treasure chest contains a bronze-level weapon, a long spear type. If we have the chance, we must go for it." Soon, she conveyed the situation to Gu Pingsheng. At least 300 bottles of water, 300 portions of food. The masked man once again made a high demand. Gu Pingsheng snorted coldly. "These resources, our bus combined wouldn't have that much." Ultimately, after a bout of bargaining between the two, Gu Pingsheng exchanged the treasure chest for 20 bottles of water, 100 pieces of iron ingots, 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 packs of cigarettes, and 10 bottles of alcohol. Lin Xiaonan also began to browse this trading market to see if there were any good items she could see with her divine hint. After walking around, Gu Pingsheng bought some useful daily necessities like toilet paper and so on. Toilet paper was still very useful. At the very least, many girls in the class were dirty because they didn't have toilet paper to use when going to the bathroom. Besides that, Gu Pingsheng also noticed several female players dressed provocatively sitting on the ground. Numerous male players would negotiate with them. Then they would leave one by one together. Without a doubt, the transactions they offered were likely of that nature. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment and also found an empty spot to set up to sell his goods, laying out some cigarettes, alcohol, and weapons on the ground. Cigarettes and alcohol were naturally placed in the most visible spot. Sure enough, as he had expected, many players showed great interest in the cigarettes and alcohol. After all, for heavy smokers, they could go days without food, but they definitely couldn't resist smoking. "Hey, little brother, how much are those cigarettes?" A bearded uncle came over curiously and asked. "Good cigarettes are 1 bus coin per pack, ordinary ones are 2 packs for 1 bus coin. Can I trade for them with other items?" The bearded uncle asked, unable to hold back his curiosity, gazing longingly at the boxes of cigarettes on the ground. "Only with bus coins, but if you have other special or rare items, you can show them to me," Gu Pingsheng replied slowly. Unfortunately, bus coins were only in the hands of drivers. Ordinary players rarely had bus coins. Essentially, once they found bus coins, they handed them over to the drivers. However, even so, 3 drivers traded cigarettes with Gu Pingsheng using bus coins. By 10 o'clock at night, Gu Pingsheng had traded for 30 bus coins. In addition, he also got a portable card-type stove. A regular butane stove is a non-fixed cooking tool that uses filled butane gas as the main fuel and heats directly with fire. The benefit is that as long as there is a gas canister, it can be ignited without electricity or other energy sources. This infinite butane stove is of exceptional quality, allowing ignition without a gas canister. Gu Pingsheng traded most of his smoking and drinking supplies as well as a lot of water resources for this infinite butane stove. In the furnace, the food is all roasted. However, with the infinite butane stove, after using an iron pot, the food can be boiled. The harvest is abundant. Beside Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao yawned. The yawn seemed contagious, causing Gu Pingsheng to feel a bit sleepy as well. "Let's go rest, Pingsheng," Li Ruoyao said softly, her voice getting lighter as she spoke. "Okay, let's rest early, we are both too tired." The two of them knew very well what would happen later. Li Ruoyao was glad that she took a lot of things when she raided the convenience store back then. Gu Pingsheng held Li Ruoyao's hand and went to the hotel. The journey was long. The hotel was big, after all, it needed to accommodate the number of people from 10 buses. Inside the hotel, it was similar to the restaurant, with an automatic number retrieval system. Gu Pingsheng's number was 1712, representing the 17th floor, room 12. The entire building had about 20 floors, with 20 rooms on each floor, totaling 400 rooms, just enough for an average of 10 buses worth of people. To prevent someone from oversleeping, Gu Pingsheng reminded the group. "Gu Pingsheng, everyone, it's best if 2 or more people stay in one room to prevent someone from waking up late." "Luo Xiaoshui, hee, class monitor, are you going to share a room with the study committee member?" "Lin Shounan, I just saw those two downstairs at the hotel, holding hands, looking very close." "Zheng Kuku, is that true?" "That's too exciting, class monitor, go for it." "Chen Tong'er, wishing the class monitor and study committee member love forever have a good time tonight." "Zhao Yuting, at class monitor, if the study committee member can't satisfy you, you can come to my room, I'm in room 1518. Yang Jia Xian, Zhao Yuting, you're too bold." Seeing the topic turning strange, Gu Pingsheng quickly turned off the chat channel. Arriving at room 1712, inside was a 1.5 by 2 meter double bed with 2 pillows, besides that, there was surprisingly a bathroom, which was quite ordinary for a small hotel. Next to the shower, there were 2 big towels. However, everything here could not be taken away, only temporarily used. The only things that could be taken were the items just traded. "There's actually a shower, finally, I can take a good shower. I haven't bathed for 4 days, and I feel so dirty." Li Ruoyao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "Stop talking nonsense, you don't smell at all, you smell great." Gu Pingsheng deliberately sniffed Li Ruoyao's hair. The latter rolled her eyes at Gu Pingsheng but felt quite satisfied inside. "You really are a pervert. There's even more perverted stuff to come." Gu Pingsheng reached out. Sensing Gu Pingsheng's mischievous action and implication, Li Ruoyao's heart raced. If Gu Pingsheng really wanted to, what should she do? Should she accept directly, or accept more subtly? Li Ruoyao kept overthinking as she stepped into the shower, allowing the water to wash away the grime and sweat on her body. Chapter 39, Li Ruoyao's True Purpose. Room 1220. Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying curled up in the blankets. Both of them were in a bad mood. Especially Lu Xiaofang, just thinking about the class monitor and study committee member possibly sharing a room and doing those things made her feel uncomfortable. But Lu Xiaofang had no identity or qualification to be upset. This feeling was heartbreaking. She finally couldn't help but ask. "Xiaoying, do you think the class monitor and study committee member will really do what the classmates said tonight?" "They probably will." "Sister, don't be sad, you're so beautiful, even a bear is bigger than the study committee member, I believe the class monitor must be interested in you. At worst, you can confess to the class monitor and the study committee member. Let's see if they accept you. Now there are many girls in the class who like the class leader. If you don't be braver, you won't even be second." Lu Xiaoying persuaded. "Xiaoying, actually you like the class leader too, right?" Lu Xiaofang asked. Lu Xiaoying stopped speaking, turning her head away, too shy to look Lu Xiaofang in the eye. Both of them were thinking about something. Besides boys being sexually repressed, girls can be too. Especially in a class where femininity is at its peak and masculinity is weak. Lu Xiaoying finally mumbled, "If I have the chance, I will definitely pursue the class leader. The class leader is now everyone's, not just the study committee members. This is not the society before time travel." Lu Xiaofang got angry after hearing this, but her anger was more about helplessness, along with a little agreement. A lot of little thoughts rose in her heart. Xiaoying is right, the class leader belongs to everyone. On Gu Pingsheng's side, after a long time, the two had finished their baths. As for their clothes, they were a bit dirty and there was no second set to change into. But in this situation, they couldn't think too much about it. Having a bath was already quite good. Want to take a shower normally? Don't even think about it, it was simply impossible. Unless there were more than 200 liters of water resources in a day, otherwise it wouldn't be considered. After bathing, Li Ruoyao didn't put on clothes but wrapped herself in a white towel, curling up in bed waiting for someone. When Gu Pingsheng finished his bath too, he wrapped himself in a towel just like Li Ruoyao. He took off the towel and directly dove into the bed. Li Ruoyao curled up in the bed, looking at Gu Pingsheng with charming eyes, while leaning into his arms, holding a box in her hand, she said with a flirtatious tone. Love me, Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng's blood began to concentrate in one spot. The two embraced, constantly exploring each other. With a soft sound, Li Ruoyao underwent a transformation. Half an hour later, Li Ruoyao lazily lay in Gu Pingsheng's arms, both looking satisfied. Pingsheng, I am so happy. I am happy too, Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao thought of the earlier brutality. Clearly she had a tenfold physique, yet she was at a disadvantage. She couldn't help but admire Gu Pingsheng's strength, but it could also be because she was too weak. Then, not knowing whether it was because Li Ruoyao thought of something, she stared at Gu Pingsheng seriously and said. Pingsheng, I mentioned before that I know the girls in the class may like you. In this environment, it's unlikely that you could only like me and be loyal to me. So I hope. Gu Pingsheng was stunned. To get to this level with Li Ruoyao. Aside from Li Ruoyao's fair, long legs. It was also due to how proactive she had been about these matters during this time. What does she hope for now? You say, Ruoyao. I hope that in this cruel survival world, within our class, you can consider me first, like precious resources and such. If you have to distribute them to classmates, prioritize me, let me get stronger. When I encounter danger, protect me first, and if possible, it would be best to give me the second position in the class. Of course, I'm not a decoration, I have a powerful S-level talent, and I will always stay by your side, protecting you and everyone. After speaking, a glimmer of hope flashed in Li Ruoyao's eyes. She wasn't just a simple girl. So quickly willing to do such things with Gu Pingsheng. Besides liking Gu Pingsheng herself, she also had her own purpose. She had long realized the current reality. Without a doubt, the current class was a group. And it was a group that needed to survive in a cruel world. The leader of the group was Gu Pingsheng. If she could therefore gain the highest position in the class besides Gu Pingsheng, that would be perfect. It should be known that Li Ruoyao had heard that men always reminisce about their first loves. She hoped to become Gu Pingsheng's most cherished first love. Of course, Li Ruoyao would not let Gu Pingsheng down. Moreover, she was already the highest combat power on the bus. Alright, I promise you, Ruoyao. Gu Pingsheng chuckled, and his hands began to wander again. Of course, he had no objections. Whether it was because Li Ruoyao was his first woman, or because he owed her and her aunt a favor since childhood, Gu Pingsheng would give Li Ruoyao the most affection. And her talent deserved to be nurtured well. Li Ruoyao also shifted slightly, accommodating Gu Pingsheng's wandering hands. With Gu Pingsheng's promise, she felt relieved. The two soon embraced and fell asleep together. At 4:30 in the morning, Gu Pingsheng was awakened by the alarm from the game interface. As for where the alarm came from? Of course, it was built into the game interface time. After the beginner protection period ended, this feature was updated for players' survival convenience. Without the alarm, they might easily oversleep, which would be disastrous. After waking up, Gu Pingsheng first washed up and then woke Li Ruoyao. The two cherished each other briefly, and at 4:50, they arrived at the bus stop with their classmates. Their classmates also arrived one after another. Some even got up earlier to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. You slept really well last night, Ruoyao. Lin Xiaonan smiled, watching Li Ruoyao's limping posture. Someone must be envious, huh? Li Ruoyao shot back. Of course I'm envious, the class monitor is so outstanding, and he's the only boy in the class. Ruoyao, why not share the class monitor with me? I like the class monitor too. Lin Xiaonan said as she stared at the two. Student council, please, don't joke around. Gu Pingsheng said awkwardly. Lin Xiaonan spoke as shockingly as ever. Li Ruoyao silently cursed Lin Xiaonan for being a blockhead. Lin Xiaonan sensed Li Ruoyao's insult through a divine hint and wasn't angry, because it was the truth. Then at 4:55, Gu Pingsheng began counting the number of people. He counted, and not one was missing. There were no lazybones among them. Gu Pingsheng instructed everyone to get on the bus, then sat in the driver's seat, ready to depart. Once their bus left the service area. Soon, another smaller bus in the parking lot slowly followed suit. Lu Tian sat in the driver's seat, his eyes fiercely fixed on the bus ahead. They finally set off, this group of women and the pretty boy. Chapter 40, The Crying Zombie. The bus kept driving on the highway. Around them came the sounds of countless zombies crashing. Today was the first night after the beginner protection period ended. Visibly, there were even more zombies than the previous night. They even encountered several crashers in quick succession. Some timid girls, still sleepy, felt very drowsy. But because of these crazy crashers' attacks, none dared to continue dozing off. Just thinking about the warm bed a moment ago and the cold chair now made their hearts ache. Especially with zombies and terrifying crashers slamming into the bus right beside them. Sometimes, if a girl accidentally leaned her head against the glass and a crasher bumped into the bus, she would suffer a heavy bump against the window from the force of the impact. Although everyone's physical condition had improved somewhat, it still hurt a lot. Fortunately, the frequency of dropping bus tokens during the night was many times higher than during the day. Even though the token collection probability was only 20%, they could still gather quite a few bus tokens. Hearing the sound of tokens entering the magnetic token collector was music to Gu Pingsheng's ears. Soon, Gu Pingsheng thought of that treasure chest. With one hand on the steering wheel, he took out the special treasure chest with the other hand. Then he urged Li Ruoyao to open it. Li Ruoyao nodded and quickly opened the treasure chest, and then a long spear emitting a faint glow appeared in her hand. Qingling Long Spear. Quality, low-grade bronze. A long spear made of special materials that not only possesses damage surpassing ordinary black iron quality weapons but can also inflict high damage on spirit-type creatures like fierce ghosts. Evaluation: this spear not only pokes people but also pokes ghosts. Do you want to be poked by me? What a cool spear! Li Ruoyao exclaimed in surprise. Gu Pingsheng also took a moment to glance at the introduction. He did not expect this spear to also be able to attack spirit creatures. What are spirit creatures? Could they be something like fierce ghosts or strange beings? Gu Pingsheng's heart sank. He suddenly remembered the mental energy, the evil ghost he had seen before, and the time when he lost mental energy in Huanggang village. Without a doubt, that evil ghost and the danger in Huanggang village were these things. Li Ruoyao placed the spear next to Gu Pingsheng's driving seat. Although she also wanted it, it was a bronze quality weapon, surpassing black iron quality. Her exquisite broad knife had decent damage and was certainly enough. Lin Xiaonan suddenly turned to look behind, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Xiaonan, what's wrong? A girl next to her asked. Those guys are following behind, but it seems they can't keep up because they are too slow. Is it that group of thugs? Damn group of dogs, it's already nighttime with so many zombies, and they still want to cause trouble. Those people really deserve to die, daring to insult us. Lin Xiaonan's eyes slightly narrowed as she reported her findings. Squad leader, their bus is level 3, with 3 endowed players, the highest talent is A level, and the other 2 have D level talents, with abilities of Rockman, Jump Boost, and Daily Food. Among them, the Rockman talent can control rocks to cover the whole body and also attack enemies with rocks, Jump Boost enhances leg jumping power, and Daily Food allows for 1 food item each day. No wonder they have such arrogance with an A level talent. Zhang Kiki snorted. Squad leader, group leader, what do you say? I suggest we find a place to get off and fight them. Wait until the sun comes up, no rush. Getting off now is seeking death. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. Soon, he slowed down the bus as much as possible and coldly said again. Since this group of bus thugs has set their sights on us, we certainly cannot retreat. Being watched by a viper is not a good thing. Charge, kill them all without leaving a trace. Luo Xiaoxue waved her arms and shouted. Kill, kill, kill. The lively Su Yuer also joined Luo Xiaoxue and shouted. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the bus was high. At that moment, in the front view, a woman squatting on the side of the road appeared. The woman had her back to the bus, continuously holding her head and crying, her cries full of sadness and strangeness. What on earth is this? Li Ruoyao felt uneasy when she saw this woman crying with her back turned to the bus and heard that eerie cry. Gu Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat as well. He remembered that someone mentioned this ghost in the chat channel. As long as they didn't provoke it, they'd be fine. He didn't expect them to encounter it too. Many female classmates turned their attention to Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan also went to probe it, and after a while, she said gravely. This is a weeping zombie, its characteristics are the same as what others said before. It does not actively attack people, but it uses its cries to attract nearby players. Once players get too close or attack her, she will go mad and attack the provoking player. What is her quality and physique? Gu Pingsheng asked. Low-grade silver quality, with a physique of 600 points. Hearing this quality and physique, everyone fell into silence. Are you kidding? Even the class committee only has a physique of 240 points. Luo Xiaoxue's small face turned pale. This is too terrifying. With 600 points in physique, wouldn't it punch through our bus? Yeah, so scary. We mustn't provoke such a ghostly thing. Fortunately, the bus drove close to the right side of the road. Even though the engine roared, it was a distance away, so it didn't attract that female zombie. A few minutes passed, and a smaller bus also passed by here. It was Lu Tian and his group. Lu Tian curiously looked at the girl squatting around. Boss, this woman has a nice figure, with fair skin and curves. How about we get off and grab her for some fun? A not-so-bright player from the bike gang scratched his head and chuckled. Lu Tian twitched his mouth. Are you stupid? This ghostly thing looks dangerous. The zombies around her don't dare to get close. Are we going to capture her? Seeking death? Hee hee, I guess so. Thus, Lu Tian's bus also moved closer to the other side, not daring to provoke this ghostly thing. Damn it, this group of bitches bus is really fast. I can't keep up after half a day. A sunglasses-wearing bike gang thug spoke with anger. Their bus doesn't seem to be low-level, and I have no idea how they upgraded it. Lu Tian laughed. Doesn't this mean they're lucky with plenty of supplies along the way? We must intercept that bus. A group of female college students and a ton of supplies, just thinking about it feels wonderful. Soon, a fierce look flashed in Lu Tian's eyes as he pressed the acceleration button. The bus upgraded to level 3 and new functions appeared. Suddenly, Lu Tian's bus accelerated, continuously closing the gap with Gu Pingsheng's bus that had slowed down. Chapter 41, The Death of Lu Tian. Until 6 o'clock. The sky turned fish belly white. On time, the talent notification sound rang in his ears. Sign in day 5. Reward 1, gain 10 points in any attribute. Reward 2, gain 50 bus coins. Reward 3, gain 50 black iron ingots. Reward 4, gain any black iron weapon times 1. Gu Pingsheng thought about the rewards for the 5th day. He first ruled out the bus coins. 50 bus coins is quite a lot. However, he had already collected about 10 bus coins on the way. As time passes, with the magnetic energy coin collector, he would surely gather a sufficient amount. As for the black iron weapon and ingots, Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment and ruled them out as well. With 10 attribute points, adding them to Physique would increase it by 20 points. After claiming reward 1, Gu Pingsheng quickly added it to Physique. After adding to Physique, Gu Pingsheng's Physique reached 96 points, surpassing Li Ruoyao's initial score. The surrounding zombies were becoming fewer and fewer. In the rearview mirror, he also saw the bus that Lin Xiaonan mentioned, constantly following Gu Pingsheng. I've never seen someone rush to their death before. Gu Pingsheng pressed the brake. Everyone, get ready to get off and fight. All the girls' expressions turned serious. Ever since Huang Ting was expelled, Huang Ting's little group had been much quieter. Moreover, having obtained iron swords and other weapons in the original iron factory, they had no reason not to get off and fight. Quickly, the bus stopped by the roadside. There were only a few scattered zombies around, and during the chaotic battle, they would just need to pay a little attention. Lu Tian's bus also stopped not far away. He did not drive the bus to crash and provoke Gu Pingsheng and the others. The reason was simple: Gu Pingsheng's bus was too large. The force of impact is mutual, and if they crashed, the damage would likely fall on them more, causing greater loss of durability. Moreover, Lu Tian had set his sights on Gu Pingsheng's bus. As long as he could kill Gu Pingsheng and a few unattractive girls, the other girls would be captured, and Gu Pingsheng's bus would belong to them. So naturally, Lu Tian wouldn't crash his own bus. Gu Pingsheng took the freshly acquired spear and was the first to get off the bus. The girls closely followed behind. Almost at the same time, Lu Tian's group also got off the bus, then slowly gathered around, with mockery on their faces like cats playing with mice. The two sides confronted each other on the desolate road. Lu Tian held a big machete resting on his shoulder. He grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, and sneered. You guys, your guts are really fat. You drive a bus even more high-end than ours, yet instead of hitting the gas pedal to escape, you're dawdling and waiting for us? What, are you waiting for your big brothers to pamper you? Ha 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 ha. His accomplices also joined in the laughter, their eyes roaming lewdly over the girls. Lu Tian pointed the tip of the knife at the ground, his tone cold. Now, immediately take off your clothes and kneel down, maybe we'll let you suffer a little less. Before he could finish, Gu Ping moved. He couldn't be bothered to waste so much time talking, so he decided to strike first. Almost as soon as he started, the skill Sky Slash was already unleashed. Then a white slash tore through the air, heading straight for Lu Tian's neck. Lu Tian's sneer on his face froze instantly, his pupils constricting. He never expected that this seemingly delicate guy would strike so ruthlessly and decisively. In a life-or-death moment, he hurriedly activated his innate ability. Grayish-brown rock patterns surged wildly from beneath his skin, instantly covering the vital areas of his neck and head. Swish! The slash violently cut into the stone armor covering his neck. With a harsh grinding sound, stone shavings flew everywhere. However, that white energy blade incredibly broke through the rock defense and embedded deeply into Lu Tian's neck. The power of some skills is related to one's physique. Although Gu Ping's skill quality wasn't high, his physique was impressive, with a score of 96, so the damage of this skill was naturally considerable. Ugh! Lu Tian grunted painfully, staggering backwards several steps. The big machete in his hand fell to the ground. He pressed hard on his neck, blood gushing out like a fountain between his fingers. The stone armor covering his neck had been completely severed. A deep gash showed the bone, twisted and ugly. It was likely that his windpipe was cut at least halfway. You could still hear the sound of air leaking from his breath. Lu Tian's health had already dropped to 30%, and due to the bleeding, it was still rapidly declining. There's no doubt that this fatal wound would mean death for him without rescue in a short time. He clutched his neck and squeezed out a roar from his damaged throat. Kill them, not one, left. Boss. Lu boss. Come on, avenge Lu boss. The bikers were filled with fury and fear, raising their weapons and storming forward. At this moment, they still instinctively thought that only the guy across could fight. The rest of the women were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, facing the rushing enemies, the girls not only did not back down but each pulled out their weapons and charged forward. Li Ruoyao stepped forward, her delicate hand grasped. Then a black broadsword taller than Luo Shoshua was taken out from her backpack. A cold gleam appeared in her eyes as she swung the broadsword, aimed at the nearest knife-wielding thug, and chopped down. You little girl dare to compete in strength with me? The burly thug laughed dismissively, swinging his machete up to block. As a thug who often fought before crossing over, he was confident that his physique was no weaker than this girl's. However, at the moment of contact, the thug felt a terrifying force come crashing in. Clang! Crack! After the crisp sound of weapons clashing, a sound of breaking followed. The broadsword severed the machete, its blade moving without obstruction toward his neck. A head filled with shock rolled to the ground. Immediately after, the headless corpse swayed and then fell to the ground. On the other side, Zhang Kiki quickly used her ability to grow. Her body rapidly expanded and in an instant transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. Then, Zhang Kiki's fists were clenched tightly, like two heavy hammers, and she struck down fiercely at another charging biker. Farmer's 3 punches. First punch, the arms of the thug blocking made a clear cracking sound as bones broke. Second punch, he screamed in agony as he was knocked to the ground. Third punch, Zhang Kiki swung a massive punch, carrying all her body weight, and it slammed into the thug's skull from behind. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The thug's head instantly deformed and caved in, his eyeballs bulging out, red and white fluid splattering everywhere. There was no doubt about it, he was dead beyond any chance of survival. A monster. What's going on with these women? Run! We've kicked a metal plate. In just one encounter, 2 of his partners died in the most brutal way possible. The gang members of the biker group were shocked, their charge instantly halting, and they hurriedly fled. Don't let any of them escape, not a single one. Gu Pingsheng's voice rang out loudly. He quickly charged forward, his Qingling spear swinging in his hands without pause. A thug trying to turn and escape was easily pierced through the back by the spear's tip, the blade protruding from his chest, and his life was instantly extinguished. Gu Pingsheng flicked his wrist, shaking the body off, and swiftly killed another thug who got too close. At that moment, countless stones suddenly lifted off the ground and floated in the air above his head, quickly gathering to form a dense stone rain. This was the deadly move created by the stone man, Lu Tian. He covered the wound on his neck, his eyes full of hatred, and his life was already down to 10%. At this speed, without proper treatment, death was inevitable. He could no longer speak. But the meaning was clear, at least take down a few women with him. Even if he had to die, he wanted to drag a few down with him. Go! He shouted in his heart, and instantly, a storm of sharp stones shot out, covering Li Ruoyao, Zhang Kiki, and the others. Xuanqi shield. Lin Qiunan, who had been at the back, had long been prepared. A semi-transparent, pale white aura shield quickly appeared around each girl's body. Puff 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 puff. The dense stones hit the shield, causing ripples to spread. However, the stone rain could not break through the defense of the Xuanqi shield, and the stones eventually bounced off weakly and fell. Just as the stone rain was about to finish falling, a figure charged toward Lu Tian. In Lu Tian's dilated pupils, the last thing he saw was the spear tip growing larger. He used his last bit of strength to encase his head in stones. But the stone was instantly pierced through. Gu Pingsheng, holding the Qingling spear, instantly drove it into Lu Tian's head. Lu Tian, dead. Chapter 42. What were the class president and study committee member doing in the bedroom? The girls in Gu Pingsheng's class continued to hunt down the thugs with their weapons. The remaining biker gang thugs had many run back to the bus. Next, a new thug, appointed as the driver, went to the driver's seat, nervously shifting gears to start the bus. However, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao had already followed in. They absolutely would not let them go. Gu Pingsheng thrust his spear through the new driver's head. Li Ruoyao wielded a knife, stabbing again and again, killing the remaining people one by one, as if slaughtering chickens. Blood splattered all over the interior of the bus. As for Zhang Kiki and the other girls, they kept attacking the zombies that approached. The earlier commotion, plus the gunfight, had attracted a lot of nearby zombies. No, no, don't kill me. We know we were wrong, we really know we were wrong. The last few thugs knelt on the ground, constantly begging for mercy from the two of them. You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're about to die. Gu Pingsheng slowly said, killing all the remaining players one by one. Driver Gu Pingsheng, you led your passengers to wipe out an entire bus of gangsters and left the bus completely intact. You and your passengers have gained 5 attribute points of your choice. Note, this bus has become an ownerless bus. You can decompose the ownerless bus to obtain 30 bus coins plus bus heart X1. The number of bus coins depends on the bus's level. Gu Pingsheng was shocked upon hearing the message. He finally understood what the bus heart at level 5 was. He never expected that decomposing an ownerless bus would actually give him the bus heart. Is the heavens forcing the buses to kill each other? Or is there another way to obtain the heart of the bus? Gu Pingsheng's face immediately turned ugly. Constantly upgrading the bus is a must. Only by continuously upgrading the bus can its speed increase and its defense grow. As time goes on, the game's difficulty will only get greater. Then, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao called their classmates to scavenge resources on the bus first. After the resources were collected, they would dismantle the bus. As for the nearby zombies, they were left to Zhang Kuku and others. Lu Tian and his group had plenty of resources. His personal backpack contained 18 cans of oil, a lot of food, and even rice and noodles, as well as soy sauce, salt, and sugar, among others, not to mention some cured meat. There was also about 200 liters of water. And a lot of weapons. Most of these weapons would be sold on the trading market to exchange for useful resources. Of course, they could also be dismantled using the bus's dismantle feature. After finishing all this, half an hour had already passed. Gu Pingsheng gave Zhang Kuku plenty of water. Earlier, while scavenging for resources, Zhang Kuku and some capable female classmates killed several attacking zombies and even obtained 3 zombie serums. Of course, during the battle, many were injured by surrounding zombies or recent enemies. At this moment, the healer Luo Xiaoshui made her appearance, treating the injured girls or those infected with the zombie virus. Carefully, Gu Pingsheng dismantled the level 3 bus. Dismantling successful, gained bus coins times 30, heart of the bus times 1. It's worth mentioning that bus coins are similar to a dark, coin-like object and can be held as well as counted in the game panel. Gu Pingsheng placed 30 bus coins into the game panel. Then he looked at the heart-like crystal in his hand, with a bus engraved on top of it. He finally had the heart of the bus. Plus, Gu Pingsheng had scavenged a lot of resources. Upgrading the bus was probably not far off. Iron ingots were definitely enough. Now they just lacked steel, survival coins, and energy cores. As for the energy cores, they needed a total of 4. Next, the focus of scavenging for resources would be energy cores and steel. Back on the bus. After Gu Pingsheng finished his driving time, he handed the wheel to Lu Xiaofeng, who volunteered to drive. During the journey, they did not encounter any bus stops. However, the surrounding environment quietly changed. Occasionally, low houses appeared ahead. Gu Pingsheng would occasionally ask Xiaofeng to stop, and then he would get down to search. But most houses were empty. Some houses would occasionally have a piece of wood or an iron ingot. As for the surroundings, it was still a vast expanse of yellow sand. We can't stay too long, some of the houses here have very few resources, if any. If we keep stopping the bus, it will greatly affect our speed. Lin Qiunan analyzed. Let's wait for a bus stop, or if there is a treasure chest by the roadside, then we can grab the roadside treasure chest. Everyone thought it made sense. The distance traveled in a day is the most important. Only by traveling more can they widen the gap from the monsters chasing behind. Along the roadside, the number of houses kept increasing, and occasionally they could hear the wails of zombies from inside. Lin Qiunan would occasionally use divine prompts to analyze whether there were any useful or valuable resources nearby. At that moment, a huge figure over 4 meters tall appeared ahead, completely hairless and bald. This huge zombie was even larger than the charger. Upon seeing the bus of Gu Pingsheng and the others, it hurriedly bent down, using both hands to lift a large chunk of cement from the ground. Its arms were very thick, even thicker than its waist, and the block of cement on its head was incredibly huge. There was no doubt that this big fellow had immense strength. Then, it threw the cement block at the bus. Lu Xiaofeng couldn't help but let out a scream in fear. Xiaofeng, crash into it, accelerate, don't be afraid. Lin Qiunan shouted. With a loud bang, the cement block was deflected by the charging bus. Then, the bus continued to crash into the big fellow. The big fellow was knocked to the side, it shook its body and hurriedly chased after the rapidly accelerating bus. However, due to the bus's fast speed, the big fellow was ultimately left behind. The front of the bus had a dent, and many windows were shattered. Surprisingly, due to the 2 collisions, the durability dropped by 6 points. This is a tank zombie, with 350 health points, 70 agility points, and a quality of bronze mid-tier. Its attack method is just like that. Besides crashing, it lifts large cement blocks to attack the passing bus. Lin Xiaonan quickly explained. So far, 3 of these special zombies had appeared. Another zombie stronger than the class representative. Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed. Xiaoxue, why don't you go down and challenge it one-on-one? It's so big and you're so small, it must be interesting. As Luo Xiaoxue's mischievous friend, Suyuer quickly teased. Get lost, why don't you go down? Thus, the bus continued its journey until the afternoon. After lunch, the girls chose to take a nap to varying degrees. At this moment, Lin Xiaonan was driving. Gu Pingsheng also yawned, getting up so early in the morning and fighting had made him tired. At this time, Li Ruoyao suddenly winked at Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng understood and went to the bedroom with Li Ruoyao. How come it's still broad daylight? Gu Pingsheng wrapped his arms around Li Ruoyao, his hands involuntarily resting on her rounded places. Li Ruoyao rolled her eyes at Gu Pingsheng. So what if it's daytime? If you have the ability, don't follow me in. Then I don't have that ability, how can I resist when Ruoyao is so beautiful? Then that's settled. Actually, I can't resist either. But just as they were about to go further, Li Ruoyao suddenly remembered something. What if the bus stalls while we... At worst, I'll just hold you and jump out. No, that's impossible. That's too perverted. Although Li Ruoyao scolded Gu Pingsheng with her mouth, she couldn't help but imagine that scene. Wouldn't the whole class be watching? After the two entered one after another. Many sharp-eyed female classmates noticed, such as Yang Jiasen at that moment. Yang Jiasen poked Wang Jiechi beside her with her hand. Ahem, Jiechi, the monitor and the class representative have entered the bedroom. What are they doing in the bedroom? Hee, just remove the question mark from what? Yang Jiasen covered her mouth and giggled. Then, she tiptoed to the bedroom door and perked up her ears. Soon, someone took the lead, and others followed. Zhang Kiki also quickly joined in. Most of the girls gathered at the bedroom door, listening to the sounds coming from inside. Chapter 43, The Monitor's Words or Commands. Ahem, there were some disagreements and many negative reviews about upgrading the bus earlier, saying the protagonist was a babysitter and a saint. For this reason, I made a slight adjustment. The resources needed to upgrade the bus will no longer be provided solely by the protagonist, but will collect some supplies from all the girls, perhaps some food, maybe some water, iron ingots, and other resources. These collected supplies will be used to trade for what is needed to upgrade the bus in the trading market. After thinking about it, this change might be more reasonable and look better. Thanks to the readers who have supported me up to this point. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you could support the author again. Thank you, everyone. The bus did not stall. The two of them walked out of the bedroom, feeling refreshed. But as soon as they opened the door, they heard hurried footsteps. Not a few girls were gathered at the door, and feeling guilty, they had to run back to their seats. However, many girls didn't have time to run away. They awkwardly crouched in place, making eye contact with the two. For example, Yang Jiasen, who was crouching on the ground, smiled at them awkwardly yet politely. Gu Pingsheng remembered her. She was the one who had her pants half down at the start. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao fell silent. Then, Gu Pingsheng asked, "What are you doing at the door?" Wang Jiaqing blinked. "Well, we urgently need to pee, so we wanted to go to the bathroom." Yang Jiasen quickly reacted, "Ah, right, we need to pee urgently." Right after, the sound of flushing came from the bathroom. Lu Xiaofang blushed as she came out of the bathroom. Because the bus was not soundproof. The bathroom was right next to the bedroom. She heard everything clearly. "Oh, why is Xiaofang inside?" Luo Xiaoxue curiously chimed in. "Xiaofang should have gone to the bathroom just now." Cough cough, I also need to use the bathroom. Yang Jiasen feigned urgency and walked toward the bathroom. Seeing this, Gu Pingsheng instantly understood what this group of girls was up to. You guys are really something, such gossipers. Gu Pingsheng tapped Luo Xiaoxue's shoulder with his finger. Oh, class monitor, I'm not the only one. Why are you picking on me? Luo Xiaoxue pretended to be upset, covering her forehead. Cough cough, class representative, are you and the class monitor really? What is it like? Suyuer grabbed Li Ruoyao's hand, asking curiously. Get lost, it's none of your business. Li Ruoyao rolled her eyes at Suyuer. The class representative is shy. The class representative's face is turning red, hee. The classmates chatted among themselves. Many girls looked at Li Ruoyao with envy. How wonderful it would be if they could get close to the class monitor. Of course, many female students also had other thoughts in their hearts. This wasn't the time of travel anymore, it was a world filled with survival like an apocalypse. Could they also compete fairly with Li Ruoyao? Gu Pingsheng didn't care what they were thinking. Lu Xiaofeng, weakly standing behind Gu Pingsheng, said, "Class monitor. I feel a bit sleepy. Can I go sleep in the bedroom?" Gu Pingsheng was taken aback. He thought of the original purpose of building the bedroom, which was requested by Lin Xiaonan so that the bus drivers could have a good rest. The 6 of them were the main drivers, they could naturally rest in the bedroom. "Go ahead, Xiaofeng. Have a good sleep. You've been staying up late driving these past few days, you must be tired." Lu Xiaofeng smiled sweetly, and although her heart was complicated, being praised by Gu Pingsheng still made her very happy. "Class monitor, it's not hard for me to do things for you." Thus, Lu Xiaofeng went into the bedroom. Li Ruoyao looked thoughtful as she glanced at Gu Pingsheng, then at Lu Xiaofeng, wanting to say something but not speaking. 2 hours later. Just when Gu Pingsheng thought there wouldn't be any bus stops today, a voice rang in his ear. "Driver Gu Pingsheng, the bus stop you are about to head to is called Hushi Village. Note, Hushi Village is a mandatory bus stop. The bus will forcibly shut down when passing Hushi Village, and after exploring Hushi Village for 2 hours, the shutdown time ends, and players can return to the bus." Gu Pingsheng's expression tightened. A mandatory bus stop had appeared. Mandatory bus stops were new updates. When the bus passed these stops, it would definitely shut down, and players must explore for a certain amount of time before continuing. The exploration time is random. According to some players' comments in chat channels, some stops even required a mandatory 8-hour exploration. An 8-hour time frame, with the monsters moving at a speed of 20 km per hour, meant a distance of 160 km was closed. In short, mandatory bus stops were very dangerous, many bus players had died at these stops. But it seemed the occurrence rate wasn't high. It had only appeared once in 2 days. Lin Xiaonan, after his insight, quickly became serious. "Based on my insights, the difficulty is probably moderate. There are many zombies in Hushi Village, most of them are of ordinary quality, but occasionally there are some black iron quality zombies. However, more importantly, there are about 10 lower bronze special zombies spread throughout the village, the fat zombies. Fat zombies vomit when they get close to people, spreading the green pus in their bodies all around and on people, causing nearby zombies to go crazy and gnaw at the places where the green goo has been splashed. At the same time, after they die, they also explode, splattering pus everywhere." Fat zombies. Hearing Lin Xiaonan's description, many girls couldn't help but shiver. Especially the timid girls. What a disgusting zombie, why is the difficulty of this station moderate? It's clearly so terrifying. Maybe it's because the village is large? Those fat zombies are scattered around? It could also be about the strength of the monitor and the class representative. "Oh no, I don't want to get off at this station, I'm afraid of dying." "Me too, but I don't have enough supplies." "What supplies could there be in this village? Why don't we just stay on the bus for 2 hours? Gu Pingsheng rubbed his forehead. According to the information on the chat channel, the compulsory station requires everyone to get off the bus and explore. Otherwise, it wouldn't count as exploration time. Gu Pingsheng brought up this rule found on other buses. A portion of the timid girls looked listless. Among them, Yang Shangnan immediately broke down. Just thinking of the scene Lin Xiaonan described made her cover her head. No, I don't want to get off." "Boo-hoo." Gu Pingsheng knew Yang Shangnan. She was a good friend of Huang Ting, who had been expelled earlier. And the small group led by Yang Shangnan, apart from helping Lu Tian and others fight this morning, hadn't been seen getting off at any other station except the service area. If this wasn't handled well, she might be the next Huang Ting. "Let me state this clearly." Gu Pingsheng's tone became cold. "Everyone must explore the compulsory station. If someone delays the group because they don't want to explore, I will directly expel them, just like Huang Ting that day." Hearing this, Yang Shangnan didn't dare to act rashly and could only nod timidly. Li Ruoyao also added, "Exactly, if anyone makes a mistake at the compulsory station, I won't agree first. Usually, you're worried and afraid to go out, but this is a matter concerning the whole group." Lin Xiaonan quickly followed up, "The monitor's words are orders, he is the driver for all of us, so please understand this." Chapter 44, Supplies in Hushi Village. What else could Yang Shangnan and the others say? With the 3 giants of the class, the monitor, the class representative, and the group leader all pressuring them, they could only agree. And since there was a requirement for compulsory exploration, they had no choice but to comply. "Okay, I'll get off, please don't expel me," Yang Shangnan said weakly. She absolutely could not follow in Huang Ting's footsteps. Gu Pingsheng rushed into the bedroom to wake up Lu Xiaofeng and the others. It is worth mentioning. Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, and Zhang Kiki were all sleeping in one bed, squeezed together. The 3 of them were similar in height, and apart from Zhang Kiki being slightly plumper, the other 2 were thin. Because they were all tired, they took a nap together. Gu Pingsheng woke them up and told them they were about to explore the station. The 3 of them, still half asleep, flickered their eyelids. But upon hearing it was a compulsory station, they quickly perked up. Soon, 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at the entrance of a village. Many distorted figures were wandering at the village entrance. They were not harmless rotten corpses but man-eating zombies. Compared to zombies, except for being less fierce, scratches from these creatures won't infect people. However, Gu Pingsheng didn't know what exactly was in Huanggang village back then. It seemed like a village inhabited by rotting corpses, yet there was great terror. Just a glance at the village made his mental strength drop by 20 points. And Gu Pingsheng was also unaware of when it had begun. The village could be considered a station. It used to be divided into Huanggang Station and Huanggang Village. After Gu Pingsheng got off, a cold wind blew in. The temperature seemed to drop again. In fact, he had already felt the chill inside the bus. Hiss, 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 the cold wave must be coming, otherwise, it wouldn't be so cold. Luo Xiaoxue shivered as she spoke. Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao, and Lin Xiaonan exchanged glances. Only they knew that a blizzard was approaching, which was even more terrifying than the cold wave. They didn't say anything because Gu Pingsheng didn't want to cause panic. Gu Pingsheng had searched for clothing and other supplies at the trading market before. But there was very little, and most people weren't foolish during this period. They felt the chill and wouldn't sell any clothing they found. So, Gu Pingsheng could only post a few messages seeking clothing, and he was even willing to sell precious zombie serum. Now they were just waiting for the driver to make contact. At that moment, the zombies at the entrance of the village hurriedly lunged toward Gu Pingsheng and the others as soon as they saw them get off the bus. Gu Pingsheng snorted coldly and wielded his Qinglei spear. In a few rounds, most of the charging zombies were dispatched by him. The remaining ones were dealt with by Li Ruoyao and the others. 2 serums fell to the ground. Gu Pingsheng picked them up and placed them in his backpack, then slowly said, "Let's go, everyone." Everyone held their breath and cautiously entered the village. The village was just as before, filled with many low houses. However, the previously scattered low houses along the roadside now stood densely within the village. Lin Xiaonan began to use the divine hint to gather information about the village. Hushi Village. Difficulty, medium. In Hushi Village, there are many, including low-grade bronze fat zombies. However, in the village chief's house, there are also 3 mid-grade bronze MP5 submachine guns, each with 50 rounds of 9mm bullets, and in addition, there are 300 rounds of 9mm ammunition in the armory. Give me a hint for the path to the village chief's house, and make sure it's the path with the lowest danger level. Lin Xiaonan silently spoke in her heart. At the same time, astonishment crossed her eyes. Lin Xiaonan never expected that there would actually be submachine guns in this village, and there were 3 of them. This was a chance to get rich. These were guns after all. With these 3 guns, it could greatly enhance their strength inside the bus. After obtaining the easiest and nearest path, Lin Xiaonan shared the specific situation of the village with everyone. Everyone was equally dumbfounded. Oh my, these are submachine guns. The amount of bullets isn't small either. Each submachine gun has 50 bullets and 300 in the armory, totaling 450 bullets. If we each had a submachine gun, that would be great. Hee, dreaming again, Jiasun. You only know how to daydream. So what, Jai? What if the squad leader has dozens of guns as a daily reward? Then we might each get one as a reward. At that time, I will definitely shoot over to you. Rewarding me again. Yang Jiasun and Wang Jiai's daily banter continued. Everyone was used to it. This was still in front of the group. If it was private, the topics they discussed probably wouldn't pass any scrutiny. Everyone, follow Lin Xiaonan. Our goal is not only to stay for 2 hours but also to grab those 3 guns. Gu Pingsheng said, his eyes flashing with a hint of desire. Those were guns, he had only played with them in games before. What man doesn't like guns? At that time, with 3 guns. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment, he surely wanted to keep one for himself. In addition, Li Ruoyao would also get 1 gun. After all, she is the first woman of my own. The last gun naturally went to Lin Xiaonan. Without Lin Xiaonan, they wouldn't even know there were guns here. Although this might seem a bit unfair. But after all, it's a gun, and it's best in the hands of oneself and trusted people. Lin Xiaonan was leading the way in front. Li Ruoyao voluntarily offered to take the last position in the team. Gu Pingsheng stood beside Lin Xiaonan. Zhang Kiki and Lijun, along with other capable girls, formed the team's perimeter. Many zombies that approached were taken care of by Gu Pingsheng and his group. Several strong women led by Lijun were very brave and performed well. Lu Xiaofang and Lu Xiaoying did not perform poorly either, although their strength wasn't great, they were brave and charged forward. Luo Xiaoxue was protected in the center of the group. The journey went smoothly, and many zombies fell, leaving behind blood serum. These blood serums were essential supplies. During the battles with zombies, it was inevitable to get scratched. Therefore, the value of blood serum was even higher than that of oil, food, and water sources. However, not long after, everyone heard the sound of vomiting. Then, a round, plump creature appeared from a low house in front. Chapter 45, Encounter with the Fat Zombie. This plump creature was a special zombie. It was bloated and fat, similar to a certain 400-pound streamer. Its skin was thin and tight, covered in pus stains, with foul-smelling pus oozing from its mouth and nose. Its breath was filled with mumbling sounds. Many zombies began to gather around, lured by the pus. Everyone was stunned and instinctively stepped back. Seeing this scene, many girls in the class felt their scalps tingle and started to feel nauseous. Lin Xiaonan shouted. Class monitor, study representative, step back. This guy is the fat zombie, do not attack it. Its exploding pus will attract many zombies. Many classmates quickly retreated upon hearing this. Gu Pingsheng put aside his urge to take action. However, how could the fat zombie stand by and watch its prey run away? It hurriedly vomited a large amount of green pus toward the girls. Lin Xiaonan had no choice but to use a mystical energy shield. Everyone was covered by the shield. The green pus was deflected by the shield and fell to the ground. The surrounding group of zombies quickly pounced on the ground covered in green pus and began to lick it up. This scene made everyone feel extremely disgusted. However, the fat zombie still continued to approach. Its goal was to cover everyone with the disgusting pus, rather than just the ground. At that moment, the fat zombie was brewing the pus within its body. Let me do it. Chen Tonger quickly used her skill, Iron Armor Summon. Then, the summoned iron golem appeared right beside the fat zombie. After all, the distance wasn't very far. Just right, the summoned black iron quality iron golem, wielding a finely crafted broadsword, began to attack the fat zombie incessantly. The fat zombie had no choice but to focus its attention on this iron golem. To help the iron golem summoned by Chen Tonger in battle, Luo Xiaoxue quickly used her skill, Willow Binding. Willow roots continuously sprouted to envelop and bind the fat zombie. The iron golem kept hacking at the fat zombie with the broadsword. Perhaps the fat zombie was too frail, with its strength focused on the disgusting pus. Or perhaps due to being controlled by Luo Xiaoxue, in the end, it was no match for the iron golem and was easily killed. Before it was hacked to death, everyone had completely moved away from the fat zombie. Then, they heard a loud boom. The iron golem was instantly covered in green pus. This time, the pus that burst all over was much more than what had been vomited earlier. More and more zombies surged in from the surroundings, but fortunately, their focus was not on Gu Pingsheng and the others, but on the iron golem covered in pus. Come on, follow me, or it will be hard to handle once the pus is eaten up. There are too many zombies here. Lin Xiaonan said seriously. She started using a divine prompt to determine the direction to the village chief's house and find a relatively safe path. Soon, Lin Xiaonan found a small alley, and then she led everyone to run into the alley. The zombies rushing towards them were dealt with by Li Ruoyao and Gu Pingsheng in front. The fallen bus tokens and blood serums were collected by Gu Pingsheng as he emptily picked them up. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xiaonan led everyone to a clearing with fewer zombies. Let's take a break, everyone. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. He looked at the girls in the class. Except for those with fairly good physical condition. The other girls who weren't in good shape were still panting heavily. Several short girls, led by Luo Xiaoxue. It's important to note that Luo Xiaoxue's initial physical condition was only 3, she usually stays up late, doesn't exercise, eats snacks at night, and looks for chances to reward herself, so it's strange that she's in good shape. Although she had gained some physical points earlier, it was still too little and couldn't compare to a normal person. Besides, Su Yuer was having a hard time too. Okay, I'm exhausted, boo-hoo. Luo Xiaoxue stuck out her tongue in complaint. I'll carry you later. Li Jin said after a moment of hesitation. Luo Xiaoxue gave Li Jin a disdainful glance. No way, you bullied Xiaofang before, and Xiaofang is my good friend, I don't like you. Li Jin. I want the class monitor to carry me. Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed, her eyes rolling. The class monitor needs to fight later, it's not convenient, let my puppet do it instead. Chen Tonger said. Chen Tonger's puppet was also moving with the group. Originally, she didn't need to get off the bus, but this time everyone had to participate in the enforced station event, so she had no choice but to go alone. But Chen Tonger's physical condition was not bad, as the strength of the puppet related to her physical condition, and most of the 15 points she had gained earlier were allocated to her physical stats. Luo Xiaoxue glared at Chen Tonger but found no reason to refuse, so she could only agree. Chen Tonger revealed a smile of success at the corner of her mouth. After resting for 5 minutes, Lin Xiaonan continued to lead the way. Just in time, the team's skills were ready. Next, everyone made a plan to deal with the fat zombie. It was to be handled by Chen Tonger and Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue would first use willow branches to wrap and control the fat zombie. Then, Shen Tonger would summon an iron puppet of black iron quality to fight. Gu Pingsheng could try to get close and deliver a blow from mid-air, but it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't. If a careless mistake caused the fat zombie to attack everyone, Lin Xiaonan would use a mysterious energy shield to protect them all. Thus, following this plan, Gu Pingsheng and others successfully dealt with another fat zombie. Xiaonan, can you lead us back to the previous spot? Gu Pingsheng suddenly shouted. The fat zombie from before is dead. Since that's the case, there's a chance it dropped bus tokens or other things. We need to go check. Lin Xiaonan nodded. That makes sense. Just right, when this fat zombie dies, the surrounding zombies will rush over. If we go back now, there won't be any zombies over there. Quickly, everyone returned to the previous spot. The green pus on the ground had disappeared, replaced by a can of dark green new potion. As for the iron puppet summoned earlier, it was probably eaten by zombies, or perhaps it disappeared because the summoning time ended. Gu Pingsheng picked up the potion jar. Zombie pus potion. Quality, black iron premium. When thrown on the ground, the resulting pus will have a deadly attraction to nearby zombies. All zombies attacking you will give up the attack due to being attracted. Note, the higher the zombie's quality, the shorter the attraction, control, time. This is a good thing. Gu Pingsheng thought to himself secretly. Right now, there might not be much demand for it. But that doesn't mean there won't be a big need for it in the future on Blood Moon days. If, on Blood Moon Day, they really encounter an overwhelming zombie horde, using this thing could save lives. Chapter 46, The Girls of the Whole Class See Blood. Unfortunately, no bus coins were dropped. After collecting the zombie pus medicine, Gu Pingsheng asked Lin Xiaoxue to lead them to the fat zombie they had encountered earlier. Once again, they obtained a zombie pus medicine. And this fat zombie also dropped 10 bus coins. Heh, not bad. Gu Pingsheng was quite satisfied. Although the fat zombie looked a bit disgusting, the drops were still decent. So, for the next period of time, they kept using this tactic. They would first head in the general direction of the village chief's house in Hushi village. If they encountered a fat zombie along the way, they would use the same method to deal with it, then move on to the next fat zombie. Anyway, during their actions, after about 20 minutes, everyone's skills would be off cooldown. Then they could go back and search for supplies. The only thing to manage was stamina. Using skills would consume stamina, and movement also drained stamina. So every time they took down one or two fat zombies, Lin Xiaonan would find a relatively safe spot for everyone to rest for a while. At the same time, this was also a good training opportunity. Gu Pingsheng and the class committee, led by Li Zhen and a few other capable female students, couldn't always protect everyone. So when resting at a safe spot, if they encountered a few regular zombies, Gu Pingsheng would ask some of the girls who hadn't seen blood to try it out. Although everyone had weapons, some of the girls, led by Yang Shengnan, rarely fought and had just been waiting for death in the class. There were also quite a few girls who lacked combat experience, altogether around 20 people. At Gu Pingsheng's request, most of them gathered the courage to try. And they did so in the same groups as during the night watch. Currently, the class had 8 small groups, with the group leaders being Gu Pingsheng, Luo Xiaoxue, Li Zhen, Lu Shuiwei, Zhou Qingqing, Zhao Yuding, Wu Dandan, and Yang Shengnan. Among them, Gu Pingsheng led a 6-person group, the bus driving group, where 6 people took turns driving the bus and had the right to rest in the bedroom. Other groups had 5 people. Luo Xiaoxue's group had 5 members, and although they were short in stature and weak in health, Luo Xiaoxue had a healing talent and was one of the core members of the class. The other little potatoes had also gotten off the bus to explore. Although they didn't contribute much, they at least stepped off the bus. Li Zhen's group was strong and capable of handling zombies, and all of them had fought zombies before. 1 or 2 of them had killed zombies. Lu Shuiwei and Zhou Qingqing's group was a mixed bag, with an average level overall, but about half of the members had fought zombies. Zhao Yuding and Wu Dandan's group had an even lower average level, and most had never fought zombies. But Gu Pingsheng remembered that Zhao Yuding had gotten off the bus to explore the station and had fought zombies. Although she occasionally borrowed a cigarette from him, she always returned it. As for Yang Shengnan, this 5-member group had been close to Huang Ting before, and it was the lowest-ranked group in the class. They had never gotten off the bus to explore. Before the forced exploration of the station, they were afraid and unwilling to go, let alone fight zombies. So, during rest at a safer spot, one group would kill zombies while the other 7 groups could rest. Otherwise, even in a slightly safer area, Gu Pingsheng and the others would have to protect the burdened classmates. There is no meaning in resting when physical strength is concerned. Girls who have never killed zombies can still gain experience in killing zombies. However, when it was time for Yang Xingnan's group of 5, they refused. What? You want us to kill zombies? We don't want to. Upon hearing Gu Pingsheng's request, Yang Shengnan immediately shook her head and hid in the middle of the group. Beside her were the other 4 girls from the group. They all looked at Gu Pingsheng with timid eyes. In their hearts, they would rather be taken advantage of by Gu Pingsheng than go fight zombies. This is a great opportunity for practice. Gu Pingsheng said slowly. If you don't go, what will happen when Blood Moon Day comes and we can't protect you? Li Ruoyao added, don't worry, the main group is here, and there is also Xiao Shui with us. With these conditions, what else are you worried about? Although Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao's words made sense, it did not mean they had the courage to go. No way, class leader, we really can't do it. Zombies are too scary, and I'm just a girl. One average-looking girl hadn't finished speaking when Yang Shengnan covered her mouth. Yang Shengnan's best friend, Huang Ting, ended up alienated because she kept fighting, provoking everyone in the class. Now, she didn't want her group to follow the same path. Usually, it was fine to mess around a little, but Yang Shengnan dared not do something like fighting. Gu Pingsheng's expression darkened. If you don't go, you're just seeking death. Your supplies are already insufficient. When the time comes, the resources from the class's water filter and class funds won't be provided to you. The rules in the vehicle are fair. Chen Tongtong had previously borrowed iron ingots from Gu Pingsheng. Zhao Yuding had borrowed a pack of cigarettes from Gu Pingsheng before. After they scavenged resources, they found opportunities to repay him. But if Yang Shengnan and her group continued to avoid contributing and kept borrowing resources from others or Gu Pingsheng, they would definitely be unable to repay. If that's the case, isn't it a dead end? Moreover, this would create imbalance in the minds of other groups. Lin Xiaonan snorted coldly. In my opinion, Yang Shengnan, you guys are nothing but burdens. It's better to expel all of you one by one. Yang Shengnan and the others changed color. Lin Xiaonan, if you have the ability, go kill the zombies yourself. I've never seen you do it. You just rely on the class leader and the study committee for protection. One girl shouted. Lin Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh. Even if I haven't gone, I have S-grade talent for divine hints. Station hints, resource hints, and hints for various monsters and zombies. What path is safe? Isn't that my hint? My contribution to the class is 100 times stronger than all 5 of you? Xiaonan is right. If you insist on not going, just living off others, we will expel you. To prevent retaliation, I will personally take care of you. Gu Pingsheng's tone became indifferent. Yang Shengnan and the other girls fell silent. Yang Shengnan quickly thought of Huang Ting's outcome. Back then, she was taken by Lin Xiaonan to the convenience store and was just killed, right? Her body trembled slightly, and she soon led her group members to fight the zombies. Though at first, 1 or 2 were scratched. Fortunately, they gained experience early on. Yang Shengnan began to wield her iron sword, gradually becoming less clumsy at hacking zombies, and huge courage filled her heart. I don't seem to be that afraid of zombies anymore. She thought to herself. Luo Xiaoxua quickly stepped forward to treat them. Seeing this scene, Gu Pingsheng nodded in satisfaction. Now, through this force station, all the girls in the class had seen blood. Lin Xiaonan stared coldly at the 5 girls, confirming they had no hatred towards the class leader and herself before shifting her gaze. If there was any hatred or revenge in their hearts just now. And so, after more than 2 hours, the class had defeated 6 fat zombies and hundreds of regular zombies. In addition to the fat zombies and regular zombies killed before, they had obtained 5 vials of zombie pus serum and 185 bus coins. Next, in front of everyone stood a 3-story self-built house. This self-built house was the largest in the entire village. It was also the home of the village chief of Hushi Village. Chapter 47, Leaving Hushi Village, Gathering Resources. The house inside is safe, the guns are in there, along with other useful resources. Lin Xiaonan said slowly after using his divine hint to investigate. Let's go in, rest to recover some strength, then take those 3 guns and the ammunition depot. Gu Pingsheng continued, then led everyone into the house. Inside the house, there were many wooden items. Wooden tables, wooden chairs, and other wooden furniture, as well as cloth and such. The kitchen had several bags of rice, noodles, pots, pans, and bowls. In the village chief's bedroom, there was also a wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe were some relatively clean clothes, jackets, and bedding, among other things. As they walked through, other houses also had clothes. However, there were very few clean clothes. The other clothes they encountered had many bloodstains on them, probably from zombie blood. Not to mention the risk of infection if worn, and then troubling Luo Xiaoxua for treatment. Even if there was no risk of infection, wearing them would still feel disgusting. Gu Pingsheng counted, and so far there were only 5 cotton jackets, 7 jackets, 5 long sleeves, and 4 pants. These clothes were completely insufficient for a whole vehicle of people. It seemed they would still have to search for more clothes in this village after leaving the village chief's house. Gu Pingsheng asked his classmates to gather other useful supplies. Currently, he and the class committee didn't have enough space in their compartments. So apart from guns, bullets, and clothes, any other basic supplies would go to whoever picked them up. Soon, Lin Xiaonan brought two people to a bedroom on the third floor. Just at that moment, three MP5 submachine guns were leaning against the corner of the bedroom wall. The gun bodies were silver-black matte, with metallic glints on the gun barrels. Beside them, a wooden box was open, with copper shells stacked inside, their sharp edges glinting. Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but pick up one of the guns. After fiddling with it a bit, he found 50 rounds of bullets inside. Then, Gu Pingsheng said, "Ruoyao, Xiaonan, you two take one gun each, and we will split the bullets." Lin Xiaonan flashed a surprised look in her eyes. She had been wondering how to ask for this gun. She never expected Gu Pingsheng would really give it to her. "Thank you, class monitor." Lin Xiaonan felt warmth in her heart. "It's nothing, you deserve it, your talent has helped us a lot," Gu Pingsheng said. Li Ruoyao was also very happy. She was glad she had grabbed the chance first. If she weren't Gu Pingsheng's woman now, she probably wouldn't be taken care of like this, right? "I'll try the gun," Gu Pingsheng said. Then he took the submachine gun to the balcony, aimed at a swaying zombie on the ground not far away, pulled the safety off, and just shot instinctively. Bang! The bullet hit the ground near the zombie's feet. Perhaps the gunshot was too loud, drawing many zombies over. Gu Pingsheng twitched his mouth. "I'll go deal with these zombies." "I'll come too." ×2. The two girls said in unison. They grabbed guns and followed Gu Pingsheng to the door on the first floor. Then, facing the encroaching zombies, the three of them aimed their MP5 submachine guns at the zombies and kept firing. Bang 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 bang. Round after round of bullets were constantly fired into one zombie after another. Because the MP5 submachine gun was of low bronze quality, whether normal or black iron level zombies, they were all turned to shreds by the powerful firepower. One by one, they fell down. After having fun, Gu Pingsheng reluctantly put the gun away. That was kind of a test shot. Bullets were not unlimited, and after trying guns, using close combat to deal with zombies is best. Only use guns when absolutely necessary. Li Ruoyao and Lin Xiaonan also temporarily put away their guns after trying them out. Gu Pingsheng collected the box of 300 rounds of ammunition, the clothes from this bedroom, and some bedding. He picked up the serum dropped by the zombies and all the bus tokens. After resting for another half hour, Lin Xiaonan led everyone to avoid dangerous areas as they prepared to leave. While leaving, they also searched for resources in the village. With Lin Xiaonan's hints, everyone found many resources by following the best route in order. All the remaining fat zombies in the village were taken down by the group. They scavenged a lot of serum and bus tokens dropped by the zombies, as well as clothes from various houses. Clothes were scarce, they had to search over 10 houses to find 1 or 2 jackets. As for thin clothes like short sleeves, although they weren't very useful, Gu Pingsheng insisted on collecting them, because in the blizzard weather, any coverage helps. What puzzled the classmates was that Gu Pingsheng kept all the clothes in his personal backpack, categorized, without sharing them with everyone. In response, Gu Pingsheng simply said it was a secret and that he would explain later when they returned to the bus and distribute them uniformly. Gu Pingsheng opened the game panel and glanced at the time. The time had already reached 5:40. Gu Pingsheng said seriously, "Everyone, we need to get back to the bus before dark, or I fear more zombies will appear here once it gets dark." "That's right, there will be even more zombies at night, this village will be no exception." Lin Xiaonan said seriously, "So even if there are still areas in the village we haven't searched, we should stop and head back to the bus." Everyone naturally had no objections to Gu Pingsheng and Lin Xiaonan's decision. After they returned to the bus, it was 5:50 and the sun was gradually setting. Lu Xiaoying drove the bus. Gu Pingsheng began to count all their gains from this trip. First were the 3 submachine guns and 300 rounds of ammunition, this was the most valuable. Next were the serums. After defeating 10 fat zombies, they dropped a total of 7 serum vials. There were a total of 47 blood serum vials. This quantity was very large since with Luo Xiaoshui around, none of the classmates had used a blood serum vial yet. However, for other buses, blood serum vials were extremely precious. In the trading market, the price of blood serum vials had soared to 3 to 5 liters of water each. Next were the bus tokens. Combined with what they had gotten before exploring the platform, they had a total of exactly 400 tokens. Finally, there were the clothes and bedding, 7 cotton-padded jackets, about 20 ordinary jackets, over 30 pieces of thin clothes, long sleeves and short sleeves combined, more than 10 thick pants, and over 10 thin pants. They also collected 3 thick quilts, 5 thin quilts, and 7 mattresses. "Class leader, what did you want to explain just now?" Sitting in her seat, Luo Xiaoshui asked curiously as she swung her feet. Just now, Gu Pingsheng didn't distribute the clothes, but gathered them all in his personal backpack instead. "Everyone, I have bad news for you. Besides the Blood Moon Day in 5 days, a blizzard is coming soon." As Gu Pingsheng finished speaking, the place fell into silence. Chapter 48, Distributing Clothes. Faced with this bad news, the girls immediately began to chatter among themselves. How could this happen? Although the weather is cold, it shouldn't snow a blizzard. It seems quite possible, if the weather keeps getting colder. This is too scary. Besides the blood moon day in 5 days, a terrifying blizzard is coming. If it arrives, aren't we doomed? I don't want to freeze to death. Don't worry, everyone, we have enough supplies. We can definitely exchange for enough clothes. Class leader, which comes first, the snowstorm or the blood moon day? Su Yuer asked. Gu Pingsheng shook his head, I'm not sure either. From some rumors, I only know this will happen soon. For this, I must distribute enough clothes or blankets before the snowstorm. The clothes and blankets will be temporarily stored with me. At that moment, several messages came from the trading market. Before arriving at the station, Gu Pingsheng had posted a request for ordinary steel and clothes. 3 drivers wanted to trade, one of whom was named Huang Tian. Huang Tian, hello, boss Gu. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment before realizing who this person was. He was the first troublemaker he met on the bus at the gas station. After eliminating the potentially threatening senior student, only some harmless students remained. Then Huang Tian became the driver among that group of students. He didn't expect them to still be alive. However, Gu Pingsheng did not believe they could survive past the blood moon day. Firstly, there was not a single gifted player among them. Secondly, their numbers were too few. The brave fighters had all been dealt with by Gu Pingsheng and his group. But back then, Gu Pingsheng hadn't recognized him. Huang Tian also did not know that the trading boss Gu was his former benefactor. Gu Pingsheng, hello, do you have the supplies I need? Huang Tian replied, yes, our bus just passed a clothing store, and our people looted all the clothes there. Seeing Huang Tian's message, Gu Pingsheng was delighted, really? How many warm clothes are there in those stores? We need them. Huang Tian, after distributing winter coats and pants to our classmates, we still have 30 sweaters, 20 coats, and 20 down jackets left. I can trade all these clothes to you, but I need an equal value of zombie virus serum. 5 classmates in our class were bitten by zombies, and if they do not receive timely treatment within 24 hours, they will turn into zombies. If infected by zombie virus, the infection time is 24 hours. If not treated promptly with zombie serum after 24 hours, they will become zombies. Gu Pingsheng, of course, I can provide up to 30 vials of zombie virus serum. Huang Tian, great. Thank you, boss Gu. Upon learning that Gu Pingsheng was willing to trade 30 vials of zombie virus serum, he was extremely shocked. Of course, Huang Tian knew that he wasn't exactly making a profit either. Now, the value of clothes had risen significantly. Many players speculated that a cold wave would come or the weather would get colder. Huang Tian was mainly shocked by the strength of Gu Pingsheng's team. He didn't expect that up till now. Gu Pingsheng's team actually had 30 vials of zombie virus serum. And it seemed that wasn't all of it. Gu Pingsheng was also considering. About 1 vial of zombie virus serum could be traded for 2 to 3 pieces of clothing. If all these clothes were given to the classmates, they would definitely be enough for the snowstorm. However, Gu Pingsheng was also unsure if Huang Tian's clothes would be enough. In theory, Gu Pingsheng shouldn't be concerned about these things. Getting enough clothing for his group was enough, he didn't need to worry about Huang Tian and the others. But thinking about it, Gu Pingsheng still informed Huang Tian about the potential low-temperature situation that might happen, which was far more serious than expected. Huang Tian, don't worry, boss Gu, the clothes left for our group are definitely enough. The clothing store we encountered is quite large, and we obtained a lot of clothes. To be honest, in addition to these clothes to trade with you, there are also other clothes ready to trade with other drivers. Gu Pingsheng, as long as you have it under control. Then, Gu Pingsheng traded with the other 2 drivers as well. The other party's demand is still the zombie virus serum, in exchange for quite a bit of steel and 3 sets of cotton clothes. After the transaction, Gu Pingsheng looked at the pile of clothes on the empty bus stop, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Among the clothes were those from the trade and also those just scavenged from Hoshi village. Originally, Gu Pingsheng was troubled about the clothes, but now he no longer had to worry. Although Gu Pingsheng had enough supplies, it didn't mean he could quickly exchange for enough clothing. He didn't expect Huang Tian to provide so many clothes. Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, they didn't completely wipe out Huang Tian at that time. If it weren't for them, changing clothes would probably take quite some time. Everything is fate's arrangement. Of course, even without Huang Tian, there would be Li Tian and Lu Tian to trade with. As the richest bus in Area 6, Gu Pingsheng didn't believe he wouldn't be able to exchange for enough clothes before the snowstorm hit. It was just that Huang Tian's appearance shortened that time. Everyone, there are enough clothes now. Gu Pingsheng looked at the eager faces of the crowd and slowly said, the zombie virus serum is not just the supplies I obtained alone, it's what we all worked together to get on the journey and in Hushi village. Some classmates contributed less, some contributed more, but for now, at the very least, everyone has killed zombies, so I've decided to distribute the clothes to everyone. Of course, to maintain relative fairness, those who contributed more can come up first to receive a full outfit of clothing, enough to keep themselves warm, no extra can be taken. I'll call your names one by one. Gu Pingsheng paused for a moment and looked at Lin Xiaonan. No doubt, the person who made the greatest contribution to the entire bus was Lin Xiaonan. With her talent, they could smoothly navigate and gain enough supplies while avoiding danger. First, Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan beamed with joy, standing up and lightly stepping over to Gu Pingsheng, then bending down to take a down jacket, a pair of cotton pants, and a long-sleeved undershirt before returning to her seat. Second, Li Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao's contributions were also evident, and she was the first combat strength on the bus. Third, Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue's healing kept them collecting so many zombie virus serums. In the future, this serum may not be useful to Gu Pingsheng and others, but it could be used as a trading tool to exchange for even more supplies for others' buses. As for the fourth, Gu Pingsheng gave it to himself, focusing on the magnetic energy coin collector behind the bus, which could continuously produce bus coins now and in the future. Thus, Gu Pingsheng distributed the clothes to the classmates one by one. The girls who received clothes in the front did not take extra, they only took one set. The girls in the back also had enough clothes to take, they might not get down jackets, but there were sweaters and coats to keep warm. By the time the last one, Yang Shangnan, came to collect her clothes, there was not a single piece of clothing left on the ground. Yang Shangnan looked into Gu Pingsheng's eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed, and softly said, class leader, I will strive to do better in the future. After saying that, she quickly hugged her clothes and returned to her seat. Immediately after, Yang Shangnan sighed, she felt a little regret for her previous actions. Chapter 49, Good Things Inside the Mall Module. Yang Shangnan was once a close friend who sparred with Huang Ting. At that time, Yang Xingnan's goal was very clear. She knew her remarks were wrong. But she also knew what kind of remarks gained high views on Xia Honshu, and it was for gaining followers that she posted those strange things. However, Huang Ting didn't think so. She believed those remarks were correct and consequently grew particularly misandrist. Later, after crossing over, Huang Ting met a tragic fate because of this. Facts proved. People who turn black and white upside down, those who create gender conflicts, whether male or female, are despised by normal people. Yang Shangnan really regretted her previous actions. And she was grateful that she did not suffer the same fate. After killing the zombies, she realized it wasn't especially difficult. Now it's not too late to change. After distributing the clothes, the sky had completely darkened. Because they rummaged through an entire bus for supplies in the morning. Everyone now had plenty of supplies. At this moment, Lu Xiaoying was driving. Gu Pingsheng sat beside Lu Xiaofang, placing a portable gas stove and a small pot on the board, with the pot on top of the stove. He also put a good amount of water in the pot and ignited the stove. The quality of the portable stove was ordinary exquisite, and its feature was that it didn't require a gas canister. To be honest, Gu Pingsheng wasn't clear about the principle behind it. After all, according to the law of conservation of energy, this kind of thing shouldn't be happening. Then, Gu Pingsheng boiled a bag of instant noodles, added a bit of salt, and threw in 3 sausage links. Once the noodles were cooked, Gu Pingsheng began to eat them. Next to him, Lu Xiaofang had a flushed face, stealing glances at Gu Pingsheng as he ate his noodles. Thinking about what they did earlier in the afternoon when going to the bedroom, she felt a bit uneasy. After her wild thoughts, Lu Xiaofang took out a box of instant noodles from her backpack, placed the noodle cake and seasoning pack, and was about to add cold water when Gu Pingsheng stopped her. Xiaofang, use my hot soup. The stove was melting raw iron ore. The portable stove belonged solely to Gu Pingsheng. So when classmates ate instant noodles, they all used cold water. Fortunately, using cold water wasn't a big issue, it just didn't taste as good as those soaked in hot water, but that didn't mean it couldn't be eaten. Lu Xiaofang quickly shook her head. The hot water just now all belonged to Gu Pingsheng, she didn't want to owe him. However, Gu Pingsheng unwaveringly poured some of the water from his pot into Lu Xiaofang's noodle box. Stop shaking your head, always eating cold noodles isn't good for your health. Gu Pingsheng instinctively thought to be as nice as possible to Lu Xiaofang, who liked him. Mainly, it was also to make up for the brave little Fang at the beginning, right? Lu Xiaofang enjoyed her steaming hot instant noodles, feeling very happy. The blush on her face was a mystery, whether from the hot noodle soup or because of her feelings. Did this count as having shared a meal with the class leader? Gu Pingsheng was also unaware of Lu Xiaofang's wild thoughts next to him. While eating his instant noodles, he opened the chat channel to see if there were any useful messages. Chat channel. The forced station is just too terrifying. We came to a so-called station, and inside was a huge abandoned subway. The forced station required us to stay in the subway for half an hour. But shortly after entering, we encountered 3 lickers zombies, stretching their long tongues and taking away many of our companions, ambushing us from the dark. These were definitely bronze quality zombies. Half an hour later, there were only about 10 of us left on the bus. Upstairs, how do you know this is bronze quality? I am an elementary school teacher. The vice principal has a black iron grade pistol, and that pistol couldn't inflict effective damage on the lickers zombies. I also judged this way. Generally speaking, weapons of the same quality can only cause damage to monsters of the same quality. Have you encountered a special task station? You have to complete a task given by Heavenly Dao to leave. The station we arrived at was a graveyard, and the task given was to deliver a letter to a gravestone. But once we delivered the letter, we could leave, and then nothing happened. In addition, there are special escape stations. If you pass by the station, a monster will relentlessly chase the bus for a period of time. Fortunately, the monsters that chased us seemed to be only of black iron quality. Our bus team managed to eliminate them and obtained a black iron top-tier treasure chest. The big shot upstairs is amazing. Black iron monsters can be killed just like that. What's so amazing about that? If we're talking about amazing, it has to be the big shot Gu Pingsheng. 2 server-wide broadcasts. I bet their team can handle bronze quality monsters now. By the way, why hasn't Big Shot Gu ever spoken in the chat channel? Our driver can at least see him in the trading market. Looking to buy clothes. I'm a driver. If you have enough clothes, message me privately. I can exchange them for water. Seeing the topic turn to him, Gu Pingsheng remained unmoved. He had already told his classmates not to leak any information in the chat channel. As for this rule, his classmates were doing quite well. In fact, Gu Pingsheng had also seen many fools showing off their talents in the chat channel. After finishing his meal, Gu Pingsheng planned to spend some bus coins. Currently, he had a total of 400 bus coins, which was a huge sum for any bus. Of course, Gu Pingsheng still needed to set aside 100 bus coins. Once the steel was gathered, he would need to use those 100 coins to upgrade the bus to level 5. He opened the module mall. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment and decided to upgrade the bus cover first. The requirement for upgrading the bus cover was 200 bus coins. Although it was a bit expensive, a level 2 bus cover could enhance defense by 100%, equivalent to the defense of 2 level 4 buses combined. It was still very worthwhile. More importantly, after the bus upgraded, the defense would also double. Upgrade successful. Basic wear resistant bus cover. Tough bus cover. Tough bus cover. Quality, bronze level. Current effect, adds an extra 100% defense to the bus, reduces durability consumption. Upgrade condition, 400 bus coins. Upgrade effect, adds an extra 200% defense to the bus, reduces durability consumption. He still had 200 bus coins left, but he needed to keep 100 coins for upgrading the bus. Gu Pingsheng browsed the module mall. There were a few modules he really wanted, but unfortunately, the prices were too high, and some required a higher level bus to purchase. Double-decker bus module. Quality, silver level. Price, 500 bus coins. Creates an additional second layer on top of the bus, adding more space than the original. The driver can establish more bedrooms, storages, toilets, etc., on the second layer. Gun module. Quality, gold. Price, 2,000 bus coins. Install a gun at any position on the top of the bus. Level 1 gun is a Desert Eagle. The way to replenish bullets requires iron ingots. The bus can convert iron ingots into bullets. Upgrading the gun module level can change to more powerful guns with greater turning angles, higher bullet capacity, and more power. Initial usage permissions are for the driver. The driver can share permissions with other players in the bus. Invisibility module. Infrared module. Iron factory module. Gu Pingsheng looked for a long time, but these advanced modules were not within his reach at the moment. In the end, he turned his attention to modules that he could currently purchase and were still quite practical. Warehouse module. Quality, bronze level. Price, 80 bus coins. Can be installed on any wall inside the bus or in the bedroom, and once installed, it won't affect the overall layout of the bus. The extra space will overlap, with the initial level 1 warehouse having a layout of 2 by 2 by 2 meters, with a volume of 8 cubic meters. Chapter 50, Ling Xiaonan comes to sleep. Extra space will overlap? Seeing this description, Gu Pingsheng instinctively thought of dimensional space. Soon, he got up and walked to the bedroom next door. At this moment, the layout was such that right behind the bus's forward direction was the bathroom and then the bedroom. There wasn't much distance between the bathroom and the bedroom. Gu Pingsheng prepared to place the door of the warehouse. It is placed directly to the right of the bedroom. That is to say, in sequence, there are the bathroom, the bedroom, and the storage room. The storage room door is about 1 by 2 meters. After purchasing the storage module, Gu Pingsheng entered a God's eye view, then installed the storage room in the expected location. After ending the God's eye view, when he opened his eyes, right in front of him was a storage room door. After opening the storage room door, the layout inside was a 2x2x2 space, which was small, very small. However, when Gu Pingsheng poked his head out of the car window, he did not see the corresponding position sticking out from outside the bus. That is to say, this is the overlapping space just described? Gu Pingsheng also understood why this tiny space was sold for 80 bus coins. Storage room. Quality, bronze level. Current effect, 2x2x2 space layout, 8 cubic meters of capacity, does not occupy any space inside the car. Upgrade conditions, 200 bus coins. Upgrade effects, 3x3x2 space layout, 18 cubic meters of capacity, does not occupy any space inside the car. After upgrading, it should reach silver level. The price is not very expensive, it can be upgraded after it's full. Gu Pingsheng placed all the oil in his backpack, plus iron ingots and such, into the storage room. The barrels of oil and the iron ingots were neatly organized and stacked. As for the treasure chests encountered on the road, the supplies from the class fund were also placed in the storage room by Gu Pingsheng. In addition, a large water condenser and a regular water condenser were also placed on top of a lot of iron ingots. After placing these two items in the storage room, the aisle of the bus became much more spacious again. He then said to the other classmates, "Everyone, this is all the confiscated supplies, plus the resources required for the bus. If you need anything, you can come to the storage room to take it. Of course, if you have supplies that don't fit in your backpacks, you can also use them for confiscation." Except for Chen Tonger, who initially needed iron ingots, now the other classmates did not need iron ingots. So for now, whether it is regular quality iron ingots or black iron quality ingots, the positioning of resources and oil is exactly the same, they are all for the bus service. Class monitor, if I put some unwanted iron items in the bus to be decomposed, can I take some food or drinks of the same value from the storage room? A girl raised her hand and asked. Of course. Gu Pingsheng nodded and replied. Class monitor, why don't we hand in all the confiscatable supplies, then food and water, and let you manage everything? Xiao Qingqing offered her opinion. Many girls slightly moved their gazes. Some girls agreed with this management method when they heard it. But some girls felt it wasn't quite right after hearing this management method, after all, it involved their supplies. Lin Xiaonan interjected, this method is easy to manage, but it's not practical, at least not at the beginning. Gu Pingsheng nodded and said, the team leader is right, the most important thing is still the number of slots. I have 60 slots, while you other 40 people have 20 slots, which adds up to 860 slots. Unless there is a sufficiently large warehouse capacity, otherwise, in the early stage, each person will manage their own supplies. Gu Pingsheng knew that this way was easier to manage, but the conditions were simply not enough. Besides, doing so could also enhance the initiative of the students in the class. At past midnight, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao were preparing to rest in the bedroom. The two had just embraced and were about to do something when a knocking sound came from the door. Li Ruoyao put on her clothes, feeling helpless. Who is it outside the door? It's me. It was Lin Xiaonan's muffled voice. Li Ruoyao pouted, not very happy. But she couldn't refuse. After all, buying the bedroom was Lin Xiaonan's request, and the bedroom was also bought for 6 people together. She got up, opened the door, walked in with a smile, and then looked at the two with a teasing glance. What are you doing here? Li Ruoyao asked. What kind of question is that? Of course, I'm here to sleep. Lin Xiaonan took off her coat and unceremoniously lay down next to Gu Pingsheng. Seeing this, Li Ruoyao climbed onto the bed and squeezed in between the two. On the small 1.5 by 2 meter bed, Li Ruoyao lay in the middle, Lin Xiaonan on her right. Gu Pingsheng on her left. During the day, 3 girls slept together, at night, it was 2 girls and 1 boy sleeping together. Gu Pingsheng felt a bit awkward, he never expected to be in bed with the class monitor and the group leader one day. Good night, Ruoyao, Pingsheng. Lin Xiaonan was also not shy, she had used her abilities many times throughout the day and was now completely exhausted. Though she had rested, this was not a virtual game world, but reality. If she didn't sleep well, her stamina would not return to full. For example, if a person's stamina was 10 points and after using skills or talents it dropped to 3 points, resting somewhere could only bring it back to 7 or 8 points, a good night's sleep was necessary to restore it to the full 10 points. If one stayed up all night without proper sleep, the next day, their stamina would remain stuck at 7 or 8 points, and if they continued not resting, it would keep decreasing. It was very much in line with the rules. Lin Xiaonan quickly fell asleep, her breathing soft and gentle. Li Ruoyao was just about to sleep when she found herself embraced by Gu Pingsheng. Li Ruoyao glanced at Gu Pingsheng and understood the meaning in his eyes. She nervously looked at Lin Xiaonan again. Chapter 51, Midnight Engine Failure Crisis. At 4:30 a.m. The bus suddenly hit the brakes hard. It was Lu Xiaofang's turn to drive. At this moment, Lu Xiaofang stared at the stalled bus, stunned for half a second. she recovered and shouted, "Get off!" The engine failed. The engine failed. As soon as she finished speaking, the 8 students on night watch sprang into action. Luo Linman happened to be on watch with Zhou Qingqing. She quickly woke Zhou Qingqing and the others. Then she called in others to wake up the rest. Lu Xiaofang opened the bedroom door and shouted, "Engine failure, class monitor, academic committee, group leader." The 3 of them gradually woke up, with Gu Pingsheng waking up first, as he had just received the engine failure notification, which had lasted a full hour. Next was Li Ruoyao, who was in Gu Pingsheng's arms, and lastly Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan hadn't felt she slept well last night. Despite going to bed early, she felt groggy, as if the bed was moving. Moreover, before sleeping, she calculated the probability of engine failure using her abilities. It wasn't high, yet the engine still failed. The students quickly got off the bus. In the night, many zombies with glowing red eyes rushed toward them, pouncing on one student after another getting off the bus. At this moment, Yang Jiasun was knocked down to the ground by a regular quality zombie, which immediately began to bite her thigh. Ah! Yang Jiasun began to scream. Puff! Behind her, Li Jun swiftly chopped off the zombie's head with a long knife. The first to get off, Luo Xiaoxue, hurried to heal Jiasun. But it's not just Yang Jiasun, many girls in the class were bitten by zombies. After getting off the bus, Gu Pingsheng attacked the zombies beside the bus continuously with a long gun. Li Ruoyao was like a goddess of war, wielding a finely crafted machete, hacking down and splitting 4 or 5 zombies in half with one swing. Lin Xiaonan closed her eyes, constantly using her abilities to sense the number and strength of the surrounding zombies, while also assessing risks. Zhang Kiki grew bigger and took the lead, trying to protect her classmates as much as possible, constantly battling the zombies. Chen Tonger commanded her puppets to wield weapons, continuously fighting the zombies alongside the newly summoned puppets, protecting both herself and Luo Xiaoxue behind her. Protecting herself is due to selfishness. Protecting Luo Xiaoxue is because Luo Xiaoxue has no fighting power, and she is an important support in the class. Everyone who got off the bus was continuously fighting against zombies. Yang Xingnan's eyes were red, gritting her teeth as she killed 2 zombies. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling. Yet she still worked hard because of it. After about 10 minutes, most of the zombies on the scene had been dealt with. Although zombies kept coming, with the strong presence of Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao at the front, the situation improved. The female classmate who was scratched came to Luo Xiaoxue's side for treatment. Then the female classmates who weren't injured advanced forward. This continued in a cycle. Cold sweat broke out on Luo Xiaoxue's forehead. Thankfully, most of her attribute points had been assigned to stamina. If she hadn't given stamina, she probably wouldn't last an hour of treating others. Of course, even if she didn't treat for a short time, it wouldn't be a big problem, since the infection time for zombies is 24 hours. Luo Xiaoxue treated everyone because she didn't want pain from injuries to affect the team's ability to kill zombies. Roar! A charger rushed over, clearing most of the zombies along the way, targeting the crowd beside the bus. Watch the right front of the bus. Ruoyao, there's a charger there. Li Ruoyao quickly ran in that direction, slicing down with her knife, splitting the charger in half. Behind the bus, there's a tank. Pingsheng. The tank was about to lower its head to lift a large stone to smash towards the crowd. Gu Pingsheng stepped forward, quickly using the bronze-quality Qingling spear to pierce through the tank's body. Lin Xiaonan closed her eyes, naming the positions of the special zombies one by one. Li Ruoyao and Gu Pingsheng then dealt with them one by one. Perhaps because of the battle earlier in Hushi village during the day, the team's cooperation was exceptionally harmonious. Many zombies were eliminated. A lot of bus tokens dropped. Some bus tokens even went to the bus's magnetic coin collector due to probability issues. Meanwhile, when there were simply too many zombies, Gu Pingsheng would throw zombie bile serum powerfully in the distance, attracting a large group of zombies to rush over. Li Ruoyao would then kill the zombies, licking the bile off the ground one by one. Half an hour later, Gu Pingsheng had thrown 2 bottles but couldn't throw too many, as the quantity was already low. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaonan received a prompt about a strange creature. A terrifying creature of bronze upper grade, with a physique of a whopping 380 points. Before she could carefully check the description of the strange creature, a slippery tongue suddenly shot from a distance, targeting Lu Xiaofang. At that moment, Li Jun was right beside Lu Xiaofang. Her attention was very sharp, and upon noticing the terrifying tongue, she instinctively pushed Lu Xiaofang to the ground. Originally, the tongue was supposed to coil around Lu Xiaofang's neck and drag her away. But because of Li Jun's dive, the long tongue dramatically wrapped around Li Jun's neck, round and round, while many barbed hooks pierced Li Jun's neck skin, blood flowing profusely. The severely injured Li Jun was being dragged by the tongue. Everyone was shocked. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao hurriedly rushed towards them. Because Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao's position was opposite to that of Lu Xiaofang and Li Jun, The entire process took less than half a second. Additionally, the attacking strange creature was exceptionally strong in physique and agility, which was why Li Ruoyao arrived so quickly. Upon seeing such a terrible scene, she was filled with rage and severed the tongue. Then, Li Ruoyao quickly used her skills for a powerful strike and rushed towards that unknown creature. In the next moment, this furious broadsword heavily chopped down on the creature's body. At that time, Li Ruoyao discovered that this creature was on all fours. No eyes, the entire skin is exposed, flesh and blood terrifyingly laid bare. With one strong strike and her own 240 points of physique, Li Ruoyao's slash dealt considerable damage to this creature. Gu Pingsheng arrived, using the quelling spear to continuously stab this creature, and he also executed the sky slash skill. Dear friends, please send some free small gifts and urge for updates if there are enough gifts. I can add more chapters on top of the 3 chapters. Chapter 52, Li Jin injured, Luo Xiaoxue heals. The white crescent blade struck the unfamiliar creature. What shocked Gu Pingsheng was that the sky slash only caused a bit of superficial injury to this strange creature. It roared, perhaps fearing the combined strength of Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao, especially after Li Ruoyao's powerful strike had left it quite wounded. At that moment, the monster seemed to have the intent to flee. Thus, while battling the two, it constantly retreated. Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao also sustained varying degrees of injury from the creature's counterattack. At this moment, Lin Xiaonan advanced, joining the battle. Her physique was not strong, and her skill was still on cooldown after using it just now when the zombie horde surged in. So, Lin Xiaonan took out an MP5 submachine gun and began to spray bullets at this strange creature, each bullet piercing through its bloody skin, blood flowing out. Gu Pingsheng's eyes hardened as he stored his spear away and took out a submachine gun too. Li Ruoyao did the same. The 3 of them, holding bronze-quality submachine guns, continuously fired at this strange creature. Under the barrage of 3 submachine guns, combined with the damage the creature had already taken from the strong strike and the subsequent attacks from the 2, it collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Li Ruoyao rushed forward, wielding her broad knife and swiftly severing its head. Immediately, a scatter of bus tokens spread across the ground, alongside a deep green treasure chest. Not taking the time to grab the treasure chest. Because the gunfire was too loud, and with 3 submachine guns firing, more ordinary zombies charged over in a group. Li Ruoyao and Gu Pingsheng put away their guns and took up their exquisite broad knife and quelling spear, using melee weapons against the attacking zombies again. Fortunately, these zombies were of low quality. And luckily, just now, apart from this strange creature, there were no other special zombies. At this moment, lying on the ground, Li Jin was gasping for breath, injured by the barbs of a tongue, lying on Lu Xiaofang's thigh. Woo woo woo. Li Jin. Lu Xiaofang's feelings were complicated and moved at the same time. She knew that if it weren't for Li Jin, it would have been herself tangled up by that terrifying tongue. The other female classmates looked at Li Jin with sorrowful and complicated expressions. Luo Xiaoxue squatted beside Li Jin, having been continuously healing just now, her expression a bit pale, as if she had received several rewards in a row. She placed her hands above Li Jin's neck, green light glowing, and soon, the wound on her neck began to heal. It's still not too serious. Luo Xiaoxue wiped the sweat from her forehead, sighed in relief and said, if the barbs on that tongue had gone any deeper, even with Li Jin's physique, she would definitely have died. So, that means Li Jin protected Xiaofang. Xiaofang is so thin, her neck is so delicate. If Xiaofang had been caught by that terrifying tongue, wouldn't she have died? A girl said weakly. Quick, everyone, fight the zombies. Xiaoxue is healing Li Jin, we need to provide them a safe environment. Everyone charge. We must drive these vile zombies away. Because Li Jin had sustained significant injury protecting her classmates. All the students felt a surge in their hearts. Because if it were them, they would never have done such a selfless act. People always have selfish desires. Luo Xiaoxue kept exhausting her strength to treat Li Jin. Though it wasn't fatal, the injury was to the neck. Because just now, with a flick of its tongue, Li Jin's life value was down to 15%. This was a very dangerous number. If left unchecked, the bleeding would continuously lower her life value, and she might not last a few minutes. Fortunately, Luo Xiaoxue was there. But, because she had treated too many people just now, Luo Xiaoxue's strength was already running low, she felt drowsy and seemed about to faint. Xiaoxue, hold on. Chen Tong'er squatted down and hugged Luo Xiaoxue. She was very worried about Luo Xiaoxue's condition. Chen Tong'er didn't know what would happen if her strength hit 0. In fact, comparing the importance of the two, Chen Tong'er felt that Luo Xiaoxue was more important. She didn't want Luo Xiaoxue's strength to drop too low and suffer anything bad. Yet, looking at Li Jin protecting Lu Xiaofang, Chen Tong'er couldn't say anything. It's okay, Tong'er. Luo Xiaoxue said softly. Li Jin saved my good friend Xiaofang, and Li Jin is also my good friend. I must save Li Jin. At last, Li Zhen's life value stabilized at 40%, and she stopped bleeding. The numerous wounds on her neck were also healing. She was no longer losing blood. Luo Xiaoxue let out a sigh of relief, but just as she was about to say something, she directly fainted. If someone saw her attribute panel, they would definitely be shocked because Luo Xiaoxue only had 1 point of strength left. Xiaoxue. Chen Tong'er hugged the unconscious Xiaoxue, her eyes flashing with pain. After checking Luo Xiaoxue's nose and confirming she was breathing, she finally relaxed a little. Who? Then, Luo Xiaoxue's soft snoring sounded, quiet and gentle, making Chen Tong'er ease her worry and hold Luo Xiaoxue to let her sleep as soundly as possible. Not long after the treatment, the fire was set to end soon. Gu Pingsheng had already collected all the bus coins, blood serum, and treasure chests scattered across the ground. Then he and Li Ruoyao kept falling behind. Looking at all the classmates getting on the bus, Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao were the last to board. I'll drive, Pingsheng, you take care of the overall situation. Li Ruoyao sat in the driver's seat and started the bus. The sound of poof poof echoed. Zombies in front of the bus were crushed under the wheels, making disgusting, sticky sounds. Gu Pingsheng went to Li Zhen, Xiaofeng, and Luo Xiaoxue's side. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue was sleeping soundly in Chen Tong'er's arms, her mouth wide open, not knowing what dreams she was having. Li Zhen and Lu Xiaofeng looked a little guilty as they glanced at Gu Pingsheng. Class monitor, I caused you trouble. Li Zhen coughed lightly and said softly. Li Zhen, don't say that. If you hadn't saved me, I might have died. If anyone caused trouble, it should be me. Lu Xiaofeng's eyes held even more guilt and gratitude, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She never expected that Li Zhen, who usually bullied her, would actually save her at a critical moment. Lin Xiaonan came beside everyone, equally downcast. No, it's my fault. That tongue-eater zombie was so powerful, but I was stunned when I probed it. If I could have quickly reported its position and strength, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. But luckily, Li Zhen is still alive. Gu Pingsheng slowly said, none of this is your fault, it's that beast of a zombie. And luckily, we shot it dead later. At this moment, Gu Pingsheng still had the virus remaining from the scratch by that tongue-eater zombie in his body. Xiaoxue was now unconscious, but it seemed like she should be okay. Once she woke up, he would treat all the classmates one by one. However, at this moment, Lin Xiaonan said, Class monitor, you and Ruoyao need to use the blood serum. That tongue-eater zombie's quality is at bronze level high. The infection time is 12 hours, which is half the usual time for ordinary zombies. If Xiaoxue falls asleep from exhaustion, it's all over. Gu Pingsheng was startled at first but quickly nodded. The serum that had just dropped was more than 50 vials, completely enough. He injected a vial into himself and helped Li Ruoyao inject one as well. Lin Xiaonan watched the two for a long while and said, it would be best to have another vial. Is the virus in the body not cleared out yet? Gu Pingsheng asked. Lin Xiaonan nodded, yes, the higher the quality of the zombie, the shorter the infection time after being bitten, and the more serum is needed. Other players can only rely on various symptoms to judge, but my divine hint doesn't need that. Gu Pingsheng immediately followed her instructions. Luo Xiaoxue. Chapter 53, Obtaining a Difficult Achievement. After clearing the virus from his body, a sudden voice rang in his ears. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has obtained a difficult achievement. Within a week after the beginner protection period ends, no one in the bus died after the engine stopped at night, and it lasted for at least 1 hour. As a special reward, you and your passengers get 2 points in physique, 2 points in agility, 2 points in stamina, and 10 points in spirit. You also receive the title, Eternal Night Victory. Eternal Night Victory, quality, golden level. All passengers in the bus under the wearer's title will deal 20% more damage to zombies at night. Note, players are limited in the number of titles they can wear, up to 3 titles, while drivers can wear 5 titles. A new title? Gu Pingsheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after the engine stopped at night, he would receive such a nice reward in title. Now he already had 2 titles, Benchmark Driver and Eternal Night Victory. As a driver, he could still wear 3 more titles. At the same time, all his attributes increased significantly, physique to 96, agility to 23, stamina to 21, and even spirit rose to 110. Then, Gu Pingsheng took stock of the girls who were scratched by the zombies. After all, for a while, Luo Xiaoxue was in a coma. So several classmates did not get timely treatment, about 10 or so classmates were scratched. Gu Pingsheng said, everyone, I will distribute the serum to you shortly. To prevent Xiaoxue from waking up late, you can use the serum to treat the virus in your bodies. If Xiaoxue wakes up in time, you can seek her treatment after she recovers her strength. Yang Jiasen asked, Class monitor, if we seek Xiaoxue's treatment, do we still need to return the serum to you? Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment. Logically, he should keep it. After all, the serum is a very valuable item. It's worth seizing in trading resources with other drivers. But after thinking, if Xiao Shuwei encounters this situation again next time, it won't be good. You don't need to return it, this time you can keep it temporarily. In fact, I might as well give each of you one, so keep it for backup. Gu Pingsheng changed his mind and distributed serum to each girl. Just as Gu Pingsheng was distributing the serum, Lu Xiaofang looked at Li Jin and couldn't help but ask, Li Jin, why did you protect me? Faced with Lu Xiaofang's complicated gaze, Li Jin was silent for a long time and slowly said, Xiaofang, actually my purpose in saving you isn't pure. You are obviously not a class committee member, yet you are trusted by the class monitor. And the class monitor has told me before to make it up to you as much as possible, so I might subconsciously think of helping you to gain the class monitor's attention. I just didn't expect it to go too far. That monster was so powerful. Li Jin openly expressed part of her thoughts. She wants to become stronger. To become stronger, she needs the class monitor's recognition to gain the skills given by the class monitor. The class committee and the class is all united. Gu Pingsheng gave each committee member a skill. If she gains Gu Pingsheng's recognition, perhaps she could also be an exception to gain skills to become stronger. So, this is why Li Jin has been frantically working to kill zombies recently. The contribution in the entire class is also very high. Moreover, Gu Pingsheng once said that she should make amends to Lu Xiaofang. With this thought in mind, Li Jin subconsciously protected Lu Xiaofang. Of course, there is one more thing Li Jin did not mention. She indeed had the thought of making amends to Lu Xiaofang's sisters. You see, when they were fighting zombies at night, Li Jin stayed beside Lu Xiaofang's sisters, otherwise, she could not have rescued them so timely. At the time, Gu Pingsheng slapped her 4 times to wake her up. Lu Xiaofang said oh softly and said, but anyway, thank you for saving me, this is for you. After saying that, Lu Xiaofang took out 10 packs of self-heating rice from her backpack and gave them to Li Jin. Li Jin was not polite and accepted them. However, she met Lu Xiaofang's innocent eyes. Her memory at that moment recalled her elementary school days. At that time, little Li Jin developed quickly and wore a bra in the 4th grade, but as a result, she was surrounded and laughed at and bullied by her classmates. After Gu Pingsheng finished distributing the serum, he said, everyone, tonight is really too dangerous, thank you all for your hard work. If it weren't for everyone bravely fighting the zombies and cooperating, we might have been hurt. Suyuer shouted, class monitor, this is what we should do. After all, only in this way can our class survive in this cruel world of survival. You should know, Suyuer just killed 3 zombies too. Yang Jessen added, that's right, this is what we should do. Class monitor, no need to say more words. By the way, how did my attributes change? Gu Pingsheng explained the achievement and title he just obtained. Upon hearing this, all the girls were very happy, especially Li Ruoyao, whose physique jumped from 240 points to 260 points. Following that, Gu Pingsheng began to summarize the gains of public transport coins. A whole night of killing zombies yielded a total of 153 public transport coins. Previously, there were still 120 public transport coins left, adding up to a total of 273 attack coins. Then, Gu Pingsheng took out a treasure chest. Resource treasure chest. Quality, high bronze. Can open black iron, bronze, and silver quality resources, but the probability of getting black iron quality is higher. Gu Pingsheng opened the treasure chest. Immediately, a burst of golden light flashed. Player Gu Pingsheng opened a high-quality bronze treasure chest and obtained the following resources. Sea-level talent card times 1, skill book, fireball, skill book, barbaric charge, water condenser times 1. After the prompt sound ended, a card, 2 books, and an intact water condenser appeared on the ground. The water condenser is needless to say, it is of the same scale as the 5-liter water condenser, and now the daily water production has reached 30 liters. Gu Pingsheng picked up the card and books to check, and after seeing the description, he was shocked. Sea-level talent card. Quality, excellent bronze. Players without talents can gather 10 sea-level talent cards to obtain a sea-level talent. Players with talents need to gather 100 sea-level talent cards to obtain an additional sea-level talent. Talent cards can actually grant talents? Gu Pingsheng quickly realized the importance of this item. Moreover, after gathering 10 cards, they cannot be given to talented classmates, they can only be given to those without talents, otherwise, it would be a waste. Gu Pingsheng also understood the significance of this setting, it benefits players without talents. The cost for a talented player to gain an extra talent is 10 times that of a player without talents gaining a talent. Next are the skill books. Chapter 54, Xiaofang confesses again. Skill book, Fireball. Quality, low silver. Learning time, 1 hour 30 minutes. Cooldown, 80 seconds. Spray a blazing fireball in front, causing continuous burn damage to enemies. Skill book, Barbaric Charge. Quality, low bronze. Learning time, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 75 seconds. Agility suddenly triples, charging ahead at high speed, creating a shockwave in front. Without needing to touch the enemy, the shockwave can automatically knock them away, causing some damage and a 1.5-second stun effect. When Physique exceeds 200 points, the stun effect will increase to 3 seconds. Gu Pingsheng's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. He didn't expect the fireball spell to be a silver quality skill. If he had the fireball spell at that time, he might have been able to deal significant damage to the licking zombie. As for the barbaric charge, it was a powerful control skill. And with Physique reaching above 200 points, the stun duration can be increased to 3 seconds. Gu Pingsheng also didn't expect that this time the treasure chest had so many rewards. 1 talent fragment, 2 skill books, and the most basic water condenser, which doesn't even need a blueprint to synthesize. Then, Gu Pingsheng decided to distribute these rewards. First, the sea-level talent fragment. After introducing the abilities of the talent fragment, everyone in the class was shocked. Can we synthesize talent? No way, is it true? Can we ordinary players be saved? Unfortunately, the conditions for synthesis are so harsh. It requires 10 sea-level talent fragments. I feel like Lesion is quite suitable. Although before she crossed over, she was very overbearing in class, but I must say she has been really capable during this time. I feel safe by her side. Hearing this, Gu Pingsheng's heart moved as he looked at Lesion. To be honest, Lesion wasn't ugly, her looks were above average, and her figure was also great, quite strong for a girl. Due to frequent workouts, she was well proportioned and fit. Lesion also made eye contact with Gu Pingsheng, her eyes filled with desire as she looked at the talent fragment. After a moment of thought, Gu Pingsheng slowly said, Lesion, the sea-level talent fragment is for you, and if I obtain the other 9 sea-level talent fragments in the future, I can also give them to you. Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Lesion's eyes. She knew the class leader disliked her, yet still gave her such a precious item. This is a talent. Although it's just sea-level, but it is still a talent. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Okay, class leader, I will definitely work hard and contribute to the class. Lesion quickly exclaimed, patting her chest. Good, just having this intention is enough. Gu Pingsheng nodded. Next was the fireball spell, which Gu Pingsheng accepted himself. His efficiency in killing zombies was very high, and with his gradually increasing prestige, no one in the class would have objections. Finally, there was the barbaric charge. Gu Pingsheng still gave it to Li Ruoyao. Zhang Kiki glanced at the class leader and the class committee, wanting to say something but held back. She also knew that according to the description of this skill, giving it to the class committee was the best choice. But she felt the class leader was too kind to the class committee. He not only gave the gun to the class committee but also decent skills and a big knife. She only had a farmer's 3 punches. Could it be that to receive the class leader's favor, one had to be the class leader's girlfriend? Zhang Kiki had been a bit jealous of Li Ruoyao from the beginning, and now she was even more envious. Of course, jealousy aside, Zhang Kiki also understood that the interest of the class collective and survival should be the core. However, under the premise of focusing on the class collective, she wondered if she could still gain more benefits. After distributing the rewards, the sky began to brighten, and it was soon 6 o'clock. All the girls returned to their positions to rest. What made Gu Pingsheng a bit curious was that Lu Xiaofang ran to the driver's seat and said something to Li Ruoyao. But that didn't concern Gu Pingsheng. He planned to go to his place to learn the fireball spell. However, before Gu Pingsheng learned the fireball spell, he was called to the bedroom by Lu Xiaofang. Many of the awake female classmates curiously looked at the bedroom. For example, Lin Xiaonan, Zhang Kiki, and Lu Xiaoying. All 3 of them were quite concerned about it. In the bedroom, Gu Pingsheng looked at the girl in front of him with a flushed face. Nervously trembling Lu Xiaofang was very curious. Xiaofang, is something wrong? Lu Xiaofang had made up her mind. Without Lesion, she would surely die this time. Life is not something that lasts forever. No one knows if tomorrow will bring surprises. Especially in this cruel survival world. Lu Xiaofang was not afraid of death, she was willing to fight for her sister and herself. She didn't want to have regrets. Previously, Lu Xiaoying always tried to persuade her, and she was always scared, but now, she was no longer afraid. Class monitor, didn't you ask me before if I really liked you? I want to answer, yes. Lu Xiaofang's tone trembled, but soon, she gathered her courage again and looked up at Gu Pingsheng's handsome face. I really like you, from the first day of college until now. I want to be your girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Pingsheng was stunned. Although he had some premonitions, Lu Xiaofang was too direct. But after thinking a bit, Lu Xiaofang had always been quite strong and bold. If she weren't strong and brave, how could she confront danger at the small shop? Suddenly, Lu Xiaofang leaned in and opened her arms to embrace Gu Pingsheng. With the beautiful girl in his arms, Gu Pingsheng felt her soft and slightly warm body, and if he rejected her again, he wouldn't be a man. Chapter 55, Class Monitor, I love you so much. Although they had fought, Gu Pingsheng was still full of energy, his anger focused on one spot, as his hands began to explore Lu Xiaofang's body. Lu Xiaofang endured the tingling sensations, rising on her toes, and Gu Pingsheng understood, leaning in to kiss Lu Xiaofang. It felt very sweet and a bit fragrant. Facing the strong girl who was not afraid of zombies and liked him, Gu Pingsheng's heart was filled with affection. You must know, the zombies Lu Xiaofang killed were only slightly fewer than Li Jin, and she was also one of the students treated most by Luo Xiaoxue. Why does Luo Xiaoxue like Lu Xiaofang so much? Besides having a good relationship with Lu Xiaofang, it's also because she saw Lu Xiaofang's silent contributions. Luo Xiaoxue respected Lu Xiaofang deeply. Before crossing over, after class, if Lu Xiaofang saw the blackboard unswept or classmates forgetting their duties, she would always step up to help. Every time 2 weeks before the final exams, she would actively ask seniors for study materials and share them in the class group. For this reason, except for a few individuals like Huang Ting who said Lu Xiaofang was just playing a part, the other classmates quite liked Lu Xiaofang. Lu Xiaofang made a soft sound from her nose, seemingly enjoying it. After a long while, their lips parted. Looking at Gu Pingsheng's fiery gaze, Lu Xiaofang knew what might come next. Gu Pingsheng also began to remove Lu Xiaofang's clothes, as if they shared a silent understanding. Due to a lack of oxygen, Lu Xiaofang in a daze started to cooperate. In the middle, Gu Pingsheng heard a sound of checking in on the 6th day. However, busy with other things, Gu Pingsheng decided to set it aside for now and collect it later. Half an hour later, the two lay in bed, Lu Xiaofang sprawled on Gu Pingsheng, her eyes hazy as she stared at him. Class monitor, I love you so much. Lu Xiaofang felt like she was the happiest girl in the world. Xiaofang, I love you too. Gu Pingsheng responded, embracing her innocent body. It was an entirely different experience. So innocent. Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Perhaps sensing his emotions, Lu Xiaofang felt a little guilty too. She softly said, Class monitor, are you worried about the class committee? I just spoke with the class committee. Gu Pingsheng? Looking at Gu Pingsheng's bewildered expression, Lu Xiaofang explained, I just asked the class committee if I could pursue you, and after thinking for a while, she agreed, and the little umbrella just now was also given by her. She looked at Gu Pingsheng like a child who had done something wrong. After all, she was the third party. Just now, when the anger surged and love poured in, she didn't think about that much. Alright, I understand, no need to think too much. If there's someone to blame, it's me. After all, Xiaofang is so beautiful, I couldn't resist. Lu Xiaofang was thrilled by the words. Class leader, I really like you. Let's do it again. Another half hour passed, and with the exhaustion from last night, Lu Xiaofang and Gu Pingsheng fell asleep in each other's arms on the bed. He didn't know how much time had passed. Gu Pingsheng woke up, first glancing at the game panel. It was now 10:30 a.m. Because he was too sleepy, he didn't know if there was a reminder for the station beside him. Even if there was, it probably wasn't a mandatory stop, otherwise, Lin Xiaonan would definitely remind him. However, when Gu Pingsheng looked down, he met Lu Xiaofang's gaze, still nestled in his arms. Lu Xiaofang blinked. Ha? Xiaofang, when did you wake up? Gu Pingsheng asked curiously. Half an hour ago. Then why didn't you get up? Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but laugh. Because I like staying in the class leader's arms. Looking at this innocent and shy face, Gu Pingsheng's blood began to flow again. But this time, he held back. Later, Lu Xiaofang cried because her physical condition was too weak. Xiaofang really likes me. Gu Pingsheng patted Lu Xiaofang's head, ready to receive today's reward. I really like the class leader. Sign in day 6. Reward 1, bus heart times 1. Reward 2, bus coins times 10. Today's rewards were simple. A bus heart or 10 bus coins. Gu Pingsheng obviously chose the bus heart. After making his choice, he drank some water and ate a bit of food. When he went outside, most of the students in the class were still catching up on sleep, their breathing sounds echoing in the car. Last night's exhaustion was too much. Now, it was Zhang Keek's turn to drive. When Lin Xiaonan saw Gu Pingsheng waking up, she yawned and then said, You're awake? Sorry for the trouble, Xiaonan. After all, only Gu Pingsheng could get the message reminders. If Lin Xiaonan, who also had divine reminders, was asleep, then whether the car passed the station or not, it wasn't clear if the station was a mandatory one. Lin Xiaonan looked at Gu Pingsheng and the limping Lu Xiaofang with a teasing look. She, of course, knew what happened in the morning. TSK, the bedroom isn't soundproof. You should know, Yang Jiasen had to go to the bathroom 5 times because of it. It's not hard. It's not as hard as the class leaders. Lin Xiaonan laughed, though she was really tired. She had used divine reminders all night and continued to check for station information this morning. Soon, she entered the bedroom and saw the bed. Lin Xiaonan sighed deeply. Gu Pingsheng immediately went to the passenger seat, next to Li Ruoyao. Beside her was a somewhat timid Xiao Feng. Li Ruoyao glanced at the two with slanted eyes, feeling uncomfortable inside. She knew Lu Xiaofang's feelings for Gu Pingsheng, and she knew that Lu Xiaofang was a very good, very shy girl. She had thought that since Lu Xiaofang was shy, and with their relationship almost public now, Lu Xiaofang would give up on this idea. But when they were driving in the morning, Lu Xiaofang actually told her that she wanted to pursue Gu Pingsheng. She didn't know if it was because Lu Xiaofang had initially protected her in Gu Pingsheng, or because of the earlier crisis. Li Ruoyao, for some unknown reason, agreed. She might regret it later. But after thinking about it, she had always expected this. In a class almost full of girls, this kind of thing was likely to happen soon. She might as well just agree to Lu Xiaofang. And by doing so, she could also win Lu Xiaofang over, making her owe her a huge favor. Plus, if she won over one, maybe it would be like winning over two. Xiaoying likes Gu Pingsheng, she can see it too. If there were other proud girls around Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao does not think they would be completely devoted to her. Like Lin Xiaonan, who occasionally looks at her with a playful gaze. Or like Zhang Kiki, who looks at her with envy or jealousy from time to time. Li Ruoyao does not think they are easy to deal with. Gu Pingsheng, are you feeling very proud? Li Ruoyao squinted her eyes, crossed her legs, and said with a sour tone. Especially in the morning, she can still hear the sounds. Li Ruoyao's heart felt even more unwell. Xiaofang, Xiaoying. Chapter 56, the bus upgraded to level 5. What proud? Gu Pingsheng asked. Now you've got what you wanted, hugging girls on both sides? Li Ruoyao said in a sour tone. Lu Xiaofang seemed a bit lost, standing beside Gu Pingsheng, fidgeting with her fingers. Gu Pingsheng said nothing, just smilingly pulled Li Ruoyao into his embrace and then rubbed her. The latter huffed, symbolically struggling for a moment. Don't worry, Ruoyao, I promised before, you will always be my most loved woman. Gu Pingsheng whispered in Li Ruoyao's ear. Who can't coax a woman? A hug, a cuddle, and a bit of sweet talk, plus a gentle squeeze in a favored spot. Feeling the tingling in her ear, Li Ruoyao softened a bit, but still playfully glared at Gu Pingsheng. That's more like it. You go away for a bit, I want to talk to little sister Xiaofang. Gu Pingsheng obeyed. Then, Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofang held hands and whispered something. Gu Pingsheng was too far away and had no special talent, so he didn't know the content. Lin Xiaonan went back to sleep again and couldn't ask her. After a while, a look of joy appeared on Lu Xiaofang's face, and she nodded. Gu Pingsheng did not notice this, and he began to learn fireball technique. After an hour and a half, he finally mastered the fireball technique. A gleam of surprise flashed in his eyes. Having mastered a silver-level skill gave him more confidence against bronze zombies. Currently, there were quite a number of zombies at bronze level or higher. Tank zombies, fatty zombies, lick-eater zombies, and crying zombies. But not all tank zombies were at bronze level. For example, the tank zombie from last night was black iron level, so it was easily dealt with by Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao. Last night, they only encountered one lick-eater zombie that was at bronze level. If they had had fireball technique last night, it would not have been so awkward, wasting quite a few bullets. Counting up, the three of them had consumed at least 90 bullets throughout the day. Originally, each gun held 50 rounds, plus a box of 300 rounds, totaling 450 rounds. Using up 1/5 was quite distressing. At the same time, Gu Pingsheng opened the chat channel and kept refreshing the information on it. Aside from complaints about which bus stop they encountered or what zombies they met, no one mentioned the bus dying at night. So this can only indicate 2 points. First, the probability of the bus dying at night is very low. Up till now, the bus has only died twice. Second, most buses that died at night had wiped out. Looking at the remaining number of people in Area 6, there were still more than 80,000 left, which was actually a lot compared to the number reduced before the protection period. Next, after finishing learning the skill, Gu Pingsheng kept trading in the trading market and finally gathered enough steel. With enough resources, what else is there to say? Directly upgrade the bus. Before upgrading the bus, Gu Pingsheng still symbolically asked each classmate for a resource. Some classmates handed over food and drinks, while others handed over iron tools or oil. Gu Pingsheng asked them to decompose the iron tools to obtain iron ingots and then put them in the warehouse. Oil is the same. Soon, Gu Pingsheng consumed the resources needed to upgrade the bus. In the next moment, with a rumbling sound, the entire bus grew larger again. Congratulations to player Gu Pingsheng. Your bus has upgraded to level 5, and you have obtained the blueprint, Energy Bulletproof Vest Blueprint. Function unlocked, Ignite. Energy Bulletproof Vest Blueprint. Quality, lower bronze. Synthesis requirements, bronze level ingot times 30, energy core times 1. A bulletproof vest that can repair itself freely after taking damage. It can withstand attacks from creatures with physical strength below 500 points. An all-out attack from a creature with physical strength above 500 points can easily destroy the vest, while continuous high-density attacks from creatures with 200 to 500 points of physical strength can also easily destroy the vest. Evaluation: I can self-repair, but you can't hit too hard. Seeing the introduction of the energy bulletproof vest, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Gu Pingsheng's eyes. This thing is very useful. It can only be destroyed in one blow by creatures with over 500 physical strength, proving its defense. Besides that, there is also the ignite function. Function: Ignite. After the bus stalls, you can choose to ignite. By clicking the ignite button, the bus will return to ignition state. Cooldown: 72 hours. The ignite function is also very powerful. There is no doubt that an ordinary bus would almost certainly have casualties if it stalls at night, and many would die, possibly resulting in a team wipe. With the ignite function, clicking ignite in the deep night could prevent this. More importantly, the Blood Moon Day is approaching. Gu Pingsheng did not forget about the Blood Moon Day a few days later. By that time, the quality and number of zombies will greatly increase. Even he does not believe he can remain unscathed if the bus stalls on the night of Blood Moon Day. Unfortunately, the cooldown for ignite is too long. It can only be used once every 3 days. Next, Gu Pingsheng checked the panel of the upgraded bus. Bus panel. Name: Peace No. Bus number: 15200. Level 5. Quality: Lower Bronze. Number of members: 41. Speed: 100 km per hour. Durability: 50-50. Upgrade requirements: Black Iron quality steel times 100, Bronze quality ingots times 10, Energy core times 5, Bus coins times 500. Upgrade rewards: 1. Speed increases to 120 km per hour. 2. Durability increases to 60. 3. Slight increase in defense. 4. Obtain any blueprint times 1. 5. Obtain one function. Current bus functions: Decompose, Module Maul, Speed Up, Increase Defense, Ignite. Decompose can decompose large materials into basic materials, such as an ordinary table can be decomposed into wood. Module Maul: you can purchase bus modules in the Module Maul, which can modify the bus. Speed Up can double speed for a short time, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Increase Defense can double defense for a short time, lasting 10 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Ignite: click Ignite within 2 minutes after the bus stalls to cancel the stall state, cooldown 72 hours. Added modules: Magnetic Energy Coin Collector, Level 1, Bedroom, Level 1, Warehouse, Level 1, Tough Vehicle Cover, Level 2. To my surprise, the materials for subsequent upgrades do not include the bus heart. Gu Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the bus heart will only appear at key upgrade points. However, 500 bus coins and bronze level ingots are not easy to obtain. As for the size of the bus, it has now reached 40 meters long and 10 meters wide. I wonder how big it will get. The entire bus now spans the entire lane, overall very large, 40 meters long and 10 meters wide, with a wide central aisle and ample width at both ends. Gu Pingsheng even felt that if all the seats were removed, the female classmates could sleep on the bus floor. However, strangely, the bus is not very high, only 3 to 4 meters, perhaps because Gu Pingsheng didn't purchase the double-decker bus module. At this time, the back seats have added 2 more rows, making a total of 74 seats, and the distance to the back warehouse. The bedroom and the bathroom are still quite a distance apart. If it weren't for the fact that since the bus got bigger, the space between the seats has grown larger, otherwise, one classmate could occupy 2 seats, this would make sleeping at night more comfortable. Of course, with the current area, it seems that some shorter girls can too? Gu Pingsheng's gaze wandered back and forth on some shorter girls. Just then, his eyes met Yang Jiaxuan's, and this girl gave him a silly smile. Gu Pingsheng nodded and greeted her. Note: Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has arrived at level 5, the subsequent upgrades will involve real spatial overlap, the interior will continue to enhance space, while the exterior will remain the same. Another spatial overlap? Is it like the dimensional space in a warehouse? Hearing this, Gu Pingsheng finally felt relieved, otherwise, if the bus kept getting bigger, it would be hard to drive. Woohoo! At this moment, Yang Jiaxuan got up from her seat, sat on the floor, and took out a relatively large bath towel, which was the supply she had scavenged earlier, lying down on the towel and curling up slightly. I can lie down and sleep now. Jiaxuan, I remember you love to sleep nude, so why not? Wang Jiaqi, who was beside her, curiously tapped Yang Jiaxuan's head and asked. The two were roommates, so Wang Jiaqi naturally knew Yang Jiaxuan's various habits. Come on, the class monitor is still here. Meanwhile, some of the shorter girls who had previously taken bath towels or large towels prepared to set up a resting area on the ground and lie down for a short break. Chapter 57, A New Passenger Station. Luo Xiaoxue finally woke up. She had spent the entire night sleeping on Chen Tong'er's lap. Drowsily, she got up, took out a large bottle of iced tea, and drank to quench her thirst. Xiao Shui, how are you? Chen Tong'er asked curiously. Still a bit dizzy, how's Li Jun? Li Jun responded from the back, I'm fine, I've already recovered. Thank you, Xiao Shui. If it weren't for you saving Xiao Feng, I wouldn't have saved you. Luo Xiao Shui seemed to have forgotten the anxious look she had while using the healing spell yesterday. She stood up, put her hands on her hips, and said, Everyone, I'm fully revived now. Did anyone get bitten by zombies last night? Come to me for treatment. More than 10 girls quickly lined up to seek Luo Xiao Shui's healing. With Luo Xiao Shui around, there's no need to use the serum. Thank you, Xiao Shui, for the healing. Su Yuer, after being treated, pinched Luo Xiao Shui's cheek, feeling refreshed after the zombie virus was removed. Yeah, Xiao Shui is simply our savior. Go away, if you're going to be mushy, I won't treat you anymore. Xiao Shui, Mama, please heal me. Yang Jia Xin shouted. You can just go die. This scene is so nice. Li Ruoyao sat beside Gu Pingsheng, resting her head on his shoulder, watching Luo Xiao Shui treat everyone. At this moment, everyone was cheerful, and the bus was filled with laughter. Yeah. Gu Pingsheng held Li Ruoyao's hand and said, If our class could keep this way, surviving in this cruel world without anyone dying, that would be great. Li Ruoyao sighed. Gu Pingsheng hugged her tightly, Don't worry, we will. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment. The current bus coins were close to 200. He considered that one bedroom was far from enough. 3 people could sleep in one bed at most. He could set up 3 more bedrooms now. Gu Pingsheng waved his hand, spending 60 bus coins to purchase 3 more bedrooms, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and the position of the warehouse was moved next to the new bedrooms. Thus, from a divine perspective, the layout of the bus had changed to 2 bedrooms on the right side facing forward, while on the left side was a bathroom, 2 bedrooms, and a warehouse. And the 2 bedrooms faced each other. After Gu Pingsheng and the girls finished their treatment, he stood up to explain the rules for living in the dormitory. Ladies, listen to me, there are now 4 bedrooms available, although there is plenty of space on the bus to sleep on the floor. But sleeping in the bedrooms obviously allows for better rest. Before we build a double-decker bus to gain more space, each bedroom can accommodate a maximum of 12 people. I have decided to set the following living rules temporarily. First, the 2 bedrooms will be occupied by me and the 5 girls who can drive. I will share a room with Ruoyao and Xiao Feng, while Qiao Nan, Xiao Ying, and Kuku will share another. Upon hearing this, many girls looked at Gu Pingsheng and the others with flirtatious glances. Luo Xiao Shui curiously asked, why did the class leader separate Xiao Feng and Xiao Ying? Luo Xiao Shui had been sleeping soundly in the morning and did not know what had happened. Xiao Shui, it has nothing to do with you. Su Yuer, who knew everything, interrupted Xiao Shui's question. Then there are the other 2 empty rooms, one will be given to Luo Xiao Shui and Chen Tong'er. Gu Pingsheng continued, as for the remaining 4 spots, if any classmates want to stay, they are welcome, but after staying for 1 day, they cannot stay again shortly after and must leave the opportunity for others, taking turns. Let's do it this way before we figure out the living arrangements for everyone. Gu Pingsheng's hope was that each girl would have a bedroom and have enough rest every day. Of course, achieving this was still quite distant. The girls chatted excitedly about it. Ultimately, the extra 4 spots for tonight went to Li Jin, Chen Xiaoan, Su Yuer, and Xiao Mengqi. Chen Xiaoan and Xiao Mengqi were both part of Li Jin's group and were very strong when fighting zombies. Since they were tired last night, the 3 of them could rest well. Around 5 in the afternoon, Gu Pingsheng heard a notification sound in his ear. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the station you are about to head to is called Hezhong Station. Note, Hezhong Station is a passenger stop, and there are passengers waiting at the station, heading to Yilin Ancient Town. Passenger stop. Gu Pingsheng was taken aback, there were still 10 minutes of travel time. Lin Xiaonan was still asleep, and he had planned to let her rest a bit longer, but now he had to wake her up. He opened the bedroom and called out to Lin Xiaonan. After Lin Xiaonan got up, she was still very groggy due to sleep, yawning before quickly using her divine hint to investigate. Station, Hezhong Station. Difficulty, high. Resources, none. Note, at Hezhong Station, there is a vengeful ghost in a red wedding dress waiting. Her destination is to go to Yilin Ancient Town for a ghost marriage. If you help her reach Yilin Ancient Town, she can give you 10 to 50 bus tokens based on how long it takes to get there. Of course, you can also choose to lead your classmates to kill the vengeful ghost for drop rewards, but if you cannot kill her, her wrath will be upon you. The wedding dress ghost's quality is silver premium. Seeing the divine hint's message, Lin Xiaonan's expression became serious before quickly telling Gu Pingsheng the information. Okay, I understand. Gu Pingsheng nodded. With Lin Xiaonan's divine hints, sending the passenger would be very simple. Without her, if they passed a fork in the road, they wouldn't know which was right and which was wrong, and would waste time by going back and forth picking up passengers. Of course, if they didn't encounter a fork, it would be simple. Actually, they would just need to drive for a while to reach the passenger's destination. However, having a fork changes the situation. Many buses, while sending passengers, suffered unnecessary calamities because they took too long at forks in the road. For example, there was a bus that had sent a vengeful ghost dressed in a suit earlier. Due to passing a fork, there just happened to be another fork behind each intersection, with 3 roads each, 9 choices in total. The driver spent 6 or 7 hours without finding the destination, and that tuxedo ghost swallowed the driver in anger before getting out of the car and leaving. Then, Lin Xiaonan warned, "Squad leader, this wedding dress ghost cannot be treated like before. Although you have the Qingling spear, it is only of copper quality, while this wedding dress ghost is of silver quality, you know?" Chapter 58, The Sweet Candy from the Wedding Dress Ghost. "Don't worry, Xiaonan, I definitely won't do that." Gu Pingsheng couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't stupid, this wedding dress ghost was clearly unbeatable. The two walked out of the bedroom. Gu Pingsheng told everyone about the station they would arrive at soon, and everyone felt a bit nervous upon hearing it. A ghost, still wearing a wedding dress. Is this a ghost bride? It's a little scary, I wonder if she will harm us. She probably won't, Sister Chonan said that as long as we deliver, there won't be any problems, and we can still get bus coins. By the way, have you noticed that the monsters we encounter now are all similar to those in movies and TV shows, like zombies and ghosts? A girl pointed this out. Indeed, I wonder what terrifying things will show up in the future. Gu Pingsheng also noticed this. So far, the most encountered monsters were zombies, and aside from that, there were corpses, with very few other types of monsters. This was the first time encountering a ghost, and perhaps they would meet more ghosts later on. But it was still good that the road was full of zombies. If there had only been ghosts, it was too frightening to think about. Soon, a makeshift bus stop appeared on the right side of the road. The concrete platform was chipped and cracked, with sparse weeds around it, and a faded sign was leaning crookedly, which read Hiku Station. By the sign, a red figure stood out remarkably. It was a woman dressed in a red wedding dress, with a red veil on her head, standing on tiptoes, quietly on the steps of the bus platform. The sound of the bus engine grew louder, and the woman seemed to sense it, slowly tilting her head, causing the veil to slip slightly, revealing half of her bloodless, pale face. Her eye sockets were deep set, her lips a dark purple, and her hollow, lifeless eyes fixed directly on the approaching bus, lacking any vitality. Player Gu Pingsheng, you have seen a terrifying ghost, mental strength decreased by 7 points. Player Li Ruoyao, you have seen a terrifying ghost, mental strength decreased by 13 points. Ah! So scary. This ghost. Is this the wedding dress ghost? Wah wah wah, my mental strength decreased by 10 points. I lost more, 15 points. Many girls let out small screams at this scene, nervously whispering among themselves. Moreover, everyone in the class lost mental strength after looking at this wedding dress ghost. At this moment, the driver was Li Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao shivered slightly and clicked the button to open the door. Gu Pingsheng stood beside Li Ruoyao with the Qingling spear in hand. With Gu Pingsheng there, Li Ruoyao felt a lot safer. When the bus door opened, the wedding dress ghost slowly walked toward the bus. When her hollow eyes met Gu Pingsheng's, a glimmer of light flashed in her gaze, and then the wedding dress ghost nodded, seemingly greeting him. Gu Pingsheng nodded in return. The wedding dress ghost suddenly reached out and took out 2 candies from her pocket, handing them to Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan said nothing, so he took the 2 candies. Candy from the wedding dress ghost, quality, bronze low tier. Eating it will increase mental strength by 25 points. Candy? Gu Pingsheng understood that this was due to the driver guide title, and this wedding dress ghost gave him 2 candies. Not bad, still a good ghost. Gu Pingsheng put them away first. Seeing Gu Pingsheng accept the candies, the wedding dress ghost turned around and slowly walked to one of the empty seats in the back, then sat down. Her hollow gaze stared straight ahead. Li Ruoyao continued to drive. Many classmates curiously eyed the wedding dress ghost. However, the wedding dress ghost did not pay attention to their gazes. Only when Gu Pingsheng made eye contact with her did she respond with her eerie eyes, occasionally nodding or smiling. Everyone had finished dinner, and soon after, it was dark. It was Gu Pingsheng's turn to drive. Zombies appeared one by one on the road, charging at the bus without fear of death. In the past, this time was filled with lively chatter among passengers, just after dinner when it was getting dark. But now, facing such terrifying creatures on the bus, the sounds of conversation had hushed significantly. After a while, a fork in the road appeared. Lin Xiaonan used divine guidance to choose the middle fork, heading toward Helen Ancient Town. At that moment, a bronze-tier tank zombie suddenly appeared in front, lifting a huge stone to smash the bus. But now the bus was already level 5, plus the level 2 tough armor, its defense was very strong, and the stone was deflected away. Gu Pingsheng drove the bus and forcefully collided with the tank zombie. The tank zombie was immediately knocked away by the bus, a part of its body crushed by the bus. Just like that, they passed another fork in the road. That was already the second fork. Without divine guidance, it would have been impossible to deliver this wedding dress ghost to the proper location tonight. So, transporting passengers carries risks. Most drivers would not choose to transport passengers. Unless they were extremely weak corpses, they'd choose to take them down directly or finish their trip before doing so. Chapter 59. It started snowing. At 2:30 in the deep night, the bus stopped at the entrance of an ancient town. The ancient town was engulfed in darkness, with two dilapidated streetlights illuminating the area, revealing many red and hazy buildings. Gu Pingsheng could even see numerous shadows inside. It was clearly a terrifying ghost town. Player Gu Pingsheng, you see the eerie scene. Mental power decreases by 15 points. A direct drop of 15 points. It needed to be noted that the previous terrifying Huanggang village only decreased his mental power by 20 points. Gu Pingsheng's eyes flashed with a serious expression. The drop in mental power was enough to show that this ancient town was still a more terrifying existence compared to Huanggang village. Since driving on this road, he had not encountered any zombies. The entire road was clean, leading right to the entrance of this ancient town. The subsequent road seemed to lead directly to the center of the ancient town. What kind of place could it be if even zombies refused to stay? The wedding dress ghost stood up, nodded slightly at Gu Pingsheng, and then slowly walked down from the bus. Driver Gu Pingsheng, you have delivered the wedding dress ghost to Helen Ancient Town. Passenger delivery complete. You earned 50 bus coins. Bus coins have been added to your personal backpack. Directly earned to the maximum. It can only be said that it truly deserves the title of a model for drivers and passengers, right? Gu Pingsheng turned the bus around and drove away from this ghostly place. Fortunately, the surrounding yellow sand was flat, with no protective barriers or buildings. Otherwise, with the size of Gu Pingsheng's bus, turning around would have been nearly impossible. What others didn't know was that after the bus left, the wedding dress ghost revealed an eerie smile, watching the taillights of the bus. Class monitor, leave the next part to me. Lin Xiaonan said. You all drove today, let me drive next. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Not hard, class monitor, you have it much harder. Hearing Lin Xiaonan's strangely toned words, Gu Pingsheng twitched his mouth. The class secretary really had been speaking more and more cryptically lately. Soon after, Gu Pingsheng went to the bedroom to prepare for rest. Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofang quietly followed into the bedroom. But unfortunately, within seconds, Li Ruoyao pushed Lu Xiaofang out of the bedroom with a dark face. Lu Xiaofang could only pout and return to her spot. But it was normal, maybe Sister Ruoyao would mind. Sister. Beside her, Lu Xiaoying blinked and looked at Lu Xiaofang with hopeful eyes. What? Lu Xiaoying quickly asked with excitement, Sister, what does that kind of thing feel like? Lu Xiaoying naturally knew Lu Xiaofang was together with the class leader, and it was she who encouraged her sister when Lu Xiaofang was timid before. Hearing this, Lu Xiaofang's face showed a hint of redness. It's a kind of, very happy. Soon, Lu Xiaofang babbled on about a lot of things. Sister, if you can do it, then can I too? Lu Xiaoying interrupted Lu Xiaofang's speech. Lu Xiaoying had mentioned before that she liked the class leader. Lu Xiaofang also knew Lu Xiaoying liked him. But for some reason, Lu Xiaofang felt a strong reluctance to have another person join in. Everyone has selfish desires. So does Lu Xiaofang. Even if that person is her own sister. Say something, sister. Lu Xiaoying asked anxiously. Ahem, let's talk about it later. Lu Xiaofang dodged the question and quickly changed the topic. After a little while, both were tired and ready to sleep. According to the room assignment rule, Lu Xiaofang went to the room of Gu Pingsheng and Li Ruoyao. She crawled into the quilt, lying in the arms of the sleeping Gu Pingsheng. At around 5 in the morning, the cold wind came, and suddenly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, quickly becoming heavier and turning into a heavy snowstorm. It should have been Li Ruoyao's turn to drive. But Zhang Kiki was awake, so she took over Lin Xiaonan's driving duties. She put on her cotton coat and shivered involuntarily. Student union, isn't it really cold now? Lin Xiaonan nodded. The class leader said the blizzard was coming. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kiki sighed. I don't know how long this blizzard will last. She was starting to miss home. Her parents at home, along with her 5-year-old sister, were waiting for her. Thankfully, her sister didn't choose to go to kindergarten at that time. You know, according to the organization's survival, a group of middle school students could handle it, but those elementary students and even kindergarten kids, well, they come one class at a time to the buses. And due to the harshness of survival, that kind of group probably wouldn't last much longer, right? If her sister had gone to kindergarten, she would surely be doomed. Don't think too much. Just take one step at a time, at least I'm lucky. Lin Xiaonan patted Zhang Kiki on the shoulder. Gu Pingsheng woke up frozen in the early morning. After waking, he immediately put on a cotton coat and pants, looking out the window. At this moment, the yellow sand by the roadside had disappeared and was replaced by a vast expanse of white snow. The sky was also pouring with heavy snow, and the scattered zombies on the ground were covered in snowflakes, moving seemingly slower than before. He didn't know whether this was good news. The blizzard has come, Gu Pingsheng murmured. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoying and Li Ruoyao slowly woke up, quickly putting on warm clothes. 6 o'clock arrived, and new sign-in rewards came. Sign-in Day 7. Reward 1, Bus Coin times 1. Reward 2, Energy Core times 1. Reward 3, Bronze Low-Grade Iron Pickaxe times 10. Reward 4, 500G Protein Powder times 2 cans. The rewards for the 7th day were better than yesterday's. Gu Pingsheng automatically ignored the bus coin and protein powder. Protein powder provides protein but doesn't necessarily fill you up. It might be useful during peacetime workouts, but Gu Pingsheng didn't need it now. Moreover, even when he worked out before the crossing, he didn't drink protein powder. At most, he would have drunk a little after workouts. Finally, between choosing the energy core and the iron pickaxe, Gu Pingsheng chose the iron pickaxe. That was a bronze low-grade pickaxe. Even if it was disassembled, it could still yield bronze-quality iron ingots. Now, although he hadn't encountered many energy cores. However, many emerged in the trading market. Clearly other buses might have encountered corresponding stations, or perhaps opened treasure chests and gained quite a bit. In today's trading market, the price of energy cores is about 200 ordinary quality iron ingots, or 20 black iron quality iron ingots. Compared to this, bronze quality iron tools are definitely more valuable. Chapter 60, the second multi-person station. After choosing the iron pickaxe, Gu Pingsheng put it in his backpack. Then, he opened the chat channel to see everyone's reactions. As Wang Kai had mentioned a blizzard, it seemed the whole 6th district, or perhaps all areas, were like this. Everyone, why did it suddenly start snowing? Wasn't the weather normal just a few days ago? Damn it, this cursed weather, it's getting colder by the day. I was just thinking if it would snow, and now it really has. Luckily, I have a girlfriend. Hugging her is like warming up. To the one above, I curse you and your girlfriend to die suddenly. Agreed, who are you showing off to right now? Fortunately, we ran into a supermarket. Everyone on our bus got a lot of stuff. We returned loaded, haha. Heh, stockpiling food, huh? Hope you guys run into a stronger bus, then it'll be your turn to help others stockpile. Exactly, don't let us encounter you little fat sheep, otherwise I'll take you down with one blow. Stop making noise, our bus doesn't have enough clothes. At this rate, won't we freeze to death? Looking at the hostile chat channel, Gu Pingsheng shook his head. It had already been a week since the journey began. Perhaps because survival was tough, many people had heavy tempers. After having breakfast, Li Ruoyao went to drive. Gu Pingsheng stood beside the driver's cabin, watching the road ahead. Both sides were covered in white snow. Ever since he arrived, Gu Pingsheng felt a bit strange. Finally, he understood why. There was snow on the sandy ground, but this straight road had none. The snow falling from the sky did not accumulate on the road, it vanished the moment it touched the pavement. Gu Pingsheng looked at the road beneath the bus, marveling silently. The entire morning, the bus had only encountered one gas station and no other stations. After killing the zombies inside the gas station, they also collected quite a bit of fuel, and the level 5 bus could even gather an extra tank of fuel for free. Originally, they had used up almost half of their fuel, but now with the refill, their fuel storage increased again. Not only that, the bus also stumbled upon 3 treasure chests. 2 were of ordinary quality, and 1 was black iron quality. The first 2 contained food and water supplies. The third chest had a complete set of cotton clothes and pants, in addition to 2 energy cores. Looking at it this way, the heavens were not leading players to seek death, as there were always suitable supplies at the stations and treasure chests along the way. He napped with Lu Xiaofang in their room for a while at noon. It was fortunate that Gu Pingsheng now had a high physique, over 90 points, otherwise, napping like this both at night and noon would be really exhausting. At 3 in the afternoon, the station's reminder pinged. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the station you are about to reach is a multi-person station, Zombie Wave Mine. Multi-person station, this is a station where you will meet another bus. A multi-person station has come. Gu Pingsheng suddenly remembered the gas station they first encountered. At that time, their bus had also met another bus. But back then, it was due to being in a novice protection period, and the station was not yet complete. Gu Pingsheng told the women about the passing station. The group instantly became tense. Are we going to meet other buses again? What if a fight breaks out? Yeah, we don't even know if things will turn out like last time. Don't worry, even if a fight breaks out, it's okay, we have the class leader and the study committee with us, we shouldn't be afraid. That's true, the class leader and the study committee will definitely protect us well. Then, Lin Xiaonan shared the specific information about the station with everyone. As the name suggests, since the station is called Corpse Tide Mine, it is related to the corpse tide. Inside, there are countless zombies, the strongest quality of zombies being bronze, and the weakest being ordinary quality. Meanwhile, there are also many ores in the mine. Perhaps we can use the iron pickaxe obtained from the original iron factory to mine. Hearing this, Gu Pingsheng's face showed a hint of surprise, and he told everyone about today's reward. Today's reward happens to be a high-quality iron pickaxe. It must be a coincidence. Luckily, he didn't break it down just now. That's very lucky. A bronze low-grade iron pickaxe can probably help us mine a lot of ores. If we can dig out bronze-quality ingots, the next upgrade for the bus might not be far off. Lin Xiaonan said quickly. Gu Pingsheng said, alright, since that's the case, I'll distribute the bronze-quality iron pickaxes to everyone, and after we deal with the zombies, we can use the pickaxes to mine. Yes, who knows, maybe we can even use the pickaxes to fight. After all, this pickaxe is of bronze quality. Luo Xiaoxue shouted from the side. Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment. Most of the current weapons of everyone were ordinary quality iron tools. He wasn't sure which would deal more damage, the bronze quality pickaxe or the ordinary quality iron sword. However, the pickaxe is specifically for mining, not for fighting. Soon, Gu Pingsheng distributed 10 pickaxes to the top 10 students in physical fitness, keeping one for himself. Students with high physical fitness using high-quality mining pickaxes would definitely have a high mining efficiency. Next, time passed, and the bus traveled for about 9 minutes. Soon, a new bus, 2 circles smaller than Gu Pingsheng's, appeared up ahead. It seemed to be level 3. At this moment, in the driver's seat of the level 3 bus, a boy with a crew cut was driving the bus, his eyes flashing with worry. A girl with brown hair quickly walked over. Upon closer inspection, she had a fire axe strapped to her back. Class leader, there's a super large bus following us, what should we do? The crew cut boy didn't speak. He had already seen it in the rearview mirror, and a grim look appeared on his face. Moreover, because the bus behind was especially large, it couldn't overtake them on the road and could only silently follow behind. Tell everyone, when we get off later, definitely do not provoke them. This is a level 5 bus, if we provoke them, we are finished. His name is Lin Yuntian, a student at a vocational college in Deep City. Their class has a total of 35 people, majoring in finance, with 23 girls and only 12 boys. Chapter 61 The Corpse Tide Mine. To know, there were originally 45 students in their class. But now, on the 7th day of crossing, only this many people are left. 10 have died, 7 girls and 3 boys. Lin Yuntian looked back. At this moment, the classmates had numb expressions on their faces, or perhaps they were shivering due to the cold weather. Many girls were wearing coats, and a few frail ones were in padded jackets. Lin Yuntian had collected quite a few coats and padded jackets during this time. However, he prioritized giving them to the frail girls. Not just in terms of clothing, food and supplies, and blood serum, he also tried to take care of the vulnerable groups inside the bus as much as possible. Moreover, on the 3rd day of crossing, a tall and strong boy tried to do something inappropriate with a pretty girl. Without saying a word, Lin Yuntian drove that tall and strong boy away. It is important to know that strong boys are very important in the entire team. But Lin Yuntian still did this. Even in the end of the world, he kept kindness and justice in his heart. There were male classmates in the class who were not happy with him. After all, taking care of girls like this is what a warm man or a sycophant does, right? However, since Lin Yuntian expelled 2 little fairies, they no longer said anything. Lin Yuntian was not only partial to girls, but to the weak. Moreover, 1 or 2 boys who were not in good shape and were weak also had cotton padded jackets, all given by Lin Yuntian. Lin Yuntian truly thought of the weak. And himself, having a battle-type B-level talent and decent physique, didn't wear a cotton padded jacket. In the face of this selfless situation, the other male classmates in the class had nothing to say. The girl just now was called Chen Zishi, and she was Lin Yuntian's girlfriend. Chen Zishi informed everyone about the advanced bus behind them and reminded them of some precautions. Lin Yuntian looked at the rearview mirror. The bus was getting closer, and his psychological pressure grew stronger. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuntian sighed and drove the bus into the snow. At this moment, Zhang Kiki, who was planning to overtake in the snow, was stunned. Now the driver was Zhang Kiki. What's going on? Zhang Kiki asked. They should know we are not easy to mess with, so they took the initiative to give way. Just ignore them and drive on, we'll be at the bus station soon. Gu Pingsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there wouldn't be a conflict this time. The other side was showing weakness. But no matter what, he could not let down his guard. Seconds later, both buses stopped in front of a bus station. Notably, there was a huge stone-made hole above the steps of the bus station. When viewed from the side, it looked small, like a stone-made prototype house. It didn't seem like an area that a mine could have. The hole was pitch black, nothing could be seen from the outside, and no sounds of zombies could be heard from within. But soon, Gu Pingsheng thought of something. Isn't this situation equivalent to a warehouse-like dimensional space? Perhaps only by entering the hole would they know what was happening. Let's go, everyone. Get off the bus. All the girls unconsciously stood up, ready to get off the bus. Seeing this scene, Gu Pingsheng was slightly taken aback. This was not a mandatory bus station but an ordinary one. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few girls who would choose not to get off. Unexpectedly, whether at the gas station this morning or at this seemingly dangerous bus station now, every girl was ready to get off. There was no fear in their eyes. It seemed that the class had united through the previous night's engine failure. This could be a good thing. Although it was dangerous to stop the engine at night, it also made some timid girls in the class realize a truth. Relying on the class committee and capable girls to survive is definitely not a long-term solution. Only by uniting together and fighting against zombies could they survive. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue was hiding behind Gu Pingsheng, worried that a blast of cold air would rush in when the door opened. Although she was bundled up like a rice dumpling, it didn't mean she wasn't afraid of the cold. After the door opened, Gu Pingsheng led the way to get off the bus. Everyone got off the bus one by one, the heavy snowflakes falling on them, their faces slightly flushed from the cold. Soon, that level 3 bus also opened its doors, and everyone on it got off. Leading the way was a boy with a crew cut who looked ordinary and sported a small mustache, resembling a science student who excelled in academics. Seeing Gu Pingsheng and his group in a defensive posture, Lin Yuntian quickly put on a flattering smile. "This big shot, my name is Lin Yuntian. He is a third-year student at a university in Deep City." Gu Pingsheng nodded. "He is a second-year student at Deep City University. Shall we explore this corpse tied together? This big boss?" Lin Yuntian asked. "Sure." Gu Pingsheng nodded. The moment his voice fell, both groups fell into silence. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. Then, Lin Yuntian didn't hold back for long. Biting his teeth, he brought everyone forward. "This big boss, we can lead you." Instead of Gu Pingsheng saying it and having their group explore the path, Lin Yuntian decided to say it himself. They didn't want to give up on the supplies in this corpse-tied mine. If they gave up on the stations along the way, without new supplies, the bus would eventually be doomed. Moreover, Gu Pingsheng's group was mostly girls, with only one boy, which greatly reduced the chance of bad things happening. Lin Xiaonan chuckled in Gu Pingsheng's ear. "Class leader, it seems he is very scared of us." After Lin Xiaonan spoke, her gaze kept sizing up this group, a glimmer of a little thought flashed in her eyes. However, seeing the girls around and considering Gu Pingsheng's personality, which would likely lead to a refusal, she suppressed that little thought. Li Ruoyao cast a glance at Lin Xiaonan and frowned slightly. Every time Lin Xiaonan had a mischievous idea, her eyes would spin around. What kind of scheming was this sly girl thinking this time? Gu Pingsheng agreed for them to go in first. Once Lin Yuntian and his group entered, Gu Pingsheng then took the girls inside. After entering, there was a completely different world inside, a place resembling a cave with a long path ahead, surrounded by torches illuminating the walls, with low growls from zombies coming from the end. Noticing a large number of humans intruding into the cave, the zombies all turned their heads, their crimson eyes locked onto the intruders. "They're coming." Gu Pingsheng held the Qingling spear and stepped forward. Beside him, Li Ruoyao, Zhou Kiki, and Li Jin also actively moved closer. At this moment, Lin Yuntian also stepped up, holding a black iron-quality long knife in each hand. Then suddenly, under Gu Pingsheng's curious gaze, Lin Yuntian's hand stretched out, swinging the long knives at the zombies. Lin Xiaonan sent a message to Gu Pingsheng. "This person is Lin Yuntian, he means us no harm. His talent is B-rank limb elongation, and it increases vitality by 30 points initially. That's considered a combat-type talent." Chapter 62, The Zombies Under the Ceiling. Limb elongation? What a strange and unusual talent. Gu Pingsheng curiously watched Lin Yuntian. At this moment, Lin Yuntian's arms stretched over 10 meters, continuously swinging the dual knives at one zombie after another. One ordinary zombie after another had their heads chopped off by Lin Yuntian's elongated hands holding the knives. Lin Yuntian's own strength isn't great. Aside from gaining a little vitality after obtaining his talent, his fighting power was still not as good as Zhang Kiki. He seemed to be highly skilled at precise angles for zombie attacks, indicating he had practiced extensively. Gu Pingsheng joined in, wielding the long spear directly to pierce the nearest zombie. The strength of the Qingling spear easily killed one approaching zombie after another. At that moment, Li Ruoyao used her new skill. The next instant, her body burst with speed, dashing into the zombie horde, the shockwaves surrounding her directly stunning most of the zombies. Control lasted for 3 seconds. Then, under the astonished gazes of Lin Yuntian and others, Li Ruoyao, holding a finely crafted broadsword, spun around like a windmill several times. Countless severed limbs splattered blood onto the ground. A control, then an output. In gaming terms, it was a perfect combo. Gu Pingsheng also stood nearby with the Qingling spear, poking each zombie one by one. Every poke, a zombie was snapped. After Zhang Kiki grew bigger, she continuously pounded the zombie with her large fists. She discovered that using her fists was more comfortable than using a weapon after her transformation. Li Jin and other tall girls also rushed to the front. Wow, amazing! Lin Yuntian stared in awe and couldn't help but say. He suddenly thought of a saying, women can support half the sky. Although the bus was mostly filled with girls, the combined strength was definitely not low. Of course, there might also be talent or skills involved. But who says luck isn't part of strength? Seeing Gu Pingsheng and others trained and powerful, Lin Yuntian's classmates looked at them with envious eyes. What an impressive group of older sisters. If we were that strong, my friend wouldn't have died, sob sob. It's okay, I think the class leader is also pretty strong. At least the class leader is doing her best to protect us. That's true, we can't keep envying others, we need to strengthen our own abilities too. At this moment, among the zombie horde, a tank zombie of mid-grade quality erupted with a roar, smashing a large rock towards Li Ruoyao. It knew that the biggest threat among these people was Li Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao frowned slightly, wielding a delicate broad knife to strike at the tank zombie while using a strong attack skill. Bang! The broad knife split the rock and struck the tank zombie's body. A wound appeared on the tank zombie's body. With that loud sound, Li Ruoyao was knocked back. It seemed like a fair match, but it was a result of a strong attack. Her physique didn't seem to match that of the tank zombie of mid-grade quality, and her hand holding the broad knife was slightly numb now. At that moment, Gu Pingsheng stood in front of Li Ruoyao. Then, a burst of hot air exploded in front of him, forming a fireball about a meter in diameter. A silver-grade skill, fireball technique. The fireball created by the fireball technique directly smashed into the tank zombie. Instantly, the tank zombie's entire body became engulfed in blazing flames, and the nearby zombies were all affected by the fire, screaming in agony. Roar! The tank zombie also continued to scream, and before long, its massive body lay on the ground, with large areas of its skin burned away, clearly having been burned to death. At that moment, a green treasure chest appeared, along with a number of bus coins on the side, rewards for killing the tank zombie. Thus, a few minutes later, students from 2 different schools and classes managed to eliminate all the zombies in the area, with Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao, Zhang Kiki, and Lin Yuntian leading the way. Aside from a few students getting scratched, there were no casualties. This was one of the few times Lin Yuntian's bus exploration resulted in 0 deaths, and this station still faced the dangerous tide of zombies. Just when everyone thought they were safe, Lin Xiaonan suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Immediately, a monster with crimson skin jumped from the ceiling towards Yang Jiasen's head, accompanied by a strange, triumphant laugh. At that critical moment, a shield appeared above Yang Jiasen's head. This was Lin Xiaonan's mystical energy shield. The shield was instantly shattered by the monster's claw, causing Yang Jiasen to tremble and collapse to the ground in fear. However, this also gave Gu Pingsheng a chance to react. He was next to Yang Jiasen. Fireball technique. Soon, the roaring fireball engulfed the monster, which was preparing to attack Yang Jiasen for the second time. Looking closely, it turned out to be a zombie resembling a monkey, covered in naked crimson skin. It had a short, hunched figure, lips and nose rotting, exposing its teeth, looking extremely disgusting. Not less than the fat zombie. However, the silver-level fire would soon burn it to death. At this moment, most of the zombies encountered were bronze level or below, and the silver-level fireball spell was still too powerful. I just don't know if the fireball spell can hurt spiritual beings. But thinking about it, probably not. Seeing the terrifying monster attacking him killed by Gu Pingsheng, Yang Jiasen hurriedly rushed into Gu Pingsheng's embrace, her eyes still filled with fear. If it weren't for the team leader's aura shield and the class leader's quick reaction to cast skills, perhaps she would have already died. Immediately after, Yang Jiasen whimpered a few times and started to cry. Woo woo woo. Gu Pingsheng found it a bit funny and patted Yang Jiasen's back to comfort her for a while. Yang Jiasen was a bit shorter than Lu Xiaofang but taller than Su Yuer and Luo Xiushui. Although she usually loved abstract things, she was also quite brave, like Lu Xiaofang, eagerly rushing to the front to kill zombies, and she was also one of the girls frequently treated by Luo Xiushui. Compared to Li Zhen's group of strong girls, she might be a bit lacking. But compared to other girls in the class, she contributed quite a lot. Gu Pingsheng vaguely remembered that she was one of the first to get out of the car at the gas station to explore. She was a very good girl. However, this sudden terrifying monster and life and death crisis had completely scared her. Gu Pingsheng knew that if it weren't for Lin Xiaonan's divine hint, and if the shield master wasn't Lin Xiaonan, perhaps that blow would have directly killed Yang Jiasen. This disgusting monster was not simple in strength. In fact, Yang Jiasen had always been under high pressure. She usually used abstraction to vent her stress, but the fragility in her heart was something only she knew. Alright, it's okay, Jiasen, the monster has been killed by me. Yang Jiasen nodded, wiped her tears, and her heart was filled with a sense of security because of the class leader's comfort. Thank you, class leader. After softly expressing her gratitude, perhaps realizing that this position was not very stable, she blushed and broke free from Gu Pingsheng's embrace. Many girls nearby looked at her. There was a mix of lingering fear and relief. Of course, there was also envy. The lingering fear and relief were about worrying for Yang Jiasen. At this moment, Wang Jieqi came over and hugged Yang Jiasen, taking over the class leader's role and comforting her. Chapter 63, Damn Survival World. Lin Xiaonan, its name is Rider Zombie, quality is below bronze, physique is 220 points, it usually likes to stay on walls or ceilings. It attacks people by pouncing on their heads and then continuously clawing at their heads. A creature with a lower physique than the Rider Zombie cannot escape once it's pinned down. Gu Pingsheng, okay, I understand, this is another special zombie. Lin Yuntian and the others were all shocked. If this kind of monster had just jumped on their heads, it would definitely have killed a number of people. And Lin Yuntian felt a bit uncertain, if he really encountered this monster, would he have the confidence to kill it? After the Rider Zombie died, it dropped a black iron treasure chest and quite a few bus coins, not to mention, this treasure chest had a pretty good drop rate, though unfortunately, it wasn't a bronze quality chest. Next, everyone began to pick up the serum and bus coins on the ground. The zombie-tied mine was dangerous, with 2 bronze-level zombies, countless ordinary zombies, and some black iron-level zombies, but the higher the risk, the greater the resource rewards. Apart from these high-quality ores, there were also the items obtained by killing these zombies. The treasure chest was collected by Gu Pingsheng. Since the 2 bronze zombies were taken down by Gu Pingsheng and his group, it naturally belonged to Gu Pingsheng, but it was not the right time to open it now. After collecting the survival coins, there was a total of 223 coins and 65 serums. Lin Yuntian, carrying the resources collected by the classmates earlier, started. Placed in front of Gu Pingsheng, wanting to speak but hesitating. After all, the one in a dominant position now is Gu Pingsheng. In front of the whole class, Lin Yuntian would never do something stupid like putting everything away. Gu Pingsheng noticed Lin Yuntian's thoughts and slowly said, "You also killed some ordinary zombies, so according to the effort ratio, you can take 23 bus tokens, plus 15 vials of serum, how about that?" Although the bus tokens are not many, getting 15 vials of serum is already a good share. Lin Yuntian quickly nodded, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. After dividing the resources, Gu Pingsheng took out a bronze pickaxe and began to observe the surrounding iron ore. Some iron ores faintly emitted a glow. Ordinary iron ore had nothing on the surface. Black iron quality iron ore emitted a faint black light, while bronze quality iron ore emitted a faint green light, relatively easy to distinguish. In addition, there was coal, and the coal here was also graded by quality, the highest being Qingtong quality. Coal. Gu Pingsheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew how steel was made. The main components of steel are iron and carbon. The processed product of coal is coke. Iron and coke can be smelted into pig iron, and then reducing the carbon content to below 2% creates steel. Of course, in this simplified game-like world, it might not be so complicated. After mining out all the resources here, he would find out when he returned to the bus. As for repairing the bus's durability with different quality iron ingots. Ordinary quality iron ingots restore 1 point, black iron quality iron ingots restore 10 points, and Gu Pingsheng didn't know about bronze quality iron ingots, as he hadn't obtained any yet. For steel, ordinary quality is 2 points, and black iron quality steel is 20 points. The higher the quality of these metallic ores, the better, and they should be hoarded to repair the bus's durability. The Blood Moon Day was approaching, and whoever had more basic material resources would have a better chance of surviving on that day. Everyone started mining in this cave. Gu Pingsheng, Li Ruoyao, Zhang Ku, and some physically stronger ones used bronze quality pickaxes to mine, specifically targeting bronze quality iron ore and coal. Others who had poor quality iron pickaxes could only mine ordinary quality minerals. They dug out coal and raw iron stones. Raw iron stones need to be smelted to become iron ingots. At that moment, Gu Pingsheng dug up a white, hard object. Energy ore. Quality, ordinary quality. A stone that contains energy, perhaps it can be used to refine energy cores. Gu Pingsheng was overjoyed and hurriedly started mining. Not just him, many others also discovered energy ores. It is worth mentioning that the material quality didn't seem very reasonable. Energy cores were of ordinary quality. Unfortunately, some iron ingots had already reached black iron or Qingtong quality. Higher grade energy cores would likely appear later. But overall, energy cores are still rarer than iron ingots. Before dark came in the evening, everyone reluctantly left, having mined all the high quality iron ore, plus coal and energy ore. As for the gap in resources between the two sides, because the other side's tools were quite ordinary, and they didn't have many iron pickaxes, the amount of resources they dug out was far less than what Gu Pingsheng and others collected. Each returned in front of the bus. Lin Yuntian asked, "Big boss, can I add you as a friend? If I get good blueprints in the future, I might be able to trade with you." Gu Pingsheng thought for a moment and agreed. In this survival apocalypse environment, Lin Yuntian's qualities were still quite good, and perhaps it was also because of Gu Pingsheng's strong abilities and Lin Yuntian's intelligence. After adding a friend, Lin Yuntian's pupil shrank as he looked at the name of the new friend, murmuring, "Big Shot, so you are the Gu Big Shot who has been announced twice across the whole server." At last, he understood why this bus was so powerful. Gu Pingsheng nodded, not continuing to exchange pleasantries with these people. It was just too cold outside, and there were a few stray zombies harassing them. Soon, under the envious gazes of Lin Yuntian and others, Gu Pingsheng brought the girls back to the bus. When it was Lu Xiaofang's turn to drive, she went to the driver's seat, shifted to the forward gear, and pressed hard on the accelerator with her small foot. The bus slowly moved away. Lin Yuntian still stood by the bus, looking at the taillights of the bus ahead. "Yuntian, let's get on, it's so cold down here, and you haven't worn thick clothes." Chen Zishi grabbed Lin Yuntian's hand, her arm still had many scratch marks from zombies, luckily, she had already been injected with the serum. "Zishi, do you think I am very useless? So many classmates have died. I still dream about them when I sleep." Lin Yuntian held Chen Zishi's delicate arm, his eyes filled with pain. If it weren't for this damn survival world, maybe the two of them would still be in a warm cinema watching a movie. Or perhaps shopping hand in hand at the mall. "Don't say that about yourself." Chen Zishi looked seriously at Lin Yuntian. "You are the best class leader, the best driver, the best Yuntian in my heart. Without you, there would definitely be more people who died. You are the blessing of all our classmates." The two held hands and returned to the bus. Chapter 64, Class Leader, I've had that. Gu Pingsheng took out the bronze mid-grade and black iron supreme treasure chest he had just obtained and opened it. Player Gu Pingsheng opened the bronze mid-grade treasure chest, gaining the following resources: Zombie Poison Bow and Arrow, arrows times 100, Energy Core times 5. Zombie Poison Bow and Arrow. Quality, Bronze mid-grade. A bow and arrow made from the bodies of countless bronze-quality zombies, possessing two special abilities. 1. Non-zombie creatures hit by the zombie poison bow and arrow will be infected with bronze-quality zombie virus. 2. Zombie creatures hit by the zombie poison bow and arrow will have their speed reduced by 50% for 3 seconds, during which they will temporarily lose the zombie virus, except for those above bronze quality. Evaluation: a poisonous bow and arrow, but the user is safe, please trust it. Arrows. Quality, Bronze low-grade. Arrows made from bronze-quality iron ingots. A bronze mid-grade weapon, and 100 arrows. The quality of the arrows is also good. The abilities of the weapon are quite decent, no wonder it reached bronze mid-grade. Besides, there are also 5 energy cores. This time, the luck is still pretty good. Gu Pingsheng took out the zombie poison bow and arrow, which looked green and somewhat evil. But how to distribute it? First, Li Ruoyao and himself surely were not suitable. He already had a decent spear, he and Li Ruoyao had to stay at the front, not suitable for ranged weapons. Zhang Kiki was the same, Luo Xiaoshui and Lin Xiaonan were not combat personnel, and Lin Xiaonan already had a gun. As for Chen Tonger, she was more of a summoning type, her talents and skills leaned towards summoning. Just now, during the battle with the zombie tide, the 2 summon puppets were fighting in front. He looked at his eager female classmates. After thinking for a moment, in the end, Gu Pingsheng set his sights on Lu Xiaofang. After all, Lu Xiaofang was his woman. Moreover, she had been very brave during the days of driving and fighting zombies, she completely qualified to have this bow and arrow. Lu Xiaofang blinked her eyes. "Xiaofang, based on your performance during this time, this bow and arrow is for you." Gu Pingsheng handed the bow and arrow to Lu Xiaofang. "Oh wow, performance, what kind of performance?" Luo Xiaoxue made an exaggerated expression, teasing. Only at noon today did Luo Xiaoxue find out that the class leader was actually with Xiaofang. After all, she had been asleep yesterday. After knowing that the class leader and 2 female classmates had developed feelings for each other, Xiaoxue felt complicated. Lu Xiaofang blushed, although she wanted to take the bow and arrow, she was afraid of being talked about by her classmates. Gu Pingsheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Luo Xiaoxue read the room quickly and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Ahem, I was just joking. Class leader, it's good for Xiaofang to have the bow and arrow, after all, she's the one who has come to me for treatment the most. I've seen her efforts in killing zombies." Lu Xiaofang still hesitated. "Xiaofang, I know you've always worked hard. With this bow and arrow, won't you be able to work even harder for me and the whole class?" Gu Pingsheng encouraged. Lu Xiaofang, hearing this, finally accepted it, saying, "Class leader, thank you. I will definitely work hard in the future." Just like that, under the envious gazes of the other girls, Lu Xiaofang took the bow and arrow. Zhang Kiki subtly glanced at Xiaofang, then at Gu Pingsheng, feeling a tinge of jealousy arise in her heart again. Of course, she knew that this bow and arrow didn't suit her. However, it was also suitable for hard-working classmates like Chen Tong'er, Lu Xiaoying, and Yang Jiesun. Later, Gu Pingsheng gave the bow and arrow to Lu Xiaofeng. What does this signify? Then she remembered that the skill berserk charge belonged to Li Ruoyao. And Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofeng had something in common. Zhang Kiki thought she understood the reason. But despite her jealousy, which was natural for girls, she didn't have any bad thoughts. She was just thinking about how to gain advantages for herself. Zhang Kiki looked at Gu Pingsheng. Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofeng were both Gu Pingsheng's women now. So what if she also became Gu Pingsheng's woman? Once this thought emerged, it spiraled out of control. She just didn't know how to bring it up suitably. She and Gu Pingsheng were ordinary friends, and although there might be a little affection, it wasn't to the point of being as infatuated with him as Lu Xiaofeng or Lu Xiaoying. Not to mention today's Yang Jiesun. Yang Jiesun undoubtedly also had feelings for the class leader. Gu Pingsheng continued to open the black iron treasure chest. Player Gu Pingsheng opened the black iron premium treasure chest and obtained the following resources. Thick blankets times 10, blankets times 10, warm packs times 50. This time there were no skills or weapons. Instead, there were winter supplies. 10 thick blankets and 50 warm packs. These were essentials given the recent snowstorm and cold weather. Although the girls already had cotton jackets, sweaters, and other warm clothing, they could still catch a chill while sleeping on the ground in the dormitory, and some classmates with weaker constitutions had caught colds, sniffling. Then, Gu Pingsheng said, let's distribute these winter supplies evenly among the classmates. 10 thick blankets, and excluding those sleeping in the bedroom with blankets, there were 29 students, so about 3 people would share one thick blanket. The blankets were distributed in the same manner. As for the warm packs, there were enough for everyone to have one. Now, everyone had enough water resources, and since there was plenty of snow on both sides of the road, the water resources for the warm packs were completely sufficient. With cotton jackets, sweaters, thick blankets, various towels, plus warm packs, every female classmate displayed looks of satisfaction. While everyone complained about the cold in the chat channel, having these winter supplies felt truly blissful. Just then, Xiao Mengqi suddenly approached Gu Pingsheng, her eyes flickering with a hint of conflict. What's wrong, Xiao Mengqi? Gu Pingsheng asked curiously. Xiao Mengqi stood 1.75 meters tall and weighed 135 pounds, she had a good figure and strength. Although her looks were above average, she didn't compare to some of the top beauties in the class, but in any other class, she would be among the top few pretties. Gu Pingsheng heard she was a rich second generation before her time travel, but she was very low-key in her dealings with people. So her presence in the class was not very strong. However, she had a nickname in class, called Xiaoyuban Mao, and Xiao Mengqi had a good temper, so she did not get angry when called Xiaoyuban Mao. After all, she was in Li Zhen's group, and Xiao Mengqi usually killed a lot of zombies. Class monitor. I got my period, but I ran out of sanitary pads. Can you exchange for some sanitary pads at the trading market? Xiao Mengqi said shyly. Hearing Xiao Mengqi's words, many girls showed signs of struggle on their faces. Many of them had just gotten their period during this time. But fortunately, they had found some sanitary pads at the convenience store they passed by, and through personal trades at the service area. However, that was only in a few cases. Many girls did not have sanitary pads, and as time went on, they would inevitably come. After all, it happened once a month.